Chapter 1. Mo slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness awakening from the depths of chaos. The surroundings were dim, a sealed chamber with stone walls intricately carved, exuding the weight of time's passage. A faint, ethereal fragrance lingered in the air, both sweet and cool. A delicate sigh broke the silence, instantly shattering the remnants of his confusion. He turned abruptly. Before him lay a breathtakingly beautiful celestial maiden, deep in slumber. Her features were exquisitely perfect, skin as smooth as jade, fairer than frost, her brows resembling distant mountains, naturally adorned without the need for makeup, and her lips, akin to the blush of dawn, were temptingly luscious. Even in her dreams, she exuded an aura of cold indifference, reminiscent of an ice mountain snow lotus, sacred and untouchable. Yet at this moment, she was completely unclad, the beauty of spring revealed in its entirety. Her flawless curves were laid bare, stirring a primal response within him. In the next instant, the maiden, Ling Qingyue, suddenly opened her eyes. In her beautiful gaze, shock, embarrassment, and a chilling murderous intent intermingled. "Remove your hand." Her voice was frosty, tinged with a slight tremor, clearly struggling to suppress her rage. Mo immediately withdrew his hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "I apologize, it was unintentional." Before he could finish, Ling Qingyue's figure vanished. When she reappeared, she stood several paces away. Dressed impeccably in white garments that rivaled snow, she was immaculate, like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, radiating a cold and aloof grace. Ling Qingyue looked down at her attire, fragments of the previous night flooding her mind. Under the influence of a seductive poison, she had lost all reason and had. A wave of shame engulfed her, and a ripple of emotion flickered in her icy gaze. The lingering sensations on her body, the faint aches, served as constant reminders of the events of last night. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her embarrassment and fury. At this point, killing him would be futile. After all, he was the true victim, forced into the role of an antidote. "If you dare to reveal this, I will ensure your demise." She cast this chilling warning before turning to leave. "Fairy, I can take responsibility." Mo called out to her. Ling Qingyue glanced back, her gaze sweeping over him. His features were striking, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yet, his cultivation level, chi refinement stage. "No need," she replied coolly, devoid of warmth. "The gap between us is insurmountable, it is utterly impossible." Just as she was about to depart, Mo called out once more, his tone resolute. "Nobody starts as a strong individual, I will grow stronger." Ling Qingyue paused, a ripple of emotion stirring within her heart. "At the Ta Ching sacred land, Ling Qingyue, seek me out within 3 years." She hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. "If you do not come, then forget everything. I am betrothed to the saint son of the Tianxian sacred land." With that, she no longer lingered, transforming into a flash of white light, vanishing from the chamber, leaving behind only a faint, lingering fragrance. As he watched her depart, Mo shook his head with a soft sigh. Truly a classic tale. Indeed, Mo was a traveler from another realm. In his past life, he had perished from exhaustion while playing on his phone late into the night. He had transmigrated into this world, known as the Tian Yuan continent, and was granted a second chance at life. Here, sex flourished, and the strong reigned supreme. Demons roamed freely, and dangers lurked at every corner. Fortunately, he fit the mold of a typical protagonist. With an extraordinary background, absent parents, a genius for cultivation, a sudden transformation into a waste, an enchanting ring, and cliffside adventures. Moreover, he had no memories from before half a year ago and was missing a piece of his bone. In short, he possessed all the traits of a lead character. This time was no different. He had stumbled upon a treasure map at a market stall, been kidnapped by a minor antagonist, and inadvertently helped Ling Qingyue detoxify. A classic chain of events. Next would come the arduous training, followed by a triumphant confrontation with the saint's son 3 years hence, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Right? Xiaoyu has finally grown up, this brings me great comfort, a voice echoed beside him. Crimson smoke coalesced into a woman of unparalleled grace. She donned a flowing crimson skirt, her skin fairer than snow, her features picturesque, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. With hair white as frost and fiery red eyes, she embodied a perfect blend of allure and purity, creating an enchanting aura that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. Her gentle voice, laced with a hint of teasing, reverberated in the shadowy chamber. Mou glanced at his elder figure, feeling somewhat helpless. Sister Yinshi, please refrain from jesting. He retrieved a diary obtained from an auction, meticulously comparing its contents. He moved to the corner of the chamber, his fingertips brushing against the cold stone wall as he explored. Eventually, he uncovered a mechanism hidden behind a landscape painting. With a soft click, the stone wall slid open, revealing a concealed compartment. Inside lay an ancient jade vial, resting quietly. "You lad, truly fortunate," Yinshi remarked, gazing at the vial with awe. "Consume it, and your strength will be restored. You are always so reckless. Had it not been for your luck, things could have turned dire." She recalled the earlier battle between Mou and the transformation god, a shiver of fear still lingering in her heart. It was that very fight that had sealed Mou's cultivation. Mou chuckled nonchalantly. "I possess great fortune, I won't perish." Yinshi sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After years of companionship, she had come to understand Mou's extraordinary luck. This fellow was a daredevil, always jumping off cliffs, yet somehow landing in fortuitous encounters, truly a marvel. Mou swallowed the elixir. The shackles within him shattered. A golden core gradually manifested in his dantian. Spiritual energy surged forth like a wild stallion, racing through his body. His momentum climbed steadily. His cultivation soared from the chi refinement stage, recovering to the fourth layer of the golden core stage. Finally restored, Mou clenched his fists, relishing the power coursing within him. "That woman mentioned she was betrothed to some saint's son?" As he spoke, he pulled out a small notebook filled with a meticulously compiled enemy list. He had offended many, so he naturally held no fear of any saint's son. What was the big deal after all? Yangtze's expression turned peculiar at his words. "Tian Xian, sacred land." Mou froze. "Tian Xian, sacred land? Sanson, wasn't that himself?" Indeed, he was the sole saint's son of the Tian Xian sacred land. Yet he had never heard of any betrothal. Was he greenlighting himself? What kind of absurd plot was this? Just then, a mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Conditions met. System awakening detected. A system. Mou's heart surged with joy, instantly casting aside his previous doubts. He would learn the truth upon returning to the sacred land. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of what a system entailed. While embodying the protagonist archetype was fine, with its effortless leveling up and exhilarating exploits, he did not relish a life of jumping off cliffs to seek opportunities. A system was undoubtedly the true allure. Destiny already paved the path to invincibility with multiple systems, multiple routes opened. Villain reversal system bound successfully. Detecting the child of fortune, Mou suppressing him will yield rich rewards. Montague, villain reversal system, suppressing the child of fortune, or suppressing himself? System, are you mistaken? Verification confirms no error. Due to your fiancé being taken by the child of fortune, activation conditions are met. Mou's lips twitched. What a unique line of reasoning. While that statement held truth, why on earth would I willingly suppress myself? Detecting your successful interception of the child of fortune, the saintess of the Ta-Ching sacred land, Ling Qingyue. You forcibly engaged with Ling Qingyue. Although the process was somewhat passive, you still inflicted irreversible bleeding damage across 3 major realms. A forcibly plucked fruit may not be sweet, yet it quenches thirst. Villain reversal successful. Reward, pure yang physique, pure yang sacred body. A tempest of excitement surged within Mou. This was the legendary ultimate physique. Those possessing this physique not only cultivated at an accelerated pace, but also bore the potential for ascension. Moreover, they could wield pure yang, true fire, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas with immeasurable power. Is this considered a villain's reversal? This system truly offers remarkable rewards. Then he need not feel troubled. However, system, there's a typo. Verification confirms no error. Within Mo Yes Dantian, the scorching and boundless pure yang power erupted. In an instant, it enveloped his limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh, every meridian felt as though it was being baptized by flames, crackling and resonating. Soon, the fusion of his physique was complete. Mo instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the tempestuous power within him. His cultivation at the fourth layer of the golden core stage surged, faintly brushing against the threshold of a breakthrough. Integrating this physique was akin to a year's worth of arduous training. Mo's heart swelled with exhilaration. As a protagonist who had previously been deemed a waste, he finally possessed a usable physique. This was truly no easy feat. Yanxi, who had been closely observing Moyu, also noticed his transformation, a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Have you grown stronger? Is it due to dual cultivation? Her divine sense was currently too weak to discern the circumstances surrounding Moyu. Moyu offered no reply to her. This was merely because the system's prompts had not ceased. Moya's fortune has been intercepted by you. He must be in utter despair. Now is the perfect moment to seize his luck. Currently extracting fortune on your behalf. Detected an unknown force attempting to siphon your fortune. Defensive mechanisms activated automatically. Moya's expression turned peculiar. This system, it felt somewhat adorably naive, didn't it? Siphoning one's own fortune, and then providing oneself with protection? Such operations were truly absurd. Indeed, a bug had occurred. Fortune extraction failed, automatically replenishing your fortune. Fortune increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. Moyu could only chuckle helplessly. This was utterly ludicrous. Soon, he accepted this peculiar setting. Since it has come, let it be. It was likely that the hapless author had mistakenly assigned him the wrong system. He steadied his mind and began to investigate this peculiar system. Suppressing the child of fortune will yield rewards. The rewards included cultivation, techniques, magical skills, treasures, elixirs, special abilities, fortune, villain points, and more. However, considering that the child of fortune was himself, how could he suppress it? He decided to set this question aside for now and ponder it later. Moyu examined the information regarding his pure yang kidney. Compared to the ordinary, it possessed two additional functions. One was the enhancement of designated organs. The other was that those who extracted yang to replenish yin from him would be counter-extracted instead. This was quite favorable. Although the pure yang sacred body was formidable, it was still on par with the pure yin sacred body as a furnace constitution. He also took a glance at the system store. The prices range from low to high. The chaotic Tao Sutra, a supreme grade technique, priced at 10 billion villain points. Upon seeing this, he ceased further examination. 10 zeros. 100 billion. Was this a ruse to deceive villains? Such an item wouldn't even be obtainable upon completion. He quickly skimmed through other more affordable items. For the moment, there was nothing worthwhile within his purchasing power. Thus, he temporarily disregarded this function. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Nay Moyu. Realm, fourth layer of golden core stage. Constitution, chaotic divine body, awakening pending, pure yang kidney. Techniques, heavenly Xian, sacred canon, heavenly grade, upper tier, great burning heaven technique, human grade, upper tier, upgradable. Spell, avant l'Ixion soir technique, avant l'Ixion spire technique, avant l'Ixion thunder technique. Special, celestial bone incomplete, Qingming spiritual flame, pure yang true fire. Fortune, 11,000 golden. Villain points, 1,000. Evaluation. So useless, one wonders how you became a villain. This system shall assist you in becoming a super invincible grand villain. Note, fortune levels are classified as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, golden, and rainbow. There was no choice. Our underwhelming protagonist was indeed like this. Moyu silently scoffed. The existence of celestial bone and the chaotic body did not surprise him. Which child of fortune lacked some extraordinary advantage? However, both were merely present, offering no practical utility. It must be said, this system was genuinely impressive. It could enable a person to possess two types of constitution. Detected the child of fortune. Yinshi suppressing her will yield rewards. Mayu turned his head. Yinshi stood right beside him, draped in a flowing crimson gown, resembling dancing flames. It perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves. She appeared as a red lotus blooming in a dim cavern, both enchanting and sacred. Her ethereal aura bore a hint of otherworldliness, evoking a sense of reverence. Her snow-white hair cascaded gracefully to her waist, shimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to the moonlight. Those ruby-like eyes sparkled like stars, deep and mesmerizing. Radiantly beautiful, she was unparalleled in grace. As if a goddess had descended into the mortal realm. The system panel popped up. Name, Yinshi. Fortune, purple. Affection, 100 viewed as family. Description, once a powerful being of the celestial realm, she fell from grace due to betrayal by a close friend, now dormant within a ring, until meeting Mayu. Aiding his cultivation, their bond transcended that of teacher and friend, akin to mother and son. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the fortune of the female, Yinshi. Your relationship with Yinshi is now akin to that of mother and son. She would willingly sacrifice her life for you. Although there is currently no romantic involvement, fostering a good relationship first before engaging in such matters is also a wise choice. This system respects your preferences, even if you enjoy master-disciple play. The system, how can you unjustly tarnish a person's reputation? Imoyu silently cried out within. How could he possibly commit such an act? Yinshi regarded him as family, and he had always held her in high esteem. As long as Yinshi was unwilling, he would rather die than engage in such treacherous behavior of betraying his teacher and ancestors. The system, devoid of consciousness, naturally did not respond to his complaints and merely continued its announcements. As a villain, one is inherently despised by those favored by the heavenly path. Surely, you must have paid a tremendous price for this game to deceive such a formidable opponent. Yet, there is not much to it. Merely a golden core cultivation leveled at AT that time. The golden core had been completely absorbed. Had it not been for the protection from the sacred land, by the rules, he would have been expelled. The villain's counterattack was successful. Reward, Netherworld Ghost Fire. Netherworld Ghost Fire. Exceptionally malevolent, capable of scorching souls and incinerating all impurities in the world, possessing immense lethality against the primordial spirit, requiring souls as fuel for enhancement. Currently siphoning Mou's fortune, the attempt failed, automatically replenishing your fortune by 1,000. A villain points increased by 1000. Mou's spirit was shaken, and he instinctively turned inward to inspect his dantian. There, a cluster of ghostly white flames flickered quietly, exuding a chilling aura that caused one's heart to race. The flames, silent yet seemingly capable of freezing souls and devouring all vitality. Netherworld Ghost Fire. It appeared relatively weak at present, needing souls to nourish it in order to grow stronger. Once enhanced with souls, it could rival, if not surpass, pure young true fire. He had been the son of fortune for 20 years, yet never encountered such a grand opportunity. System, truly delightful. Xiaoyu, why do I feel something is amiss with you? Yanshi's voice pulled Mou back from his astonishment. He quickly gathered his thoughts, feigning nonchalance. What is amiss? He cautiously observed Yanshi's expression, ensuring he displayed no intention of betraying his teacher. Yanshi's dark brows furrowed slightly, her crimson eyes glimmering. You seem to have become considerably more handsome. Can dual cultivation enhance one's appearance? She was unfamiliar with such experiences, hence she could not comprehend. Mou instantly felt relieved. Sister Yanshi, have you heard of postnatal awakening of physique? You awakened your physique? Of course. Mou replied with a confident smile. Exuding his aura, the robust pure yang power surged forth. This is the pure yang sacred body. Yanshi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Indeed, where did this come from? Yanshi's voice trembled slightly, her speech somewhat disjointed. She distinctly remembered that Mou had no special physique before. Mou feigned contemplation. I don't know either. It appeared upon awakening, perhaps due to dual cultivation. Yanshi stood frozen in place. After a long while, she regained her senses. With a soft sigh, she murmured, a prodigy. Having traversed the upper realms for many years, she had never heard of dual cultivation granting a physique. That a physique is either innate or forged through immense resources. Yet, Mou somehow attained the pure yang sacred body through dual cultivation. This was utterly preposterous. Soon after, her expression brightened. The pure yang sacred body inherently possesses pure yang true fire. You must use it to upgrade the Great Flame Heaven technique. Mou nodded. The Great Flame Heaven technique was given to him by Yanxi. Similar to the flame technique, it absorbs fire to grow stronger. It is a technique without rank. In this realm, techniques are divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. He sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and circulating the technique, beginning to enhance the Great Flame Heaven technique. Inside, the pure yang true fire blazed fiercely, akin to a roaring fire dragon, rampaging through his meridians. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Mou's aura surged dramatically. The surface of his golden core began to show fine cracks, as if a new life was about to emerge. His cultivation soared directly from the 4th to the 8th layer of golden core, breaking through 4 levels in one go. The Great Flame Heaven technique also successfully advanced to the middle tier of the earth rank. The netherworld ghost fire, lacking soul enhancement, is not yet suitable for strengthening the Great Flame Heaven technique. Not bad. Yanxi nodded slightly, her eyes filled with admiration. Mou stood up and stepped out. The novices outside should be getting anxious. The Wolf Head mountain range, the mountain wind howled, before the sinister mine. Zhang San crossed his arms, his flesh quivering. Brother, that kid has been inside for so long. He wouldn't have kicked the bucket, would he? Li Si lightly waved his feather fan, obscuring half of his sinister face. Can't even handle the 2nd layer of chi refinement in this secret realm? He squinted, gazing into the depths of the mine. Wisps of mist swirled, faintly revealing disturbing fluctuations. Go, summon those mine slaves. Let them line up to explore. Zhang San and Li Si were elders of the Wolf Head gang. The gang dominated the area for miles, with their leader being a formidable foundation establishment expert, renowned for their ferocity, with no one daring to provoke them. This mine originally belonged to the Wolf Head gang, yet unexpectedly revealed an entrance to a secret realm. Such a tremendous opportunity naturally made them covetous. Concerned about the dangers within, they captured the passing Mou as cannon fodder. Who is Mou? The son of fortune. Upon hearing of such a fortune, how could he refuse? He immediately agreed. Upon entering, he discovered. What a coincidence! Isn't this the secret realm of the Yin Yang sect recorded on the map he had acquired from a street vendor? Following the map's guidance, he easily reached the Master S Hall. Hey, what a stroke of luck. This Master S Hall is precisely the place mentioned in the ancient diary he bought at the auction, where treasures were hidden. Moreover, it conveniently contained the elixir he sought. Consulting the diary, he found the hidden door and entered the secret chamber. Unfortunately, Ling Qingyue had beaten him to it, snatching the treasure first. However, it was proven that the belongings of the Son of Fortune are not so easily taken. Something must be left behind. Brother, the mine slaves are here. Zhang San smiled obsequiously, bowing to Li Si. A crowd of disheveled individuals was herded toward the mine by the members of the Wolf Head gang. Shuffling forward, they were barely clothed, emaciated, and their eyes vacant, resembling walking corpses. They were mine slaves. The property of the Wolf Head gang, the most expendable resource. Lic waved the feather fan, a cruel smile spreading across his face. All of you, get inside. The mine slaves trembled but dared not resist. They had long grown accustomed to being dominated and trampled. Among the crowd stood a young girl in her prime. Her clothes were tattered, and her disheveled hair obscured her face. Her skin was caked with grime, making her true appearance unrecognizable. Chu Yuli, abducted here for 2.5 years, had witnessed too much darkness and cruelty over these years, burying her fear deep within. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm. This pain kept her awake and more vigilant. She did not want to die. Mou hurried through the secret realm. Soon, his divine sense detected the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance lay dozens of corpses in disarray. A ghastly sight. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. All were mere mortals. Damn it, Mou cursed under his breath, quickening his sword flight. These fools actually sent mortals to explore. They possessed no knowledge of the cultivation world whatsoever. This secret realm could only accommodate cultivators of at least the chi refinement stage. Mortals stepping in would undoubtedly meet their demise. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2. There were so many. Such utter disregard for human life outside the secret realm. Next, Zhang San's voice boomed. Chu Yuli raised her gaze, locking eyes with those ferocious ones. It was her turn. The air was heavy with the scent of blood. She inched toward the cave entrance, her entire body trembling violently. Zhang Xin grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Little girl, don't be afraid. Go inside and take a look. Perhaps you might stumble upon a treasure. As her words lingered in the air, Chu Yuli's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, launching a sharp shard of stone that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhang San's throat. Zhang San's pupils constricted in shock, his malevolent grin freezing in place. Clearly, he had not anticipated that a seemingly frail mining slave would dare to strike at him. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept in. Bang! Chu Yuli felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body hurtling backward. Pooh! Blood erupted from her mouth, staining the earth below. Lic had appeared before Zhang San, his feather fan waving lightly. A chilling aura enveloping him. You little girl, quite bold. But alas, with only the cultivation of the third layer of chi refinement, you are far too weak. Zhang San touched his neck, a wave of fear washing over him. You wretched servant, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? I will tear you to shreds. Chu Yuli struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her complexion as pale as paper. It was over for her. All her efforts, all her struggles, were rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power. Zhang San grasped her hair tightly. You filthy wench, I shall send you on your way. He dragged Chu Yuli toward the mouth of the mine, ready to toss her inside. The cold wind howled from the depths of the cave, tousling the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Faced with the threat of death, she continued to struggle desperately. Yet, all was in vain. The force was too great. She could not break free. Just then, a flash of cold light shot forth from the cave. A crimson bloom erupted from Zhang San's forehead, and his body fell rigidly to the ground. Who? Li Si's feather fan slipped from his grasp as he turned pale as a ghost. Emerging from the secret realm was Mou. It's you. Li Si's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that when he had captured Mou, he was merely at the second layer of chi refinement. Yet Zhang San, a practitioner at the fifth layer, had been slain in a single blow? How could this be possible? Seizing the moment, Chu Yuli scrambled to her feet, blending into the crowd, quietly observing Mou. How powerful! Could he be a foundational cultivator? Li Si suppressed the fear rising within him. May I inquire as to your identity? Are you not aware of my reputation as a member of the Wolfhead Gang? He intended to invoke the name of his gang to intimidate Mou. However, before he could finish speaking, an invisible force surged towards him. Who? Li Si barely had time to scream before collapsing. Lifeless, I know of the Wolfhead Gang, and I will be coming for you. Mou's expression remained indifferent. He had long grown weary of such trivial threats. They were simply part of his status as the child of fortune. The ghostly flames of the netherworld flickered to life in his palm. The ghostly fire surged forth, instantly engulfing Zhang San, Li Si, and the other members of the Wolfhead Gang. In an instant, all were left as husks, devoid of vitality. The mining slaves stood frozen, witnessing this horrifying scene. Their hearts stirred by waves of shock. An immortal. This was undoubtedly the work of an immortal. Only an immortal could wield such power. Among the crowd, Chu Yuli lowered her head, afraid to meet Mou's gaze. He was too terrifying. Although this person had saved her life, the thoughts of such a powerful cultivator were beyond her reckoning. Should he harbor intentions to kill her, she would have no means of resistance. Mou carefully sensed the ghostly fire, realizing it had hardly strengthened. With a soft sigh, he lamented the weakness of these individuals, who were incapable of enhancing the flames. What is this fire? When did you acquire it? Yanxi's astonished voice echoed in Mou's mind. The ghostly fire of the netherworld. It awakened today. Mou fabricated a response. The ghostly fire of the netherworld. Yanxi's tone suddenly escalated. She had indeed heard of this flame. It was said that the ghost emperor of the immortal realm rose to power through it. Her delicate brows furrowed, her tone grave. Your background is not simple. Of course, I have said so before. Humph. Perhaps my father is even an immortal emperor. Mou replied with a proud grin. Yanxi was amused by his irreverent demeanor, and though she did not take his boasting seriously, she cautioned him. While the ghostly fire is powerful, it is also perilous. You must be cautious and never allow the influence of malevolent energies to cloud your heart. All right, sister. Yanxi. A warm current surged within Mou. He had never seen his parents, and Yanxi felt akin to a mother to him, and no matter his questions, she would never cast doubt upon him. He glanced around at the quaking mining slaves. Mortals, the lowest and most numerous beings in the realm of cultivation. Had he not been the child of fortune, his fate would have mirrored theirs. Let it be known, within this day, the wolf-head gang shall cease to exist. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy emanated forth, revitalizing the spirits of all the mortals. They gazed at Mou with eyes filled with awe, gratitude, and adoration. After a brief moment of silence, someone mustered the courage to kneel and bow, their voice trembling. "Thank you, immortal. Thank you for saving our lives." One person knelt, and the others quickly followed suit, the sound of their reverent bows resounding. "Immortal, your compassion is boundless." The immense grace of the immortal would be eternally etched in their memories. Amidst their gratitude, there was a profound sense of relief at having survived. Chu Yuli also knelt with the others, her head bowed deeply, afraid to glance at Mou for fear of drawing his attention. She noticed some mortals hastily dispersing, and she too mingled with the crowd, quietly slipping away. Mou, of course, noticed her to AT-14. With the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement, she showed promise. However, he had formed his first golden elixir at that age. As the holy son of Tianxian, one must possess talent. Had it not been for Yanxi draining him once, he would likely have reached the nascent soul stage by now. Thus, he did not concern himself with Chu Yuli. In this world, the cultivation realms rank from lowest to highest as follows: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, god transformation, returning to void, harmonization, tribulation transcendence, and great achievement. Each realm further divides into 9 layers, symbolizing the return to unity, the simplicity of the great path. Mou intended to return to his hometown first before seeking his master regarding the marriage contract. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Detected the daughter of fortune, Chu Yuli. Suppressing her will yield rewards. Mou's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the slender figure within the crowd. In an instant, he appeared before Chu Yuli like a specter, blocking her path. Startled, Chu Yuli halted, bowing deeply. "What instructions do you have, esteemed elder?" Mou scrutinized her. Name: Chu Yuli, fortune, 8,000, purple, affinity, 20, initial acquaintance, description. Born into a declining family of cultivators. She was captured by human traffickers while fleeing, reduced to a mining slave, and unexpectedly obtained an opportunity while mining. Embarking on the path of cultivation, an affinity of 0 denotes unfamiliarity, while 100 signifies unwavering loyalty. Her fortune nearly matched his own. The rest, however, was rather mundane, lacking any noteworthy attributes. Mou slowly raised his hand. A gentle spiritual energy flowed forth, brushing over Chu Yuli's entire being. The grime vanished in an instant, revealing her true visage. Unremarkable, the kind of face that would go unnoticed on the streets. Chu Yuli's heart raced, her breath becoming cautious. That moment, Mou's brow arched, a playful smile gracing his lips. Well, it seems you have multiple layers of disguise." He almost missed it. With another wave of his hand, the spiritual energy transformed into a gentle breeze that swept across Chu Yuli's face, stripping away all her layers of pretense. Her stunningly ethereal beauty was laid bare before him. It was a face capable of captivating all, not fully matured, yet already hinting at an enchanting charm. Her skin was as fair as snow, lustrous as jade. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were a vibrant red. Tresses like a waterfall cascade down to her waist. The tattered garments do little to conceal her inherent beauty, instead augmenting a sense of delicate vulnerability. She resembles a pearl shrouded in dust, radiating an astonishing brilliance. The glint in her ink-black eyes flickers subtly. Although the system appears somewhat sluggish, it proves adept in identifying the fated daughter of fortune. This visage, this aura, undoubtedly the embodiment of destiny. Yet, how to suppress her, having lived 2 lives as a paragon of virtue? He has never engaged in the casual oppression of the weak. Feeling the changes within her, Chu Yuli's heartbeat quickens abruptly. This art of disguise, a legacy from her family's foundational ancestor, is a high-grade human-level spell. It is said that even the average golden core cultivator cannot discern its true nature. Yet now, this seemingly youthful individual before her has effortlessly unraveled it. How terrifying! What realm does this person belong to? The ordinary people, initially poised to depart, halt in their tracks, gazing at Chu Yuli in awe, their eyes brimming with admiration. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Is she a fairy? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuli forces herself to regain composure and bows once more. Senior, I did not intend to conceal my appearance. She adopts a lowly posture, her tone increasingly humble. The ink-black figure perceives her unease and replies with a smile. Do not be anxious. I am not a villain. Ahem. I am indeed a good person. Old habits die hard. Chu Yuli's heart sinks. He has outright confessed. The figure inquires calmly. What is your name? Li Feiyu. She responds decisively. Li Feiyu. How astute this girl is. The figure stifles a chuckle. Maintaining a composed demeanor. I see you possess great intelligence and exceptional roots, and I wish to confirm this. Internally, Chu Yuli scoffs. She is merely a waste with 5 spirit roots. What talent could she possibly have? Moreover, even as a furnace, she would barely suffice. Before she can ponder further, the figure clasps her delicate wrist. Indeed, a chaotic spirit root. Moments later, he releases her hand, nodding with satisfaction. Talent matters little for the child of fortune. It is all the same. The heavenly path will surely nourish you. With furrowed brows and a hint of bitterness in her voice, Chu Yuli responds, Senior, I am merely a 5 spirit root. The figure elaborates. A single spirit root is a heavenly root, 2 is a true spirit root, 3 is a mixed spirit root, 4 is a false spirit root, and 5 is a waste spirit root. Are you aware? Chu Yuli nods gently. 0.5 spirit roots equate to a waste spirit root, utterly devoid of value. She is not even worthy of being a furnace. The figure smirks slightly. A 5 spirit root can transform into a chaotic spirit root. I believe you possess that capability. Chu Yuli's heart races. Surely he does not intend to capture her as a furnace. While professing to assist her in her ascent, he is likely coveting her body. Thank you for your generous regard, Senior. She suppresses her rising panic, maintaining a courteous facade, all the while plotting her escape. The figure stands with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. I see you possess great determination. Your future is boundless. The golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. When faced with storms, it transforms into a dragon. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? He has already formed a plan, retain the fated daughter of fortune by his side, and later devise a means to suppress her. The warning bell rings in Chu Yuli's mind, yet her expression grows increasingly respectful. Even tinged with excitement, I am willing. I shall not fail to meet my master's expectations. She bows deeply, her voice crisp, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. This tremor, she cleverly disguises as enthusiasm. Yet internally, she scoffs at the notion of golden scales transforming into dragons. Chaotic spirit roots and boundless futures. All mere nonsense. Such self-righteous immortals are all the same. They surely intend to use her as a furnace. She, Chu Yuli, is no fool to be trifled with. She will find a way to escape. You forcibly accept Chu Yuli as your disciple, despite her unwillingness, yet you will have ample time to educate, discipline, and humiliate her in the future. This is a promising beginning. The villain succeeds in his counterattack. Reward. The Emperor's Banner. Emperor's Banner. A myriad soul banner refined by primordial purple energy. Its malevolent power will not backfire on the owner. The figure is speechless. So, we are abandoning all pretense. Where is it written in the description of the Emperor's Banner that it pertains to the myriad soul banner? Furthermore, must the language be so sinister? What discipline, punishment, and humiliation? Is he truly that kind of person? He focuses his thoughts and inspects the system spaced. An ancient black banner comes into view, quietly suspended, as if it has existed since time immemorial. Its surface is densely covered with swirling runes, shimmering with arcane light, emanating a disquieting aura. Entwined upon it are tendrils of primordial purple energy. Darkly hued. It is indeed a treasure of the human race, the Emperor's Banner. Its appearance is remarkable. Excellent. Considering that you may regard Chu Yuli as a furnace in the future, please select whether to seize her fortune points. No, the figure resolutely declines if others do not provoke him. He has no reason to trouble them. Being a child of fortune with a system, why would he need to rob others? Absurd. Due to your refusal to seize fortune, fortune remains unchanged. The villain points increase by 300. Now, the figure possesses a staggering 2,300 villain points. He is still about 100 small goals away from the Chaos Great Tao Sutra, equivalent to suppressing 1,000,000 of his own kind. This system truly knows how to conduct business. Using a single cultivation method as bait, It can incite individuals to slay 1,000,000 children of fortune like himself. Around them, the ordinary folk whisper among themselves. Their envious gaze is fixated upon Qingyue. She has caught the eye of an immortal. Her future is limitless. The figure extends a hand to assist Qingyue to her feet. From now on, you shall be my foremost disciple. With a casual wave, a set of disciple robes from the heavenly Xian sacred land and a storage ring soar towards Qingyue. I have but one request. Do not seek me unless necessary. He has plenty of people at the heavenly Xian sacred land. There is no need for him to personally mentor this disciple. Moreover, their personalities clashed. He is a reckless man who will charge headlong into danger without regard. The disciple shall remember. Qingyue replies respectfully, her heart secretly relieved. This arrangement suits her perfectly. Her slender fingers gently caress the exquisite disciple robes. Her instincts tell her that this item is anything but ordinary. Yet she cannot discern its uniqueness. She can only store it within the storage ring. Yanxi's teasing voice reverberates in the figure's mind. Why take her as a disciple? Are you smitten with the young lady? Yanxi, how about we make a wager? She will, at the very least, reach the great ascension. Yanxi raises an eyebrow at his words. You hold her in such high regard? Naturally. She is my disciple. What do you wish to wager? Yanxi chuckles lightly, evidently unconvinced by the figure's judgment. You truly believe reaching great ascension is as easy as picking cabbages? Can anyone simply be found on the roadside to achieve it? Such a feat cannot merely be accumulated through resources. Talent, determination, and that elusive chance are all essential. The figure is momentarily at a loss for words. He genuinely does not know what to wager. After all, given their relationship, he could simply ask for what he wants. Yanxi perceives his thoughts and smiles sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Very well. I have yet to experience the service of my disciple. How about this? If you lose, you shall wash my feet. If I lose, the same applies to me. What say you? Under the influence of Mou's divine awareness, his gaze instinctively swept toward Yanxi's feet. Her delicate and pristine jade-like toes were exquisitely slender and graceful. The faintest hint of azure veins was discernible upon her snowy skin, while her dainty ankles were rounded and petite. The smooth, milky surface of her instep glimmered, and her toes, arranged in a row, resembled lustrous pearls. Despite being a sole entity, she emanated a gentle halo, adding an ethereal allure. He hastily averted his eyes. Yanxi, just wait for me to pamper your feet. Yanxi chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling, neither confirming nor denying his implication. With an elegant motion, she brushed aside the silvery strands of hair at her temple. Allowing little Mou to wash her feet promised to be quite the amusement. Mou redirected his attention to Qingyue. It appeared that she had sustained some injuries while resisting those 2. Moreover, her body bore numerous concealed wounds, both old and new. Take this, Mou said. Producing a golden elixir and offering it to Qingyue. It was a yang yuan pill, a 3rd-grade healing elixir. In this world, elixirs were categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest, corresponding to 9 realms of cultivation. Qingyue accepted the elixir, feeling its smooth warmth in her palm, accompanied by a subtle yet invigorating fragrance. Her delicate brows knitted together, a surge of caution flooding her mind. Could this possibly be a poisonous pill? Her previous master had intended to administer a poison pill to her, plotting for her to be possessed. Fortunately, she had discovered the scheme in advance and fled. Yet, upon reflection, with Mou's prowess, it would not be a challenge to harm her. With that thought, she swallowed the elixir without hesitation. It dissolved instantly, a warm current coursing through her limbs. The wounds that had been agonizing just moments ago now tingled with a soothing sensation. Swiftly healing, the myriad latent injuries within her body were also restored. Even her spiritual energy showed signs of elevation, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough. Master, this is the Yang Yuan pill. The Yang Yuan pill? The one utilized by Golden Core cultivators for healing. Qingyue gasped in astonishment, her exquisite features marred by shock and confusion. She had heard her family elders speak of it. It was a revered healing elixir for Golden Core practitioners, worth a fortune and exceedingly rare. Why? Such an elixir could be exchanged for a multitude of Qi refining stage disciples. There would be no need to give it to her. As my disciple, it is only natural for me to treat you well, Mou replied nonchalantly. Qingyue's heart was a tumult of emotions, bitterness mingling with a hint of warmth. Did he truly regard her as a disciple? But if not, what was his intention? She possessed nothing of value, beauty. In the realm of cultivation, beauty was the least valuable commodity. After a moment of silence, she bowed deeply once more, this time with even greater sincerity. Thank you, master. Affection increased by 40. Current affection, 60, close. Under your patient guidance, Qingyue has begun to acknowledge you. And nurturing an enchanting beauty is indeed a significant joy in life. As a mortal daughter of fortune, Qingyue harbors immense wariness toward those of lesser luck. As a destined antagonist, you must have exerted unimaginable effort to earn her trust. The villain's counterattack succeeded. Reward: third-grade breakthrough pill. Third-grade breakthrough pill can facilitate a tier advancement in the Golden Core realm without side effects. A product of the system, guaranteed to be exceptional. Villain points increased by 600. It indeed required considerable effort. Just one third-grade Yang Yuan pill. This item is not even consumed by the pets of his sect. Carefully examining the breakthrough pill, although classified as third grade, it undoubtedly surpasses that level that if presented externally, it could easily rival fifth-grade elixirs. Mou raised his arm lightly, placing his palm on Qingyue's shoulder. Where, though this world is shrouded in darkness, it is not as dire as you perceive. At the very least, you can trust me. This place lies at the confluence of the Tianxin domain and the Chaos Star domain. The spiritual energy is sparse, and the order is chaotic, inevitably giving rise to darkness. Qingyue's delicate frame trembled slightly. The term "you wear" made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet oddly, it also kindled a flicker of warmth within her. It reminded her of her deceased mother. Is this world truly dark? Her family annihilated, her master poisoning her, human traffickers tormenting her, and minds exploiting her. All she had witnessed was endless darkness. She raised her head to gaze at Mou. His deep, inscrutable eyes made her feel both intrigued and drawn to him. Her instincts told her that he was trustworthy. After a lengthy silence, she parted her crimson lips. Master, Yue is yet to know your name. Me, Li Feiyu, Mou replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Qingyue's delicate visage was painted with confusion. Why did her master's name sound so similar to her own alias? Mou paid no heed to her puzzlement and summoned his flying sword. Come, let us go eradicate the wolf head gang. Qingyue did not inquire further and obediently stepped onto the flying sword. The sword soared through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light as it sped towards the wolf head gang. In the grand hall of the wolf head gang, Qingyue stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold and penetrating as he fixed it upon the trembling Wang Gang before him. Wang Gang, the leader of the wolf head gang, possessed a second-tier foundation, making him a local tyrant in this region. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, afraid to even breathe. I will ask you once more. Have you heard of Qingyue? Qingyue's voice was frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Wang Gang shuddered, hastily bowing his head in supplication. Master, I truly have not seen her. There is no such person in this vicinity. Qingyue delivered a sharp kick, sending Wang Gang sprawling several meters away. That he crashed against the wall, a wretched scream echoing through the hall. Qingyue approached, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Is there an entrance to a secret realm here? Wang Gang struggled to speak, his face reddening. There has recently appeared an entrance to a secret realm in the eastern mines of the Wolf Head Gang. A glimmer of light flickered in Qingyue's eyes. The Yin-Yang sect secret realm, the place where Qingyue first rose to prominence. Very well. A smirk curled upon his lips as he twisted his wrist. The sound of Wang Gang's neck snapping echoed sharply. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open. Qingyue tossed aside the corpse, his expression icy. He raised his hand, revealing a black flag. Shadows danced ominously upon the flag, exuding a chilling aura. 10,000 souls banner. Devour for me. Qingyue bellowed, the flag fluttering in the wind, unleashing a powerful suction force. Outside the hall, anguished cries filled the air. The minions of the Wolf Head Gang, caught off guard, were swiftly drawn in, becoming sustenance. The entire Wolf Head Gang transformed into a realm of ghosts in an instant. Qingyue stepped out of the hall, his demeanor grim. Qingyue, the heavens have granted me a second chance at life. To end this lifetime, I shall ensure your demise. Mou soared through the skies with Qingyue on his sword. The wind howled in their ears. Qingyue clung tightly to Mou's waist, her knuckles turning white as they nearly embedded into his flesh. If you hold on so tightly, I won't be able to maneuver the sword. Qingyue remained silent, burying her face deep in his back, her delicate form trembling slightly. She dared not look down or speak that it was too high, too fast to instill a sense of hierarchy in his disciple. He took her, someone who had never been aloft, on a rapid flight, inadvertently instilling in her a fear of heights, successfully suppressing the daughter of fortune. Villain points increased by 200. Fear of heights. Mou was momentarily taken aback. So that was it. Yet he was merely employing the standard speed of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. This velocity was hardly distinguishable from that of a turtle. Had he truly frightened Qingyue into acquiring acrophobia? Indeed, the sorrows and joys of humanity are seldom aligned. In the past, when he had been whisked away to the Tianxian sacred land by his former master during the tribulation period, he had been exhilarated. He gently patted Qiyuli's shoulder. We have arrived. Qiyuli discerned that the flying sword had come to a halt, prompting her to release Mou and cautiously lift her head. Before her lay a small sect. Within the sect, corpses were sprawled haphazardly in various positions. Some bore grotesque expressions, their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed some unfathomable horror before their demise. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood and a chilling, ghostly aura. Qiyuli's face turned ashen, her stomach churning violently, and she barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Mou's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Evil cultivators? Only such malevolent beings would resort to such wicked methods. His divine sense expanded in an instant, swiftly detecting a malevolent presence emanating from the entrance of the central hall of the sect. Looking over, he saw a man in a black robe standing there, his countenance menacing, with narrow, gleaming eyes radiating a cold light. An aura of dread surrounded him. This man was Qingyue. The moment Qingyue's gaze fell upon Qiyuli, it locked onto her with an intensity that betrayed his astonishment at her unparalleled beauty. What a stunning beauty, a woman capable of captivating nations and ensnaring souls. However, after the initial awe, a murderous intent surged within his eyes. Qiyuli, though he had only seen her true visage once, her exquisite features were indelibly etched in his mind. How fortuitous that she had come to him, sparing him the trouble of searching. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Qingyue's lips as he strode toward the pair, unconcerned by Mou. What formidable power could possibly exist in this godforsaken place? Upon seeing Qingyue, Qiyuli instinctively took a half-step back, positioning Mou protectively in front of her. She was aware of the perilous nature of the situation. Mou's divine sense swept over Qingyue, revealing his circumstances with startling clarity. He was merely at the first level of the Golden Core stage. A novice. The system panel materialized automatically. Name: Qingyue, fortune, green. What future? Mou noted that Qingyue's attention remained fixated on Qiyuli, and a vague suspicion began to take form in his mind. The details could be unraveled with a simple inquiry. Moreover, evil cultivators were to be eradicated without exception. He harbored a particular disdain for them. Qingyue hovered in midair, his gaze predatory and unrestrained. A wicked smile crept across his face, his voice dripping with unabashed greed. I must say, you are truly exquisite. Before he could finish his sentence, Mou made his move, without any superfluous gestures or invocation of magical artifacts. He simply raised his right hand. Instantly, spiritual energy surged forth, morphing into a colossal hand of spiritual force that blotted out the sun, exuding an overwhelming pressure as if it could grasp the very heavens. With a thunderous crash, the hand descended with astonishing swiftness, ensnaring Qingyue firmly. He barely had time to react before he found himself immobilized in midair, his smirk frozen in place, replaced by sheer terror. How is this possible? He frantically channeled the spiritual energy within him, attempting to break free from the grasp, only to find it utterly futile. The strength was vast as an abyss and heavy as a mountain, suffocating him to the brink of asphyxiation, as if his very organs were on the verge of bursting. In a state of panic, he raised his head to gaze at Mou, only to discover that he could not fathom this person's cultivation level. Damn it! How can there truly be a cultivator stronger than me in this wretched place? Mou leaped down from the flying sword, landing gracefully on the ground. Why did you attempt to harm my disciple? Qingyue was taken aback. Disciple? Impossible. How could she possibly have a master? He recalled that Qiyuli was a rogue cultivator. She had no master, not even a friend. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted, startling the birds in the forest. Impudent, release my young master at once. Mou lifted his gaze to see an elder in black robes approaching through the air, his presence exuding formidable authority. The spark of hope rekindled in Qingyue's eyes. His protector, Ling Qingyue, at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. This was the foundation of his arrogance. The Qin family had a lineage spanning 1,000 years as a prestigious family of transformation. Their deep-rooted heritage far surpassed that of any rogue cultivator from this remote region. Even among Golden Core cultivators, Ling Qingyue's artifacts and experience eclipsed those of ordinary practitioners. Today, he would ensure that this audacious rogue cultivator paid the price. Chu Yuli's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. The elder's ability to traverse the air indicated that he was also a Golden Core expert. Her master could be injured in a confrontation with such a powerful foe. Just then, a voice resonated like rolling thunder. "Fellow cultivator, I come to lend you my strength." Mou turned to the source of the voice and beheld a white-robed elder, embodying an ethereal grace as he approached. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Ling Qingyue's furious shout reverberated through the surroundings. This man was also at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. And coupled with Mou, who was at the 8th level, they would be formidable adversaries. The white-robed elder declared, "I am Xianfeng Junren of Xianjian Mountain Villa, sensing the overwhelming evil energy in this place. I have come to eradicate demons and uphold justice." He turned to Mou, saying, "Fear not, fellow cultivator. I alone am sufficient to deal with him." "Thank you." Mou clasped his fists in gratitude. Throughout the entire Tianxian domain, any force bearing the character Xian was generally a subsidiary of the Tianxian Holy Land. His gaze returned to Qin Shou. "Now, we may converse properly. What is it you wish to know?" Qin Shou's expression darkened like stormy waters. He did not believe that Xianfeng Junren could triumph over Ling Qingyue. His current objective was to buy time. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyue snorted disdainfully, summoning a demonic sword. He bit his tongue, letting a drop of his essence blood splatter onto the blade. Weaving a sword technique, the demonic sword let out a piercing shriek, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, slicing through the air toward Xianfeng Junren. Xianfeng Junren did not dare to be careless, summoning a flying sword to counter the attack. However, as their swords clashed, his sword was cleaved apart like tofu, disintegrating into fragments. His pupils constricted in shock. A spiritual artifact. It was known that only nascent soul cultivators were qualified to possess such treasures. In the next moment, the demonic sword continued its relentless assault, aiming for Xianfeng Junren's brow. "Fellow cultivator, hasten to my aid. Together, we can vanquish this demon." Xianfeng Junren's heart raced with fear as he hurriedly conjured a spiritual energy shield for defense. "Damn it! Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have bothered to intervene. It seems I am destined to perish here." Mou, witnessing the unfolding scene, let out a helpless sigh. The speed at which this was escalating was astounding. He flicked his fingers, sending a wave of spiritual energy into Qin Shou, instantaneously sealing his golden core and casually discarding him aside. In the next moment, Mou appeared before Xianfeng Junren, effortlessly pinching the incoming demonic sword between two fingers. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. Ling Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. He had burned his essence blood for a swift conclusion. This was undeniably the strongest strike below the nascent soul stage. Yet, it had been so easily caught. Xianfeng Junren was equally astonished, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment, realizing he was unnecessary for the rescue. Chu Yuli gazed at the scene in a daze. "Master is so magnificent." Mou, with the demonic sword pinched between his fingers, looked ethereal in his snowy white attire. With a casual toss, the demonic sword was driven deep into the ground. In a blink, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing in on Ling Qingyue, wielding a long spear that gleamed with a chilling light. Ancient runes danced along the spear's shaft, emanating an unsettling aura. The spear tip flickered with a sinister cold radiance. Enveloped in an unmatched killing intent, aimed directly at Ling Qingyue's heart. A cacophony of alarm bells rang in Ling Qingyue's mind as the specter of death loomed over him. With no time to ponder, he hastily summoned a flickering black shield of spiritual energy to guard himself. The shield bore the vivid image of A, radiating a weighty presence akin to that of a mountain. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded through the skies. The tip of the spear collided fiercely with the ethereal shield. The remarkably sturdy shield shattered into fragments, as fragile as paper. The spear surged forward with unstoppable force, piercing through the elder's chest in an instant. Blood splattered, staining the sky, yet curiously avoiding Mou. Ling Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. How could a dignified cultivator at the 9th level of Golden Core wielding an ethereal shield, be unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent? It must be known that this shield could not be easily destroyed, even by a Yuaning master. The elder emitted a broken roar from his throat, desperate for clarity. However, Mou offered him no chance. With a flick of his wrist, an eerie white flame erupted from the spear, rapidly engulfing Ling Qingyue entirely. Under the searing embrace of the ghostly fire, Ling Qingyue's flesh and soul disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. Mou withdrew his spear, the ghostly flame slowly extinguishing at its tip. The ninth level of golden core, truly formidable. The voice, soft yet resonant, penetrated the ears of everyone present. The Xianfeng was astonished. This display of bravado was remarkable. He had learned a valuable lesson. Next time, he would adopt such a method for foundation establishment. Chu Yuli gazed at Mou's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her master was truly extraordinary. To be able to obliterate a golden core cultivator in a heartbeat was nothing short of miraculous. Her master must be a Yuaning, concealing his true strength at the golden core level. She too desired to emulate this, to keep her true capabilities hidden from others. Qin Shou was utterly dumbfounded. His protector, at the ninth level of golden core, had actually been slain in an instant. How could this be possible? Who was this person? Why was he so powerful? Why had he appeared in this wretched place? In his previous life, he had investigated Chu Yuli for many years and had never heard of her possessing a master. Mou slowly turned, his icy gaze falling upon Qin Shou. The latter, paralyzed on the ground, trembled involuntarily, instinctively wishing to flee. Yet, as he moved, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The terror of death surged like a tidal wave, drowning him in despair. In that moment of hopelessness, a flicker of madness ignited in his eyes. You have forced my hand. If I am to die, then let us perish together. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a blood-red pill. The seal left by Mou shattering instantly that he summoned the Wan Hun fan. Using the fan as sustenance, he activated a secret technique to enhance the power of the resentful souls within. The black fabric of the fan ignited, emitting a foul stench and a sizzling sound, reminiscent of the wails of vengeful spirits. Thousands of resentful souls surged forth from the burning fan, a dense swarm akin to locusts descending upon the land. A chilling wind howled, the cries of the damned echoing in the air, sending shivers down the spine. Chu Yuli, pale with fright, instinctively retreated behind Mou. The Xianfeng expression grew grave. It was the Wan Hun fan. Damn it. The leading spirit of the fan had actually reached the Yuaning realm. He turned to Mou. Friend, if we join forces, there may yet be a slim chance of escape. Allow me to return to the manor, report the situation, and then we can capture this evil cultivator. Mou observed the swirling, resentful souls above, remaining silent. He despised evil cultivators in this life. All his loved ones had perished at their hands. Evil cultivators deserve to be utterly eradicated. Without the binding of the Wan Hun fan, the resentful souls swiftly locked onto the three, lunging towards them with a chilling aura that sent terror coursing through their veins. Friend, the Xianfeng urged anxiously. No need. Mou replied flatly. The Xianfeng was taken aback, thinking Mou had given up resistance, but then he saw Mou flick his fingers. A strand of cold white flame floated forth, descending amidst the resentful souls. As the ghostly fire touched the ground, it rapidly spread, transforming into a raging sea of white flames that enveloped countless resentful souls. Wherever the flames passed, the souls emitted sighs of relief, as if they had found liberation, ultimately dissipating into ethereal light, vanishing into the cosmos. Mou keenly felt the power of the ghostly fire. After consuming a significant number of resentful souls, its strength had greatly increased. What had once been at the level of qi refining was now equivalent to that of a Yuaning. The Xianfeng watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, wide enough to hold an egg. Could a golden core cultivator achieve such feats? Could their Yuaning patriarch do the same? Absolutely not. The figure before him was undoubtedly a high-ranking Yuaning. Perhaps even a formidable being of the transformation stage. Friend, I have some inquiries for that individual. Mou's voice broke the silence. The Xianfeng immediately understood. Senior, I am an elder of the Xianjin Manor. If you are interested, you are welcome to visit. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. Fearful of being caught in the aftermath, Mou approached Qin Shou. Speaking calmly, answer my previous question. Why did you attack my disciple? Qingyue trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his face. He had never anticipated that his Yuan-Ing level spirit would be so utterly powerless before Mou. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, forehead pressed against the earth, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Senior, I am, in fact, a reincarnator that I had no desire to kill her, but she will kill me in a few hundred years. Which is why I acted first. Please, Senior, I am willing to serve you faithfully. Just spare my life. Mou furrowed his brow at a reincarnator. He silently consulted the system. System, are you certain he is not a child of destiny? A child of destiny is not something just anyone can be. He is far too weak. Even a reincarnator not worthy of being a child of destiny. Mou's confusion deepened at that moment. Yan Shi's cold voice emanated from the ring. Xiaoyu, I believe I understand what he means. Mou raised an eyebrow. Sister Yan Shi, you know, I have seen it in ancient texts of the immortal realm. Yan Shi's crimson eyes flickered, seemingly lost in thought. The nine-leaf fate grass, a celestial herb born from the world's great calamities, possesses 9 leaves that can grant 9 individuals a glimpse into the future. Among them, one will bear great fortune and shoulder the burden of salvation, seeing the most distant future. This individual is surely one of the 9, but he is likely not the one destined to face the calamity. Mou suddenly understood that so, a reincarnator's external aid has appeared in a reasonable manner. Hence, there exists a child of destiny among reincarnators in this world that as for the great calamity, he did not care in the slightest. If Qingyue was to be killed in a few hundred years, then the calamity was still far off. The future was something he would leave to his future self to worry about. For now, he needed to focus on the present. Mou's gaze once again fell upon the trembling Qingyue, who was prostrating on the ground. I shall utilize this man's memories to discern what opportunities Yu Li may encounter in the future and seize them beforehand. He took out the Wan Hun fan. No, wait, it was the Ren Huang fan. An ancient, ink-black fan appeared out of thin air. The fan's surface shimmered with purple aura, and a chilling wind emanated from it, radiating a terrifying presence that sent shivers down the spine. The abilities of the Ren Huang fan were manifold. One of them was to extract fragments of memories from captured souls. Only fragments. But that would suffice. Qingyue's complexion changed drastically that he too possessed the Wan Hun fan. How could he not understand Mou's intentions? He hastily began to bow repeatedly. Senior, no matter what you ask, I will answer truthfully. But if you search my soul, you will never uncover everything that I do not care. Evil cultivators deserve to die. Moreover, if I let you live, I fear I will not sleep soundly at night. Mou smiled, preparing to wield the Ren Huang fan. Qingyue's pupils constricted in terror, the fear of death driving him to scream desperately. Wait, my grandfather is at the transformation stage. You cannot kill me. Transformation stage? Mou paused, a glimmer of amusement crossing his eyes. That's right. Release me, or my grandfather will surely kill you. Mou fell into contemplation, his fingers lightly tapping the Ren Huang fan, as if weighing the pros and cons. Seeing him hesitate, Qingyue found his confidence bolstered. If you aren't afraid of death, then go ahead and kill me. However, in the next moment, he observed a slight smirk at the corner of Mou's mouth. Very well, as you wished. As the words fell, Mou flicked his wrist, and the Emperor's banner fluttered ominously, its surface swirling with dark energy. That a terrifying suction erupted instantaneously, and Qingyue did not even have time to utter a scream before being drawn into the banner. Swiftly refined, Mou licked his lips. The transformation stage is splendid. I have always favored such a buy one get one free offered that moment. Yan Shi's curious voice broke the silence. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire that soul banner? It feels a bit peculiar. She sensed a faint trace of primordial purple energy emanating from the banner. Subsequently, she found the notion amusing. Who would idle away their time using primordial purple energy to refine a soul banner? Such treasures are innate and awaken alongside one's constitution and ghostly flames, Mou nonsensically retorted. Yan Shi furrowed her brow, a flicker of suspicion passing through her crimson eyes. You wouldn't be the biological son of the Ghost Emperor, would you? Who else would set the awakening conditions to be dual cultivation? She had always believed Mou to be merely an orphan from a mundane family. Now, it seemed, his lineage might not be so simple. Mou's expression remained calm. I don't know. I lost my parents as soon as I began to recall memories. Yan Shi's heart softened. and a hint of pity glimmered in her red eyes as she gently comforted him. "It's all right. You still have me." A warm current surged within Mo's heart. "Thank you, my dear sister, my esteemed master." He then redirected his focus to Qingshuo's memories. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli's heartbeat quickened slightly. "That black banner. Master Isnt an evil cultivator, is he?" She discreetly scrutinized Mou. His aura was quite tranquil, devoid of any sinister or malevolent vibes, allowing her anxious heart to settle that it would be disastrous to find oneself aboard an evil cultivator's ship. Evil cultivators are universally condemned. This soul banner must have been seized from another evil cultivator. Indeed, it had to be so. Mou swiftly concluded his examination of the memories. He acquired information regarding the Qin family's location, as well as the timing and place of the secret realms surrounding it. However, details about Chu Yuli were disappointingly scant. Qingshuo did not even recognize that Chu Yuli was Li Feiyu. Nonetheless, he stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. A year later, Li Mozhen, also known as Chu Yuli, would emerge prominently in a secret realm within the Tianxian domain. Mou resolved to bring Chu Yuli there at that time, compelling her to surrender a portion of her resources, thus effectively suppressing her. He then inquired of the system, "Can you locate the position of that reincarnator?" He wished to bring that individual over as well. Gradually applying pressure. Price: 500 villain points. Mou's expression darkened. He only possessed 10,000 fortune. Even if he were to sacrifice himself, he could only check 20 locations. However, recalling that the system had a bug that could exploit villain points, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Exchange: villain points -500. Reincarnator location: Tianxian Holy Land. Mou was taken aback. Tianxian Holy Land? I am in the same faction as another child of destiny. Moreover, I had never noticed. System: do you have a specific name or a more precise location? Price: 500 villain points. Mou. Damn, this is truly outrageous. More ruthless than Zhou Bapi. He took a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart and posed an extremely significant question. If I kill the child of destiny before seizing their fortune, what will happen? If you kill the child of destiny, they will die. What if I incite someone else to do it, for instance, getting Chu Yuli or inviting a tribulation stage expert to eliminate another child of destiny? Even the child of destiny finds it difficult to kill another child of destiny. Other powerful beings will only become a chance for the child of destiny. Mou nodded, absorbing 3 vital pieces of information. First, the system is superior to the heavenly Tao. Second, he need not worry about other children of destiny. Third, no one can kill him. In summary, he was liberated. Given this, the identity of that child of destiny was no longer of importance. Furthermore, since the system could detect children of destiny, returning to the Tianxian Holy Land would naturally reveal that person's identity. Mou bent down and began to loot. As soon as he grasped the storage ring, the system's notification sound chimed. Qingshuo is one of the crucial opportunities on Chu Yuli's cultivation path. You have successfully intercepted it. Reward: transformation stage first layer banner spirit 1. Villain points 100. Mou curled his lips. Transformation banner spirit. What do you want me to feed it? Although he had read novels in the past about the incredible might of the Myriad Souls banner, he realized upon transmigrating that the weapon was rather impractical. The crafting process was exceedingly arduous, more challenging than farming for top-tier attributes. The subsequent maintenance was even more troublesome, requiring a continuous influx of resentment to sustain it. If it were within the same realm, he might manage to substitute spiritual energy, but this was a transformation stage banner spirit. Where would he acquire such an abundance of spiritual energy? The system responded. The banner spirits rewarded by the system are perpetual motion machines and require no maintenance. As for other banner spirits, it is advised that you engage in a world massacre or a genocide, forging supreme terror with the endless resentment of living souls. Mou's forehead broke into a few black lines. Truly, a villain system. It certainly lived up to its name. He shifted his attention to the Emperor's banner. Besides Qingshuo's soul, there emerged an incredibly potent humanoid soul within it, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Transformation banner spirit. Just as the system indicated, even without the nourishment of resentment, this banner spirit would not dissipate. He couldn't help but marvel. The system is indeed monstrous. The gains from this day far surpass all the countless life and death crises I have faced throughout my life. If the original identity of the Child of Destiny merely opened a door to increased drop rates, then now, it was akin to unlocking infinite resources. This was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step. An exhilarating explosion of joy. Mou's consciousness delved into the storage ring. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the ring, in the ruined star domain, in the shattered star prefecture, within the Qin family. Two soul lamps slowly extinguished, turning into specks of ash that dispersed into the air. Show air. A piercing roar erupted, akin to thunder, shaking the entire Qin family. Following this, a figure burst forth like a whirlwind of chilling air. Clad in black robes, with a gaunt visage and crimson eyes, he resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. It was none other than the Qin family's ancestor, Qingyue. A notorious transformation stage demon in the Shattered Star Prefecture. At this moment, this usually inscrutable transformation stage expert was howling madly towards the heavens. Who is it? Who dares to slay my Shou heir? Qin Shou was his most beloved grandson and the family heir he held in such high esteem. Achieving Golden Core after a century, such talent, though not top tier in the ruined star domain, was a rarity in the Shattered Star Prefecture, sufficient to ensure the Qin family's glory for another millennium. Now, however, he had been slain, a reality he could scarcely accept. He suddenly waved his hand, and spiritual energy surged, conjuring a massive map that loomed above the Qin family. That a white mark indicated Mou's location. Relay my orders. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and capture the murderer for me. I want him, and everything behind him, to accompany Shou heir in death. Before his words could fade, the map in the sky exploded violently. Waves of energy surged, engulfing the entire Qin family with thunderous roars. Qingyue's expression darkened as he swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that countered the raging energy wave. Following this, a colossal middle finger slowly materialized in the sky, accompanied by a line of bold characters. Foolish beings, do you think you can track me with your level? The audacity of this provocation was glaringly evident in the vicinity of the Qin family, akin to a resounding slap that struck the very face of the Qin clan. Numerous individuals began to murmur and point fingers, while rival families of the Qin commenced discreet investigations into the matter. Qingyue's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. Not only had his grandson perished, but the entire reputation of the Qin family had been utterly tarnished, an egregious humiliation. Compounding his troubles was the fact that he had lost track of that individual. Meanwhile, after performing a minor spell, Mou casually wiped away the imprint of his consciousness. These tactics lacked any semblance of novelty. The incessant usage of such mental marks had grown tiresome. He perused the information regarding the Qin family stored in his memory. The Qin family boasted 3 formidable beings in the transformation stage and over a dozen in the nascent soul stage. However, many sought his life, and the insignificant Qin family was hardly a concern. After some contemplation, Mou reached a resolution. He would return to the sacred land, rally support, and obliterate the Qin family. Typically, he would not resort to such measures against ordinary foes, and the sacred land would not dispatch aid. Yet, the Qin family was different. They harbored sinister cultivators and undoubtedly possessed a significant opportunity for Qingyue. By preemptively eradicating them, he could likely acquire some valuable items from the system. Mou glanced again at the ring he possessed. The combined worth of the items in the 2 storage rings amounted to approximately 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. While they were considered affluent among ordinary golden core cultivators, they paled in comparison to Mou's standards. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous trinket in the corner. That it was a pitch-black shard, pockmarked and seemingly dropped from a broken vessel. Yet, it was entwined with a faint trace of demonic energy, emanating an eerie aura. According to the memories of Qin Shou, this item had been discovered in a secluded corner of a secret realm. Had he not fortuitously taken a closer look at that time, he might have missed it entirely. He had previously attempted to study the shard, but had gleaned nothing from it, eventually relegating it to a forgotten corner of his storage ring. Mou could assert with certainty, this was a tremendous opportunity. Such a remarkable item was surely meant for the protagonist. Aside from this mysterious shard, there was little else in the ring that captured Mou's interest. He tossed the ring to Qingyue. Instinctively, she caught it and probed within with her consciousness. In the next moment, she was left utterly astonished. Inside the ring lay a mountain of spirit stones, gleaming with a dazzling radiance that nearly blinded her. Various magical artifacts shimmered with resplendent hues, clearly not mundane items. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she finally regained her composure, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Master, are you not afraid I might steal these from you?" Mou raised an eyebrow. "What are you thinking? These are all for you, doubt me." Chu Yuli was completely taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced from Mou to the treasures within the ring. Her mind a haze. Just one of these items would have driven her former family into a frenzy. How could her master claim that all of this was for her? Such generosity was overwhelming. A warm sensation surged within Chu Yuli. She quickly bowed deeply to Mou. "Thank you, master." What had her master extracted earlier? Chu Yuli recalled the black shard, her mind swirling with questions, though it appeared ordinary. It exuded an unsettling aura. Soon, she deduced that her master must have taken it away out of concern that she might stray from the righteous path. How considerate of him! As Chu Yuli's thoughts raced, Mou received a notification from the system. Chu Yuli's affection increased by 20. That you have successfully intercepted Chu Yuli's opportunity. Fragment of the Heavenly Demon Inheritance. Heavenly Demon Secret Realm. Collect all 7 fragments to unlock entry. Possessing a fragment is mandatory, as it contains the Heavenly Demon Inheritance, an important opportunity on Chu Yuli's path to immortality. Under your deception, Chu Yuli has lost this opportunity, and she is still grateful to you. The antagonist counterattack succeeds. Reward: Heavenly Demon Inheritance Fragment, 2. Antagonist points, 300. The function for stealing Chu Yuli's fortune has been automatically disabled, but can be activated at will. Mou checked the system space. And indeed, there were 2 shimmering fragments added. He was uncertain whether these rewards were the result of the system transferring the other fragments, or if new ones had been created at the same time. He began to grasp the principles behind the system's rewards. The rewards were contingent upon the opportunities intercepted, and they included additional antagonist points. Increasing the favor of the Children of Fortune also yielded antagonist points. At certain pivotal moments, substantial rewards would be granted. For example, the first blood of Ling Qingyue, the full affection of Yin Shi, and Chu Yuli's apprenticeship. With this newfound understanding, Mou found future endeavors considerably more manageable. Since Chu Yuli would eventually annihilate the Qin family, his preemptive strike to seize their belongings could also be deemed an interception. Subsequently, he examined the system panel. Name: Mou Realm. 8th layer of Golden Core Physique. Chaotic Divine Body. Awakening pending. Pure Yang Kidney Body Cultivation Method. Heavenly Profound Sacred Canon. Heavenly Tier. Upper Grade. Great Burning Heaven Technique. Earth Tier. Middle Grade. Upgradable. Spells. Heavenly Profound Sword Technique. Magical Artifacts. Human Emperor Banner Special. Immortal Bone Fragment. Qingming Spiritual Flame. Pure Yang True Fire. Nether Ghost Fire Fortune. 12,000 gold. Antagonist points. 3,000 next. Consuming the Breakthrough Pill would elevate him to the 9th layer. Merging the Nether Ghost Fire would enhance the Great Burning Heaven Technique. Allowing him to challenge the nascent soul stage, he decided to return to his homeland first, then return to the sect to break through, while also ascertaining whether his senior and junior sisters were indeed daughters of fortune. Afterward, he would rally support to eliminate the Qin family. Mou swiftly devised his subsequent plans, casting a glance at the ragged Chu Yuli, then at the substantial sum of 3,000 antagonist points. Without hesitation, he accessed the system marketplace. Amidst the plethora of items, he fixed his gaze upon a low-grade spirit artifact, the Qinglan Moonlight Skirt, priced at 200 antagonist points. In this world, magical artifacts were categorized into 3 tiers: tools, spirit artifacts, and spiritual treasures, each further divided into upper, middle, lower, and extreme grades. The Qinglan Moonlight Skirt was entirely azure, as light and airy as gossamer, its surface shimmering with a faint moonlight, reminiscent of a dream. It could withstand attacks from cultivators below the Golden Core stage and possessed the ability to gather spiritual energy, accelerating the cultivation speed of its wearer. Most importantly, it was genuinely beautiful. With this in mind, he decisively exchanged for the spirit artifact. A blue skirt materialized in his hand, which he then presented to Chu Yuli. "Forget the one I previously gave you. Try this instead." It's a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact? Chu Yuli took the Qinglan Moonlight Skirt, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she contemplated its significance. Suddenly, her delicate frame trembled. She quickly shook her head, her tone resolute. "Master, I cannot accept this." She recalled having seen something about spirit artifacts in books before. Only cultivators of the nascent soul stage could wield such treasures, each worth an immense fortune. If given to her master, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength considerably. Wait, but her master seemed unable to wear this skirt. Chu Yuli's thoughts abruptly stalled, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Take it. It's of no use to me, Mou replied nonchalantly. His magical artifacts were all at least low-grade spirit items. However, Chu Yuli failed to grasp his implication. She stubbornly shook her head. Then I cannot accept it. Master could gift it to his future partner. Mou gazed at the determination in her eyes. Feeling a sense of helplessness, he adopted a stern expression, feigning angered. If I tell you to accept it, you shall accept it. Why all the fuss? Chu Yuli lowered her head slightly, a warm current flowing through her heart. Her master was truly wonderful, such a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, she bestowed upon herself that it had been a long time since anyone had shown her such concern. Gratitude welled up in her eyes. Tears shimmering and swirling in her gaze, Mou assumed she was frightened by him, and his heart softened involuntarily. I did not mean to frighten you. No. It's all right. Chu Yuli raised her head hurriedly. Her voice slightly rushed, fearful that Mou might misunderstand. The master noticed her displeasure and took the initiative to apologize, far surpassing his previous mentor. She became even more convinced that her master was indeed a good person. Some things can be discerned through a person's daily behavior. Chu Yuli infused her spiritual energy into the Qilin Yuehua dress in her hands. The dress seemed to come alive, gracefully unfurling and adorning her form. She glanced down, then spun around in front of Mou, the hem of her dress billowing like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Master, how does it look? Is it beautiful? Her enchanting eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. No young girl could resist the allure of a beautiful dress. Mou's eyes flashed with astonishment. It's stunning. The Chu Yuli before him, with skin fairer than snow, features like a painting, and eyes as clear as a bottomless spring, resembled a pool of crystal-clear water. Clad in the Qilin Yuehua dress, the hem adorned with starlight, she appeared as if the galaxy had scattered upon her. A light blue ribbon at her waist accentuated her slender figure, adding a touch of grace. Though her form had yet to fully mature, the initial hints of delicate curves were evident, akin to a budding flower radiating youthful charm, especially her slender waist, so delicate that one could easily embrace her within their arms. At this moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a stark contrast to the grimy little girl she once was. Such beauty could likely only be rivaled by those senior sisters on the mountain. Flushed with embarrassment from Mou's praise, Chu Yuli's cheeks tinged with pink as she lowered her head, her fingers gently twisting the hem of her dress. At this moment, she appeared even more captivating, yet Mou had little time to admire her, for he summoned his flying sword. Let us go, first back to my home. Chu Yuli hesitated slightly, feeling a twinge of fear, but still nodded gently, stepping lightly onto the flying sword. Your home? Don't you have a sect? I need to handle some matters at home. Then we shall go to the sect. Mou replied succinctly, leaping onto the sword, positioning himself in front of Chu Yuli as they ascended. To accommodate Chu Yuli, he lowered their flight, the sword gliding smoothly just above the ground. Are we going to see your parents? Chu Yuli murmured softly. Mou's keen hearing caught her whispered words that I was just a bit curious. A flustered expression crossed Chu Yuli's exquisite face. That I have no parents, and there is no one left at home. Mou spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of joy or anger. Chu Yuli was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, quickly replaced by a deep sense of compassion. Mou did not elaborate further, simply continuing to guide the flying sword in silence. Chu Yuli, perceptive as ever, began to piece together the implications. Her master must have endured a tragic fate similar to her own, she thought. Unable to contain herself, she gently wrapped her arms around Mou from behind, resting her cheek against his broad back. Master, you have me now. I am your family too. Thank you. Mou felt the warmth emanating from her, a wave of comfort washing over him. Memories of his past surfaced, from what he could vaguely recall. He seemed to have been born into a large family. However, his memories became fragmented, coinciding with the loss of his celestial bone. At 6 months old, he appeared in Mo village, taken in by the villagers. That was where his true memories began. At the age of 3, the village was slaughtered by malevolent cultivators, and he narrowly escaped as a young child. He was ill-equipped to survive in such a harsh world. Yet, an inexplicable force saved him, allowing him to fast. Later, he discovered it was the work of Sister Yin 1184. He was discovered by Yishime, the master of the Zui Peak of the Tianxian sacred land, becoming her fifth direct disciple, with 4 elder sisters and 1 younger sister. Half a day later, they arrived at Mo village. Is this your hometown? Chu Yuli surveyed her surroundings, astonishment evident in her voice, which trembled slightly. The dilapidated houses resembled hollow eyes gazing skyward, narrating tales of endless desolation. Among the ruins, weeds thrived, invading every inch of land. The entire village lay in desolation and silence. Mou said nothing, merely walking toward the ancient locust tree at the village entrance. Here, the ancestors of Mo village were laid to rest. With Master Yishime having assisted in their burial, he retrieved some spiritual fruits and fine wine from his storage ring, placing them before a relatively intact stone tablet. Now that I am about to break through to the nascent soul stage, once I become an immortal, I shall eradicate all malevolence from this world. His voice was low and solemn, each word heavy with significance. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Mou's silhouette. Her master's ambition was indeed grand, becoming an immortal and vanquishing evil. Could it truly be accomplished? Surely it could. Her master was the strongest. She glanced at the stone tablet, confusion crossing her features. Didn't Team Master say your name was Li Feiyu? Why is this place called Mo village? Keep up. Mou interrupted her thoughts, striding deeper into the village. Chu Yuli hurriedly followed, her steps light as a delicate little creature. They arrived at an ancient building constructed of blue stone. The plaque above the entrance bore 4 large characters: Mo Family Ancestral Hall. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a long-forgotten aura enveloped them. Inside the ancestral hall, ancestral tablets of the Mo family were enshrined. The incense table before them was thickly coated with dust. Mou approached the table, preparing to clear away the dust. The moment he touched the central tablet, the surrounding space warped. They both felt a blur before finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment. They stood upon a vast plain. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Spiritual energy was abundant, reminiscent of a fairyland. Is this a secret realm? Mou was somewhat astonished, never having expected that the Mo family ancestral hall concealed a secret realm. Indeed, the child of double fortune, double delight. However, this opportunity likely pertained solely to him, not Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli hid behind Mou. Master, where is this place? A secret realm, a place of opportunity, Mou explained as he led Chu Yuli forward. Chu Yuli was cautious, fearful of any danger that might hinder them. Mou, however, remained unperturbed, believing they were both children of fortune and would not perish. As they traversed a dense forest, the scenery suddenly opened up before them. A vast lake appeared, its waters crystal clear, sparkling under the light. In the center of the lake lay a small island, lush with trees and vibrant flowers. At the center of the island, golden bubbles floated in midair, within which resided a breathtaking maiden, dressed in white, her skin fairer than snow, her features exquisite. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her eyes gently closed. What is this? Chu Yuli gazed in awe. Unable to articulate the beauty before her, it transcended the mortal realm, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, evoking a sense of reverence. Yuan Zun. Mou spoke softly. Master, who is Yuan Zun? Not just anyone. Encountering a beauty in the ancestral grounds, I refer to her as Yuan Zun. Does Master often encounter beautiful maidens in the ancestral grounds? Chu Yuli tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Mou remained silent. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in black appeared before them. The old man's demeanor was amiable, his eyes filled with the wisdom of age. Visitors have arrived. Pure Yang's sacred body and innate celestial bone. Quite remarkable indeed. He gently stroked his beard, gazing at Mou with a soft sigh, which soon morphed into a look of regret. What a pity, the celestial bone has been cruelly extracted, far too tragic. A shock rippled through Mou's heart, yet he maintained a facade of composure. The elder truly possessed a discerning eye, instantly recognizing his condition. It is worth noting that even his own tribulation master, Yishime, and the sovereign of the Tianxian sacred land had failed to perceive his past celestial bone. This individual was either an exceptionally powerful cultivator of the great ascension stage with formidable probing abilities, or perhaps an immortal. Mou, dare to inquire, esteemed elder, who might you be, and what place is this? Mo bowed respectfully as he asked. As soon as his words fell, a chill swept over him from behind. Turning around, he saw Chu Yuli puffing her cheeks, her eyes wide with astonishment, resembling an adorably angry little creature. It suddenly dawned on Mo that he had previously teased her using a pseudonym. This little one is quite amusing. How is it that you are not afraid of me? The elder's voice pulled Mo back to the present. He turned his head, displaying a calm demeanor. A faint smile gracing his lips. Esteemed elder, you jest. What is there to fear? Death is but the worst outcome. The old man was merely a remnant soul, exceedingly weak, possessing only the strength of a transformation god. With the presence of netherfire and thunderous techniques, he could be easily dealt with. What a trivial concern. Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. How delightful! How delightful! Young one, I find myself increasingly fond of you. To speak candidly. I am Mo Yuan, the ancestor of the Mo clan. The ancestor of the Mo clan? Mo's heart stirred as he hastily opened his interface. Name, Mo Yuan. Fate. Purple description. Once a formidable warrior, trapped within the ancestral grounds of the Mo clan, the fortune bringer for the fate child. Mo. A fortune bringer. Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Ancestor, what was your realm during your peak? Mo Yuan stroked his beard, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his gaze, as if he were transported back to an era of great renown. I in my prime. I was also an 8 tribulation loose immortal. His voice carried a tinge of both melancholy and pride. In immortal. Chu Yuli exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes brimming with shock. Although she had yet to fully grasp the levels of cultivation, she understood the significance of immortals. Cultivating was all about becoming an immortal, and here stood an elder who was indeed one. This made her wary of Mo Yuan. Immortals were perilously dangerous. Conversely, Mo remained unfazed and promptly asked, Ancestor, do you possess any immortal artifacts? Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. After a while, he reacted, his beard bristling with indignation. No, I have revealed my identity, and yet you only inquire about immortal artifacts. I ask that your idea of courtesy. What about spiritual treasures or immortal techniques? Mo continued to press. At this, Mo Yuan's deep-set eyes widened in disbelief. You little rascal, are you greedier than I? Do you think these treasures grow like cabbages by the roadside, available at will? Mo expressed his disappointment. It is indeed regrettable that there are none. Mo Yuan observed the subtle changes in Mo's expression, his irritation growing. Just as he was about to admonish, Mo preemptively interrupted, in that case. Esteemed elder, please enlighten me on what you possess and what you require of me. Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Good lad. Quite commendable. I find myself liking you even more. His tone brimmed with appreciation. I indeed have a task for you. There are no free lunches in this world. However, do not worry, as you are, after all, of the Mo clan bloodline, which will only bring you benefits. He slowly turned his gaze toward the golden bubble floating in the center of the small island. You see that? That is the opportunity that awaits here. I see it. And then what? Mo followed Mo Yuan's gaze to in the center of the island. The golden bubble continued to hover peacefully, emanating a gentle glow that imparted a sense of sanctity. Your task is quite simple. Gain her approval, and you shall acquire the opportunities of this place. Mo Yuan explained slowly. At that moment, I shall be liberated. Liberated? Indeed, I have been trapped here for far too long. So long that I can scarcely recall the passage of time. As long as she exists, I shall never truly die, merely subsisting in this confined space. Mo nodded, understanding the implications of becoming a guardian of the tomb. He then launched a barrage of questions. Who is she? Why is she here? Why must it be me? What makes you think I can succeed? This series of inquiries left Mo Yuan momentarily speechless. He patiently explained, I do not know who she is, but I can affirm she hails from the upper realm and is a person of great significance. She has ties to our Mo clan, which is why only the descendants of the Mo clan can have the opportunity to gain her approval. Though I cannot see the outside world, I am still aware of certain matters. Moreover, Mo Yuan paused, his expression turning grave. I have foreseen a great calamity approaching the Tianyuan continent. You will undoubtedly require this opportunity. A great calamity. Mo feigned confusion. Mo Yuan nodded, his demeanor serious. His voice low. Within the next millennium, a disaster will sweep across the Tianyuan continent. He hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully. It could occur in a century or as late as 500 years. But this calamity is destined to arrive. As for what it entails, I cannot ascertain. Mou nodded lightly, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug from behind. It was Qingyue. Clutching his clothing tightly. He turned to meet her clear gaze. Without words, he comprehended her thoughts. She suspected Mo Yuan was not to be trusted, while Mou believed that Qingyue held such sentiments towards everyone. This time, he found himself in agreement. The Emperor's banner silently flew out from the system space, shrinking to the size of a willow leaf, and gently wrapped around the tip of Qingyue's finger. "Little girl, do you dare to question me?" Mou Yuan, oblivious to Mou's subtle actions, detected Qingyue's suspicions and spoke with a hint of irritation. "That I have no interest in deceiving anyone." Mou gently patted the back of Qingyue's hand, soothing her softly. "Do not worry. He is the ancestor of the Mo clan and will not deceive me." Exactly. Mou Yuan chimed in hastily. Qingyue glanced at the Emperor's banner on her finger, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly released her grip. Mou pondered briefly before summoning his flying sword, directing it toward the small island. As soon as he landed, the voice of Yen Shi echoed in his mind. "That Mou Yuan gives me a strange feeling. Be cautious." "Understood, Sister Yen Xi." Mou nodded slightly, having realized the truth himself. Firstly, he was adopted and not of the Mo family bloodline. Secondly, the timing of the calamity did not align. Qin Shou had lived for more than 5 centuries. Even if Mou Yuan had issues, he still felt compelled to come and take a look. This was a great opportunity. Mou Yuan's gaze burned intensely as he fixedly locked onto Mou. In truth, he was not the genuine Mou Yuan, the ancestral figure of the Mo family. Mou Yuan had long since perished. He was merely the manifestation of Mou Yuan's inner demon. He was indeed unaware of the identity of the person on that island, only knowing that she had been waiting for the fated individual. If one were not the destined one, they would be met with hostility. Mou Yuan had witnessed too many members of the Mo family return empty-handed, including many peerless prodigies with the potential for immortality. Some possessed physiques even more powerful than Mou's: the immaculate body, the celestial body, the innate Tao body, the flawless holy body. Yet, even they could not gain recognition and could only depart in silence. For far too long, far longer than the external Mo family had endured numerous rises and falls. Ultimately, Mou Yuan went mad, leading to his current existence that he believed that the fated individual did not exist at all. It was merely a trap. He yearned for liberation, for freedom, for an escape from this confining place. After being attacked, though Mou would not perish, he would be temporarily weakened. Then, he could seize Mou's body. Mou's gaze fell upon the golden bubble. Within the bubble, a young girl lay in serene slumber. He could see her form clearly, but could not penetrate the thin barrier with his divine sense. Only through divine sense could one see and activate the system panel that he slowly approached. Just as he was about to touch the edge of the bubble, it gradually dissipated, and the girl's figure became increasingly clear. She floated there, her eyes tightly closed, as if in deep sleep. Her light golden hair emitted a faint glow. Pure and noble, an indescribable aura surrounded her, ethereal and sacred, as if she did not belong to this mundane world. Words of the world paled before her. No rhetoric could capture even a fraction of her beauty. Merely gazing at her inspired awe, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any thought of desecration. Mou's mind swayed, momentarily lost, as though his soul were being drawn into her endless sanctity. That a strong desire surged within him, compelling him to approach her, to understand her, to surrender to her. Awaken, at that moment. Yinshi's voice thundered in Mou's mind like a bolt of lightning. Be cautious. It is an illusion. Yinshi reminded him again, her tone grave. Thank you, Sister Yen Xi. Mou snapped back to reality, his gaze once more fixating on the young woman. His vigilance heightened. This moment, she remained stunningly beautiful, surpassing all he had ever seen. Yet, the previous sensation had vanished. After the bubble dissipated, his divine sense could now detect the young girl. With a thought, the system panel materialized. Name: Jixian Yao Luck. Affection: 0. Stranger. Description: daughter of the ancestral dragon, sealed in the lower realm. Mou's greatest fortune, destined to continuously provide him with luck. Mou's eyes widened. What on earth is this luck? Inexhaustible? Infinite? How exaggerated. He felt ecstasy within. Thank you, Heavenly Tao, for this grand gift. Meanwhile, Confusion etched Mo Yuan's face as he intently observed Mo Yu. Why was this method of attack so peculiar? This was the first time he had seen a golden bubble dissipate. His curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze to Ji Xianyao. Having been trapped here for endless eons, he had never truly seen her visage. At that glance, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen, as if his soul had been wrenched away. Xu Yuli also curiously looked toward Ji Xianyao in an instant. She too fell into a state of hazy confusion, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, at that very moment, a flicker of deep green appeared in her eyes. She abruptly awoke, breaking free from that strange state. She glanced around, feeling slightly dazed, unsure of what had transpired. Yet, she sensed a strong sense of crisis. That person must be incredibly dangerous. She couldn't help but feel anxious for Mo Yu. Silently praying for his safety, Mo Yu communicated through his ring, Sister Yanxi. Do you know of the ancestral dragon? Yanxi furrowed her brow, as if trying to recall. After a moment, she gently shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Why do you ask? Mo Yu's gaze fell upon the breathtaking woman before him. And he spoke slowly. The moment I saw her, this term sprang to my mind. It may be related to her. You brat, don't tell me you're infatuated? Yanxi teased. Mo Yu smiled helplessly. Please don't joke about me. Yanxi's expression suddenly turned serious, her tone grave. This woman is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. I have not seen anyone who surpasses her, even in the upper realms. She exudes no aura of spiritual power and appears utterly defenseless. Yet, I can sense that she is extremely dangerous. I advise you to leave first and return only when your cultivation reaches the great ascension. Mo Yu looked at Yanxi, whose face bore an unprecedented seriousness. It could be said that since their acquaintance, Yanxi had never been so cautious. Ever since he survived his fourth leap from the cliff, she had ceased to interfere with his seemingly reckless actions. But this time, she had spoken. This was sufficient to indicate that in Yanxi's heart, the danger lurking within this mysterious woman had reached a terrifying level. Mo Yu smiled confidently. Trust me, Sister Yanxi. I bear great fortune and will be fine. Moreover, if I do not seize every opportunity to enhance myself, how can I expedite your revival? Yanxi gazed at Mo Yu's confident smile, warmth swelling within her heart. You really don't have to push yourself so hard. I know it's futile to advise you. For some reason, a strange flutter stirred within her, as if something was quietly sprouting in her heart. She quickly suppressed this sudden emotion. Little Yu had grown up under her watch. How could such thoughts arise? Mo Yu's gaze returned to Ji Xianyao. If even Sister Yin, she did not know what the ancestral dragon was. He could only speculate. For now, let it be regarded as the creator deity. He slowly raised his hand, reaching toward Ji Xianyao's delicate, jade-like hand. The instant his fingertip made contact with her skin, a brilliant golden light erupted around Ji Xianyao, transforming into a stream of light that entered Mo Yu's sea of consciousness, vanishing from sight. Mo Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the completion of a trial? He quickly focused his mind, turning inward to his sea of consciousness. He beheld Ji Xianyao floating serenely within, her eyes tightly shut, still asleep, as if a sacred goddess. Detected. You have successfully intercepted the daughter of luck. Ji Xianyao, daughter of the ancestral dragon. Ji Xianyao possesses boundless luck and can facilitate the restoration of your luck to that of the holy dragon. You will lose consciousness of her. In an irresistible manner, she has been forcefully drawn into your sea of consciousness, and she is now yours to command and play with at will. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward: one-click restoration of holy dragon luck. Holy dragon luck, a unique, unparalleled fortune of high quality, placing you in an invincible position in the struggle for opportunities. Currently plundering Mo Yu's luck. Plunder failed. Automatically replenishing. Luck 1000. Villain points 1000. Restore on Mo Yu's head. Several question marks emerged. He felt a sense of confusion. The python sparrow had devoured the dragon, and the enemy count had increased. Mo Yu had already mentally pieced together the entire sequence of events. From birth, he had been endowed with the fate of the sacred dragon and the essence of an immortal, all of which had been taken from him. To protect him, his parents had cast him into this lower realm. The methods employed by the heavenly Tao to cultivate individuals remained remarkably consistent. The cancellation of engagement would render it flawless. He ceased his thoughts and began to delve into the sacred dragon's fate. Fate was categorized into 8 types, transitioning from black to colorful, with an additional 9th type of special fate. The sacred dragon's fate was one of these. Black signified the mundane existence of an ordinary person. Gray indicated modest achievements among mortals, yet ultimately it could not lead to cultivation. White represented the vast majority of ordinary cultivators. Green to purple, favored by the heavenly Tao, often enjoyed a commendable lifetime. Gold assured an ascension to immortality, making it nearly impossible to meet one's demise. Colorful denoted ascension to the upper realm, remaining invincible. Special fate transcended the entire fate system, reigning supreme over all. Even when encountering colorful fates, it could ensure invincibility. The sacred dragon's fate enabled him to seize opportunities from the children of fate with greater ease and possessed numerous hidden effects. Under normal circumstances, the recovery process of the sacred dragon's fate was extraordinarily protracted. It was likely that even upon ascension to immortality, he might not fully transform it. However, with the system's assistance, it was accomplished in an instant. Nevertheless, this fate system differed from what MOU had observed in novels. According to this framework, even villains could possess purple fates. Soon, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of how insignificant a villain might be, their life was undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary mortal. How could an enemy destined to become the child of destiny possibly be a mere fool? At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Please ensure that Ji Xian Yao submits promptly, as only then can she provide you with fate. The fate will continuously enhance based on Ji Xian Yao's favorability or submission level. The higher the favor or submission, the faster the enhancement. MOU couldn't help but murmur to himself. She was still in slumber, and he had no idea when she would awaken or how to improve her favorability. Please conquer her with your personal charm. This system does not provide any means of mental control. MOU was somewhat taken aback. The system indeed held some principles that, of course, even if there were mental control, he would never resort to it. He was not a villain. Moreover, if even love were fabricated, what could possibly be deemed real? A green hat. In this regard, the system resonated with him. Just then, the voice of Yin Shi resounded. She has entered my consciousness, MOU replied. I don't know why. Why would she enter your consciousness? I don't know. Perhaps I am the one she has been searching for. How could it be that you encounter all the good fortune? Yin Shi internally scoffed. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Be cautious. After Ji Xian Yao vanished, Mo Yuan abruptly awakened. What had just transpired? His consciousness felt as though it had been devoured by something for a period. He hastily glanced at MOU. Fortunately, MOU was still present. He sighed in relief, but the next moment, his heart leaped into his throat. Where had that woman gone? Was it not so? The opportunity that had awaited the former for countless years had now been taken away shortly after his ascension. Could it be that he was the heart demon of fate? Immediately, his expression darkened, and his gaze turned resolute. Even so, he intended to seize the body of this junior. He still had his own ambitions to fulfill. The pure yang sacred body, the immortal essence, combined with this opportunity, would undoubtedly lead to his ascension. While he was still receiving the inheritance, Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Mo approaching on his sword. Had he completed the inheritance so quickly? Although he possessed the power of transformation, Mo was merely at the golden core stage. Yet, he lacked confidence in defeating the current Mo due to the presence of that mysterious woman's opportunity. He dared not speculate on Mo's current strength. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Chu Yu Li, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. His initial requirements for seizing a body were a living person, male, with a special physique and a high status. Now, he could only settle for a living person. Ji Li fixed her gaze on Mo, while her peripheral vision remained attentive to Mo Yuan. She had already grasped the method of utilizing the human emperor banner. By simply infusing her inner spiritual energy, it could automatically protect its master. Was she truly not afraid of Mo Yuan? Even though her master had provided her with this, she still felt a tinge of fear. It was not that she doubted her master's abilities. After all, he was an immortal, though he was nearing death. He was still an immortal. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Just then, Mo Yuan's form shifted, transforming into a wisp of black mist and lunging towards her. Ji Li reacted swiftly, immediately channeling her spiritual energy into the human emperor banner on her finger. The banner instantly regained its original form, a flag exuding black mist. Soul banner? Mo Yuan's pupils abruptly constricted, filled with astonishment. However, in an instant, his shock transformed into disdain. A mere chi refinement practitioner could hardly unleash the full power of a soul banner. In the world of cultivation, one must adhere to fundamental laws. A chi refinement practitioner could never manipulate souls above the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the next moment, Mo Yuan was utterly stunned. He witnessed a soul of the transformation stage charging towards him. Though it was only the first layer of transformation, Mo Yuan could still sense that this soul had possessed remarkable strength in life. It was undoubtedly a transformation practitioner with the potential to ascend. Damn it, Mo Yuan cursed inwardly. How could you both, a golden core and a chi refinement practitioner, capture this transformation soul? As a chi refinement practitioner, where did you get the spiritual energy to control this transformation soul? He could not afford to be careless, hastily activating secret techniques, burning his soul to forcibly elevate his strength. As his power surged, hope ignited within him. Just one breath was all he needed to slay this transformation soul spirit. However, the next instant, a purple bolt of lightning appeared, striking him fiercely, boom, amidst the thunderous roar. Mo Yuan's soul became increasingly translucent, as if it would dissipate in the wind at any moment. How could this be? Mo Yuan found it hard to believe. His voice trembling, he turned his gaze. Fixated on the source of the lightning, MOU. Heavenly level thunder technique. You were capable of wielding a heavenly level thunder technique. This is impossible, Mo Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. The Mo family had long since fallen into decline. All heavenly level techniques had supposedly been lost to time. How could anyone still wield a heavenly level spell? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Mou's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Chu Yuli, the human emperor banner responding to his call. Chu Yuli gazed at Mou's back, her heart brimming with joy. Master is so powerful. He must have concealed his strength. Perhaps Master is also an immortal. Mou was unaware of Chu Yuli's thoughts. He was preparing to strike and eliminate this hidden threat when he heard Mo Yuan's laughter. Huh? Good. Excellent. Young man. You are formidable. His laughter carried a hint of admiration, a sense of liberation, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. What does this mean? Mou furrowed his brow, puzzled yet vigilant. The lightning in his palm flickered. The heavenly mysterious thunder technique poised to counter any retaliation from Mo Yuan. Young man, I initially thought you had merely stumbled upon luck, yet I never anticipated your abilities to reach such heights. It seems that the heavens have not forsaken my Mo family. Mo Yuan's voice resonated once more. Mou, is it? The last descendant of the Mo family. The resurgence of the Mo family relies on you. His voice suddenly rose in intensity, infused with boundless expectation. As his words fell, his entire soul began to burn fiercely, purple flames soaring, illuminating his increasingly ethereal figure. Burning the soul, enhancing combat strength, but hasn't it already been burned once? Mou felt a sense of confusion, yet remained on guard. Mo Yuan's form grew increasingly insubstantial, dissipating like morning mist, while the purple flames blazed ever more fiercely at the center of his body. A purple orb slowly emerged, translucent and radiant. It emanated a potent wave of soul energy, resembling a pill. This is the soul pill condensed from the entirety of my life as soul power. It can assist you in strengthening your soul, ensuring that your path of cultivation remains unobstructed until the stage of harmonization. The corporeal form of Mo Yuan gradually became ethereal. Indeed, I once harbored thoughts of seizing your essence. Yet since you possess the ability to rejuvenate the Mo clan, it is only fitting that the future be entrusted to the younger generation. His gaze was complex, a tapestry woven with sorrow, solace, and anticipation, an amalgamation of emotions that ultimately culminated in a deep sigh. Mou comprehended his intent. In the face of impending death, words become benevolent at a profound, ineffable sensation surged within him, and he finally spoke. Regrettably, esteemed elder, I am not a true descendant of the Mo clan. I was forsaken by my original family and abandoned in Mo village. The bloodline of your clan cannot ultimately be passed on. Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him, his smile growing ever more radiant. I cannot be mistaken. I have stood vigil here for countless years, and never have I erred. He gazed intently at Mou. Beware, within 500 years, a great calamity shall befall the Tianyuan continent. His voice grew fainter, more ethereal. In the end, his words dissipated alongside his soul, leaving behind a soul elixir that emitted a faint glow. Quietly suspended in midair, upon hearing this, Mou was momentarily lost in thought. Have you never been disdainful of deceit? Recalling Mo Yuan's previous words, he murmured softly. Thus, Mo Yuan believed he bore the blood of the Mo clan. The impending calamity indeed looms within 500 years. Does this imply that Mo village is merely the birthplace of the Mo clan? Then, does it follow that he is, in fact, a member of the upper realms Mo clan? Another classic archetype, Mou internally scoffed. The soul elixir slowly floated before him, snapping him back to reality as he reached out to gently grasp it. It felt icy to the touch, yet a warm current flowed into his body through his palm. He bowed slightly in the direction where Mo Yuan had vanished. I shall not disappoint the hopes of my ancestors. You have preempted Mou, masquerading as a member of the Mo clan, obtaining the recognition of the clan's patriarch, successfully intercepting his fortune. Having lost the nurturing soul elixir, Mou will find it exceedingly difficult to aid Yanxi in swiftly restoring her spirit. You may seize this opportunity to exploit the vulnerability. The antagonist has successfully turned the tables. Reward: gathering in soul jade box, celestial artifact. Gathering in soul jade box, capable of absorbing the power of the Taiyin, naturally generating random soul-related elixirs each month without the need for spiritual energy activation. Fortune plunder failure, automatic replenishment. Fortune 200, antagonist points 200. A celestial artifact. Mou stared in awe at the jade box within the system space. The jade box was entirely translucent, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. At its center, a taiji symbol, the yin-yang fish appearing lifelike, as if swimming slowly, radiating a faint moonlight. No need for spiritual energy. Simply placing the jade box under the moon will yield a elixir equivalent to the soul elixir transformed by Mou Yuan. This is simply extraordinary. The rewards provided by the system in a single day far exceeded the fruits of his labor over the past 20 years. Though random, who is he? The child of fortune. The most remarkable aspect is rolling the dice. What a thrill! That elixir is of no concern. Quickly, consume it. Its utility far surpasses what your ancestor has described. The urging voice of Yanxi resonated from within the soul ring. Mou returned to his senses, placing the elixir into the soul ring. Sister Yanxi, this will benefit you far more. You should refine it. Within the soul ring, the purple soul elixir floated serenely, its gentle glow illuminating Yanxi's form, rendering her breathtaking figure even more ethereal. She gazed at the soul elixir, her ruby-like eyes brimming with emotions that surged like a tide: gratitude, relief, hesitation, a myriad of feelings intertwining, ultimately coalescing into a flicker of annoyance. Little you, what nonsense! Yanxi's voice rose an octave, tinged with reproach and a hint of heartache. This soul elixir harbors the entirety of your ancestors' spiritual power, and rightfully belongs to you. How can it be given to me? Mou was taken aback, not anticipating Yanxi's reaction, a warm current swelling within his heart. Sister Yanxi, do you recall how many times you have saved me? Who knows? Who keeps count of such things? Just eat it. Yanxi replied nonchalantly. From the very beginning, when you shielded me from the malevolent cultivators in Mo village, you have saved me 48 times, 8 of which led you to fall into slumber. Mou spoke earnestly. Yanxi found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback that Mou remembered so precisely. Her delicate lips parted. I did this for my own sake. Yet upon reflection, she realized even she did not believe those words. Mou smiled, a warm and genuine smile. I understand. I shall undoubtedly assist you in reconstructing your body in the future, utilizing the finest materials to forge the most beautiful form. He then spoke with solemnity. However, I possess great fortune, and greater things shall come. Your spirit has been damaged. This will serve you better. Besides, the quicker you recover, the more you can assist me later, correct? She was momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart a blend of emotion and helplessness, with a touch of sweetness. She gazed at Mou, whose resolute countenance radiated sincerity and concern, devoid of any pretense. Her heart felt as though it were being gently stirred by a tender hand, sending ripples across her emotions. Since their acquaintance, Mou had never disappointed her. Time and again, he defied fate and altered destiny. He was no longer the naive child of your. He resembled a raw gem, having endured trials, destined to eventually shine with brilliant light. An inexplicable emotion blossomed within Yanxi's heart. This feeling transcended the bond of teacher and student, infused with a flutter that she herself had yet to recognize. Spreading within her soul, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her turbulent thoughts. Very well. Yanxi sighed lightly. Since you insist, I shall acquiesce. With a graceful motion, she accepted the purple soul elixir, her cherry lips parting as she consumed it. In that instant, the soul ring blazed with radiant light, a powerful wave of spiritual energy sweeping forth. Flames erupted around Yanxi, her crimson garb billowing, white hair cascading, resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames. both breathtaking and sacred. Her spirit solidified at a visibly accelerated pace under the nourishment of the soul elixir, exuding an even more formidable aura. Ultimately, Yanxi's spirit was far more solidified than before. Appearing almost tangible, she softly stated, "My strength has now returned to the transformation stage. Should I control your body, I could contend even against those at the void return stage." Mou's smile widened in satisfaction. "Little Yanxi, you are still not easily manipulated. Even without summoning help, we could now vanquish that Qin family." His gaze fell upon the nearby Chu Yuli. "We should make our exit." Chu Yuli nodded, her face etched with curiosity. "Master, why did your ancestor choose to do this?" Mou was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Who knows? Not out of enlightenment, but out of fear of death. How could that be? He had sacrificed himself. Yet can I admit my ignorance? I cannot. That a dignified image is crucial. Without establishing an aura of authority, what if my disciples rebel against me in the future? The voice of Yanxi echoed within the soul ring. That Mo Yuan is a manifestation of inner demons, a fixation. Had he not ultimately sacrificed himself, his obsession might have been freedom. Yet, it appears, that is not the case. It is more accurately described as a desire for the family's resurgence. He has been trapped here for countless years, witnessing the Mo clan's decline from glory to ruin, yet powerless to intervene. Over time, this accumulation of frustration birthed his inner demons. If you lack the ability to overcome him, he will usurp your essence and endeavor to revitalize the Mo clan himself. So that is the case that Mou relayed Yanxi's words verbatim to Chu Yuli. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuli nodded thoughtfully, her gaze filled with admiration. Master is truly remarkable. Not only is he powerful, but his knowledge is also profound. Mou perceived her thoughts and felt a twinge of bashfulness. How could he know? It was merely a case of borrowing flowers to offer incense at a tea that moment. The surrounding environment began to shift, and the two returned to the ancestral hall of the Mo clan. Mou sensed that the secret realm had vanished forever. Master, where shall we head next? To the nearest sex teleportation array to return to the Tianxian sacred land. The Tianxian sacred land. Chu Yuli gasped in astonishment. Although her exposure to the world was limited and she had never heard of this power, she was aware that they were in the Tianxian domain. It was clear that any force bold enough to bear the name Tianxian was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Mou looked at Chu Yuli's face, which flushed slightly in her excitement, and smiled. The Tianxian sacred land is the most powerful faction in the Tianxian domain and one of the 9 supreme forces of the human race. You will learn more about it when we return. These are merely the foundational lessons. With that, he took to the skies on his sword, carrying Chu Yuli with him as they soared towards the nearest sect. The Xinjian mountain mannered as they flew. The sound of Chu Yuli's stomach growling unexpectedly interrupted the moment. "Master, I'm hungry," she said, her cheeks turning crimson in embarrassment. Mou suddenly remembered that she had not yet begun fasting. He looked down to see a lush forest below, ancient trees towering high enough to block out the sun. Mou descended into the forest. "I did not bring any fasting pills. Let me see if there are any beasts nearby." "Okay." Chu Yuli nodded vigorously. Mou extended his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Oddly enough, this area seemed remarkably devoid of any beasts. Not even a single large creature was present. Mou's curiosity deepened as he expanded the range of his perception. Finally, at the edge of his awareness, he spotted a golden core rabbit demon, its ruby-like eyes sparkling with intelligence. Its long ears twitched adorably, making it look incredibly delectable. Mou thought to himself, with a flick of his mind. His sword shot forth with a piercing sound, racing towards the rabbit demon with incredible speed, akin to a missile. Detected luck. As a qualified antagonist, you have mastered the art of ambush, seizing the opportunity before the luck bearer. The female protagonist Xiaohua has matured. You swiftly eliminate her. Rewards. Divine ability, indestructible golden body, has automatically reached perfection. You have successfully slain the beloved of the luck bearer Tang Si, who must now be heartbroken and is currently in the process of seizing luck. Luck 1000 antagonist points 1000. A series of notifications left Mou momentarily bewildered. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I? But soon, he brushed it off. Killing is killing. The one he had just slain was probably the wife of the protagonist Tang Si. Anyone named Tang Si could not possibly be a good person. As for retribution, could anyone truly fear being entangled by the blue silver? His attention was swiftly captured by the indestructible golden body. Mou closed his eyes, savoring the newfound divine ability, a wave of ecstasy washing over him. The indestructible golden body grants immunity to all damage beneath the immortal realm for 3 seconds. Above the immortal realm, it depends on proficiency. The system had directly perfected it for him, allowing immunity to damage within 5 major realms, also for 3 seconds. The spiritual energy consumption was nearly negligible. Usable once a month. This was truly a celestial skill. In this world, sword cultivation was paramount, and sword cultivators focused on dealing the most potent damage in the shortest time. Some extreme sword cultivators could concentrate all their spiritual energy into a single strike. Pursuing the ultimate explosion, ensuring a one-hit kill, the sword disciples of the sword sect achieved this, relying on their single strike to become the foremost figure of the Yuanying realm, renowned throughout the world. The indestructible golden body was essentially the bane of such individuals. Mou opened his eyes and approached the lifeless Xiaohua, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was still just a rabbit. Had she transformed into a human, he would have truly been at a loss for how to proceed. Gazing at Xiaohua, Mou fell into contemplation. The world was vast, and he would undoubtedly be unable to locate the individual named Tang Si. If he simply departed, Tang Si would also be unable to find him, thus wasting a chance to eliminate a luck bearer. However, he could not allow Tang Si to come looking for him directly. That would be too passive. He began to search his mind for a solution. Soon, the perfect scapegoat emerged, the starry sacred land. One of the 7 stars, Yuheng. The two had a minor history, having crossed paths several times. But after Mou's strength waned, their exchanges ceased. This individual possessed a unique set of needle-like hidden weapons. Mou had been struck by them during their previous battles, leaving behind a few needles. It was decided. He began to arrange the scene, casually scattering a few needles on the ground to create the illusion that Xiaohua had been killed by these needles. Once the setup was complete, Mou clapped his hands decisively, lifting Xiaohua by her long ears and presenting her to Chu Yuli. Today, we shall feast on this. The 2 luck bearers sharing a meal of another luck bearer's wife was somewhat peculiar. Chu Yuli's gaze fell upon Xiaohua's corpse, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Such an overwhelming pressure. The mere presence of a corpse emanated a force greater than that of her family's ancestors. Master, is this a golden core great demon? Mou nodded gently, already skillfully processing the rabbit demon. Chu Yuli's eyes brimmed with astonishment that a golden core great demon could easily annihilate her entire family. And now, such a powerful being was about to become her meal? This was simply surreal. She felt as if she were dreaming, a bizarre yet vividly real dream. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted to Mou's handsome face. Master is so handsome. Surely he has many admirers. I wonder if he has a Tao partner. Just how formidable is Master's cultivation? When will I surpass him? When will I? Enough. Let us eat. Mou's voice pulled Chu Yuli back from her chaotic thoughts. With the assistance of pure yang true fire, the rabbit demon was swiftly prepared, releasing an enticing aroma. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuli contentedly burped. Master, I can't eat anymore. I'm too full. Mou looked at the barely touched rabbit demon with a hint of exasperation. For Chu Yuli, a mere 3rd-layer chi refinement cultivator, a golden core beast was simply too nourishing. As for himself, he had only taken a small taste. It was delicious, but for various reasons, he could not bring himself to eat more. The rabbit was so adorable. Why consume such a creature? His kind heart refrained from feasting on beings capable of transformation. The system should have waited until he finished eating to deliver its notifications. At that moment, a thought emerged in Mou's mind that if resurrection were possible, would that not double the rewards? Though luck was limited to 1, Tang Si's cap was finite, but the system's rewards were not. This time, he received the indestructible golden body. What would the next reward be? He resolved to keep the roasted rabbit, giving Tang Si a chance. He cut off a small piece of meat and handed it to Chu Yuli. We should leave. Chu Yuli accepted the meat, her exquisite face displaying a hint of confusion. Isn't it wasteful not to take it? It's not worth keeping. It's merely a golden core beast. There will be better ones upon our return. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes sparkled. That a golden core beast dismissed so easily. Just what level of cultivation does Master possess? I long to become stronger than Master. I wanna. We should leave. 3 days later, at the Tianxian sacred land. The mountain gates soared into the clouds, constructed from an unknown type of jade, gleaming brilliantly under the sun, exuding a faint spiritual aura. Is this truly the Tianxian sacred land? Chu Yuli gazed up at the magnificent mountain gate. Utterly awestruck, Mou smiled and nodded. Indeed, suddenly, an elder clad in a green robe, with an imposing countenance, appeared before them. His hair was as white as snow, his face lined with the marks of time, yet his eyes shone with vitality. He first glanced at Chu Yuli, then his gaze settled upon Mou. Xiaoyu, is she your new junior sister? Mou smiled and replied, Elder Qingyue, this is my newly accepted disciple Li Feiyu. Chu Yuli inwardly wailed, oh no, I've completely forgotten to tell Master my real name. If he finds out later, will I be expelled from the sect? Mou turned to point at Elder Qingyue, introducing him. Where? This is the supreme elder of the Tianxin sacred land, Qingyue, a powerful figure of the Great Ascension stage. Chu Yuli quickly retracted her thoughts, suppressing the unease within her, and deeply bowed to Elder Qingyue. She had met Elder Qingyue before. Although she was unaware of the true strength of the Great Ascension, she discerned the subtle hints from her master. Elder Qingxuan's expression remained calm, revealing no signs of joy or anger. With a casual wave of his hand, a blue longsword materialized in his grasp. Its blade shimmering with flowing spiritual energy, glinting coldly, clearly not an ordinary item. The Qingfeng sword, a top-tier spiritual artifact, served as a welcoming gift at a top-tier spiritual artifact. Chu Yuli felt her head buzz with excitement. What realm was it meant for? She had not yet learned that in any case. It was undeniably powerful. Mou took the Qingfeng sword and presented it to Chu Yuli with a smile. You should thank Elder Qing that it was only then that Chu Yuli came back to her senses, hurriedly accepting the Qingfeng sword with both hands, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you so much. Elder Qingyue seemed unfazed by the two taking advantage of him that he waved his hand, and an isolation array swiftly enveloped Mou. What is it, Elder? Mou's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Elder Qingxuan's serious demeanor softened, and a hint of warmth graced his aged face. Xiaoyu, when will you continue writing that martial movement of the universe? Mou suddenly realized he had been engaging in some side work here. Writing. After 3 years without cultivation, he had to find something to occupy his time. Disguising his identity, he had copied several novels from his past life. Elder Qingyue was one of the few who knew about his writing identity. He chuckled awkwardly. Elder, I can't. I've been quite busy lately, going into secret realms and cultivating every day, leaving me no time to write. I can write 2,000 words in an hour, and with 12 hours in a day. Can't you spare even an hour? Moreover, as cultivators, it's not an issue for us to control 10 pens at once. Stop right there. Elder, if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to inform my master. Mou interjected before Elder Qingyue could finish. Elder Qingxuan's expression slightly changed, seemingly wary of Yishime. Ahem. Very well. Forget I said anything. Before his words could fade, his figure, along with the isolation array, vanished from sight. Mou sighed. He should have been more cautious while writing before. Who would have thought that the Grand Elder of the Tianxin sacred land had a penchant for pretentious literature and had even used divination to track him down? Fortunately, his master held a relatively high status among the Grand Elders. Otherwise, he would have been dragged off to write incessantly. Master, are you an elder here? Chu Yuli blinked her clear eyes, asking curiously. Mou turned to her and shook his head. No. As he led Chu Yuli deeper into the sacred land, he explained, the Tianxin sacred land is broadly divided into 3 areas, the outer gate, the inner gate, and the elders area. We are currently in the inner gate. There were 10 main peaks in the inner gate: Tianxin Peak, Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Formation Peak, 5 Elements Peak, Sword Peak, Body Refining Peak, Talismans Peak, and Punishment Peak. Which peak do we belong to? None of them. My master is a Grand Elder, and the mountain we are on is called Zui Peak. Zui Peak originally had 7 people. You are the 8th. The peak master is named Yishime, who enjoys wine and gambling, while the senior sister is named Luo Suxin. Just as Mou was about to elaborate further, a flurry of voices reached their ears. Following the sounds, a group of female disciples from the inner gate had gathered, animatedly discussing. Who do you think is the #1 prodigy of our sacred land? It must be Fairy Luo Suxin, a great ascension, truly deserving. And she is so gentle. Fairy Bei Shuangying is also quite strong. I saw her slice a tribulation stage demon with just 1 sword. Absolutely stunning. I'm utterly in love with her. I adore Fairy Xiningbing. She is so cold. That's my favorite. Fairy Sumer. I heard she is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Her beauty and figure are simply breathtaking. I could marry her. Hey, you're getting off track. Who asked you who you liked? If you ask me, the most handsome has to be Saint's son Mou. If it weren't for his inexplicable loss of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the #1 prodigy of Tianyuan continent in nearly 10,000 years. All right, wipe that drool off your mouth. I think the little master Aunt Ling Wanqing is not bad. Who is Ling Wanqing? Listening to their discussion, Mou thought to himself. Fortunately, the annual best was not made. He turned to Chu Yuli. They are discussing Tsui Peak, your several uncles and aunts. Let me take you up the mountain. Tsui Peak. This was the most remote mountain in the Elders area, rarely visited, and thus exceptionally tranquil. Halfway up the mountain stood a small courtyard, surrounded by towering ancient trees, shrouded in mist-like spiritual energy. Mou descended slowly on his sword, with Chu Yuli's eyes filled with curiosity beside him. This is where my junior sister and I live, and there are extra rooms. From now on, this will be your home. Mou spoke in a calm tone. Of course, if you prefer, you can also live elsewhere. Your grandmaster won't mind that I'll live here. Chu Yuli replied cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mou nodded and opened the courtyard door. In the center of the yard stood a towering ancient tree, its branches lush and leafy, casting shade over the area. Beneath it was a stone table and several stone benches, forming a simple resting place. Not far away, a spiritual spring gurgled, producing a clear sound. Chu Yuli followed closely behind Mou, curiously surveying her new home. Suddenly, a bright voice called out, "Senior brother, you're back." A girl in a light blue long dress rushed out of the room, holding an unfinished formation disc in her hands, clearly engrossed in studying formations. Ling Wanqing, Mou's 6th junior sister, Mou ranked 5th in Tsui Peak. Upon seeing Chu Yuli, surprise flickered in her blue eyes. "Senior brother, is this your new junior sister? She's truly beautiful." Even as a fellow woman, Ling Wanqing couldn't help but admire Chu Yuli's appearance. Mou gently shook his head, introducing, "She's not a junior sister. She is my newly accepted disciple." While speaking, he scrutinized Ling Wanqing carefully. Ling Wanqing was someone he had found outside after being accepted into the Tianxian sacred land by his master. He had always treated her like a younger sister. Ling Wanqing's looks were remarkable among mortals. With a delicate face and lively blue eyes, she exuded a neighborly charm. While not breathtaking, she was quite attractive, growing more appealing the longer one gazed. However, within the realm of extraordinary beauty that was the Tianxian sacred land, her appearance seemed rather ordinary, often overlooked among women. Her demeanor was elegant, which could also be described as somewhat introverted. Because of this, she was not well known in the Tianxian sacred land. Hardly anyone recognized her. Mou opened her profile. Name: Ling Wanqing Flesh Puppet. Description: an incredibly lifelike puppet. Detected the fated girl Ling Wanqing. Suppression will yield rewards. A puppet. Mou was taken aback. He had no idea how lifelike this puppet was. But he truly couldn't discern it at all. It was completely undetectable. Wanqing's mastery over puppetry could only be described as terrifying. "Senior brother, what is her name?" Ling Wanqing's voice rang out, interrupting Mou's thoughts. Li Feiyu. Mou replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flicker of unusual color passed through Ling Wanqing's blue eyes. The formation disc she held slipped from her grasp, landing with a crisp sound. "What is wrong?" Mou asked, puzzled as he watched her. Ling Wanqing hurriedly bent down to pick up the fallen formation disc. "No, it's nothing. I've just been a bit tired from researching formations lately." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Chu Yuli. "Make sure to rest. Don't overexert yourself." He had initially intended for his junior sister to accompany Chu Yuli to the identity registration, but now he must find someone else. "By the way, senior brother, the master has instructed you to report your recent circumstances to senior sister upon your return. She has also left some items with her." Ling Wanqing lowered her head, her fingertips gently brushing the dust off the formation plate. Mou nodded in acknowledgement. It had been quite a while since he last returned. It was time to visit the master and senior sister. He also wished to inquire about the matter of the engagement with the master. With this thought in mind, he asked, "Is the master present?" "She is not here. Only 3rd senior sister and 4th senior sister are around." Mou nodded lightly, the images of the 2 senior sisters surfacing in his mind. 3rd senior sister, Xia Ningbing, always bore an aloof demeanor, resembling an impenetrable iceberg, cold and unyielding, as if she were a mountain of eternal frost. 4th senior sister, Su Meyer, transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox, her personality starkly contrasting with Xia Ningbing's. She was exuberant and charming, her every smile and frown brimming with allure. Her favorite pastime was to transform into a fluffy little fox and curl up in Mou's arms for a nap. "Senior brother, will you be having dinner at home today?" Ling Qingyue inquired softly, her voice like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Mou's thoughts were drawn back, his gaze landing on his junior sister's expectant eyes. He had intended to decline, but found himself defeated by those starry, twinkling orbs and could only acquiesce with a gentle nod. It was a fortuitous opportunity to garner Ling Qingyue's goodwill. "Surely, one cannot dine with a puppet, can they?" Ling Qingyue's eyes sparkled with joy, her delight evident. "Wonderful. I shall prepare immediately. Tonight we will have chicken soup, as I specially brought back the Xianling Tsayu chicken from the Spirit Beast Peak." With that, Ling Qingyue gracefully entered the kitchen. Mou pondered for a moment, contemplating who should accompany Chu Yuli for the identity registration. He swiftly settled on a candidate and promptly took out a communication talisman to send a message. It was also a chance to observe whether she was indeed the fated daughter of destiny. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning back, he saw Chu Yuli with her head bowed, her expression anxious. "Master, I am sorry. I deceived you. I previously concealed my true name. I am Chu Yuli, not Li Feiyu. I was afraid." Mou raised his hand to stroke her hair, soothingly assuring her, "It is all right. Being cautious is a virtue. However, as I mentioned before, you can trust me and the fellow disciples on Suiwei Peak." Chu Yuli sighed in relief, nodding fervently. "Yes, I understand. I in the kitchen." Ling Qingyue activated a soundproofing formation and exhaled softly. The future demon, Lord Li Feiyu, had unexpectedly become her senior brother's disciple. Recalling Chu Yuli's unparalleled beauty, she murmured to herself that it was said that no living soul had ever glimpsed the true visage of the demon lord. Yet she was indeed breathtaking. But was she not a solitary cultivator? How could she become her senior brother's disciple? Was it because of her own reincarnation that everything had changed? Regardless, she was destined to be an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. With proper guidance, it would not be difficult for her to become an ally, thus preventing the tragic fate of her past life. Ling Qingyue's mind was in turmoil. She harbored a colossal secret. She had actually reincarnated from the future. To be precise, she had consumed the 9-leaf fake grass, gaining a clearer vision of the future, but in her senior brother's narrative, this was referred to as reincarnation, and thus she adopted the term. After the calamity of the heavens, she had struggled for over a decade, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. No, more accurately, the entire Tianyuan continent had been obliterated, with no survivors. In this life, she vowed to reach the pinnacle and ascend to immortality. Having once lost everything, in this second chance, she wished to lose nothing. Shaking her head, she dispelled her errant thoughts. The mere thought of her senior brother brought a sweet smile to her lips. She approached the stove, focusing intently on her cooking. This chicken had been meticulously chosen according to her senior brother's preferences, a fine specimen trained for 2.5 years. Yan Shi's voice resonated in Mou's mind. Previously overlooked, he now realized that Xiao Wangqing was somewhat peculiar. "Are you referring to the flesh and blood puppet?" Mou inquired. "Yes, you noticed too?" Yan Shi replied, a hint of surprise in her tone. It should be noted that she only discerned this after her soul had ascended to the transformation stage. Yet Mou, merely at the golden core level, could see through it? "I deduced it." Mou casually explained that he could hardly divulge that he possessed a system. Could he? Upon hearing this, Yan Shi felt even more astonished. The ability to infer from minor details was indeed remarkable. "You are improving at an astonishing rate. Even in the immortal realm, you would merit the title of a prodigy," she praised sincerely. "All thanks to your excellent guidance." "Sister Yan Shi," Mou replied with a smile. "You certainly have a sweet tongue." Yan Shi huffed lightly, her lips curving into a proud smile. That moment, a streak of azure light tore through the heavens. Rushing towards Mou, accompanied by a melodious call, "Little uncle, I have arrived." The voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a mountain spring, imbued with an unmistakable excitement. The azure light descended before Mou, revealing a graceful young maiden. Mou recognized her as the one he had sought for assistance. The most beautiful maiden of the Tianxian Holy Lands intersect, the chief of Zunv Peak. Meng Lanin. Today, she appeared to have put in extra effort into her appearance. She donned a gown of pure white, adorned with exquisite blue embroidery that swayed gently with her movements. revealing glimpses of her fair legs. A delicate crystal bracelet adorned her wrist, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her long hair was loosely tied with a silver ribbon, a few strands cascading down to frame her face, adding an air of allure. As she moved gracefully, her eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and anticipation, yet she feigned composure, exuding a captivating charm that made hearts flutter at that moment. The system's voice rang out, detected the fated daughter of destiny. Meng Lanin. Suppressing her will yield rewards. Name. Meng Lanin fate. Purple favorability. 100. Adoration. Description. After being rescued by Mou several times, she has developed deep feelings. Gifted in music, particularly adept at playing the flute. She possesses the 9 curves exquisite body. Though not yet awakened, she is still an exceptional furnace. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the fated daughter of destiny, Meng Lanin. Meng Lanin is now completely captivated by your charm. Willingly ensnared. Should you invite her, she will gladly play the flute for you. Villain's counterattack successful. Rewards. Immortal artifact, soul-settling flute. You have successfully intercepted Mou. He must be heartbroken, beginning to plunder fate. Fate plunder failed. Automatic replenishment. Fate increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. A system. Is your flute playing serious? Is the 9 curves referring to the 9 curves corridor? Mou silently mused. Indeed, Meng Lanin was also a fated daughter of destiny. Her favorability towards him reached an astonishing 100. This left him somewhat astonished. Recalling the scene of saving her, it was more of a withdrawal, allowing him to savor the opportunity. There are always certain trump cards that cannot be revealed in public, only to be utilized in solitude. To other disciples, he appeared as a selfless companion, sacrificing himself to ensure their survival, invoking the heavens' favor to escape death. He shifted his gaze to the system space. Resting on the soul-settling flute, crafted entirely from azure jade, it shimmered with a faint luminescence, exquisitely intricate, its body adorned with ancient runes that instilled a sense of tranquility merely by gazing upon it. Versatile in offense and defense, capable of settling souls and providing assistance, it was an exceptional all-purpose treasure. Moreover, it was an immortal artifact, truly impressive. It should be noted that within the entire Tianyuan continent, there were scarcely a few immortal artifacts. Even if they existed, they were treasures hoarded by superpowers. Unfortunately, he lacked the expertise in this field. However, it mattered little, for such an immortal artifact could yield results with even the most casual of blows. While he was lost in thought, Meng Lanin had already lightly entwined her arm with Mou's, her cherry lips slightly pouting, a mixture of playful reproach and subtle melancholy. Little uncle, you ignored me. I rushed over as soon as I received your message, feeling the warmth emanating from his arm. Mou regained his composure. His gaze shifted downward, inadvertently brushing over the collar of Meng Lanin's garment. Whether intentional or not, this angle afforded him an unobstructed glimpse of the allure concealed within. Her swan-like neck, delicate and fair as ice, and her enchanting collarbone were strikingly beautiful. The fragrant aroma wafted from her neckline. Intoxicating and inviting, even attracting a bee in search of nectar. He averted his gaze, steadied his thoughts, and offered a subtle smile. Was it not the case that your beauty, in air, momentarily left me spellbound? As he lavished her with praise, Meng Lanin felt a surge of delight within, though her expression remained composed and aloof. You certainly have a way with words, she replied with a soft huff. Her voice laced with an alluring charm. I shall forgive you this time. Could it be that my junior uncle finds me appealing? Indeed, Wan Qing was right. One must take the initiative. Mou felt himself on the verge of surrender. Which man could withstand such a test? To traverse a fantastical realm without establishing a harem. What a futile venture. The formidable Pao Xin had once proclaimed, a man's ultimate aspirations revolve around 2 pursuits: conquering the world and conquering women. The conquest of the world serves to elevate one's life to great heights, while the conquest of women embellishes the journey. If one cannot win the heart of the woman they desire, even if they conquer the world, they remain a solitary peak, engulfed in desolation. Seeing Mou's reaction, Meng Lanin's heart swelled with joy. Surely, my junior uncle is smitten. If he were to confess his feelings now, should I accept? Or should I maintain a semblance of restraint before acquiescing? Mou forcibly quelled the tumult within, clearing his throat. I sought you out today for a specific matter. He reminded himself that Chu Yuli was nearby, and he must avoid exposing her to inappropriate sights. A trace of melancholy flickered in Meng Lanin's beautiful eyes, though her voice remained sweet. Junior uncle, you are being rather distant. What is our relationship? Whatever your request may be, I shall acquiesce, she silently added. Even if it involves sharing a bed, I would be amenable to this thought. A captivating blush tinged her pristine skin, enhancing her allure that I have recently taken on a disciple. And I would like you to assist her in completing her entry procedures into the sect, Mo stated earnestly. Very well, but before that, Meng Lan indelicately withdrew a jade flute from her waist. Her voice gentled. I have recently learned a new piece. It is particularly beautiful. May I perform it for you? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed directly at Mo. He cleared his throat. Perhaps another day. I have matters to attend to at the moment. Then how about tonight? Meng Lan pressed insistently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mo. I will come to your room tonight to play for you. Is that agreeable? Mo took a deep breath. Very well. You may come to my room tonight. Though he understood Meng Lan's intentions were not so literal, how could one resist the allure of such a pure yet enchanting beauty who ardently admires him? Speaking in such a flirtatious manner, could his heart withstand such temptation? The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and one's resolve must be tempered. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, a clear voice interrupted the intimate moment. Master, is this the senior sister who will assist me with my entry procedures? Turning around, Mo beheld Chu Yuli standing there, her expression neutral. Indeed, this is senior sister Meng Lan, who will guide you in obtaining your identity token, conducting the entrance test, and igniting your soul lamp. He then nodded slightly at Meng Lan. This is my disciple, Chu Yuli. I appreciate your assistance. Meng Lan, taken aback, exclaimed, Oh, it's no trouble at all. Her gaze swiftly fell upon Chu Yuli, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. This young girl is exceptionally beautiful. Alarm bells rang in her mind, a sense of crisis awakening within her. How could someone like her spend every day with my junior uncle? She could accept Mo's companionship with Ling Qingyue, confident in her own charm surpassing that of Ling Qingyue. Yet, this enchanting beauty posed a formidable challenge. Presently, Chu Yuli's appearance was slightly inferior to her own. But what of the future? Her gaze inadvertently swept over Chu Yuli's bosom, and a flicker of pride ignited in her heart. Thankfully, I possess an undeniable advantage in that regard. Meng Lan released her hold on Mo and donned a warm smile. Junior sister Chu, come along with me. Chu Yuli hesitated before stepping forward. A sweet smile illuminating her face, revealing dimples. Sister Meng, what level have you reached? Me. I recently broke through to the Yuaning stage. Meng Lan replied with a smile. Wow, senior sister, that's impressive, Chu Yuli exclaimed. However, beneath her innocent facade, she was calculating. No, the Yuaning stage is far too distant. I cannot reach that level in the near future. By then, she and the master might even have children together. I must take action that I do not wish for another master mother. Though this woman may be slightly less beautiful, her assets are undeniably substantial. She is considerably more endowed than I am. Is it truly possible that such a size wouldn't hinder her mobility? Stealing a glance at her own still-developing figure, she resolved to find a way to grow. Stealing her resolve, she approached Meng Lan's side. Sister, shall we proceed? Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Mo felt a sense of satisfaction that he reminded them. By the way, Yuli has a fear of heights, so be sure to fly lower. In air, Meng Lan sensed a potential issue. Her junior uncle was showing remarkable concern for this disciple. Chu Yuli feigned fear, clutching Meng Lan's sleeve. Yes, Sister Lan, I'm afraid of heights. Please don't fly as fast as Master does. Meng Lan seized upon the key phrase. My junior uncle flies fast. This indicates that he wouldn't slow down for me, implying he does not favor me. Indeed, my junior uncle must prefer someone more voluptuous. That settles it. With this thought, she inadvertently accentuated her own curves. Noticing Meng Lan's reaction, Chu Yuli maintained a facade of indifference while secretly reveling in her triumph. As the art of war states, feign weakness to exploit strength. First, I shall lower her guard. There will be ample time to deal with her later. After the two departed, Mo went to report to his senior sister. In the courtyard, everyone had left. B buzzed toward the kitchen. Slipping through the partially opened window and landing gracefully on Ling Qingyue's fair, slender fingers. Chu Yuli? Ling Qingyue furrowed her delicate brows. She softly uttered this name, both unfamiliar and familiar. Gasping in realization. Chu Tianzun. The revered Chu Tianzun. She couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a dull ache in her temples. Her thoughts tangled. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon her and, oh wonder, Chu Tianzun and the demon Lord Li are one and the same. She exhaled gently, calming her tumultuous emotions. So, it turns out Chu Tianzun's cultivation pace is rather slow. Despite being from the same era as her senior brother, he only gained renown long after her brother's demise. Is it due to a lack of resources now that she is her brother's disciple? Perhaps she could lend him a hand when calamity strikes. At the peak of Chui Wei, shrouded in mist. It resembled the celestial realm. Mou advanced toward the edge of a cliff, where a green stone lay. There, a woman sat with her back to him, her figure exuding an ethereal chill. Her cascading hair, like a waterfall, flowed to her waist, adorned with an ancient jade hairpin that accentuated her otherworldly grace. Clad in a luxurious dark gown, the golden phoenix design on the hem appeared lifelike, poised for flight. Exuding an air of nobility, she radiated a dignified and aloof aura, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Cradled in her arms was a pure white six-tailed fox, its fluffy tails gently swaying. This woman was none other than Mou's third senior sister, Xianing Bing. The six-tailed white fox nestled in her embrace was Mou's fourth senior sister, Su Meier. At that moment, Su Meier lay curled in Xianing Bing's arms, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Mou respectfully bowed. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Xianing Bing did not turn, her voice cool and clear as spring water. She inquired, "Are you well these days?" "I am faring well," he replied. The voice of Mou trembled slightly, for he had detected the presence of the fated daughter, Xianing Bing, and Su Meier, realizing that suppressing them would yield rewards. Name, Xianing Bing. Fortune, 100,000, colorful, favorability, 80, regarded as a wise minister. Description, the reincarnation of the Empress, formerly a revered immortal emperor commanding the immortal realm. She perished in a failed breakthrough, harboring resentment in her fall. She possesses a divine phoenix body, an exceptional furnace for cultivation. Note, hellish difficulty. Although it does not conform to the villainous style, given your current strength, it is advisable to flee. Name, Su Meier. Fortune, 100,000, colorful, favorability, 80, regarded as a good little brother. Description, a nine-tailed celestial fox with an alluring divine physique. She is also an exceptional furnace for cultivation. Note, similarly challenging. Fleeing is still recommended. The revelation of the Empress's reincarnation, 100,000 in fortune. Hellish difficulty? The suggestion to escape. Mou was profoundly shaken. How could these two homebound maidens be so formidable? It is no wonder that they seldom ventured outside. Why would he, possessing such prowess, seek opportunities elsewhere? The system's voice continued to resonate. Detection shows your favorability with both Xianing Bing and Su Meier has reached an intimate level. You have entered the Tianxin sacred ground, becoming their junior disciple, lurking by their side, advancing step by step to ultimately deceive their trust. As daughters of colorful destiny, not only are they exceptionally powerful, but their disdain for the fated villains is also unparalleled, indicating that you must have exerted unimaginable efforts. Villainous counterattack successful. Please select whether to plunder fortune. No. Villain points increased by 1600. As a villainous counterattack system. This is the first time I have encountered such a scheming and persevering host. In less than a week, you have already secured 7 daughters of fortune. Chaotic yin-yang art. Seize the creation of heaven and earth. Steal the mysteries of yin and yang. Divided into the yang and yin chapters, it can be cultivated separately or in tandem. Progress can be achieved by absorbing yin and yang energies. Current level is immortal first grade. Chaotic yin-yang art. Immortal grade cultivation technique. Mou is astonished. It is known that in the entire lower realm, no true immortal grade techniques exist, yet the system has provided one directly at the same time. He found himself both amused and exasperated. If the system wished to bestow gifts upon him, it need not seek justification. Fortunately, his relationships with his senior sisters were still quite amicable, setting aside the system's rewards for now. Even without it, aligning himself with these formidable figures would ensure his well-being. Is their trouble. Xianing Bing's cool voice pierced through Mou's thoughts. Regaining his composure, Mou momentarily shelved the rewards from the system. He took a deep breath to steady himself and began recounting the events of recent days to Xianing Bing. He intentionally omitted many trivial details, such as his encounters with Ling Qingyue and matters concerning the Mo family. He then outlined his future objective, to find an opportunity to eradicate the Qin family. Xianing Bing listened quietly to Mou's report, responding with a soft acknowledgement and then falling silent. "Brother, I shall assist you in annihilating the Qin family." A languid and enchanting voice suddenly broke the silence. Almost immediately, a flash of white light appeared, and Su Meier, in her white fox form, nestled into Mou's embrace. "Thank you." Meyer.Mou gently stroked Sue Meyer's soft white fur. She seemed to revel in his touch, narrowing her eyes in satisfaction and emitting a low, contented hum. Subsequently, she nuzzled her small head against Mou. Finding a comfortable position and drifting into a deep slumber. Mou turned his attention back to Xianingbing. Senior sister, I recently encountered the holy maiden of Taqing, Ling Qingyue. She claims we have a marriage pact. Do you know anything about this? With a graceful wave of her hand, Xianingbing sent several sheets of paper floating toward Mou. From the master, read it yourself. Mou accepted the papers and glanced down. The first sheet was a letter left by Yishimei, its characters dancing with a wild spirit. The gist revealed that in recent years, she had engaged in gambling with someone, aiding him in winning numerous treasures, including beautiful women, and on a whim, even made him a wager. Mou's forehead twitched in irritation. What kind of unreliable master is this? He hurriedly flipped through the remaining sheets. There were the marriage pact of the Holy Maiden of Taqing, a challenge letter from the Sword Sect swordsman, assistance for the ancient Holy Maiden in exploring secret realms, concocting 5th-grade elixirs, aiding the 7th prince of the Dacian Empire in seizing the throne, and cooperating in the extermination of demons in the demon abyss. His expression brightened instantly. Opportunities, opportunities, all of them opportunities. Thankfully, he had not been sold off, although these tasks seemed burdensome. For a child of fortune like him, they were mere trifles. Recalling the realms of those involved, the one closest to him was the swordsman of the Sword Sect, famed as the foremost in the nascent soul stage, the greatest talent in the Sword Sect in a million years. He had once made a name for himself by slaying a god transformation stage powerhouse with a single sword strike. At that moment, Mou felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Not from fear, but pure disdain, as he remembered his previous sparring sessions with his 2nd and 3rd senior sisters, both of whom wielded swords, leaving him feeling defeated. It is well known that sword cultivators possess a unique ability that prevents those with a lower comprehension of swordplay from drawing their swords. After being defeated, he had resorted to using any weapon other than swords. Xianingbing seemed to sense Mou's inner turmoil and spoke soothingly. There is no need for excessive worry with us here. Even if there is a breach of contract, it will pose no issues. Her tone was cool, authoritative, and imbued with the faintest trace of empress-like majesty. Thank you, senior sister. Mou clasped his hands in gratitude. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Xianingbing's voice called out once more. Hold on. Mou paused, turning back to gaze at Xianingbing's exquisite silhouette. Is there anything else, senior sister? With a delicate lift of her jade hand. As if plucking a flower, she gracefully removed a hairpin. Her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. The hairpin slipped from her grasp, transforming into a streak of light that flew into Mou's hand. He grasped the hairpin, feeling its icy touch and a faint fragrance. As he examined it closely, astonishment painted his features. This was no ordinary hairpin. It was unmistakably a flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. It contained Xianingbing's sword energy, powerful enough to rival the strikes of a core formation stage cultivator. Xianingbing offered no explanation, but Mou understood her intent. Thank you, senior sister. As Mou departed, he left Xianingbing alone. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the sea of clouds before her, softly murmuring in a voice akin to a serene valley orchid. 8th layer of the golden core. Pure Yang's sacred body, broken and then reborn. Moments later, a semi-transparent panel appeared before her. Name. Xianingbing realm. 9th layer of the core formation comparison target. Mou total victories. 198 rewards for achieving 200 victories multiplied by 100. Countdown for comparison. 0. The destiny comparison system. This is her greatest secret, an existence that even she cannot fully comprehend. Ever since Mou entered the sect, this system had manifested in her consciousness, designating him as the target for comparison. Should she triumph over Mou in combat, she would receive generous rewards. Over the years, through the rewards from the system, her cultivation had surged forward, and she had even acquired numerous celestial artifacts. It is precisely for this reason that she is confident that in this lifetime, with the assistance of the system and her own foundation, she will break the shackles of the immortal realm and step into the unparalleled domain that no one has ever reached. Xianingbing gently closed her eyes, silently reciting, Commence. The 199th battle began. A breath later, Xianingbing opened her eyes, her gaze calm and undisturbed. Victory in battle. Total victories. 199 reward. A wisp of primordial purple chi. Countdown for comparison. 1 month. Within the system's space, a nearly transparent wisp of purple energy floated quietly, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Even Xianingbing, whose mind was as tranquil as a deep well, could not help but feel a ripple of excitement. Primordial purple chi, a treasure born at the dawn of creation, possessing boundless applications, the most renowned of which is its use in forging imperial weapons. It could be said that with this, she had acquired a treasure akin to an imperial weapon. In her past life, such an item was within her easy reach, yet for her present self, it was a rare gem. The period of novice benefits had elapsed. In the upcoming battles, she would need to suppress her prowess to match that of her opponents. Xia Ningbing's expression remained tranquil. She acknowledged that Xiaoyu was indeed a prodigy among billions. After having all her cultivation stripped away by the remnant soul within that ring, she was able to return to the 8th layer of golden core in such a short span of time. This level of aptitude, even in the celestial realm, could be deemed extraordinary. However, even amongst prodigies, there exists a disparity. After all, she had once suppressed an entire era as the supreme immortal emperor. Dealing with her junior brother would be as easy as flipping a hand. Suddenly, she recalled that there might be a penalty for losing. Indeed, failure would entail a punishment game. Since you bound yourself to the system, you had sworn an oath with your Tao heart to abide by the rules set forth by the system. Should you fail to fulfill the punishment game, your Tao heart would suffer a grievous blow, minor cracks at best, or complete shattering at worst. Xia Ningbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. The shattering of one's Tao heart holds significant repercussions for a cultivator. Once damaged, one's cultivation would stagnate or even regress, and the difficulty of mending a Tao heart is akin to ascending to the heavens. She understood the gravity of this matter and would never jest with her own path. Nevertheless, what of it? As a dignified immortal emperor of her generation, how could she possibly be defeated by Mou? Victory and defeat had long been predetermined. She slowly closed her eyes, veiling her deep violet gaze, and continued to immerse herself in her cultivation. In this lifetime, she was determined to refine every realm to perfection, leaving no room for regret. With the most flawless demeanor, she would step into that supreme realm. Mou cradled the petite Su Mayor in her arms as she descended the mountain step by step. No wonder the third senior sister always appeared so cold. She was, after all, a reincarnated immortal emperor. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu. A hearty laugh suddenly interrupted Mou's musings. The voice belonged to the headmaster of Tianshan Sacred Land. Shang Shuzi. He turned towards the sound, halting his steps. An elderly man clad in a dark robe approached gracefully. It was indeed Shang Shuzi. His countenance was amiable, his eyes bright and spirited, embodying the quintessential image of a headmaster in the realm of cultivation. Beside him stood a youthful maiden, elegantly poised, her lively eyes curiously surveying Mou. Before Mou could utter a word, Shang Shuzi eagerly spoke. Xiaoyu, come and see. This is my newly accepted disciple. Ling Luo. Merely 28 years of age, she has already reached the nascent soul stage, only slightly trailing behind that sword prodigy from the sword sect. His words brimmed with pride. Turning to the maiden, Shang Shuzi gently said, Ling Luo, this is your little Shirshu Mou, our contemporary holy son of Tianshan Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, the maiden offered a graceful bow to Mou, her voice crisp and melodious. Ling Luo greets her little Shishu. Mou's gaze fell upon Ling Luo. Clad in a simple yet elegant dress, she accentuated her graceful figure, her beauty ethereal and unworldly, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Her large, sparkling eyes were as clear as crystal, seemingly untouched by any dust, exuding a charming neighborly warmth. Mou nodded slightly, clasping her hands in greeting. Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring such a talented disciple. Shang Shuzi stroked his beard, a smile gracing his features. I intend to appoint her as the holy maiden and cultivate her as the inheritor of our sect. Mou remarked, senior brother has finally found an heir. That is indeed a cause for celebration. A hint of regret flickered across Shang Shuzi's face. Although you will not be able to assume the position of headmaster of Tianshan Sacred Land in the future, do not lose heart. He suddenly paused, his mouth agape in surprise as he asked, Xiaoyu, have you truly reached the 8th layer of golden core? His voice instinctively rose an octave, clearly astonished, this time. I fortuitously acquired some opportunities while outside. Mou replied. No, I mean, you just closed yourself off for a while, and you jumped from 3 years of stagnation directly to the 8th layer of golden core? You are only 24, right? Shang Shuzi's face was filled with disbelief. It is known that even the current top nascent soul cultivator, that sword prodigy from the sword sect, began cultivating from birth and only entered the nascent soul stage at the age of 24. Meanwhile, Mou, also aged 24, began her training at 4, reached golden core at 14, and suffered a regression in her realm for 3 years. Now, she had regained the 8th layer of golden core in just 7 years. Did this not imply that MOU was the greatest prodigy in Tianyuan continent in millennia? He chose to set aside thoughts of his several monstrous senior sisters, as there was no precise age data on them. However, judging by their current cultivation pace, even they might not surpass MOU. He forcibly suppressed his astonishment, reasoning that it might simply be luck, a stroke of great fortune. Under Shang Xuzi's careful mentorship, Ling Luo could potentially rival MOU, or even surpass her. Moreover, MOU's impulsive nature made her less than the ideal candidate for sect leader. He silently comforted himself. MOU observed Ling Luo with keen interest. While Ling Luo unabashedly gazed back at him, their eyes meeting in the air, the system's silence regarding her as the daughter of destiny indicated that she bore no connection to him. He opened Ling Luo's profile. Name: Yi Ling Luo. Fortune: purple. Description: holy maiden of the demon sect, sent to infiltrate Tianxian's sacred land, skilled in disguise, though her metamorphic body is not a premium furnace. Role-playing offers its own unique allure. MOU nearly choked on his own saliva upon reading the system's description. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Shang Xuzi inquired, puzzled. In nothing, MOU replied, casting an odd glance at Shang Xuzi. Per senior brother with his kidney deficiency, it would be far better to seek an heir himself rather than scouring the world for one. He discreetly cast a glance at Yiling Luo, privately marveling. Indeed, she was flawless. Without the system's prompt, he would have been unable to discern anything amiss. Yiling Luo, on the other hand, fixed her gaze intently on MOU. Was this the legendary #1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tianyuan continent? Aside from his handsome face, she could discern nothing particularly special about him. Surely, she should rightfully hold the title of #1 in this generation, although she appeared slightly inferior to the sword prodigy from the sword sect. Deep down, she always felt herself to be superior. Moreover, she had yet to employ any techniques from the demon sect. Once she did, her cultivation speed would only accelerate. She then shifted her gaze to the sleeping white fox nestled in MOU's arms. A demon fox, Su Meier, MOU's senior sister, her strength unknown. Yet, judging by her languid demeanor, it seemed she posed no significant threat. All right, Xiaoyu, we must be on our way. Shang Xuzi's voice interrupted their silent exchange. With a wave of his sleeve, a gentle radiance enveloped Yiling Luo. Their figures vanished from sight, transformed into a fleeting ray of light. MOU watched the direction in which Yiling Luo had disappeared. Lost in thought, when would be the right time to surprise the demon sect? He mused, unsure of which faction had sent her. After pondering, MOU decided to set this matter aside for the moment. The pressing concern was to cultivate diligently and subsequently seek out the Qin family. The Qin family was highly likely to be connected to the evil cultivators. If it were true that 8 out of 10 demon cultivators were malevolent, then all the evil cultivators were bound to have escaped justice. He found a clear patch on the mountain and gently laid down Su Meier. Sister Meier, I am about to break through. Su Meier languidly stretched her body, gently nodding her head, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Brother, remember to call for sister once you break through, she said, curling up and drifting off to sleep. MOU sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the chaotic yin-yang technique. This cultivation method was divided into 2 parts. Men cultivated yang, while women cultivated yin, harmonizing and complementing each other. Those who practiced both methods would achieve twice the results with half the effort. Traveling thousands of miles in a day, he attempted to channel the spiritual energy within his body, following the prescribed path of the technique. In an instant, within his dantian, the golden core spun rapidly, radiating a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of a miniature sun, its brilliance dazzling. Within his meridians, the spiritual energy surged like a wild stallion, roaring forth, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, flowing endlessly. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was perfectly attuned to this technique. It must be due to his chaotic divine body. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation with this technique was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing the foundational techniques of the heavenly Xian sacred land by 100-fold. It is worth noting that relying solely on the heavenly Xian canon, one would require 2 years of arduous effort to break through from the 8th to the 9th layer of the golden core. Even with exceptional talent and without fortuitous opportunities, however, with this technique, it would only take a month. Should he expend ample resources to assist his cultivation, this time could be shortened to a mere 7 days. A month is merely the upper limit of the world's spiritual energy, yet far from the limits of this technique. Thus, ascending to immortality is not an insurmountable feat. What heavenly tribulations could be effortlessly extinguished. Contemplating this, MOU's lips curled into a slight smile. Everything he had attained thus far was a result of his own efforts. Yet, this would not always be the case. Deep Blue. Add some. He consumed a 3rd-grade breakthrough pill. its medicinal power instantly unfurling, nourishing his limbs and bones like gentle rain. Within his dantian, the golden core was already covered with numerous cracks, the nascent soul on the verge of breaking free. In the blink of an eye, he achieved the 9th layer of the golden core. Without a moment's pause, he seized the opportunity, focusing his consciousness on the nether fire within his dantian, employing it to enhance the great burning heaven technique and push towards the nascent soul stage. Sumair elegantly stretched her body, 6 snow-white tails gently swaying behind her, resembling 6 fluffy, soft clouds. She lazily squinted her enchanting pink pupils, her gaze falling upon Mou, who was seated cross-legged not far away. The 9th layer of the golden core, the little one has grown stronger again. It was time for her to put in some effort as well. It would not do to be surpassed one day. Immediately, a translucent panel only visible to her materialized. Name, Sumair. Realm, 6th layer of returning void. Cultivation multiplier, 100. Reward multiplier, 100. Destiny AFK system. As long as she remained near a designated target, she would automatically gain cultivation and rewards. The efficiency of this AFK mode was determined by the target's fortune, and if the target was of the opposite sex, the AFK speed would double. Everyone on Sui Mountain possessed great fortune, except for her junior sister Ling Qingyue, who was slightly inferior. The base multipliers provided by the others were the same. However, because Mou was of the opposite sex, the AFK efficiency doubled from the original base, which is why she had always favored this junior brother. Sumair recalled the day her master brought Mou back to the sect. At that time, he was still a little boy, his eyes clear and innocent, evoking an irresistible desire to embrace and cherish him. Had it not been for her master taking him as a disciple, she would have wished to turn this adorable child into a doll to hold every day while AFK. However, her junior brother had no such luxury and could only engage in the conventional AFK method. Ever since Mou was young, she had enjoyed sleeping in his embrace to maximize her cultivation efficiency. Just now, she was astonished to discover that the AFK multiplier had reached an unprecedented maximum of 666 times. It is worth noting that when AFK near other senior sisters, the speed was merely in the dozens. Previously, when AFK with Mou, it was only around 100 times. Now, it had remarkably increased. Sumair secretly delighted in this, yet also felt a tinge of regret. If only Mou were not her junior brother, she would truly wish to refine him into a doll to accompany her forever. Once her brother married, she would no longer be able to use him for AFK. Boom! At that moment, dark clouds rolled above the heavens, and the sound of thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky was swiftly obscured by heavy black clouds. Resembling a massive curtain that shrouded the entire Tae Peak, Sumair gazed at this sudden change. Her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This fool, having just broken through, was not satisfied with the 9th layer of the golden core and dared to challenge the nascent soul now. This reckless child, without any preparation, was so audacious. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation was not a trifling matter. The anomalies above Suiwei Peak quickly attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Streams of light pierced the sky, racing towards Suiwei Peak. Among them were Shang Shuzi, Yiling Luo, and the elder Qin Xian, who had just departed. They hovered in midair, their gazes fixed on Mou. Mou tightly closed his eyes, the spiritual energy around him swirling, forming a colossal vortex that voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Ha ha. I have never witnessed anyone from Suiwei Peak undergoing tribulation. Today shall be a grand observation. Elder Qin Xian chuckled, stroking his beard. Wasn't he just at the 8th layer of the golden core? He seeks to undergo tribulation now. Shang Shuzi exclaimed in shock. Are you blind? Can't you tell the junior's realm? It's plainly obvious he is undergoing tribulation, an elder questioned. Shang Shuzi isn't mistaken. I saw Xiaoyu just now, and he was indeed at the 8th layer, Elder Qin Xian clarified. In an instant, the elders present were stunned. Such continuous breakthroughs were indeed astonishing. Elder Qin Xian remarked, there is nothing to be surprised about. How could the disciple of the immortal lady be like us mere mortals? Everyone displayed expressions of dawning realization, nodding in deep understanding. Ling Luo's heart brimmed with shock. Is this how all of Yushime's disciples are? The demon sect possessed scant intelligence regarding Suiwei Peak. They only knew that Yushime was a heavy drinker and addicted to gambling. Although she was undergoing tribulation, she posed no significant threat. Her eldest disciple, Luo Suxin, was the foremost figure in the Tianyuan continent. Yet she was on the verge of ascending and required no further concern. The second disciple, Bai Shuangying, was the foremost figure below the Great Ascension, spending her days immersed in the demon suppression abyss battlefield. with prospects of ascending within 200 years, similarly requiring no worry. Knowledge of others was scant. They only knew that the fifth disciple, Mou, had inexplicably become a waste 10 years ago and had since vanished without a trace. Who could have anticipated that he would return with such terrifying talent? The heavenly Xian sacred land must be concealing a grand conspiracy. Ling Luo's heart sank. She needed to report this matter and abandon her plans to deal with the heavenly Xian sacred land. Above the heavens, the calamity clouds grew denser, a dark shroud threatening to engulf the entire world. Everyone, why not place bets on how many tribulation lightning bolts Xiaoyu will face? Shang Xuzi suddenly proposed. Breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, intrigued. Excellent. I concur. Elder Qin Xian laughed heartily. Then, as the sect leader suggested, let us open the betting. The usual rules apply. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The remaining elders echoed in agreement. Shang Xuzi turned to Ling Luo and explained, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is what nascent soul stage cultivators must face. The more lightning strikes, the greater the potential. Generally, 36 strikes indicate a rare talent, while over 45 strikes denote an extraordinary genius. 54 strikes are exceptionally rare, suggesting a potential for ascension. Ling Luo nodded slightly. She was naturally aware of this. Her own tribulation count was 54. The same as the sword sect's Jianzi. This was also her confidence in daring to compete with Jianzi. The elders began to voice their predictions. 50. 53. 52. Shang Xuzi smiled slightly. I believe it will be 54 strikes. Elder Qin Xian, what about you? I also predict 54 strikes. Above the horizon, the calamity clouds roiled, expanding relentlessly, the thunder rumbling ominously. Looking at the scale of these calamity clouds, it seems there will be more than 50 strikes. These clouds are far larger than those I faced during my own nascent soul formation. Based on my years of experience, I have determined that this tribulation cloud consists of 54 layers. Saint Xuzi's gaze burns with intensity. As a holy child of our sect, he possesses the potential for immortality. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Time passed inexorably, minute by minute. The tribulation cloud finally ceased its transformations. It hung silently in the air, resembling a slumbering behemoth poised to awaken at any moment and unleash its cataclysmic wrath. The crowd held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Atop the mountain peak, Xiaoning Bing slowly opened her eyes and gazed skyward. A flicker of unusual light danced within her violet irises. Indeed, she murmured softly. Her crimson lips parting, an eerie stillness enveloped the mountaintop. Where the eyes of the gathered spectators converged, the massive tribulation cloud appeared frozen. It neither expanded further nor descended with thunderous wrath. It remained suspended in quietude. What is happening? Why has the tribulation cloud ceased its movement? Indeed, logically, once the tribulation cloud is gathered, it should unleash the heavenly thunder. Yet, why does this tribulation cloud remain dormant? The elders engaged in fervent discussion. Elder Qingxuan's countenance turned grave as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the tribulation cloud. Suddenly, he trembled violently, exclaiming, the heavenly tribulation has unified. It is indeed the unification of the heavenly tribulation. How can this be possible? Elder Qin Xian, what does the unification of the heavenly tribulation entail? Saint Xuzi inquired hastily. The unification of the heavenly tribulation means that all the tribulation lightning converges into a singular strike. Its might far surpassing that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation by 100-fold. Such a heavenly tribulation can only be invoked by one destined for greatness, one who is fated to achieve immortality. Although it presents a tremendous trial for cultivators, the subsequent benefits are equally immense. After enduring the heavenly tribulation's baptism, the cultivator will emerge even stronger. Elder Qingxuan's voice quivered with excitement, tinged with trepidation. Destined for immortality? The crowd gasped in unison, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees. Ling Luo stared at the tribulation cloud in the sky, her eyes filled with terror. Destined for immortality. This is terrifying. The Tianxian sacred land is about to dominate the Tianyuan continent for another era. With two already present, another emerges. How utterly unfair. The Tianxian sacred land is perilous beyond measure. The unification of the heavenly tribulation will undoubtedly be more perilous. Can Xiaoyu withstand it? Saint Xuzi, amidst shock, harbored concerns. It is difficult to say. Elder Qin Xian slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Ling Luo clenched her delicate hands into fists, her knuckles turning white. Silently praying, Heavenly Tao, please strike him down. Living in the same era as such a prodigy is akin to a nightmare. On Que Peak, Mou gazed up at the firmament. Why hasn't the heavenly tribulation descended yet? Suddenly, Yanqi's urgent voice echoed in his mind. Xiaoyu, quickly, Summon all your strength to resist this heavenly tribulation. Should all the heavenly lightning converge, one misstep could lead to your demise. What do you mean? Mou was taken aback, confusion clouding his mind. However, he held unwavering trust in Yinshi and promptly complied. Within his dantian, the golden core spun wildly as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted forth like a torrent. Coursing through his limbs, simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the heavens. The colossal golden lightning pillar, resembling a raging dragon, roared down from the ninth heaven, carrying the might to annihilate the world, hurtling directly toward Mou. As the golden lightning pillar surged forth, the space around it warped and crackled, as though unable to bear the sheer force of its terrifying power. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of destruction. Crap. Mou's heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. Could it be? Is this the Yuaning tribulation? He swiftly activated his divine abilities, manifesting the indestructible golden body. A faint golden radiance enveloped his exterior in an instant. Boom! The golden lightning pillar struck Mou with tremendous force. In that moment, the entire QA peak was engulfed in golden lightning. From a distance, all the elders stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with horror. Can he truly survive this? I certainly couldn't withstand such a strike at the golden core stage. Let alone you at the golden core stage. I couldn't endure this even at the transformation stage. The elders murmured among themselves. Everyone, we should prepare to apologize to Fairy Yi. Her precious disciple is likely to be struck dead by heavenly lightning before our very eyes. Elder Qingyue sighed. Clearly, he did not believe Mou could survive. Yiling Luo shut her eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the impending doom. It was too terrifying. Not only would her golden core peak self be unable to resist this heavenly tribulation, but even her current Yuaning self would also dare not face it. A mere ripple could obliterate her. The Tianxian Holy Sun is likely doomed. Another potential immortal is lost to the Tianyuan continent. Another formidable adversary is lost to the Yumo sect. The mountain summit. Xianbing fixed her gaze upon the location where Mou faced his tribulation. Her typically serene violet eyes now shimmered with ripples of surprise. It is commonly said that the heavenly Tao is devoid of emotion. Yet in truth, it possesses a measure of sentiment. As the pinnacle of creation, humanity is favored by the heavenly Tao. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation has always correlated with the strength of the cultivator. Allowing for a sliver of hope, the ferocity of Mou's heavenly tribulation, even touching upon the limits of the 69 tribulations, suggests that the heavenly Tao acknowledges his capability to withstand this heavenly lightning. This revelation caught her off guard. However, that is where her surprise ends. Such strength may indeed render him unparalleled in this small world, yet within the realm of the 3,000 immortal domains, he would be considered merely above average. Perhaps he possesses a slim chance of attaining the imperial throne, but to surpass her at the same level, he is still far from sufficient. With a sigh of relief, Mou exhaled deeply. That was terrifying. Thankfully, he possessed the indestructible golden body. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden for at least a month. The heavenly Tao is too excessive. Is it truly a parental entity? He began to keenly sense the changes within his body. Within his dantian, the original golden core had vanished, replaced by a diminutive figure standing roughly 3 inches tall. This figure radiated a crystalline brilliance, shimmering with a soft yet commanding light, entirely distinct from the Yuaning he had previously encountered. Its prowess was unmistakably apparent. Sister Yinshi, I believe my Yuaning is somewhat different. It seems even more formidable. Typically, for cultivators within the first 3 tiers of the Yuaning stage, their Yuaning is fragile and cannot long remain outside the body. However, his was different. Even when separated from his body for an extended period, he felt no discomfort. Moreover, the spiritual power within was immensely potent. It is the heavenly Tao Yuaning. Yinshi's voice resonated within his mind, brimming with barely contained excitement. What is that? Mou queried, puzzled. Does the world categorize Yuaning into tiers? Yinshi patiently elucidated. Yuaning is divided into 3 levels: heavenly Tao, earthly Tao, and human Dao. To endure 54 layers of heavenly tribulation is to condense an earthly Tao Yuaning, while the unification of heavenly lightning results in the heavenly Tao Yuaning. The heavenly Tao Yuaning is exponentially more powerful than ordinary Yuaning. In equal tiers, a cultivator with a heavenly Tao Yuaning can typically contend against 100 cultivators with earthly Tao Yuaning without faltering. Moreover, based on the scale of your heavenly tribulation, you have already approached the limits of the 69 tribulations. What you have condensed is the most elite heavenly Tao Yuaning. Her excitement grew with each word. Xiaoyu, even if you were to be placed in the immortal realm now, you would be considered an above-average prodigy, possessing the potential for imperial ascension. MOU cleared his throat. Such words should not be spoken lightly. They carry significant karma. However, do not let this inflate your pride. Despite your potential for imperial ascension, the opportunity is but a fleeting one. In my time, I too was a heavenly Dao Yuaning, though not the most exceptional. I was still formidable, yet even then, I found myself unable to reach the threshold of an immortal emperor. Although she spoke in such a manner, it must be acknowledged that MOU had, after all, been in the lower realm. Upon ascending to the upper realm, his potential would undoubtedly surpass what it is now. MOU might indeed achieve the status of an immortal emperor in the end. At this thought, a triumphant smile crept upon her lips, filled with pride. MOU silently scoffed, realizing that she was the one truly brimming with arrogance. He steadied his mind. The journey was not yet over. He could still push his limits. Drawing forth a multitude of spirit stones from his storage ring, he continued to channel the great burning heaven technique, voraciously absorbing its energy. The golden light gradually faded. Sumair, standing closest, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing MOU intact. What a fright she had endured! Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she scrutinized MOU, astonished. This little fellow, remarkably unscathed. It is worth noting that even with her system, she would not have been able to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation at the Golden Core stage. Yet, MOU had accomplished it. It seems that venturing out truly has its merits. One might encounter extraordinary opportunities. Senior sister Luo Su Xin particularly relished her outings, and she was indeed the strongest among them. Just as Su Mei was about to approach, she realized that MOU was still in the midst of a breakthrough. Anger surged within her. This troublesome younger brother was truly a source of constant worry. She resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Saint Suzi and the elders prepared to enter the mountain to retrieve MOU's remains. However, upon passing through the formation of Tsuewei Peak, they were astonished to find MOU sitting there unharmed, even continuing his cultivation. How could this be? The elders exchanged incredulous glances, as if they had seen a ghost. Saint Suzi was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. Our holy son possesses the potential of an immortal. He is destined to ascend. Yiling Luo fixed her gaze on MOU. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with diverse emotions, a tempest of thoughts swirling within her. This is it. He survived. The heavenly profound sacred land could rule the Tian Yuan continent for a millennium, even a myriad of years. Elder Qin Xian wore a smug smile. Since little you is fine, everyone. A reward of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for each of you. Do not forget. Hurry and hand them over. The elders presented the spirit stones to Qin Xian and Saint Suzi. Although they had lost spirit stones, their faces revealed no signs of despondency. MOU's survival was indeed a tremendous blessing. MOU gradually opened his eyes. He had now broken through to the third layer of the nascent soul stage. His strength significantly enhanced. The great burning heaven technique had also ascended to the mid-tier of the heavenly grade. He felt confident that he could defeat that sword sex disciple right now. A mere comparison of himself from yesterday would suffice to obliterate him effortlessly. At that moment, he noticed a dozen elders surrounding him. The leaders of the Qi Peak, Dan Peak, Sword Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Five Elements Peak had all gathered here. Esteemed senior brothers and uncles, this is Saint Suzi offered a faint smile. No worries. We merely came to observe. He stepped forward, gently patting MOU on the shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration. Well done, young lad. Continuous breakthroughs. Excellent. Excellent. You have a semblance of the old man's former grace. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. MOU replied. After a moment's thought, he continued. Esteemed senior brothers, I have recently taken on a disciple. Elder Qin Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, dear friends, little you has accepted a disciple. You elders must express your congratulations accordingly. MOU cast a grateful glance towards Qin Xian. This uncle truly was remarkable. Saint Suzi pondered for a moment and declared, in that case, I shall bestow upon my junior brother 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. This not only celebrates MOU's acceptance of a disciple, but also his breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Essence cleansing pills, capable of improving one's aptitude and enhancing cultivation potential. 10 Xianling rainbow feather chickens, exquisite spirit beasts that must be brought forth daily for consumption. The 5-element spirit gathering bracelet, a superior spirit artifact that accelerates cultivation speed. An excellent treasure for your disciple. The thunder hammer, a superior spirit artifact, both a tool for forging and a weapon for combat, a must-have for any robust individual. After bidding farewell to the elders, MOU began to assess his gifts. Unable to suppress a smile. Although the system provided better and more, those were, after all, enhancements. The significance of these gifts, acquired through his own merit, was entirely different. just as he reveled in his good fortune. A sudden chill brushed against his ear. A soft yet firm finger pinched his ear, giving it a gentle twist. You've grown bold, haven't you? Daring to frighten your sister? A voice, sweet yet filled with reproach, echoed in his ear. Sister May, how could I ever dare to frighten you? Even if I were to deceive the master, I would never scare you. Mou quickly turned around to behold a captivating figure, a charming woman with beast ears. Her cascading silver hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, and her pink eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, shimmered with enchanting allure, capable of ensnaring souls. The fluffy white fox ears quivered slightly, adding to her playful charm. Clad in a flowing white veil-like dress, her graceful figure was accentuated to perfection. Her ample bosom was even more pronounced than that of Meng Lan. This was Su Mei in her humanoid form, and she seemed quite miffed, as she rarely bothered to take human form. Su Mei drew closer, her delicate face almost touching Mous, her breath like orchids. You, always so reckless. If you were to lose your life one day, who would be there to collect your remains? Despite her words, she released her grip. In a flash, she transformed into an entirely white fox, leaping into Mou's embrace. Mou quickly caught her, gently stroking her soft fur, soothingly saying, all right, I promise to be more careful next time. Sister Mayor, please don't be angry. In his arms, Su Mei gave a soft huff, offering no immediate response. She merely nudged her furry little head against him, seemingly in search of a more comfortable position. Before her, the system panel appeared, displaying a staggering offline multiplier of 666 times. Saint Suzy returned to Tianxian Peak, dismissing Yiling Luo, and contacted Yiximei through a communication talisman. Yiximei's figure gradually materialized, dressed in a pastel purple long gown. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. Leaning against a soft couch, she exuded a languid grace. Yet her otherworldly beauty was undeniable. Her face was breathtakingly stunning, seemingly embodying all the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, flawless in every aspect. Upon seeing this woman, Saint Suzy's previously upright posture instantly sagged. His knees buckled, and he knelt before her, his voice choked with emotion, filled with sorrowful cries. Ancestor, an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, wept before a woman who appeared scarcely in her 20s. The scene was undeniably strange, especially since this elder was the leader of the heavenly profound sacred land. Outsiders would surely be left astounded if they knew. Didn't I tell you not to call me ancestor? It sounds odd. Speak of matters directly and spare the pleasantries, Yiximei said, her delicate brows knitting together, her red lips parting slightly, tinged with displeasure. Ancestor, I beseech you for a favor. You must promise me. Saint Suzy implored, his voice thick with emotion. Spit it out quickly. I am quite busy, Yiximei replied, her tone indifferent as she picked up a nearby wine gourd and gave it a gentle shake. I beg of you, let little you become the next sect master. Our heavenly profound sacred land cannot do without him. Saint Suzy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Luo Su Xin, by Shuangying. Xianing Bing and Su Mei all expressed their dissent. If you do not allow Mou to agree, we shall be left without successors. Yiximei set down the wine gourd, a flicker of confusion crossing her clear, autumn water-like eyes. What on earth had transpired to evoke such fervor? Little U's heavenly tribulation is the 6-9 harmonious heavenly tribulation. Is that all? You seek me out over such trivial matters? Yiximei's tone grew impatient. Clearly, as the ancestor, she possessed a deeper understanding and broader knowledge than Saint Suzy. Not only this, but the might of his heavenly tribulation is unfathomable. Even I, in the god transformation stage, could not withstand it. Yet he emerged unscathed. Saint Suzy asserted, "Do not jest." Yiximei let out a derisive laugh. The potency of the heavenly tribulation is contingent upon the cultivator's strength. Thus, it is impossible to traverse the tribulation unscathed. Ancestor, what I am saying is entirely true. Everyone witnessed it. Not only was there no injury, but he also managed to break through several minor realms consecutively. Yiximei fell into silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. I shall return in due time. Ancestor, you have yet to agree. Shang Shuzi wished to say more, but Yiximei's ethereal form had already vanished. Meanwhile, in the Taqing domain, at the Taqing sacred ground, within a room adorned with elegance and suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood, Yiximei languidly reclined on a soft couch, her slender, fair fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. How could one traverse the tribulation unscathed? Is it possible that even the limit of the 6-9 thunderclaps cannot harm him? System, do you know? The child of destiny, endowed with immense fortune, Possessing extraordinary talents is hardly surprising. Ishime pondered for a moment. Indeed, her several disciples were each more extraordinary than the last, performing astonishing feats that left one in awe. New child of destiny detected. Chuyuli. Location: Tianxian Sacred Ground. Please, host, hasten to accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yushime's beautiful eyes sparkled, her previous languor vanishing in an instant. The seventh one. At long last, he has appeared. She was finally on the verge of ascension. The child acceptance system. Accepting disciples would grant strength. Once she gathered 7 children of destiny, she could directly ascend to the celestial realm and become an immortal emperor. A single leap to the heavens. The system had bestowed upon her endless longevity, yet she had been unable to break through to the great ascension, no matter how diligently she cultivated. Now, having already accepted 6 children of destiny, only one remained for her to achieve completeness. Over the years, she had encountered numerous fated individuals. For instance, a young lad named Tang Si, who had cared for his physically robust father since the age of 2. Yet the system dismissed him, claiming, "Do not accept a petty person." There was also the senior brother from a minor sect, who showed great concern for his junior sisters, resembling a maternal figure. The system still disapproved, stating, "Do not accept a turtle man." Even among the women, there were those deemed not suitable for her. Had she not taken an MOU, she might have suspected the system had an aversion to males. Now, with the 7th child of destiny finally manifesting, how could she not feel exhilarated? Yushime swiftly rose, preparing to return immediately. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. "Are you leaving?" A woman clad in a resplendent purple robe entered gracefully, followed closely by Ling Qingyue. The newcomer was Ling Qingyue, the leader of the Taqiang Sacred Ground, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger, her elegance and extraordinary demeanor captivating all. She was also the master and foster mother of Ling Qingyue, the two sharing a bond akin to that of true mother and daughter. "I must take my leave. We shall drink together another day." Before Yushime's words could fully resonate, her figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint lingering fragrance. Ling Qingyue let out a cold huff, hoping she would never return again. After Yushime's departure, the room fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Ling Qingyue spoke, her voice as cold as the moonlight. "Master, I have a request to make, and I hope you will grant it." "What is it?" Ling Yunshue's gaze fell upon Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue hesitated for a moment, biting her crimson lip before slowly articulating, "I wish to annul my engagement to the son of Tianxian." "Why is that?" Ling Yunshue's brow furrowed. She could not comprehend why the typically well-behaved and sensible Ling Qingyue would suddenly make such a request. Although it was indeed a wager between her and Yushime to offer her up, they both understood that the Taqiang Sacred Ground's current situation was precarious, necessitating the assistance of the Tianxian Sacred Ground. Moreover, the son of Tianxian had not been a waste since 7 years ago. Furthermore, he possessed striking looks and a formidable senior sister. Even if he was not entirely capable, that it is not for those reasons. Ling Qingyue interrupted Ling Yunxue, her mind involuntarily recalling the events that transpired in the Yin-Yang sect secret realm. Perhaps it was inappropriate feelings for that stranger. Perhaps it was a desire to preserve the reputation of the Taqiang Sacred Ground. Or perhaps it was a fear of igniting a conflict between the two sacred grounds. Regardless, the marriage must be retracted. I have already lost my virtue to another. I cannot face the son of Tianxian again. Ling Qingyue stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yunshue's majestic visage instantly turned frigid. Her aura shifted dramatically, a powerful pressure sweeping forth like a tidal wave. What on earth transpired? Ling Qingyue recounted her encounter from that night, without concealment or embellishment. Simply narrating it as if recounting another's tale. As she reached the end, she lowered her gaze slightly, adding, "All of this arose due to me, and I left no means to find that person. I ask that master does not blame him." Ling Yunxue listened in silence, her expression shifting through a myriad of emotions, anger, confusion, and concern intermingling upon her dignified countenance. Ultimately, she sighed deeply, her voice laden with helplessness and heartache. "Oh, you should have killed that man at the time. I can only hope he does not interfere with your future cultivation. The one who sullied her disciple would undoubtedly be impossible to find." Searching for a qi refinement cultivator within the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent was akin to chasing a dream. The engagement could not possibly proceed. As the foremost power on the Tianyuan continent, how could the Tianxian Sacred Ground allow their son to wed someone who had been sullied? Finally, she sighed once more. "Very well, I shall accompany you to the Tianxian Sacred Ground to annul this engagement." As night fell, the Chui Wei Peak bathed in the hazy moonlight. Chicken soup is served. A crisp and melodious voice shattered the tranquility. Mo Yu looked up to see Ling Qingyue walking towards him. Holding a steaming bowl of chicken soup, she was adorned in the same familiar attire, indistinguishable from the puppet he had encountered previously. It was uncertain whether she was indeed a real person. He opened the panel. Name: Ling Qingyue. Fortune: 10,000 gold. Affection: 100. Absolute trust. Description: adopted by Mo Yu since childhood, suffering from persecutory delusions, believing that nothing in the world can be trusted. Never shows her true face. Endowed with innate Tao, can enhance comprehension of the great Tao as a furnace. So she is a stable flow protagonist, Mo Yu realized. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that I still do not know what this girl looks like? He considered it, and indeed, she looked exceedingly ordinary, so ordinary it seemed intentional. There were no distinct flaws, nor notable virtues. Was she overly cautious? Did she even guard against her own senior brother? Detected that Ling Qingyue is completely subservient to you. This system does not advocate for incest, but respects your preferences. Villains counterattack successful. Reward: celestial level formations, talismans, alchemy, weapon forging insights, and corresponding celestial artifacts. Celestial artifacts: Tian Shu formation disc, spirit pin, divine casting cauldron. Celestial flame alchemy furnace. In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged into Mo Yu's mind. Formations, talismans, weapon forging, alchemy. An abundance of profound knowledge intertwined, collided, and ultimately coalesced within his consciousness. His mastery in these fields instantaneously reached the pinnacle of the lower realm. With a mere thought, he checked the system space. Indeed, there lay a formation disc, a spirit pin, a precious cauldron, and an alchemy furnace. Yet, why was the forging done with a cauldron? Amidst his confusion, information regarding these celestial artifacts surged into his mind, and he soon comprehended their significance. The Tian Shu array disc and the symbolic radiance pin were both auxiliary celestial instruments, serving relatively conventional functions to assist in formations and talisman crafting. In contrast, the other two were fully automated celestial artifacts. By simply tossing in materials, one could effortlessly produce finished products, such as the divine casting Qian Kuan cauldron. As long as one placed threads within and envisioned the desired garment, a piece of clothing would materialize. Although the insights gained from artifact forging encompassed skills like blacksmithing and tailoring, he found himself preferring this instant production method. Furthermore, he could recreate clothing from his past life: stockings, JK uniforms, maid outfits. The mere thought of this caused his face to flush with embarrassment. The system's voice continued to resonate. Do you wish to seize fortune? No. Fortune remains unchanged. Villain points increased by 1000. Mo Yu realized that capturing such protagonist-level figures yielded far more substantial rewards than merely subduing supporting characters. This time, he had acquired 4 celestial artifacts. He opened his personal panel. Name: Mo Yu realm. Third layer of Yuan Ying physique. Chaotic divine body. 1. Pure Yang kidney body cultivation method. Tian Xian holy cannon. Defin Tian Ju heavenly grade. Mid-tier. Upgradable. Chaos Yin Yang decision. Upgradable. Spells: indestructible golden body treasures. Human Emperor banner. Gathering Yin soul jade box. Soul calming flute special. Celestial bone fragment. Nether ghost flame fortune. 15. 200. Holy dragon. Villain points. 8,600. With the cultivation of the Chaos Yin Yang decision, his chaotic divine body had also been developed to level 1. During this period, his villain points had risen to 8,600, allowing him to indulge extravagantly in the marketplace. At present, his divine soul could easily overpower other prodigies of the same realm. However, he still lagged slightly in spells, physique, and movement techniques, merely ranking among the top tier without achieving absolute dominance. He could purchase items related to body refinement. Senior brother, aren't you going to eat? Ling Qingyue's sweet voice roused him from his reverie. Mo Yu regained his focus, picking up a piece of chicken to savor it slowly. The chicken was tender and juicy, melting in his mouth with a hint of ethereal energy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. I am eating, he replied. Qingyue's culinary skills have improved yet again. Upon hearing this, Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she revealed a sweet smile. I'm glad you like it. Zhu Yuli carefully placed a piece of meat into Mo Yu's bowl. Master, please try this. Thank you. Mo Yu nodded, directing his gaze towards Su Meyer, who was nestled in his arms. Sister Meyer, aren't you eating? Not hungry. You all can enjoy it, Su Meyer languidly replied. Dining at the table would disrupt her efficiency in idling. The small courtyard was filled with laughter and joy, presenting a scene of harmony. Ling Qingyue looked upon this warm tableau with delight. From today's tribulation, It seems senior brother has grown even stronger. Heavenly Dao Yuaning. And even more formidable than the heavenly Dao Yuaning of his previous life. If only the senior sisters could cultivate a bit slower, perhaps they could stay to assist senior brother. Alas, in this life, the senior sisters were progressing even more swiftly. Suddenly, Qingyue, with her curious big eyes, inquired, "What kind of person is our ancestral master?" Mou candidly responded, "An unreliable old hag.su." Meyer lazily added, "A fraud. Not a word she says can be trusted." Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is our ancestral master really that unworthy?" Ling Qingyue smiled gently and explained, "Actually, master is quite kind, but it's best not to heed her words, and her request should not be fulfilled." Mou nodded in agreement. "Just treat her words as nonsense. Otherwise, you might find yourself sold one day without realizing it. I see." Qingyue mused, nodding thoughtfully. If Master S credibility were rated at 100, Ling Qingyue would be 60. Su Meyer 30, and their ancestral master a mere 10. After the meal, Mou returned to his room, placing the gathering soul jade box on the windowsill. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the jade box with a faint, ethereal glow. Thus, each month, a soul elixir would be produced. The celestial artifact provided by the system was plain and unadorned, yet already recognized as his, alleviating concerns of others coveting it. "What is this?" Su Meyer, nestled in his arms, lazily raised her eyes, curiosity evident. "I found it in a secret realm. It can store soul elixirs." Mou explained. Su Meyer nodded slightly, a fleeting look of skepticism crossing her features before she ceased her inquiries. "Sister, I'm going to sleep now," Mou announced. Although cultivators could forego sleep, he still retained the habit of resting. In his previous life, he had worked until midnight every day. In this life, if he continued to forego sleep, it would be as if he had not transmigrated at all. "You can sleep. Just ignore me," Su Meyer teased, her fox-like eyes narrowing mischievously. "But Ming Lanin said she would come here to play the flute for me." "Headache. What? Do you have an objection?" "No, I have no objections." Reluctantly, Mou had to sit cross-legged, still cradling Su Meyer in his arms. Today was uneventful, yet he couldn't listen to music. Mou sighed inwardly, his thoughts shifting to the system's marketplace. Various items such as physique enhancements, cultivation methods, spells, treasures, and elixirs were available. At that moment, he noticed a limited time offer. Well, system. So you also engage in such marketing tactics? He clicked into Explore. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, Volume 1. Original price, 100,000. Discounted price, 5,000 villain points, 50 off. Heavenly Binding Rope, original price, 30,000. Discounted price, 3,000 villain points, 10 off. Void Indestructibility, original price, 10,000. Discounted price, 1,000,000 villain points, 10 off. Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such high discounts. He had no choice but to purchase it. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique was a top-tier body refinement method. Anyone familiar with novels knew just how powerful this was. Mou did not hesitate to buy it. Instantly, a vast ocean of knowledge surged into his mind. The human body contained 840 million particles, which could be awakened into a giant elephant. The giant elephant could transform into a dragon elephant, the dragon elephant into a primordial elephant, and the primordial elephant into a divine elephant. If he were to refine all his particles into divine elephants, he could shatter the entire universe with sheer physical strength alone. Although Volume 1 could only cultivate to the giant elephant stage, it was sufficient. Once he perfected Volume 1, he would surely accumulate enough villain points for the subsequent volumes. As for the latter two, he had no immediate plans to purchase them. Void Indestructibility was a powerful divine ability that ensured consciousness remained undying and true spirit eternal. However, it was beyond his means. The Heavenly Binding Rope, a formidable controlling celestial artifact, was also impractical due to his lack of spiritual power to support it. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Celestial Spirit Power Loan. Each time you use the Heavenly Binding Rope, the system will automatically replenish the missing celestial spirit power for you, limited to once a day, at the cost of 600 villain points. You crafty system, attempting to drain my remaining villain points. However, this was clearly a worthless offer, merely wordplay. Not only did it require sacrificing his own spiritual energy, but it was also limited to this singular celestial artifact. He would rather die than purchase this service, much less consider acquiring the Heavenly Binding Rope. Mou shifted his gaze to the ordinary marketplace. Among the myriad of goods, a spiritual herb caught his eye. Creation Jade Lotus, 10,000. 000 villain points. It could reshape a cultivator's physical body, rendering it impervious to malevolent forces, resistant to toxins and cold, and capable of withstanding various soul-capturing spells and treasures. When combined with other herbs to create an elixir, it could further enhance a cultivator's innate physique. With 3,600 villain points remaining, he planned to save up to purchase this and assist Sister Yinxi in reshaping her body. Junior uncle, may I come in? I'm here to play the flute for you. A soft voice from outside interrupted Mou's thoughts. It was Ming Lanyin. Mou glanced down, noticing Su Meyer gazing at him with a knowing smile. Her voice sultry. It seems I have interrupted a romantic rendezvous. Mou nodded vigorously. Yes, you should leave now. Do you dare to nod? Su Meyer's tone suddenly shifted, radiating an icy chill. In a flicker, she transformed into her human form by the bedside. Her delicate face as frosty as the winter's breath. Casting a piercing gaze at Mou shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattled drum. No. Senior sister, please let me explain. Su Meyer let out a light chuckle, her laughter crisp and melodious, yet tinged with a hint of peril that sent shivers down the spine. Her graceful figure bent slightly, and her arms, as fair as snow, coiled around Mou's neck like ethereal serpents, exuding a fragrant allure. Brother, do you think your sister is beautiful? Her voice dripped with an enchanting sweetness, her eyes shimmering with a pink glow, captivating the very essence of the soul. Mou felt a wave of intoxicating fragrance envelop him. Before him was Su Meyer's flawless visage, her skin surpassing the purity of freshly fallen snow, seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere touch. From his vantage point, he could hardly ignore the two rounded forms of pristine white and the unfathomable valleys they concealed. All lay bare before him. Moreover, she was wielding her enchanting arts. Hastily, Mou summoned his inner strength, steadied his mind, and managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. Beautiful. Su Meyer was somewhat taken aback. This little rascal could actually withstand her charm at present. How intriguing. She leaned in closer, nearly brushing her nose against Mou's, her breath fragrant as orchids. How do I compare to your little lover? Mou's heart sank. This was a perilous question. Before he could respond, a soft voice from outside interrupted. Little Shu, are you inside? It was Ming Lanyin. With a graceful lift of her hand, Su Meyer conjured a flash of pink light that sealed the door shut. Her enchanting eyes remained fixed on Mou, eagerly awaiting his reply. Sister Meyer is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Mou gazed at her perfect face, his mind racing. Su Meyer was not Ming Lanyin. If Ming Lanyin were before him, he could have simply acted on impulse. But this enchanting fox, if he were truly ensnared by her charm, who could predict what might transpire come dawn? He recalled a time when he had been under her spell, wandering bare to seek out the third senior sister, Xianingbing, nearly meeting a disastrous end at her hands. Since my sister is so beautiful, why do you still rendezvous with other little lovers? It makes me quite sorrowful. Su Meyer's voice dripped with a melancholic allure, laced with a hint of playful reproach that stirred the heart. Mou felt his resolve gradually crumbling. He hastily activated his protective barrier, calming his spirit. His gaze cleared, steadying like the tranquil depths of a night sky. Su Meyer, witnessing this, was even more astonished. Generally, cultivators at the transformation stage would succumb obediently to her enchanting arts. This little rascal remained unfazed. As if nothing were amiss, perhaps, she mused, she should increase the intensity of her charm. As a cultivator at the returning void stage, combined with her innate advantages, even those at the integration stage would find it challenging to resist her full allure. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms encircle her slender waist, the warmth sending a tremor through her delicate frame. Mou's deep gaze met Su Meyer's, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his lips. How about we share a private moment together, Sister Meyer? Su Meyer paused, her expression shifting to one of playful seduction. Brother has grown bold, daring to tease his sister. Before she could finish her sentence, Mou felt an overwhelming force surge upon him. In an instant, he found himself pinned beneath Su Meyer, collapsing onto the soft bed. Silken strands of silver cascaded down, brushing against his face, igniting a tingling sensation. An elegant fragrance danced in the air, delicate and elusive, stirring his heartstrings. Truly, she was a formidable demoness of the returning void stage, her overwhelming power beyond his ability to resist. Their warm bodies pressed closely, breaths mingling in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Outside, voices broke through the tension. Are you looking for Xixiao? He just stepped out for a moment. The gentle voice belonged to Ling Qingyue. I see. Then I shall take my leave for now. Returning another time. Wait, come with me. I have something I promised to give you. Silence fell once more. Su Meyer playfully twirled a strand of hair, every movement exuding an enticing allure. Mou, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Sister, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Of course, I am here to punish you for making me worry," Sumire replied softly. "Do you have any idea how frightened I was today? What would I have done if something unfortunate had befallen you?" "Trust you? Not a chance," Mou muttered inwardly. He resolved that when his powers matured, he would reclaim his dignity and teach this vixen a lesson. "Brother, do you have feelings for your sister?" Her voice, sultry and sweet, echoed in his ears like an enchanting melody. Sumire's eyes sparkled with a rosy hue, the power of her allure surging forth. Even with the protection of his barrier, Mou felt his mind fogging. His will wavering, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. If that's the case, sister, do not blame me, though. And what does my brother wish to do?" Sumire arched an eyebrow. "That if you dare to advance even a step further, the heavens themselves will tremble." Sumire chuckled lightly, as if she had heard a delightful jest. She leaned closer, their breaths intertwining, her sumptuous softness pressing against Mou's chest. Her gaze was filled with playful mockery. With a sudden resolve, Mou decided to take the plunge. He tightened his embrace around Sumire, leaning in to capture her enticing lips. The sensation of soft warmth enveloped him, sweet and intoxicating, drawing him into a world of ecstasy. Sumire's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the disciple she so often toyed with. Seizing the moment of her astonishment, Mou pushed with all his might. Channeling his essence to summon his sword, the blade gleamed, and the ceiling cracked under its brilliance. Utilizing his blood escape technique, he transformed into a crimson comet soaring skyward. "Senior sister, save me." Sumire slowly regained her composure, her delicate fingers brushing her lips, wiping away a trace of crimson. She narrowed her alluring eyes, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. "Such a bite. Not at all compliant. It seems I shall have to bind you next time." She opened her status panel. Name, Sumire Realm. Returning Void Stage, Level 7 Cultivation Multiplier. 2 Reward Multiplier. 2. Her cultivation had risen a level since this morning. It was worth noting that each level in the returning Void Stage required decades of arduous training. Furthermore, as a demon, her cultivation speed lagged considerably behind that of humans. Her earlier teasing of Mou was not solely born from irritation. She discovered that while in human form and in contact with Mou, her cultivation multiplier could soar to 777 times. Especially when Mou had bitten her earlier, the multiplier had astonishingly reached 888 times. As for her first kiss, she was relatively indifferent. After all, she had kissed little Mou before. And demons, unlike humans, did not place as much significance on such matters. "Consider it a boon for that little rascal," she huffed lightly, contemplating how she would deal with him next time. After a moment's thought, Sumire decided against seeking Mou for the time being. If she did, he might very well flee the sect. Today, she would target someone else. In Ling Qingyue's room, Meng Lanning held a small wine flask, her expression filled with curiosity. "Is this what you spoke of earlier?" Ling Qingyue nodded gently. "Indeed, it's the immortal's intoxication. Just a drop, and even a scattered immortal would succumb to its effects." Meng Lanning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly cradled the flask. "Thank you," she exclaimed, bouncing with exhilaration as she left the room, her mind already envisioning the scene of her little Shirshu collapsing into her embrace. Once she departed, Ling Qingyue revealed a sly smile. This immortal's intoxication contained much more than just the elixir. In truth, she has also added Huan powder. To ensure greater caution, she has opted for the dosage suitable for a tribulation. There is no alternative. Her senior brother's constitution was already remarkably strong in the previous life. In this lifetime, it will be even more exaggerated. Without administering potent medicine, she cannot be at ease. Senior brother, in your last life, you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the path, maintaining your youthful innocence until your death. In this lifetime, even if the Tianyuan continent faces annihilation once more, you shall experience the utmost bliss of the mortal realm. Ling Qingyue's smile blossomed like a flower, akin to a water lily emerging from the depths. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a familiar voice, laced with a hint of teasing, echoed, "Xiao Wangqing, your senior sister has come to play with you." Upon hearing this voice, Ling Qingyue's expression subtly shifted. "Where is my formation? Why did it not activate?" She quickly turned around, only to find Sumire's demeanor unchanged, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems her senior sister did not overhear the earlier conversation. Does senior sister have something to discuss? Ling Qingyue endeavored to keep her voice calm and natural. However, Sumire did not respond and instead approached her directly. Her delicate hand gently covered Ling Qingyue's face and began to knead it. "Little junior sister, your puppet is becoming increasingly lifelike. I truly adore it. The texture is marvelous." As she spoke, Her gaze wandered to Ling Qingyue's bosom. Ling Qingyue hastily swatted her hand away, her arms instinctively crossing over her chest. What is senior sister talking about? What puppet? You truly are disobedient, just like your senior brother. No wonder he raised you single-handedly. I do not know what senior sister is referring to. Speaking of which, junior sister, is your puppet truly indistinguishable from a living person? Is every aspect identical, even down below? Wouldn't that mean, senior sister, please leave? Shortly thereafter, Ling Qingyue wore an expression of displeasure, cradling a six-tailed white fox in her arms. Her puppet's formation skills were still too lacking. Having been completely seen through, and her true self was revealed, that it seems she must strive harder. Meyer nestled in her embrace, her thoughts racing. So, in the future glimpsed by Xiao Wangqing, did her brother perish? At the peak of Tsuewei, Mou lay sprawled on the ground, feeling as if his entire body had been disassembled, with waves of intense pain radiating from his limbs and bones. The side effects of the blood escape technique were indeed overwhelming. He unconsciously licked his lips, savoring the remnants of blood. One must admit, the taste of Meyer was indeed exquisite, imbued with a faint, ethereal fragrance. You forcibly kissed Meyer and obtained her first kiss. Though the process seemed somewhat passive and the ending slightly tragic, you still inflicted damage across two major realms. Reward: divine ability, locking spirit forbidden origin. Villain points 400. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The locking spirit forbidden origin was a unique talent of the Tianhu clan, capable of sealing spiritual power or magical artifacts. It could forcibly disrupt the flow of one's spiritual energy, rendering them unable to wield it for a short duration. An incredibly potent ability. Had Meyer employed this against him earlier, he would have had no chance of escape. You truly have a daring spirit. You even dared to kiss your senior sister. Yanxi, she insisted on getting close. If I did not reciprocate, it would reflect poorly on me. That is indeed a valid point. Yanxi chuckled softly, her tone gentle. However, I must caution you. Even combined, we would find it difficult to escape from her. Be careful. Her tone shifted to seriousness. Upon recovering her spirit, she truly realized that the individuals atop this small hill possessed unfathomable strength. She had initially believed they simply had longer cultivation times in higher realms. But now it seemed, even in the celestial realm, they could be considered extraordinary talents. Understood, Yanxi mama, Mou teased. She would not truly kill me. Yanxi let out a soft huff, choosing not to respond further. A warm current surged within her, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of loss enveloped her. It was a feeling that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, a gentle blue light descended upon Mou. The warm, spring-like spiritual energy flowed through him, instantly soothing the wounds inflicted by his burning essence. Mou stood up, brushing off the dust from his garments, and gazed at the one who had healed him. Naturally, it was his third senior sister, Xianbing, who remained seated at the cliff's edge, her back to him, exuding an air of nobility and chill, clad in dark robes that fluttered softly in the wind. She resembled an otherworldly being, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you, senior sister. Mou clasped his hands in respect. Senior sister, Meyer wants to kill me. May I stay with you for the night? Xianbing did not respond. Seemingly accustomed to such requests, Mou, unceremoniously, sat cross-legged beside her. After all, this was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. Following every altercation with his fourth senior sister, he would seek refuge with his third senior sister. Meyer occasionally found reasons to bully him, and he had grown accustomed to it. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and began to cultivate the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a vortex that surged into his body. A single microparticle successfully awakened. A powerful force, akin to the awakening of an ancient giant, surged within him. It felt as though a colossal elephant slumbering for eons had opened its eyes. Every cell in his body rejoiced. Mou continued to channel his technique, awakening more microparticles. 2, 3, 10. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The power within Mou escalated continuously. Each awakened microparticle brought about monumental changes. The strength of his physical body rapidly increased. His bones, muscles, and meridians underwent transformation, becoming increasingly resilient. Gradually, a faint golden light enveloped Mou. This phenomenon signified that his physical form had reached a remarkable level of power. The golden light shimmered, illuminating him like a golden war god. Exuding an extraordinary presence, the intensity of his cultivation increased, and the vortex of spiritual energy expanded. Winds roared and dust flew. Nearby, Xianbing slowly opened her eyes, surprise flickering in her violet pupils. She could sense that MOU was cultivating an extremely powerful body-refining technique. It appeared to be of a very high level. Even among Celestial Emperor techniques, it could be deemed top-tier. Her junior brother indeed had considerable fortuitous encounters. However, she believed that was the extent of it. She did not think MOU would surpass her in a month's time. After all, the gap between them was simply too vast. She had also practiced body-refining techniques. This would only allow MOU to endure longer in comparative battles. More importantly, her divine phoenix body was far superior to the pure yang sacred body. Even when cultivating techniques of the same level, the pure yang sacred body could not contend with hers. Xianingbing closed her eyes once more, returning to her cultivation. Time flowed on. Ultimately, within MOU, 30,000 microparticles awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light bursting forth from his pupils. A tremendous aura erupted from within him, akin to a slumbering giant awakening, exerting pressure in all directions. He could distinctly feel that, in terms of sheer strength, he was now hundreds of times stronger than before. With every movement, he exuded terrifying power. It felt as though a single punch could shatter the Tsuweiwei peak, and a single palm could obliterate his former self. Simultaneously, his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through. The fourth layer of Yuan-Ing was within reach. During your cultivation journey, remember to temper your Tao heart. Xianingbing's cool voice resonated in his ears, reminiscent of a mysterious orchid in a secluded valley. MOU was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. This was Xianingbing advising him that cultivating too rapidly would yield no benefits, just a few days prior. He was at the fourth layer of Jindan, and now he was nearing the fourth layer of Yuan-Ing. The Tao heart pertains to one's comprehension of the Tao, steadfastness, and pursuit. If one's understanding of the Tao does not keep pace with the elevation of one's realm, it could result in numerous issues, such as an unstable foundation, slowed cultivation, inflated battle prowess, and the emergence of inner demons, among others. However, he felt no concern about this, that he believed in the heavenly path. Tomorrow, it would present him with an opportunity related to the Tao heart. Breakthrough. The fourth layer of the primordial infant. Within the Dantian, the originally fist-sized primordial infant swiftly grew, transforming into the likeness of a child, exquisitely sculpted, with delicate features and an endearing charm. It entered the second stage of the primordial infant phase, the formation of the infant. MOU felt a profound sense of ease enveloping him, his five senses sharpening, and his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming increasingly lucid. A satisfied smile graced his lips. He was confident that even when faced with an ordinary transformation stage cultivator, he could easily strike them down. Xianingbing, sensing MOU's breakthrough, maintained her perennial icy demeanor, showing little sign of fluctuation. All that needed to be said had been articulated. It was his own choice. One can only grow through personal experience. Moreover, the impact of this matter was not substantial. It merely meant that he would require a longer period to repay his debts in the future. Once his cultivation was complete, MOU lay upon the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. Countless stars twinkled above, the Milky Way stretching magnificently across the horizon. He recalled the adversary he had to contend with. The Qin family, a clan that could be considered half-demonic. According to Qin Shou's memories, it seemed there was more to it than that. Even in the visions of the future he had witnessed, the entirety of the Qin family remained obscured. Furthermore, they practiced soul refinement. It was known that even among demonic cultivators, few would resort to soul refinement. Could it be that the Qin family was, in fact, a sinister clan? The thought sent a shiver through him. Conjuring vivid images of the devastation wrought upon Mo village, the anguished cries of the villagers, the heavy stench of blood, and the collapsed homes flashed before his mind like a blade slicing through his heart. Senior sister, Mou suddenly spoke. Have the concepts of righteousness, demonic, and sinister existed since time immemorial? What is the distinction between them? After a brief pause, Xianingbing's cold voice resonated, akin to the sound of ice water dripping. They have existed since ancient times. The demonic, in transforming spiritual energy into demonic breath, selfishly extracts without return, overexploiting the resources of the world, leading to a scarcity of spiritual energy for future generations. The sinister, using the lives of others to bolster their own cultivation, harms others for personal gain, stripping away flesh and fat, thus extinguishing the burgeoning talents of the present age. Both paths easily lead to confusion of the mind, inciting slaughter and retribution, becoming objects of scorn in society. Mou remained in a daze for a while, gradually comprehending her meaning. To consume spiritual energy without return is demonic. To utilize the lives of others for cultivation is sinister. The rampant proliferation of demonic cultivators would ruin the future environment, while the unchecked rise of sinister cultivators could annihilate the contemporary human race. Could you refrain from speaking in such an elaborate manner? Mou slowly sat up, gently shaking his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts. Suddenly, an important matter struck him. He had left the roasted rabbit in the forest. What if it were consumed by other beasts? Yet soon, a smile of reassurance crossed his face. Tang Si was, after all, the child of destiny. Either he had fortuitously stumbled upon the little Wei-O, or, even in the absence of a corpse, he would find a way to revive her. Truth be told, he had never encountered a method to resurrect the dead and remained uncertain of its feasibility. Meanwhile, in a forest at the border of the Tianxin domain, the bright moon hung high. Casting silver light that danced across the trees, the tranquil night sky was suddenly rent by the sharp cry of a bird. A colossal Qingyue bird demon was fiercely pursuing a young boy. "Damn beast, how dare you chase me?" the boy roared, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "You have sealed your own fate." The boy was none other than Tang Si, clutching the lifeless body of Xiao Wei-O tightly. He raced through the dense woods, propelled by the wind. With a roar, several blades of wind whistled toward him, slicing through the air and aiming directly at his back. Tang Si abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, but was still grazed by one of the wind blades, instantly drenched in blood. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his misfortune. He was in no position to defeat this golden core stage beast. He had come to search for Xiao Wei-O, only to discover her lifeless form. That he swore that he would find the one who had roasted Xiao Wei-O. That arrogant individual had even left behind evidence. One day, he would uncover the owner of these few needles. The scent emanating from Xiao Wei-O's corpse had attracted this beast. Although Tang Si had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, he was still no match for the golden core beast. With a roar, the Qingyue bird demon launched another attack. Multiple sharp wind blades hurtled toward Tang Si, sending him flying. Struggling to rise, he glared at the bird demon, his eyes igniting with vengeful sparks. "You are forcing my hand," he bellowed, his voice laced with ferocity. Lowering his gaze to Xiao Wei-O's lifeless body, he was filled with remorse and sorrow. "Xiao Wei-O, I promise you, I will avenge you. I will not let a single one of those who harmed you escape." With that, he devoured the entire roasted rabbit in a few bites. Instantly, a surge of immense power erupted within him. His aura soared, breaking through to the golden core realm in an instant. In the chaotic star domain, Star City, Mou emerged from the teleportation array, cradling the six-tailed white fox. After settling Chu Yuli, he came directly here. He had given all the magical artifacts provided by the Elder to Chu Yuli and entrusted her to Ling Qingyue's care. It seemed that Go Daolu and the mortals would likely get along quite well. Su Meyer made no mention of the previous day's biting incident, as if it had never occurred. The two maintained a harmonious relationship, showing no signs of awkwardness. Mou felt a twinge of guilt. Having taken her first kiss. "Brother Mo, what a coincidence." A clear, melodious voice suddenly interrupted Mou's thoughts. He looked up to see a strikingly handsome figure approach, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. He instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Yu Hong, Feng Yinxiao, one of the 7 stars of the Celestial Star's sacred land, a candidate for the position of sect leader, and the very person he had used as a scapegoat. Like him, he was also at the primordial infant stage. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Mou replied nonchalantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Yinxiao's eyes. He had not expected that after several years, Brother Mou not only resolved his cultivation regression, but also reached the primordial infant stage. Truly commendable. Mou nodded slightly. "Just fortunate, really." Feng Yinxiao smiled gently. "May I ask what brings Brother Mou to our chaotic star domain?" "Someone has offended me, and I have come to exact vengeance," Mou replied in a calm tone. As though discussing trivial matters, Feng Yinxiao raised an eyebrow. "I see. Brother Mou, your sense of justice is commendable. Indeed, a true hero." Mou merely nodded in acknowledgement. This man had a talent for turning a blind eye to the truth. What could be termed as seeking vengeance could easily be framed as a heroic act. Feng Yinxiao's gaze shifted to the 6-tailed white fox nestled in Mou's arms. "I presume this must be Senior Su." Su Meyer didn't even lift her eyelids, clearly uninterested in engaging. Observing this, Mou spoke coolly. "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," without waiting for a response from Feng Yinxiao. He turned and strode away. Feng Yinxiao watched Mou depart, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What could have brought 2 of the 5 prodigies of the Tianxin sacred land to the chaotic star domain? Had they uncovered something significant? At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, silent and ghostly. "Young master, shall we monitor their movements?" "There is no need. The Tianxin sacred land represents righteousness. They want to engage in any outrageous actions. Let others deal with them. Mou made his way directly toward the city center. The streets were lined with bustling shops and throngs of pedestrians, vibrant and lively. Various signs glimmered in the sunlight, and the air was permeated with the aroma of life. Suddenly, Sue Meyer spoke up from Mou's embrace. "What do you think of that you hang?" "What do I think? He looks the part." Mou replied. "Why do you say that?" Sue Meyer inquired with curiosity. "I detest those who always wear such a gentle expression. They are either exceptionally cunning or spineless," Mou candidly assessed. "Spineless?" Sue Meyer was puzzled. "I can understand cunning, but what do you mean by spineless? Double-faced? No, worse than that. He acts like a cowardly sheep." Sue Meyer was even more confused. What on earth did that mean? Mou elaborated. "He is the type who enjoys making others regret their actions. Forgiving betrayals with lines like 'If you love her, you must forgive her.' A complete fool." Sue Meyer, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a light laugh, melodious like the chime of silver bells. If everything could be forgiven, then all he had endured was merely his just deserts. Mou nodded repeatedly. Sue Meyer shifted her tone. "However, I believe you hang belongs to the former category, deeply scheming. My sister is quite adept at discerning good from evil, you know. Although that person is not entirely malevolent, he does not exhibit the benevolence he pretends to possess." Mou nodded in agreement. As he shared her sentiments, after procuring a map of the chaotic star region, the two made their way to the fragmented star prefecture. In the heart of the fragmented star prefecture, deep within the Qin family estate, lay a concealed cavern. A nauseating stench of blood permeated the the center of the cavern. A blood pool churned violently, with countless vengeful spirits writhing and howling, their mournful cries echoing incessantly. Beside the blood pool sat Qingjun, cross-legged, surrounded by swirling dark energy, his visage twisted in a grotesque manner. A Yuan-ing cultivator stood respectfully by his side. "Ancestor, as per your instructions, we have captured over 10,000 infants. Each of these infants has been meticulously selected according to your requirements. Each one was born in the year of the Yin, month of the Yin, and hour of the Yin, inherently imbued with a heavy aura of resentment. They were made orphans as soon as they gained consciousness, further intensifying the resentment within them." "Excellent," Qingjun remarked, gazing at the writhing spirits in the blood pool, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not far away, within a hidden formation, Mou observed everything, his brow furrowed. "They even have to commit patricide. By this standard, finding pregnant women to open an evil cultivation factory seems unfeasible," he murmured softly. Sue Meyer did not respond to his lament. Mou, puzzled, called out softly, "Sister Meyer." Still, there was no reply. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the white fox, Sue Meyer, was curled up in his arms, her petite form trembling slightly. "Get that thing away." Sue Meyer's voice trembled, clearly filled with fear. Following her gaze, Mou saw a translucent apparition silently floating beside him, devoid of any sound. "It's a ghost," Mou thought to himself. Startled, a ghost. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. He was a cultivator. Why should he fear a mere ghost? Upon closer inspection, he found it was simply a vengeful spirit devoid of any cultivation. It seemed to have been inadvertently trapped when the formation was set up. A realization struck him. Sue Meyer was actually afraid of ghosts. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. "Sister Meyer, are you afraid of ghosts?" Sue Meyer remained tightly nestled in Mou's embrace, her little fox head buried deep in his chest, refusing to look up. Her muffled voice emerged from his embrace. You quickly get rid of it. Cuckoo, Sister Meyer. If you promise not to bully me in the future, I will get rid of it. All right, I promise you. You were lacking sincerity, but since you said so, I will agree. All right, it's gone." Upon hearing this, Sue Meyer slowly peeked her little head out from Mou's embrace. However, as soon as she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of the translucent apparition floating right in front of her, its hollow eyes staring intently at her. She let out a piercing scream, which, had it not been for the soundproofing of the formation, would have likely echoed throughout the entire Qin estate. Sue Meyer quickly shrank back into Mou's arms, her body trembling even more violently. "Quickly, get rid of it," she pleaded with a quivering voice, filled with terror. "I have no idea how this heart demon came about." Mou murmured softly. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Villain points 200. He was slightly taken aback. "Oh, there are villain points." Yet, he chose not to frighten Sue Meyer further. This time, a faint pink glow emanated from Sue Meyer's body. Mou felt an impending sense of doom. If this continued, this area would surely be reduced to ruins. Gently patting the trembling little fox, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. He raised his hand, conjuring a cluster of ghostly flames to send the innocent vengeful spirit to the afterlife. All right, it's truly gone this time. Woo-woo. You wicked little brother. How could you bully me like this? Mo felt a bit exasperated. The current Sue Meyer was a far cry from the enchanting and alluring fox spirit of the previous night. It's really gone. I swear. Sue Meyer extended her spiritual awareness, carefully scanning her surroundings. Only after confirming that the vengeful spirit had vanished did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, she still remained curled up in Mo's embrace, her voice quaking slightly. Shall we return now, please? She pointed with her fluffy little paw towards a soul banner not far away. Mo looked over and beheld countless vengeful spirits writhing and wailing within the soul banner. A scene both eerie and terrifying. He understood now. She was indeed frightened. Isn't this a bit excessive? He thought. However, glancing at the human emperor banner in the system space, a playful smile crept across his lips. He wondered if the now ethereal Sister Meyer could take on his Yuaning self wielding the human emperor banner. With this thought, a surge of delight coursed through him. Finally, I can turn the tables and become the master. Let this fox spirit that bullied me experience the taste of being pinned down and ravaged. Be careful. Don't let yourself get carried away. Yanxi reminded him ominously. Mo nodded, turning to Sue Meyer. Sister Meyer, there's no need to worry. A mere few transformation gods are no match for me alone. Just watch from the sidelines. Sue Meyer, having finally calmed down, rolled her eyes at him. Stop boasting. You only just reached the Yuan Ing stage yesterday. How could you possibly defeat them? I just saw that the Qin family has 3 transformation gods and 33 Yuan Ing cultivators. Since we already know they are evil cultivators, we should directly report them to the Starry Sacred Land. This is their territory. Mo confidently replied. You can rest assured. I have become quite powerful now. He also saw this as an opportunity to thoroughly test the results of his recent cultivation. Fine, but if you can't win, I will help you escape. Although Sue Meyer said this, her body remained faithfully nestled in Mo's embrace. Too afraid to even glance outside, Mo gently nodded. Suddenly, Yanxi's voice rang out in his mind. 3 transformation gods. I am fully prepared. Just open your mind. Mo was taken aback, then quickly understood. He hurriedly explained, Sister Yanxi, that's not what I meant. I truly want to confront them with my own strength. Can you manage? Yanxi questioned. It was important to note that Mo was only at the 4th layer of Yuaning. How could he possibly defeat 3 transformation gods without her assistance? If things go awry, you can always help me later. All right then. Mo's gaze fell upon Qingjun, who was not far away. Engrossed in his cultivation, the 2nd layer of transformation god, it should be quite simple to defeat him. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as Mo's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Qingjun, clenching his right fist. Imbued with the force of thunder, he struck fiercely at Qingjun's back. Qingjun, lost in his cultivation, was utterly unprepared for a sneak attack. Boom! With a resounding crash, Qingjun's back was pierced through, flesh and blood flying. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the protective formation of the cavern and instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I asked that it. Am I too strong, or is he simply too weak? He was defeated with a single punch. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Turning around, he unleashed another punch at the Yuaning death warrior, reducing him to dust. The last remnant of Qingjun's soul hovered in midair, seemingly still in shock. When he finally grasped what had transpired, he let out a piercing scream. Rodent, how dare you launch a sneak attack? He simply could not fathom how an enemy had infiltrated this place. What rendered it even more incredible was the fact that a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could actually obliterate his own physical body at the transformation stage with a single punch. Qingjun was astounded, yet he was acutely aware that in this current state, he was no match for Mo. Without hesitation, he promptly utilized a soul banner to teleport away from the cave dwelling. Mo noticed his departure but did not immediately pursue him. Instead, he employed the netherworld ghost fire to completely transcend all the vengeful spirits within the cave. In his mind, the astonished voice of Yanxi resonated. Your physical body is astonishingly powerful. Although she had witnessed Mo practicing the divine elephant suppression technique the previous day, she had never imagined that this martial art was so extraordinary. The remnants of the body refining technique you stumbled upon while you were asleep turned out to be quite formidable, Mo casually remarked. Yanxi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Formidable is an understatement. It's simply terrifying. I've never encountered such a tyrannical technique even in the immortal realm. This must at least be at the level of an immortal emperor. Sue Meyer remained curled up in Mo's embrace. her fluffy tail wrapped tightly around herself, oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. Upon confirming that the vengeful spirits had been eradicated, Mou leisurely made his way to hover above the Qin family. At that moment, two figures had joined the ancestral spirit of the Qin family. On the left was the Grand Elder Qin Li, clad in black robes, with a gaunt visage and a sinister glint in his eyes. On the right was the second Elder Qin Chuan, garbed in green robes, with a dignified countenance and a steady aura. Both were cultivators at the first level of the transformation stage. Upon seeing Mou, Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. He had hurried out the moment he heard the commotion, and this was the result: a mere fourth-level nascent soul cultivator, accompanied by a timid fox without any cultivation. Was it not to say that he had merely used one hand to shatter Qin Jun's physical form? Old man, you are truly pathetic. You can't even defeat a junior at the nascent soul stage. Qin Chuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Li joined in the derision. Don't even mention a sneak attack. Even if I stood still and let him strike me, I wouldn't be shattered. With that, he too erupted in laughter. Qin Jun's expression darkened like stormy waters, and he remained silent. He yearned for these two old fools to experience a taste of Mou's punch. That punch still sent shivers down his spine at the mere thought of it. Could he withstand such a blow if he faced it head-on? He lacked the confidence. A playful smirk danced on Mou's lips. Since both of you are so confident, why not stand still and let me have a go? Arrogant little brat, do you take me for a fool? Qin Li's smile vanished, and his demeanor turned grave. After years of navigating the cultivation world, he understood that underestimating one's opponent was the most foolish of choices. The three transformation stage powerhouses hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming presence that pressured all directions. The cultivators throughout the city felt this astonishing aura, raising their gazes skyward. Are those not the three transformation stage ancestors of the Qin family? Why have they all emerged? Who is that person daring enough to confront them? Hiss! Look, it seems that Ancestor Qin Jun's physical body has been shattered. What? How can that be? Ancestor Qin Jun is a second-level transformation stage cultivator. Who could possibly injure him? Who on earth is that person? The air was thick with incredulous murmurs as all eyes were glued to this scene. Mou's gaze swept over the three transformation stage cultivators. Qin Jun was injured, left with only his spirit, significantly weakened and thus no longer a threat. The other two were merely ordinary first-level transformation cultivators, without anything particularly remarkable. In an instant, the heavenly profound sword technique unfurled. Its sword intent soaring into the heavens. The next moment, the world shifted in hue. Countless beams of sword light cascaded like a hanging galaxy, enveloping the three transformation stage cultivators. The terrifying sword intent swept across the entire city, causing the very air to tremble, as if the heavens and earth resonated in response. The mere nascent soul dares to be so arrogant. A flicker of anger flashed in Qin Li's eyes. You too, let me capture this brat with a single strike. He summoned a purple-black gourd, swirling with demonic energy. This was his prized mid-grade spiritual artifact, notorious for having slain countless nascent soul cultivators. However, as the sword light descended, the brilliance on the gourd's surface instantly dimmed, as if all its spiritual essence had been drained. How can this be? Qin Li's pupils constricted. The three transformation stage cultivators were thrown into a state of alarm. Is this truly a nascent soul? One spell rendered a mid-grade spiritual artifact useless. In their panic, all three hastily summoned their defensive treasures. Yet, Mou's sword intent surged like a relentless storm, each beam of sword light containing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble beneath its might. Qin Li was struck by the sword light, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Old ghostly, Qin Chuan bellowed as he summoned his sword to retaliate. Mou deftly sidestepped, countering with a palm strike. The might of 30,000 giant elephants erupted. As the palm wind howled, a torrent of ferocious power crashed into Qin Chuan's flying sword. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as cracks appeared on the once pristine blade. How can this be? Qin Chuan's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. This was his life-bound treasure, shattered by a single palm strike. The prowess of his spells was one thing, but his physical strength was equally formidable. To obliterate a spiritual artifact with a single blow, what manner of monster was this? Countless cultivators in the city bore witness to this spectacle. Utterly astounded, a nascent soul cultivator was single-handedly suppressing three transformation stage powerhouses. This fundamentally shattered their understanding. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Jun's eyes. How could three transformation stage cultivators, united, fail to match this youth? This was inconceivable. He suppressed the shock within his heart and barked sternly. Quickly, activate the Grand Formation. Summon all the nascent soul elders. Following his command, The entire Qin family erupted into a frenzy. A magnificent grand formation gradually rose, enveloping the sky, with waves of spiritual energy surging like a tide. 32 nascent soul powerhouses rushed in from all directions, joining the fray with fierce determination. "Brat, your end is nigh," Qin Jun sneered wickedly. "Even if you possess celestial abilities, you cannot escape death." The cultivators within the city observed this scene, shaking their heads in dismay. What a pity. Such a formidable power, yet ultimately unable to withstand the Qin family's foundation. I had hoped someone could extinguish this demonic cultivator family. Indeed. 3 transformation stage cultivators alongside 33 nascent souls sigh. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Qin family, Morongi knelt on one knee, her ink-black hair cascading down to obscure half of her face, the other half revealing an ethereal beauty. Her chest heaved violently, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, indicating her severe injuries. "You wretched maid, how dare you ambush me?" Qin Xian looked down upon her with disdain and fury, just as he was about to strike down this maid who had dared to attack him. A sudden flash of sword light, akin to a hanging galaxy, swept across the entire city. The sword energy was overwhelming and soul-stirring. Feeling the might of the sword, Morong Yi's eyes brightened, and a revelation struck her heart. She abruptly raised her hand, and her long sword was drawn in an instant. The sword light flowed like water, embodying both softness and strength, subtly echoing the essence of Mou's sword technique. "This is impossible." Qin Xian's countenance shifted drastically, and he hurriedly swung his sword to defend himself, retreating repeatedly. How can someone at the Qi refinement stage wield such sword intent? "Who on earth are you?" He stared at Morongi in disbelief. Morongi smiled coldly. "The one who will kill you. Not just you, your entire Qin family shall perish." The sword light grew increasingly fierce, and Qin Xian found himself desperately evading, his garments torn and tattered. Just as he teetered on the brink of demise beneath her blade, he finally lost composure and cried out, "Dragon Guardian, save me!" A sound of air breaking pierced the atmosphere as a shadow darted past. Morong Yi felt a sharp pain in her chest, her body flying out like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood seeped from her lips, yet she still struggled to rise, her fighting spirit unwavering. "An ant dares to act ferociously?" The Dragon Guardian spoke coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. "Wretched girl, I shall make you wish you were never born." Qin Xian seized the opportunity to advance, his foot pressing forcefully against Morong Yi's abdomen. He forcefully swept aside her long hair, revealing the other half of her visage. Unlike the half that was usually exposed, this side of her face was marred by grotesque black tumors resembling twisted centipedes. A sight both horrific and nauseating. Initially taken aback, he soon revealed a cruel smile. "How truly ugly. Since you've only disfigured one half, allow me to assist you with the other," he proclaimed, drawing forth a small knife. Intent on obliterating the remaining part of her face, Morong Yi merely regarded him coldly, silent at that moment. The entire Qin family courtyard shook violently. "What on earth is happening?" Qin Xian exclaimed in alarm. "Do not fret, young master. Intruders have breached the Qin residence, and the ancestral protective array has been activated." Long Hufa intoned solemnly. "Ah, I see," Qin Xian replied, redirecting his gaze to Morong Yi, the knife's tip pressing against her delicate cheek. He harbored no fear that this petty clown could pose a threat to the Qin family. After all, the Qin family had stood strong for countless years, repelling numerous self-proclaimed righteous figures. Who among them had truly succeeded? Mou, wielding the imperial banner, emanated an overwhelming aura as he confronted the entire Qin family array. Qin Jun's expression turned dark. "A heretic." Mou scoffed. "Hardly a heretic, compared to you. They are mere trifles." Qin Jun suddenly erupted in raucous laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. "Your soul banner's malevolence is so feeble that among heretics, it would scarcely be deemed worthy." No sooner had he spoken than his soul banner unfurled dramatically. In an instant, a chilling wind howled forth, and a terrifying malice surged like a tide, plunging the realm into eternal night. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if winter had suddenly descended. "I was puzzled as to your identity. Now it is clear you are the one who murdered my family's guardian." Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, murderous intent radiating from him. "Today, I shall make you experience the agony of 1,000 souls devouring your heart." Mou's countenance remained undisturbed. "I await the restoration of my spiritual power. What are you waiting for? To meet your demise." As he fully absorbed the last piece of spirit stone, his previously depleted spiritual energy surged back to fullness. With a flourish of the imperial banner, the spirit of transformation manifested, charging directly at Qingyue. You overestimate yourself. Qingyue bellowed, his hands swiftly forming seals to activate the protective array. His soul banner erupted. The countless images of vengeful spirits embroidered upon it seemingly coming to life, emitting chilling wails. In that instant, the winds roared, and the cries of tormented souls filled the air as countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the banner, darkening the sky as if to consume the entire world. Boy, allow me to demonstrate what a true soul banner is capable of. Yet, as his words fell, a strand of white flames suddenly descended amidst the vengeful souls. Instantly, a sea of fire erupted. The once indomitable vengeful spirits, confronted by the ghostly flames, screamed in agony, dissipating like snow under the blazing sun. Shock. This was the immediate reaction of all the powerful Qin family members present. With a resounding crack, the array was breached by Mou's spirit of transformation. There existed disparities even among transformation spirits. The spirit bestowed by the system was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Seizing the opportunity, the imperial banner coiled, ensnaring over 30 of the Qin family's nascent soul practitioners. Stripped of their strong defenders, the array swiftly collapsed, failing to pose any threat. The three transformation experts were once again left in a state of astonishment. "Why do you know the weaknesses of my Qin family's array?" Qingyue cried out in disbelief. This pitiful array was easily discerned with a mere glance. Mou replied nonchalantly, with the backing of an immortal-grade formation. Such a setup was child's play for him. The inhabitants of the city, witnessing the disintegration of the array, were filled with astonishment. The Qin family, all of them are gone. That individual truly annihilated the Qin family. By the heavens, it seems someone has finally eradicated this demonic clan. Cheers erupted, revealing that the majority had long harbored grievances against the Qin family. Mou, undeterred by the surrounding uproar, narrowed his eyes. The light of his sword cascading like a galaxy, instantly shattering the corporeal forms of the two transformation experts. At that moment, only the souls of the three Qin family strongmen drifted in the realm. Mou's hands crackled with lightning, the heavenly mysterious lightning technique poised to unleash its fury. "Wait, you can't kill me!" Boom, the thunder roared, and the three souls were obliterated in an instant. One can only say, is it not typical of blood relations? Even their final words are identical, Mou quipped. Thus, all 36 of the Qin family's formidable members fell before Mou. Suddenly, an unseen force seemed to distort the very fabric of the cosmos. Alarm bells rang in Mou's mind, yet his body felt unresponsive. He felt dizzy, as if the world were spinning, and his body inexplicably lightened. Looking down, he was taken aback to find that the young Su Mayor he had once cradled was now beneath him. Short legs and tender little hands, he had inexplicably transformed into a child. Damn it. I let my guard down. A worldly wise Mou instantly recognized the spell at play. It was a dark art employed by heretical practitioners to refine infants. Known as the infant transformation curse. It did not affect combat prowess, but its humiliation was intensely profound. Ha ha ha, little you look so adorable now. Inside the ring, Yinshi laughed uncontrollably. Sister Yinshi, stop laughing and tell me what to do. There is no way to break it, Yinshi replied amidst her laughter. This curse can only be undone at the transformation stage. Seek assistance from your elder sister, or wait a few days, and you'll revert on your OW. And Mou attempted to break free. It was indeed impossible. His gaze fell upon the curled-up little fox beneath him. Su Mayor seemed to have blocked most of her senses and was trembling in fear. If trouble arose, it would drag him down too. That if something goes wrong, wouldn't they all perish? Wait a moment. It seemed that collectively, the entire Qin family was incapable of breaching the defenses of a mere fox spirit. Then it settled. He extended his small hand and gently patted the fox's head. Sister Mayor, save me. Is it over? Su Mayor cautiously peeked out. At this moment, the atmosphere was calm and the sun shone brightly. She appeared astonished. You truly defeated them. Only then did she notice the adorable little child before her. She paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. Brother? Yes. It's over. I was ambushed by them. Su Mayor first used her divine sense to scan the entire Qin residence, confirming that there were no lingering spirits before she exhaled in relief. She then focused her attention on Mou. So small, truly adorable, far cuter than when grown up. Mou felt uneasy under her gaze and urged, Sister Mayor, please help me. Su Mayor transformed into a beam of white light, reverting to her human form and cradling Mou in her arms. Oh dear, my little brother has turned back into a child. How utterly adorable. She tenderly caressed Mou's youthful face, her smile radiant as flowers in bloom. This is wonderful. Now I can shower you with love as she spoke. She embraced Mou tightly. Instantly, he was enveloped in a fragrant aura. The sensation soft and comforting. Gazing at Su Meier's stunning visage and her captivating, enchanting eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. Coming to his senses, Mou struggled. Stop it. Quickly help me revert. Su Meier released her grasp on Mou. Playfully winking. But isn't having a brother like this so much more fun? Suddenly, an idea struck her. I should be able to find the means to break this curse right here. Let me go look. With that, she vanished. Mou was instantly filled with dread that if she truly learned that spell, he might never revert. No, he must train diligently and surpass the fox spirit within 3 years. He had no desire to remain a child forever. Mou seized a Qin family member at random, employing a secret technique to mark all the Qin family members with a divine sense identifier. Once confirmed as a heretical clan, he could slay them all. Now, let the slaughter commence. In the Qin family's secluded courtyard, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Qin Xian wiped the crimson stains from his blade, a ghastly excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed down upon the crumpled figure at his feet. This is more like it. How can one compare to you, who has become a wraith, so much more pleasing to the eye? Murongyi lay with her eyes tightly shut, half of her face concealed by disheveled hair. The visible side bore the marks of fierce wounds, blood oozing slowly from them. In her grasp, she held a deep green orb, which was gradually growing warm. This was something she had discovered not long ago in the Qin residence. TSK, dead already? How dull. Qin Xian kicked at Murongyi disdainfully. Remember this in your next life. Your decade of arduous cultivation cannot possibly rival the accumulated legacy of my Qin family through generations. Suddenly, an icy sensation gripped his neck, and the world spun around him. He beheld his own headless body. Your family's accumulated fortune has been exhausted, and now you shall reap the consequences of your misdeeds. A youthful yet chilling voice declared. Mou approached with his short legs, his countenance bearing an unsettling indifference that belied his age. The hidden dragon protector was taken aback. Who was this child that could slay his master in an instant? If the higher-ups of the Qin family learned of this, he would surely meet his demise. Yet, he found no need for concern. In a flash of cold light, he too collapsed, his pupils dilating in shock. Mou cast a glance at the half-dead girl on the ground. Hiss. He involuntarily inhaled sharply, then incinerated Qin Xian's corpse with a flick of his hand. Were these aristocratic families so idle as to take pleasure in disfigurement? He tossed a nourishing dan into her mouth. He could not bear to witness the sufferings of the world, and thus endeavored to look away. But when confronted with it, he would still lend a hand if he could. At that moment, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Detected the daughter of destiny, Murongyi. Suppressing her will yield rewards. Name, Murongyi. Destiny, 10,000 gold. Description, awakened physique through fortuitous circumstances. Subsequently disfigured, slow in cultivation, and subjected to discrimination. Heart-corroding poison body, not recommended as a furnace. Mou regarded the girl before him with keen interest. It was the first time the system had advised against using someone as a furnace. He had thought it would accept anyone. As he leaned closer, he noticed that the visible half of the girl's face had returned to its original beauty under the effects of the nourishing dan. Curiosity piqued, he reached out and brushed aside the hair obscuring the other half of her face. Mou was taken aback. Had he not possessed a resolute disposition, he might have retched. The other half of her face was grotesquely marred. Resembling a mass of black lymphatic flesh, Mou released her hair, contemplating. This was similar to Chu Yuli. Perhaps a procedure to nurture her within the sect would suffice. After all, the Tianxian sacred land was currently in need of a prospective sect leader. Murongyi slowly opened her eyes to behold a visage as charming as a porcelain doll. You're awake. A youthful voice chimed in her ears. Murongyi propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings. Several corpses lay scattered about, including the headless body of Qin Xian. Who saved me? She inquired, her voice hoarse. Why, it was I, of course, Mou replied. Murongyi could not help but smile. The childish tone matched with that adorable face made one wish to ruffle his hair. Wait, why was there a child here? Could it truly be that he was her savior? She released her spiritual sense to probe, only to find herself unable to discern anything about him. This left her with two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, or his strength surpassed her own. Yet, judging by his appearance, he could not possibly be a mere mortal. As this realization dawned on her, Murongyi was astonished. Rumors spoke of individuals within great powers refining qi in 3 days and establishing their foundations in 100. She never expected such phenomena to be real. How enviable. Thank you, she managed. forcing herself to rise and bow earnestly. No need for thanks. Yu waved his hand dismissively and got straight to the point. My dear girl, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. You are a prodigy in cultivation. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Extraordinary potential. Morongi was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. Take you as my master? Why not simply summon the Buddha himself? She thought, suppressing her inner sarcasm. Morongi scrutinized Yu. A child who appeared no older than 6 or 7 sought to take her as a disciple. The world was certainly peculiar. You seem even younger than I. How could you possibly be my master? Age bears no relation to strength. What you see may not reflect reality, Yu replied calmly, a powerful aura emanating from him. Morongi felt the air around her solidify. An invisible pressure enveloping her, making it difficult to breathe. She was struck with terror. This child's power was truly formidable. More potent than that dragon protector. Could he possibly be an ancient golden core cultivator? But how could that be? Seeing her expression, Yu smiled slightly and waved his hand. In an instant, the Grand Qin family residence was severed cleanly in two, the cut gleaming like a mirror. The surface impeccably smooth, Morongi's pupils constricted, her body trembling. This sword intent, she recognized it as the very force she had sensed earlier. This person was indeed the swordsmanship master. It was thanks to Mu's sword intent that she had managed to break through and defeat Qin Xian. Suddenly, a surge of clarity coursed through her. She promptly closed her eyes, holding her breath, and focused entirely on sensing the residual sword intent at the CUT. Mu watched in astonishment. Wait, sister, can we dial it back a bit? I merely made a casual display, and you're already grasping sword intent. Sword intent is a realm within swordsmanship, followed by sword will, sword heart, and even higher levels that I only comprehended sword intent during my foundation establishment phase, which is also due to my limited time in the chi refining stage. Moments later, Morongi opened her eyes, her gaze bright and filled with newfound understanding. She stood and performed a deep bow towards Mu. Her respect evident. Master, please accept my BOW. Mu nodded gently. However, contrary to expectations, the system notification did not sound. System, she is my disciple now. Not yet. Bowing is required. Morongi's current affection, 70. Villain points, 700. Ugh. These requirements are truly excessive. Mu turned his gaze back to Morongi. In our tradition, one must bow to their master. Hearing this, Morongi's brows furrowed slightly, her expression troubled. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head. Her eyes clear, her tone light yet firm, resonating with conviction. I apologize, master, but I, Morongi, bow to heaven, earth, and my parents. However, I cannot kneel to a child I have known for less than a day. What a classic response. Mu marveled internally. Are you certain you will not kneel? He asked once more. Absolutely. Do you understand what not kneeling signifies? I do. Morongi nodded. But I have my principles and will not waver. Very well. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Mu's eyes. In that case, do not blame me. Superintelligence tells me it is time to employ super strength. A powerful pressure enveloped Morongi once more. More overwhelming and terrifying than before. She felt as though a colossal mountain had been placed upon her, her legs trembling, nearly unable to support her weight. Mu, feeling a rush of excitement, reveled in finally experiencing the sensation of being a villain after so long as the child of destiny. Morongi gritted her teeth, fighting back with all her might. Her legs buckled, her body swaying dangerously, yet she still refused to kneel. Through clenched teeth, she managed to utter a few words, each imbued with stubbornness and defiance. Mu's lips curled into a slight smile as he intensified the pressure. I can help you cleanse the poison within you, awaken your heart-corroding poison body, provide you with resources, and guide you in your cultivation. If only you kneel. Morongi felt an increasingly heavy pressure enveloping her, her bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter at any moment. She clenched her teeth tightly, her gums oozing blood. Yet she refused to kneel. I shall forever remain a mere mortal. I shall never bow before you, a mere child. This is my dignity. This woman was indeed a match for herself, truly worthy of being the daughter of fortune. Was there not a hint of divine retribution in her defiance? Mu pondered, increasing the pressure in his grip. Crack. A sharp sound of bone fracturing pierced the air. Morongi's body jolted violently, her knees crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Yet Mu did not relent. He swiftly moved before her, grasping her disheveled hair, applying gentle force to press her head to the earth. Bang! The act completed the ritual of submission. By employing coercive methods to forcibly take Morongi as his disciple, It was certain that under his future tutelage, she would eventually submit to him at his feet. Reward: celestial level poison technique. You, Murong-yi exclaimed indignantly. She struggled fiercely, attempting to rise. However, that small hand pressing upon her head rendered her immobile. Mu spoke slowly. Without strength, you lack even the qualification to refuse bowing to me. Dignity, boundaries, pride, they are mere jest in the face of absolute power. These notions are utterly meaningless. As he spoke, he observed Murong-yi's reaction. Logically, something should occur at this moment. Perhaps an unexpected boon, a miraculous change of fate. Or perhaps an epiphany leading to an unobstructed path of cultivation. Gazing upon the pitiful figure of Murong-yi kneeling before him, Muyu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He should not have resorted to such direct violence. It was indeed the former. She had been poisoned, heart-corroding poison. Muyu withdrew his hand, channeling spiritual energy to cleanse the poison. A minute ago, this toxin might have posed a challenge for him, yet now, with the celestial level poison technique, it was effortlessly manageable. At that moment, Yanshi's voice echoed in his mind. Since when could you wield poison? Muyu smiled slightly, replying earnestly, Sister Yanshi, I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. Yet what I received was your skepticism and no more pretense. I am the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. I lay my cards on the table. Puffed. Yanshi could not suppress her laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. You could drop a few more realms, and I would still believe you to you know what it means to be the Celestial Emperor. If you were truly the Celestial Emperor, could you not even draw your sword before your two senior sisters? Sister Yanshi, I was previously unawakened, but now I have awakened. They could be effortlessly extinguished, Muyu declared. All right. My little you is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, Yanshi teased, her tone affectionate, as if coaxing a child. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Suddenly, a surge of dark green spiritual energy erupted from Murong-yi, spreading outwards. Muyu swiftly concentrated his spiritual power to form a protective shield. Could it be true that she was indeed a heart-corroding poison body? Yanshi exclaimed in astonishment. You knew this all along. Could it be that you truly are the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? When Muyu previously claimed that this girl was a heart-corroding poison body, she had thought it was mere banter. Who would have imagined it was genuine? Just a jest. How could I be the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? I merely acquired the knowledge inheritance of a Celestial Emperor. Muyu explained with a smile. Nothing could better elucidate the system than the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor. What could fortune? Yanshi nodded, still somewhat doubtful. Although the Celestial Emperor's inheritance sounded more plausible than reincarnation, she could not shake the feeling that the latter was the truth. That moment, a sizzling sound emanated from the spiritual shield. The poisonous gas was corroding the spiritual energy. After a brief while, the toxin weakened, and Muyu retracted the shield. Murong-yi slowly rose, respectfully bowing. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand now that without strength, one is nothing in this world. I shall strive to grow stronger. Current affection for Murong-yi, 80, villain points, 100. Muyu nodded slightly. This daughter of fortune seemed promising that if one were not careful, it could lead to a path of self-destruction. Her physique had already awakened considerably. It would not be long before it was fully realized. Murong-yi surveyed her surroundings, noting the uneven ground, marred by signs of corrosion, but a sudden realization struck her, as she vaguely understood that this was her doing. Upon introspection, she discovered a green orb within her body. Under the pressure from Muyu, this orb had merged with her essence, allowing her body to absorb much of the power it emanated. I will assist you in addressing the poison on your face. Muyu floated before her, raising his hand to part her long hair. Wait. Murong-yi hastily grasped his wrist. Master, my face is frightful. This visage was her greatest source of pain. She was loath to reveal her most hideous side to the one person closest to her. It matters not. I have already seen it. Muyu gently pried her hand away, his fingertips glowing faintly. Utilizing the celestial level poison technique, he effortlessly discerned the essence of the toxin. It was indeed the heart-corroding poison she had yet to fully control. Under Muyu's guidance, the toxin returned to her body. As the last vestiges of green dissipated, Murong-yi trembled as she retrieved a bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a flawless visage, skin as smooth as cream and as radiant as jade. She could hardly believe it as she caressed her silky cheek. The nightmare of 10 years had been shattered in an instant. After a long while, she regained her composure, excitedly embracing Muyu, her voice trembling with emotion. Master, she suddenly threw herself at Muyu, holding him tightly, her voice choking. Thank you. 10 years of discrimination and ridicule, a decade of being deemed an eyesore, a face that was a blend of light and shadow. Every painful memory crumbled at that moment. Though she had discovered a method of healing, its actualization would require decades. Yet Mu Yu had effortlessly resolved it in that instant. She felt an unprecedented warmth and gratitude. Mu Yu deftly extricated himself from Murong Yi's embrace, landing lightly on the ground. Unable to defeat Su Meier was one thing, but how could he allow a mere qi refinement practitioner to toy with him? Murong Yi stared blankly at the young boy before her, whose demeanor belied his tender appearance. Is Master truly only 6 or 7 years old? She could not help but inquire. Master, I have a question. I am uncertain whether I should ask it in that case. Do not ask, Mu Yu replied, turning to depart. Wait, Master. Murong Yi urgently called out to him. Look at this. I found it at the Qin family. Mu Yu turned back to see her holding a dimly glowing emerald green orb. He took it and examined it closely. Under your patient guidance, Murong Yi had willingly presented her fragment of the 9 nether poison pearl. However, this orb had completely fused with her, and you would need to kill her to utilize it. Reward: heart-corroding poison. Heart-corroding poison. Ranked among the top 100 on the poison list in the celestial realm, it possesses a potent corrosive effect on spiritual energy and can provoke a cultivator's inner demons. Note: with this poison, Murong Yi also becomes an excellent furnace for you to Mu Yu disregarded the system's remarks about her being a furnace that he scrutinized the 9 nether poison pearl fragment, a toxic attribute artifact of incredible potency. Indeed, as the system indicated, it was entirely bound to Murong Yi. Furthermore, there was a mark of divine consciousness upon it. We were being monitored. Saying this, he casually tossed the poison pearl back. Murong Yi hurriedly caught it, her expression one of confusion. Huh, what does that mean? Mu Yu explained. The owner of this pearl has placed a mark upon it. As soon as the poison within is absorbed, it will trigger. Behind the Qin family lies an even greater force. This bead is a fragment of a celestial artifact, perfectly attuned to your constitution. Murong Yi felt her head buzzing at the mention of the celestial artifact and her physique, without regard for whether she could comprehend. Mo Yu grasped Murong Yi's hand and soared into the sky on his sword. Just then, a voice, commanding as thunder, resonated from the heavens above. You too. Please leave my possession behind. Mo Yu looked up to see a young man clad in snow-white robes standing in midair. His garments fluttered like the wings of a celestial being, exuding a suffocatingly powerful aura. His tall figure radiated an air of superiority that seemed to look down upon the world. The depth of his cultivation remained inscrutable. Yet it was evident that he was formidable. May I inquire who you are? Mo Yu asked. You lack the qualification to know my identity. Hand over my belongings, or face death. The young man in white replied with an imperious tone. Murong Yi hid behind Mo Yu, secretly appraising this uninvited guest. He certainly appeared quite dashing, but did he not fear the wrath of the heavens for his arrogance? Mo Yu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Once something is in my possession, it has never been returned. Mo Yu opened his panel. Name: Jun Wuhan. Fortune: purple. Description: a significant obstacle in Murong Yi's rise. Not inferior to the typical children of fate in terms of fortune. Jun Wuhan. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Mo Yu thought, rapidly searching his mind until enlightenment struck. Jun Wuhan. The celestial pivot of the 7 stars of the starry Holy Land. A demonic cultivator, a mighty being in the integration stage. It was rumored that he was destined for immortality. This alone substantiated the claim that he was not inferior to the typical children of fate. Then I shall take it from your corpses, Jun Wuhan said coolly. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a gentle wave, a massive hand materialized in the void. This giant hand blotted out the sun, descending with earth-shattering might towards Mo Yu and Murong. He did not care for the identity of the child before him. An insignificant yuaning ant could be extinguished with a mere flick. Wait, spare them. Just as Jun Wuhan was about to strike, a voice suddenly interrupted his movement. Mo Yu and Jun Wuhan turned their gazes toward the sound. A figure emerged from the void, clad in a white robe adorned with a unique star insignia. The mark of an elder from the starry Holy Land. Judging by his aura, he was at least at the return to void stage. Jun Wuhan recognized the person and asked coolly, Lusu, give me a reason to spare them. Lusu replied, he is the saint son of the Tianxin Holy Land. Jun Wuhan's brows furrowed slightly. When did the Tianxin Holy Land have a saint son? His gaze shifted to Mo Yu, the child who appeared no older than 6. So, you have been afflicted by the transformation curse. Return my belongings, and we shall drop this matter, he stated calmly. Morongyi was greatly shocked. This seemingly formidable individual softened immediately upon hearing her master's identity. What kind of background did her master possess? By aligning with such a powerful figure, she might avoid thousands of years of detours. Would her master truly relinquish this fragment of the celestial artifact? After all, given the current situation, refusing to hand it over seemed perilous. I have already stated that anything that comes into my possession is never returned. Mou replied with a calm demeanor. This object originates from a demonic cultivator family. If you claim it as yours, could it be that you too are a demonic cultivator? If the celestial pivot of the starry Holy Land colludes with demonic cultivators, should I not suspect that you harbor a grand conspiracy? Such a grand accusation. Jun Wuhan scoffed, his aura swelling with overwhelming demonic energy. Even if that were the case, so what? I shall grant you one more opportunity. Hand over the item. Or perish. Mou's expression grew increasingly grave. The starry Holy Land had always maintained neutrality, accommodating both demonic and ordinary cultivators, while demonic cultivators were not as utterly depraved as their malevolent counterparts. They acted without restraint. However, he was unafraid. To be a demonic cultivator meant being prepared to face any consequences. I shall stand my ground. The item is with me, but if you possess the ability, come and take it from me. Mou provocatively pointed to his neck. Morongyi was taken aback. Her young master, appearing harmless, was indeed a reckless figure. Shouldn't they be seeking a way to escape given such a disparity in strength? Her master claimed the item was with him. Could it be that, Master, should you fall, I shall surely avenge you? Morongyi silently vowed, adding Jun Wuhan to her list of targets. Then you shall die. Jun Wuhan declared coldly, ready to strike. By the way, I forgot to mention, Luo Suxin is my senior sister. Mou added leisurely. Jun Wuhan's movements abruptly halted, as if he had heard something utterly terrifying. The previously gathered, overwhelming spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Lusu quickly interjected, Indeed, Lord Celestial Pivot, the saint son of the Tianxian Holy Land, is indeed Luo Suxin's junior brother. Morongyi felt a surge of curiosity. Who is this Luo Suxin? Jun Wuhan suppressed the shock within, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is this your source of such audacity, saint son of the Tianxian Holy Land? Arrogance requires backing, and I just happen to have it, Mou replied coolly, turning to pat Morongyi's shoulder. In the future, if you encounter trouble, invoke the name of your master's uncle, Luo Suxin, the foremost figure of the Tianyuan continent, unrivaled unless the scattered immortals return, truly formidable. Morongyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The foremost figure? So incredible, no more detours for 1,000 years, a superlative ally for life. No one shall leave here alive today. Jun Wuhan roared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized in the sky, descending with the force to annihilate. The air felt as if it had solidified, vibrating under the unbearable pressure. Mou turned to observe the scene, remaining unfazed. Just as the giant palm was about to strike, an invisible force suddenly appeared. Forcefully halting its descent, Jun Wuhan frowned, striking towards the void without hesitation. Boom, the violent spiritual energy scattered, obscuring everyone's view. A melodious laughter, akin to silver bells, rang out. Jun Wuhan, how dare you lay a hand on my junior brother? Does the starry Holy Land wish to provoke the Tianxian Holy Land? The newcomer was Su Meyer, which was precisely why Mou remained calm, though he did not know why Su Meyer had not appeared earlier. He was certain she was nearby. In an instant, she reached Mou's side, her enchanting fox-like eyes carrying a hint of reproach. Initially, she had wished to see Mou flustered and begging for her assistance. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed. It was a mystery how he had survived this long. Morongyi was astonished. No wonder her master feared nothing. It turned out someone was nearby, and it was a beast-eared maiden. Tianshu, what exactly are you planning? Upon witnessing Jun Wuhan's attack, the elder from the starry Holy Land's expression changed dramatically. The saint son of the Tianxian Holy Land is leading a massacre against our affiliated forces. He must be punished. Jun Wuhan's demonic energy surged, coalescing into a pitch-black spear that radiated a violent aura as if it were tangible. The spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the air straight for Su Meyer's face. Su Meyer's pupils constricted. With a flick of her dainty hand, pink spiritual energy surged, forming a protective barrier. The spear collided with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling explosion that forced Su Meyer back several steps. A trace of blood escaping from the corner of her lips, Truly formidable, Tianshu, she remarked, licking the blood from her lips, her eyes burning with battle intent. But this is still not enough, with a piercing cry. A colossal ethereal silhouette of a celestial fox manifested behind her, its 6 tails unfurling majestically, exuding a terrifying pressure that darkened the heavens and the earth. Spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing in the air to form a gigantic vortex. Jun Wuhan's expression grew solemn as his spear quivered in his grasp, dark energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide. In an instant, a massive black dragon sword from the maelstrom of malevolence, baring its fangs and claws as it roared towards Su Meyer. The ethereal fox's tail swept gently, meeting the menacing black dragon head-on. Boom! The collision between the dragon and the celestial fox erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the very fabric of space, as if it could scarcely endure the dreadful impact. The two figures interlaced in the sky, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Each clash was accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations, as pink spiritual power entwined with black demonic aura, unleashing a heart-stopping might. "Master, do you think that sister can win?" Morongi asked anxiously. "Fear not, she is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Battling beyond her rank is as effortless as eating and drinking." Mou reassured her, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Although Su Meyer appeared to be evenly matched with Jun Wuhan, the disparity in their realms was significant, and over time, she would likely fall to the disadvantage. It must be understood that the gap between the integration and returning void stages was vast. Even the domain alone could render the returning void incapable of moving. "Tianshu, have you lost your mind? Are we truly going to engage in battle with the heavenly Xian sacred land?" Elder Lusu shouted urgently, attempting to halt the impending conflict. Jun Wuhan snorted coldly. "What of starting a war? What do we have to fear in the starry sacred land?" Jun Sha, as his words fell, Mou felt a chill run down his spine, as a blade of sword energy sliced through the void. The sword energy was swift, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Mou sidestepped just in time to evade the sword energy, which grazed his cheek, sending a fierce wind that rustled his robes. Mou's eyes narrowed as he turned towards the source of the incoming sword energy. In the void, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged. With a stern visage and a sinister gaze, he radiated a formidable aura that sent chills down one's spine. It was indeed a powerful being of the returning void stage. "Master," Murong gasped, "do not fear." Mou whispered soothingly. His tone calmed. "A mere Yuaning managed to evade my strike." "This is intriguing," Jun Sha remarked, his voice icy. "However, this is where it ends." He raised his hand and unleashed another blade of sword energy. This time, the sword energy was even more ferocious, moving at an accelerated speed, almost instantaneously reaching Mou's expression sharpened, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him as he deftly dodged using his agility. The sword energy brushed past his feet, cutting a deep gash into the ground. The heavenly Xian sword technique. Countless blades of sword energy swirled around Mou, enveloping Jun Sha like an impenetrable net. Each blade intersected with the others, each imbued with astonishing lethality. "A mere parlor trick," Jun Sha scoffed, swinging his longsword. A massive blade of light materialized from thin air, effortlessly tearing through Mou's web of sword energy. The sword light continued its relentless advance towards Mou. Mou's eyes widened, his body twisting unnaturally in midair as he narrowly avoided the blade of light that grazed past him, severing a lock of his hair. Mou was taken aback, realizing that had he not shrunk in size, he would have been struck. The power of the returning void stage was overwhelmingly formidable. He was no match. "Kid, you possess some strength, but it's a pity you'll still perish at my hands," Jun Sha sneered, simultaneously beginning to condense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to unleash his most powerful strike. "Brother," Su Meyer exclaimed, her face paling in alarm, yet she was restrained by Jun Wuhan and could not assist. Morongi, hiding nearby, was filled with concern, silently praying for Mou to escape the peril. Mou's expression was grave. This blow was unavoidable. However, to withstand it head-on would surely mean death. Reluctantly, he could only retrieve a hairpin, a gift from Xia Ningbing. One could not afford to act recklessly without a trump card. The condensed spiritual energy transformed into a roaring black dragon, surging towards Mou. "Prepare to die." Jun Sha cackled. Mou remained unfazed, summoning the divine forged Qian Kuan Ding to shield himself. Buzz. The dragon collided with the great Ding. As the dust settled, all present were astonished to find that neither the mysterious Ding nor Mou himself had sustained any damage. Before they could react, Mou infused spiritual energy into the hairpin. In an instant, The heavens and earth changed color. A heart-stopping blade of sword energy erupted from the hairpin, tearing the very fabric of the void as it passed. Not good. Jun Woohan's expression changed drastically. But he was entangled with Su Meyer and could not evade. A piercing scream echoed throughout the skies as Jun Woohan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak, the towering mountain crumbled in an instant, debris flying and dust filling the air. Jun Sha was taken aback, no longer able to engage with Mou, and darted towards Jun Woohan in a flash. Mou exhaled in relief. This strike would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Murong Yi's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Her little master had actually defeated that seemingly formidable foe. If she was not mistaken, the power of the heavens he wielded in battle was at least at the returning void level, and yet, he had been vanquished so swiftly. Could it be that her master was the child of destiny in this world? But shouldn't he that honor belonged to her as the reincarnated one? Could it be that she was merely a supporting character? Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Su Meyer let out a sigh of relief. Her figure flashing to Mou's side. In her earlier panic, she had forgotten the life-preserving talisman that her third senior sister had entrusted to her junior brother. With her third senior sister's strength, that fellow would surely be dead. Elder Lusa stood dumbfounded. Tianshu had actually been defeated, though he and Jun Woohan were not of the same faction. Witnessing Jun Woohan being sent flying before his eyes left him feeling accountable should anything untoward occur. Atop the peak of Tsuewei, shrouded in mist, Xianningbing sat cross-legged upon a smooth, mirror-like green stone, enveloped in a faint purple glow, resembling a goddess descending to the mortal realm. Her stunningly beautiful face wore a perpetual frost-like expression. Suddenly, she abruptly opened her eyes. A flicker of disturbance crossing her gaze. A blade of sword energy left upon Mou had been triggered. A family of the transformation stage had encountered a problem that even her fourth junior sister could not resolve. Was it the starry sacred land? She swiftly activated her incantations, utilizing the talisman left on Mou to construct an external avatar. It would take some time, during which she hoped nothing unexpected would occur. Jun Woohan spat blood, his breath weak. "Young master, are you all right?" Jun Sha appeared at his side. Jun Woohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, producing a shattered copper mirror from his robe. The heart-guarding mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, had been utterly shattered. "I am fine," he said, casting a glance in Su Meyer's direction, his battle spirit undiminished. "They no longer have the means to deal with me. You go confront that holy sun. I will handle that fox." Just as Jun Sha was about to intervene, Jun Woohan had already soared into the sky. "Let us fight again." Mou widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at Jun Woohan, who charged at him once more. "Sister, is it not possible?" Had she truly failed to obliterate this foe? Was the fortune of 100,000 merely for show? Su Meyer squinted her fox-like eyes. "Brother, you leave first. I will hold them off and find you shortly." Before her words could fade, she transformed into a pink wisp, soaring into the heavens. Mou furrowed his brows slightly. He was indeed affecting Su Meyer's performance. Given Su Meyer's prowess, if she were to devote herself fully and reveal her hidden cards, defeating Jun Woohan would be a trivial matter. Yet, she still had to divert her attention to protect herself. Nonetheless, a mere return to the void was not a concern. With so many celestial artifacts at his disposal, even should he resort to brute force, he could easily crush them. Moroni suddenly realized. The little master was indeed the child of fate. This was now a classic scenario of teammates sacrificing themselves, wasn't it? Alas, would he too be doomed? Su Meyer confronted Jun Woohan in midair, the tension palpable. Jun Woohan's gaze shifted to Lu Su. The battle was now unavoidable. "Lu Su, will you truly remain a bystander?" Lu Su's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I am sorry." He moved swiftly, ascending to the sky to stand alongside Jun Wushang. Jun Sha's figure also appeared before Mou, blocking his path, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Mou's expression grew grave. The situation had deteriorated significantly. An additional return to the void had joined the fray. Moreover, to his knowledge, the 28 constellations of the starry sacred realm were at least of high rank in the return to the void. Nearing the combined stage, this indicated that Lu Su's strength was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Jun Woohan let out a cold laugh. "And what of the others? Will you merely stand by and watch?" No sooner had he spoken than the sky warped. Rippling with energy. 3 figures emerged from different directions, each radiating a terrifying aura comparable to that of Jun Woohan. Mou's heart sank. They were all at the combined stage. Though their combat prowess might not match Jun Woohan's, they were undeniably formidable cultivators. In a flash, Su Meyer positioned herself before Mou. "Junior brother, you must flee." They are all at the combined stage. And your presence here will hinder my performance. Before Mo could respond, Morongi had already grasped his arm tightly. The girl trembled all over, her voice laced with despair and a hint of tears. Master, what shall we do? Is there truly no hope? Mo did not answer. Instead, he gazed up at Jun Wuhan and smiled faintly. The starry sacred realm truly values me. I have never received such high regard, even in my own home. 7 branches, 5 have come. I had heard that you were all at odds with one another. He remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Death was certainly not in the cards for him, with 3 children of fate present. Even if the entirety of the starry sacred realm descended upon them, it was improbable that they could truly be killed. Yet, what to do now was indeed a conundrum. Could they escape? No, the mark from Jun Wushang still resided on Morongi. Departing from Su Meyer would not necessarily lead to death, but it was quite likely they would suffer grievous injuries. The members of the starry sacred realm were taken aback by Mo's composed demeanor amidst such turmoil. At such a moment, to remain so unruffled, this heavenly profound Saint Sun was no ordinary individual. Among the 3 newcomers, one stepped forward and slightly cupped his hands toward Mo, his demeanor quite courteous. I have long heard that the heavenly profound Saint Sun lost his cultivation 10 years ago, yet today, I see you remain a dragon among men. I shall not involve myself in this matter. But I kindly request that when Miss Luo annihilates the starry sacred realm in the future, you spare the Tianquan branch. Before he could finish his words, he flickered and vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Morongi's gaze inadvertently fell upon Mo's hand, where a unique ring rested. Coupled with his loss of cultivation, Lu Su's brow furrowed in hesitation. He speaks truth. If we were to eliminate these few, how would we explain it to Luo Suxing? Wouldn't the starry sacred realm then incur her wrath? However, to his surprise, the other 2 did not hesitate and stood in solidarity with Jun Wuhan. After a brief deliberation, he too declared, "Then I shall take my leave first, and I kindly ask that Miss Luo spares the Tianxian branch." Jun Wuhan scoffed coldly. "Foolish, there is no point in evading. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Only by becoming strong can one secure their place." His gaze bore into Mo with piercing intensity. "I shall say this one last time. Surrender my belongings, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, death awaits. Mo nearly felt moved by his words. At such a moment, could one truly offer a path to survival? How generous of him. He felt almost embarrassed to scheme against him. Morongi slapped her forehead, as if awakening from a dream. How could she have forgotten this? They merely sought that fragment of celestial artifact if they returned it. Would that not suffice? She gently tugged at Mo's sleeve, her tone imbued with a hint of hope. "Master, let us return that item to him." Her gaze inadvertently swept over the ground beneath Mo, where a star disk lay. It seemed they had already prepared a flying treasure. Su Meyer's eyes flickered, landing upon Mo. Regardless of his choice, she would support him. Mo shook his head helplessly. "I truly apologize. Are you referring to that orb? It has fully fused with me and cannot be extracted unless I perish." Morongi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing rooted in disbelief. "Master," her voice trembled, barely able to form coherent words. In that moment of realization, a wave of sorrow washed over her, blurring her vision with tears. The fragment of celestial artifact had already merged with her. Only through her death could it be retrieved. It turned out that from the very beginning, her master had been considering her, striving to protect her. In that instant, Mo's small figure appeared to her as a towering monument, a grand peak shielding her from the storm, safeguarding her. Su Meyer turned to Jun Wuhan once more, her voice icy. "What you seek is no longer possible. We can offer you other compensation. How about an upper-grade spirit treasure in exchange for that item of yours?" Jun Wuhan's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Mo's ability to fuse with the poison orb. However, it was not long before he conjured a pitch-black spear in his hand, pointing it menacingly at Mo. "Hand him over, and we have ways to retrieve my belongings, ensuring his life remains intact." Mo chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "As I have stated before, once something comes into my possession, it belongs to me. I cannot possibly return it." Morongi stepped forward anxiously, retrieving the 9-nether poison orb, cradling it in her hands. "The item is with me and has fused with me. I will accompany you. Spare them." Mo swiftly grasped her and pulled her behind him. "Do not act recklessly. Master." Morongi wished to say more, but Mo's interruption cut her off. With a flash of spiritual light, his spiritual energy morphed into ropes. Binding Morongi securely, like a rice dumpling, he tossed her behind him. "What belongs to you is mine. Even you are mine. How could I possibly return it? He was astonished that his disciple could be so naive. Such nonsense could be believed. He could not dare to hand himself over. Who knew what might transpire? Morongi struggled desperately, yet could not free herself from the bindings of spiritual energy. She felt her body constricting. Nearly gasping for breath, tears welled up, swirling in her eyes, yet she was powerless to do anything but let them cascade down her cheeks. Was she truly also a possession of her master? Once her master grew up, would that not be acceptable? Damn it. In such a perilous moment, Morongi found herself contemplating this. She inwardly berated herself, shame and guilt intertwining within. Then I shall take what I desire from your corpses. Jun Wuhan's expression darkened, malice swirling in his gaze. Everyone, after such a lengthy discussion, it is time for you to witness my recent masterpiece. Mo suddenly stomped the ground. The star disk beneath him erupted with brilliant light. A dazzling radiance shooting skyward. 4 symbols formation, Xuanwu formation, activate. As the voice of Mou faded, the earth began to tremble violently. The colossal shadow of the Xuanwu slowly materialized, roaring towards the heavens, its voice reverberating through the 9 skies, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across the scene. Jun Wuhan's expression changed dramatically. A 6th-tier formation. Jun Sha also wore a face of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Mou was indeed a formation master. What does a 6th-tier formation signify? It signifies the ability to contend against those in the void return stage. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage could actually set up a formation of that caliber. How on earth did he accomplish this? The sheer spiritual energy required to create such a formation is beyond what a nascent soul cultivator could provide. And he is merely 24 years old. What might he achieve in the future? A surge of intense wariness, even tinged with fear, welled up in Jun Sha's heart. The 2 elders of the stellar sacred land in the integration stage exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Morongi, bound tightly and unable to move, nonetheless stared wide-eyed in astonishment. She could not comprehend the situation, but was profoundly shaken. After all, her master was incredible. Truly the child of destiny. Sumayer also appeared somewhat astonished. She recalled that Mou had previously been utterly ignorant of formations, even getting lost in Ling Qingyue's maze. Yet now, he was capable of arranging such a high-quality formation. His comprehension was simply terrifying. Sister Mayer, continue. Mou's voice suddenly resonated. Sumayer instinctively reached out, finding herself holding a formation disc. It depicted the Big Dipper, with only the star corresponding to the spoon illuminated, emitting a soft starlight. This was the formation disc for the Xuanwu formation. Although it was merely 6th tier, the Xuanwu formation was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing some 7th-tier formations, Mou explained. With this, sister should be able to triumph over them. Right, naturally. Sumaya confidently replied. Utilizing this formation, she could undoubtedly achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. However, as she probed the disc with her divine sense, her expression slightly altered, a glimmer of wonder flashing in her beautiful eyes. An immortal artifact. No wonder Mou could arrange such a formation. It was indeed aided by an immortal artifact. This clarified everything. Jun Wuhan noticed the formation disc in Su Mayer's hand and suddenly understood. Scoffing coldly. It's merely relying on external forces, nothing more. His spear shot forth like a black streak of light, striking directly at the Xuanwu formation. The spear tip shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if it aimed to tear everything asunder. Jun Sha and the 2 elders in the integration stage breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. They had thought he was genuinely a 6th-tier formation master. But it turned out he was merely relying on a magical artifact that made him far less intimidating. Each of them summoned their magical artifacts to assault the Xuanwu Grand Formation. The light from the various artifacts intertwined, and the sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, as if the entire space was on the verge of being ripped apart. Sumayer immediately activated the formation. The shadow of Xuanwu became even more solid, letting out a resounding roar that clashed with the attacks of the 4. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched. Unable to gain the upper hand. Mou extracted a large number of spirit stones to infuse energy into the formation. He then collapsed onto the ground, feeling somewhat drained. After all, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator, and setting up this formation was no easy feat. It had only been completed with the collaboration of Sister Yanqi. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, detected that Morongi is essentially submitting to you. Morongi's affection, 99. Although she still harbors some reservations towards you, she is now willing to sacrifice everything for you, including her life. Please continue to make efforts. Villain points 200. Reward, immortal artifact, Heavenly Poison Pearl. Heavenly Poison Pearl possesses formidable toxicity and purifying power. Mou felt a surge of joy, yet also some confusion. Only 99? Was it really that easy? Did I move her? He quickly checked the system space, discovering a glimmering green pearl within. The toxicity was easily understood. It could be used to poison. The purifying power, on the other hand, was for detoxification. Both were immensely useful, though not immediately applicable. He then took out the hairpin given by Xia Ningbing. At that moment, the hairpin emanated a faint, warm glow. Sister, Sin should be arriving soon. Mou murmured softly. Though he did not fully grasp the significance of the glow, his intuition told him it signified support. Nothing was more reassuring than having the protagonist on his side. They might enjoy making a dramatic entrance, but they would undoubtedly come to the rescue. Woo-woo. Just as Mou was lost in thought, a vague whimpering sound emerged beside him. He turned to see Murong. Her eyes wide with a pleading expression. Mou casually released the seal on her mouth. Master, she finally could speak. Murong let out a long breath, then anxiously asked, do you really think we can return unscathed? Although she knew Mou was unlikely to perish, she remained skeptical about her own safety. That we can, Mou replied calmly. He took out a jade flute and handed it to Murong. Here, give it a try. Murong was momentarily stunned, unsure how to react in this situation. Even at such a critical moment, he still had the leisure to jest. Reluctantly, she reached out. Master, my hands are still bound by you. Oh, Mou acknowledged, yet showed no intention of untying her. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his robes. Murong's eyes widened. Master, you can't do this. Mou paid her no heed and instead closed his eyes. Sister Yinchi, help me. I truly wonder where you acquired so many immortal artifacts. Yinchi's voice echoed in Mou's mind. In the next moment, his eyes began to glow red as Yinchi took control of his body. Picking up the soul-settling flute and playing a gentle melody. In the sky, Sumaya gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Although she had the powerful formation aiding her, she was still merely in the void return stage, unable to withstand the combined might of 3 integration stage opponents. Just then, a melodious tune resonated, flowing over the battlefield like a clear spring. Sumaya felt her body lighten, the previously sluggish spiritual energy now flowing smoothly, greatly enhancing her speed, strength, and reflexes. She instinctively turned to locate the source of the sound, only to see Mou playing the jade flute. A warm current surged in Sumaya's heart, accompanied by a hint of surprise. Truly a monster, possessing the soul strength of the god transformation stage, and wielding an immortal artifact. She could immediately tell that Mou was not proficient in music, merely forcing the melody through the might of his powerful soul and the artifact's influence. Yet even so, the music was potent enough to significantly impact the battlefield. With the music's support, Sumaya began to turn the tide of battle, slowly gaining the upper hand. In contrast, the members of the stellar sacred land felt as though the melody was a demonic sound invading their ears, causing them to become agitated. Their spiritual energy became sluggish, their bodies feeling as though they were mired in a quagmire, movements hindered. Damn it. This kid actually understands the path of music, using it to disrupt us. Jun Sha's face turned ashen. A nascent soul cultivator could actually influence their minds. How was this even possible? Another elder in the integration stage was filled with fury and disbelief. Jun Wuhan's gaze landed on Mou, and he immediately understood everything. High-grade magical artifact. That explains it. He turned to Sumaya, his tone calm. It seems I will not be reclaiming my possessions today. Sumaya let out a cold laugh. Does young Master Tianxi wish to persist? It won't be long before our Tianxin Sacred Land sends reinforcements. Tianxin Sacred Land? Jun Wuhan smirked. But do not forget, this is our chaotic star domain. Luo Suxin is in the Immortal's secret realm, and Bai Shuangying is in the Demon Suppression Abyss. If any other elders from your Tianxin Sacred Land come, our stellar sacred land is not to be trifled with either. However, for today's matter, let it rest for now. His gaze shifted to Murong, and he threatened, but you had better be cautious, and pray that you do not fall into my hands. Upon witnessing the scene, Murong hastily concealed herself behind Mou, sticking out her tongue at Jun Wuhan and making a face. Master, that guy is utterly insufferable. Even though he is already lost, he still acts so arrogantly. Mou, however, did not respond to Murong's words, his gaze fixed intently on Jun Wuhan. Soon, it would all come to fruition, just as Jun Wuhan prepared to turn and leave. A voice emanating a chilling coldness suddenly pierced the air, sharp as a blade of ice. Where do you think you're going? Before the words had fully escaped, a figure materialized above Mou. Clad in resplendent dark robes, she exuded an aura of extreme cold, reminiscent of an eternal glacier. Her violet eyes were like two unfathomable, frigid pools, instilling a sense of dread. The newcomer was none other than Xia Ningbing. Mou sighed in relief upon seeing her. Indeed, she had arrived right on cue. Jun Wuhan's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of icy terror surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Xia Ningbing, one not solely derived from her strength but also from her cold, unyielding demeanor. She resembled an ice queen descending from the heavens, detached, authoritative, and indisputable. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Jun Wuhan spoke in a low voice, "It is your people from the Tianxin Holy Land who have taken what belongs to me. I have suffered losses. Do not push me too far." "And what of it?" Xia Ningbing replied, her voice as frigid as her demeanor, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Fury boiled within Jun Wuhan, yet he felt utterly powerless. He lacked the confidence to triumph over Xia Ningbing. Although she was merely a manifestation, her strength was not to be underestimated. You may be on the verge of taking that step, but ultimately, you are still only at the integration stage. Do you truly believe a mere avatar can impede me? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jun Wuhan's eyes. You can certainly test that theory. Xia Ningbing's tone remained unperturbed. Jun Wuhan inhaled deeply, signaling to Jun Sha and the other two elders of the Xingqian Holy Land. The four of them simultaneously mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing to break through. With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, Xia Ningbing unleashed a terrifying chill that swept forth like a gale from the netherworld, enveloping the four of them instantly. Their spiritual energy was frozen in an instant, rendering them utterly incapable of even the slightest movement. Jun Wuhan felt a bone-chilling coldness assail him, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. He desperately attempted to summon his spiritual energy to resist. But the coldness clung to him like a parasite, incessantly eroding his body. A pained scream rang out as Jun Sha's physical form shattered instantly, dissolving into a cloud of icy mist that vanished into the air. Following suit, the other two elders met the same fate. Although Jun Wuhan was stronger, he could barely hold on. A thick layer of frost had already formed on the surface of his body, and his movements had become sluggish. Damn it! Jun Wuhan's heart sank in terror, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He could not comprehend how a mere integration stage avatar could possess such overwhelming power. Do you truly intend to eradicate us? Jun Wuhan's voice was grave. Xia Ningbing offered no reply, her delicate hand closing into a fist. In that instant, Jun Wuhan's body exploded, transforming into a cloud of icy mist that dissipated into the atmosphere, leaving only a reluctant roar behind. Master Murong Yi, witnessing the unfolding scene, was rendered speechless, astonished. Who is that elder? Truly formidable. With just a gentle squeeze, she eliminated them all. Mou, regaining his composure from his astonishment, explained, "That is your Sherbois. But they are not dead." Even he was deeply shaken by Xia Ningbing's strength. He was aware of her prowess, for she was the reincarnation of an empress. Yet he had not anticipated that even a mere avatar could be so overwhelmingly powerful. But wasn't he just crushed? Murong Yi tilted her head, bewildered. Su Meyer gracefully descended beside Mou. Their souls escaped. Though my senior sister is incredibly powerful, it is impossible for her to defeat them solely with an avatar. She patiently elucidated, her voice enchanting. Moreover, we are still in the chaotic star region. If we truly killed them, returning would be exceedingly difficult. Mou nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a course of action would preclude their return. Being pursued was of little concern. However, if the interdomain teleportation array were to be sealed, they could only traverse the great expanse in their physical forms. The thought alone was tormenting. Jun Wuhan's escape presented a significant dilemma. The only means he had to contend with Jun Wuhan was the heavenly poison pearl. The practical difficulty was immense. If the poison were not deployed correctly, he could perish before achieving any success. It would be best to wait for the eldest senior sister to emerge from the secret realm. Jun Wuhan from the Tiangong lineage, along with the other two unfamiliar individuals, appeared to belong to the Tianji and Kayang sects. Judging by their attire, Mou silently took note. Murong Yi, finally enlightened, nodded in comprehension, albeit still somewhat perplexed. Xia Ningbing descended slowly. Upon seeing Mou, ripples stirred within her icy violet eyes. A faint smile graced her lips. A subtle yet breathtaking expression, akin to the thawing of snow in spring, captivating all who beheld it. Mou found himself utterly entranced. Usually, the third senior sister was as frigid as ice, resembling an eternal glacier. Yet here she was, smiling. Wait, Could it be that she is laughing at me? Senior sister, you are laughing at me. Quickly, help me revert. Mou snapped back to reality, a hint of irritation in his voice. Is it truly so amusing to have turned into a child? Xianbing withdrew her smile, reverting to her usual aloof demeanor, as if the moment of levity had been but an illusion. She gently shook her head, her voice cool and detached. I was not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing. After offering a brief explanation, she waved her hand lightly, enveloping Mou in a gentle radiance. Mou felt a warm sensation wash over him. Instantly, he sensed his body rapidly expanding, that long-lost familiarity returning. He looked down at himself and realized he had finally transformed back. Being small had been incredibly uncomfortable, making every action cumbersome. Moroni stared in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Just moments ago, her master had been a tiny figure, and now he had suddenly grown. What wondrous magic was this? Moreover, after his transformation, he appeared remarkably handsome. She secretly admired Mou, her heart fluttering with excitement. It must be quite normal for cultivators to crush on their masters, right? That is how it's depicted in novels. Xianbing gracefully raised her hand, and 4 rings fell into Mou's hands. Upon seeing this, Su Meyer immediately grew displeased, her graceful figure swaying as she approached Xianbing. Senior sister, you were being excessively unfair. What about me? You were clearly showing favoritism. Xianbing replied coolly, you rarely descend the mountain. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Su Meyer, seeing this, had no choice but to relent. She leaned closer to Mou, her fluffy fox ears twitching in anticipation. Quick, take a look inside and see what treasures await. So a peek, Xianbing's consciousness returned to her corporeal form. She slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of complex emotions passed through her violet irises as she exhaled gently, as if attempting to expel the turmoil within her heart. Celestial artifacts, not merely one, but several. That it is astonishing that such an abundance exists in a lower realm. Coupled with her junior sister's 9 leaves destiny grass, she pieced together the intricate sequence of events. A cataclysm sufficient to obliterate the world has emerged in the heavenly origin realm. In a desperate gamble, she had expended all her accumulated resources, most of which were given to Mou, with a portion shared among others. Even so, under the guidance of the heavenly Tao's calculations, defeat was inevitable. Thus, the heavenly Tao allowed Ling Qingyue to foresee the future, enlisting her aid to unite the people in confronting the impending crisis. Regrettably, from her perspective, such a magnitude of tribulation is beyond the capabilities of those from the lower realms to resolve. Yet, having once been an immortal emperor in her past life, even the heavenly Tao of the heavenly origin realm cannot foresee her future. If that is the case, let her, as the elder sister, lend them a hand. After all, having lived together for so many years, the people of Tsuiwei Peak have long become family to her. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced her lips, akin to the melting of ice and snow as spring returns to the earth. Little Yu was indeed adorable in her childhood. In the hall of the sacred Xian, the atmosphere was thick with tension, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. The starry sacred land acts with impunity. How dare they lay hands on our people? Shang Shuzi bellowed, his voice echoing within the grand hall. His usually amiable countenance was now marred by fury, his eyes wide with rage. Several elders were equally indignant. Whether it be pure competition or otherwise, the celestial pivot has personally intervened. How long has Little Yu been cultivating? If this continues, does our sect even have a future? Indeed, this cannot be allowed to stand. Shang Shuzi suppressed his fury. I shall demand an explanation from the starry sacred land. He cracked his knuckles, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. They seem to have forgotten that the hall of the sacred Xian not only has the current Luo Sushin, but he himself once suppressed an entire era. At this moment, Qing Xian, who had been standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. The ancestor has returned. I just saw her. Shang Shuzi was taken aback, then promptly commanded, I will first visit the starry sacred land. You all must inform the ancestor of this matter immediately. Within the hall of the steward, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. This is Chu Yuli, the elder steward introduced, his gaze resting upon Chu Yuli. With her head bowed, her unremarkable appearance, masked by a disguise, concealed her true beauty. Fidgeting nervously with her fingers, she felt a rush of unease. She had merely accepted a task to manage the medicinal garden and had stealthily taken a few herbs. How could she have been caught by this elder steward? She truly had not intended to. But desperation had driven her to it. Seeing no one in the medicinal garden, she had inadvertently taken a few plants, the main seat. Yi Shimei regarded Chu Yuli with keen interest. This girl acts with caution. her eyes reflecting a certain resilience, evoking a sense of little Qing. The elder steward added, his tone laced with admiration, "This is a true disciple personally sent by Lan Ain. She must possess exceptional qualities to have become a true disciple of Xian Peak." Chu Yuli discreetly raised her head, casting a grateful glance at the elder steward. This was clearly an attempt to plead on her behalf, although her identity was mistaken. Fortunately, Suiwei Peak has few people, and there is no special token for direct disciples. No one knows who her master is. Otherwise, her face would be utterly lost. The disciple of the Holy Sun caught stealing from the medicinal garden. She, however, did not mind, but her master would likely be too embarrassed to show his face. Ye Shimei nodded. The little girl from Xian Peak does indeed possess discernment, immediately recognizing Chu Yuli's uniqueness. However, this disciple, she would have, no one else would do. She stood up, feigning seriousness as she cleared her throat. Chu Yuli's heart sank. This is it. Am I still going to be punished? I hope this matter does not spread. Chu Yuli, Yushime spoke, her voice authoritative. Do you wish to become my disciple? Chu Yuli was taken aback. She glanced at the woman before her. In a purple gauze skirt, she exuded a refined elegance, her every movement radiating mature charm. Who is she? She seems even more imposing than Meng Lanin. Wait, now is not the time for such thoughts. Grateful for the senior's goodwill, I must respectfully decline. I already have a master. Chu Yuli quickly bowed, her tone resolute. I understand. I will speak with your master. Ye Shimei replied nonchalantly. However, internally she felt quite vexed. What a bother. Theoretically, the entire hall of the sacred Xian consists of her disciples and descendants. Yet, the system insists that it must be a disciple, or it does not count. Moreover, it must be of their own volition. She felt a headache coming on. Among her few disciples, only Mou and Ling Qingyue were somewhat worry-free. The others had taken considerable effort to acquire. At this moment, Chu Yuli's mind was in turmoil, buzzing with thoughts. Is there a competition for disciples? This person's status is clearly far superior to that of the master of Xian Peak. Likely an elder at the highest level, the status of a supreme elder surpasses that of her master, and ancestor Yushime does not involve herself in such matters. Yet, she considers herself a junior sister of Meng Lani. Various thoughts swirled in her mind, tangled into an incomprehensible mess. No, I must not panic now. I should feign ignorance and wait to return to ask Qing, my junior aunt, what to do. She immediately adopted a worshipful expression, gazing earnestly at Yushime. Senior, my master is very formidable. He has saved my life. No matter what, I will not betray him. Unless my master personally requests, I will not agree. Ye Shimei raised an eyebrow, regarding the young girl before her with interest. This little girl certainly has principles. You know who I am. Your master. Even if she were before me, she would have to show the utmost respect. The elder steward chimed in. Indeed, Chu girl, this opportunity is not one that everyone gets. You must seize it. Chu Yuli declared firmly. No matter what, I will not betray my master, seeing her unwavering attitude. Yushime no longer pressed the issue. Very well, I shall first speak with your master. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint fragrance in her wake. Initially, she had intended to head to Xian Peak. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and changed direction, making her way toward Xian Peak. Upon witnessing Yishime's departure, Chu Yuli hastily fled back to Clay Peak. Mou delved into the ring with his consciousness. Gasping in astonishment, he had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Before him lay mountains of top-grade spirit stones, and upon a rough count, there were over 100,000 in addition to the spirit stones. There was a plethora of magical treasures, techniques, elixirs, and rare materials, creating a dazzling spectacle that left one bewildered. Among them, there were even 3 spiritual treasures, a magic spear, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, a saber, and a sword. Both low-grade spiritual treasures, although these artifacts lean towards demonic cultivation, making them less suitable for Mou's use, selling them would undoubtedly yield significant wealth. So, what treasures do we have? Su Meyer inquired, noticing Mou's dazed expression. Approximately 80,000 top-grade spirit stones, Mou responded, regaining his composure. He decided to keep the rare materials and spirit stones, valued at around 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, and handed the rest to Su Meyer. Sister Meyer, we will split it 3 ways, since you are the main contributor. He was about to articulate the distribution plan when a sudden sharp pain interrupted him. Ouch, 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 unbeknownst to him. Su Meyer had already approached and was pinching his ear gently yet firmly. Brother, do you think I would be interested in such trifles? Mou turned to gaze at Su Meyer, only to find her delicate brows slightly furrowed. In her captivating, beguiling eyes, a hint of sorrow was unexpectedly revealed. Did you not say that senior sister San shows favoritism? Mou muttered softly. Do you dare to retort? Su Meier responded, tightening her grip. No, I wouldn't dare. Mou quickly pleaded for mercy. You are strong. And thus you are right. Everything you say is correct. With a light snort, Su Meier finally released her hold and tossed out a storage ring. This is something the Qin family discovered, although it is not abundant. There is one particularly intriguing item, she said mysteriously. Mou took the ring and probed its contents with his consciousness. Indeed, the treasures inside were few. When converted to top-tier spirit stones, they barely amounted to 1,000. His gaze swept through the ring until it landed on an unremarkable black vial tucked away in a corner. The vial lay quietly, yet it emanated a formidable aura of malevolence that sent chills down his spine. Mou felt a stir within him and extracted the black vial. Sister Meier, is this it? Indeed, little brother, this is quite an interesting object. Su Meier replied with a charming smile, her voice tinged with mystery. Mou opened the CAP.in an instant. A torrent of intense malevolence surged forth like a flood, overwhelming his senses and unsettling his mind. A pink glow shot from Su Meier's fingertips, forming a barrier that securely shielded both Mou and Mu Rongyi. What is this? Mou exclaimed in astonishment. Blood of the Gujiao. Su Meier and Yinshi spoke in unison. Gujiao. Mou questioned, perplexed. I know. It is a type of ferocious beast, exclaimed Mu Rongyi excitedly. There is a beast in the waters, known as Gujiao. It resembles an eagle yet bears horns, and its cry is akin to that of an infant. It is man-eating. Precisely. That is correct, Su Meier said. Somewhat surprised, glancing at Mu Rongyi and nodding gently. Mou looked at his little disciple in shock, astonished by her vast knowledge. He pondered which scholarly family she hailed from. As a wild child from a mountain village. He felt utterly outclassed. Mu Rongyi lifted her delicate face slightly, her expression radiating pride. In her past life, she had perused countless tomes, her memory far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Such knowledge was merely second nature to her. She relished the opportunity to showcase her talents before these natives, especially since one of them was her own master, a strikingly handsome man. Su Meier observed the two and continued, this is not truly the blood of the Gujiao. It has been synthesized through secret methods. At this point, a hint of lament crossed her face. I never imagined there existed such wondrous techniques capable of refining Gujiao blood. Alas, she shook her head. Her expression filled with regret. This blood of the Gujiao has yet to be fully refined. Otherwise, it could grant the human race the bloodline of the Gujiao. Master Uncle, since this was procured by the Qin family, they must possess that secret method. If we can locate it, we could replicate the process ourselves, Mu Rongyi said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Hearing this, Mou turned his gaze expectantly towards Su Meier. She regarded Mu Rongyi with admiration, saying, the little girl is truly clever. In fact, I have already discovered that secret method. With a slight smile, she retrieved a tattered ancient tome from the storage ring. The cover of the tome was in a state of disrepair, exuding an ancient aura. The two gazed intently at the book, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Suddenly, the ancient tome in Su Meier's hands ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in an instant. Mu Rongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not comprehend why Su Meier would destroy the secret method. Mou furrowed his brow and inquired, is this dark sorcery? Su Meier nodded. To obtain pure Gujiao blood, this secret method requires the sacrifice of 90 trillion human infants. Her voice was calm, yet a flicker of disgust flashed in her eyes. However, even she cannot deny the might of the Gujiao. A race intertwined with time in the river of fate. Perhaps this is the only occasion for the few of us to intersect with the term Gujiao. Mou and Mu Rongyi were both left astounded. 90 trillion. What a terrifying figure. Has the human race ever seen such numbers in its history? Mu Rongyi's heart swelled with shock and fury. She could hardly fathom the idea of sacrificing so many innocent lives merely to gain power. Su Meier continued, a mere Qin family could not possibly procure so many infants. Thus, their target is merely the lowest tier, 10 million infants. Yet even so, they remain far from this goal. As she spoke, she sighed gently. Truly barbaric. No wonder Sister Meier chose to incinerate it. Mou inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger within him. Su Meier continued, therefore, this object is merely interesting. It holds no significance for us. However, our discovery now alleviates a considerable burden from this place. Mou nodded. This must be Chu Yuli's opportunity. They simply arrived too early. But perhaps it is for the best. Over 500 years, countless infants may perish. It is strange that Qingyue, in his previous life, was oblivious to such matters. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, detected successful destruction of the fortune of the daughter of destiny, Qingyue. The remnants of the Gu Jiao blood refinement scroll have been destroyed, and the Gu Jiao blood has fallen into your possession. Qingyue shall no longer have the opportunity to acquire the bloodline of the Gu Jiao. The antagonist counterattack has succeeded. Reward: bloodline of the ferocious beast Gu Jiao. Antagonist points increased by 1,000. Commencing bloodline implantation. Unlike the integration of the pure yang kidney, the fusion of the Gu Jiao bloodline was silent and uneventful. Mou closed his eyes, attentively sensing the changes within his body. Yet his brows furrowed slightly. Why does it seem like there is no change? No, that is not right. He calmed his mind and focused more intently, finally discerning a subtle difference. Now he could better conceal himself. Under his utmost concealment, his aura receded, and his form became ethereal, as if merging with the surrounding environment. Even some void-returning realm cultivators might struggle to detect him. This was an ability particularly suited for assassination. With this, combined with the heavenly poison pearl, he felt confident he could eliminate Jun Wuan. Indeed, it resembled Chu Yuli's fortune. There seemed to be additional abilities, but his current cultivation level was too low for them to manifest. Just then, Yanxi's voice resonated in his mind. The Gu Jiao bloodline may prove useful in the future. It would be wise to keep it. Mou nodded and stored the vial of blood in his storage ring. He could present it to Chu Yuli later. It would likely be of use to her. Mou turned to inquire about more details regarding the Gu Jiao from Mu Rongyi, only to find her eyes glistening with tears. Trembling slightly, he paused in surprise and asked with concern, "What is wrong?" Mu Rongyi raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her voice choked in, "No, it's nothing. I am merely feeling a bit sentimental." Mou guessed her thoughts and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. This world operates on the principle of strength. There will always be those who resort to unscrupulous means to become stronger. As long as you manage your own affairs and avoid such things, you will be fine. Mei raised her delicate brows, stating, "Such things are plentiful. One simply grows accustomed to them. It's merely the death of some individuals." Mou concurred. "Indeed, there is no need to be overly sorrowful." Mu Rongyi took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and slowly spoke. "I apologize, Master. I have lost my composure." After a pause, she explained, "I once vowed to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. Yet those dark cultivators, in pursuit of their nefarious arts, spare no effort. They refine living beings into puppets, draining their essence and souls solely to elevate their own cultivation. I once witnessed a village being mercilessly slaughtered by malevolent cultivators. The elderly, the children, none were spared." As she spoke, Mu Rongyi's voice trembled noticeably. Her lips clenched tightly as she struggled to contain her emotions. "Master." She lifted her gaze towards Mou, her previously dim eyes suddenly sparkling with fervor. "What can be done to improve this world?" Mou paused, taken aback by her question, and inquired with curiosity, "Little E, are you from a family of healers? In the chaotic starry region, such benevolence is rare. Only the healing arts seem to aspire to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings." Mu Rongyi shook her head. "No, I merely learned medicine from my mother. To be precise, it was in my previous life, when she vowed to uphold the medical teachings of her master, to cultivate a heart of great compassion, and to pledge to relieve the suffering of all sentient beings. To alleviate the pain of every soul." "That is quite a troublesome vow," Mou murmured. "If it were a casual promise, it would be one thing, but a vow that resonates even now, that could indeed impact one's cultivation," he reasoned. "This is the starry region, where spiritual energy is scarce. Only about 20% of that found in other areas. Cultivators often resort to unscrupulous means to enhance their practice, and the Celestial Star Sanctuary has never interfered, leading to the rampant rise of malevolent cultivators." As for solutions, Mou cast a pleading glance at Su Meier. His disciples have a knack for presenting him with such conundrums. Su Meier merely regarded him with an amused expression, as if relishing the spectacle. "I understand now. Master means that by eliminating the Celestial Star Sanctuary and replacing it with a more reliable power, we can resolve the issue, correct?" Mu Rongyi exclaimed, her starry eyes alight with excitement as they fixated on Mou. He instinctively nodded. Although he was uncertain of how she reached such a conclusion, it might indeed be feasible. The person attempting to capture me must also be from the Celestial Star Sanctuary. Thus, by vanquishing it, we could achieve two objectives with one stroke. Mu Rongyi's enthusiasm grew with each word. Mou nodded again, impressed by her astuteness. She had drawn conclusions without requiring his input, though he remained uncertain of their practicality. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase spoken by Junwuhan. evading holds no significance. Indeed, even if he had not provoked Murongi, given her temperament, she would inevitably confront the Celestial Star Sanctuary eventually. I in the Celestial Star Sanctuary. Within a dimly lit chamber, the stench of blood lingered. Jun Wuhan emerged slowly from a blood pool, each step accompanied by the sound of dripping fluid. Celestial Xian Sanctuary, he murmured, his expression grim. Rebuilding one's physical form is not particularly challenging for cultivators at the integration stage. Yet it is an unpleasant experience. He raised his hand, and a paper crane appeared out of thin air. His lips moved as if whispering secrets to the crane. Then, with a flick of his finger, the crane transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the chamber. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the shadows. Tianshu, what exactly do you seek from the Qin family, that you would risk enmity with the Celestial Xian Sanctuary? Jun Wuhan exhaled, his breath heavy. That item is of great importance to me, and enmity was inevitable. At that moment, the entire Celestial Star Sanctuary began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Jun Wuhan furrowed his brow, peering through the obstructions towards the outside. He beheld Celestial Shuzi hovering in the skies, his aura surging with spiritual energy. A tempestuous force sweeping in all directions. He was attacking the protective formation of the Celestial Star Sanctuary. Meanwhile, within an ancient grand hall, an elderly man cloaked in black sat alone at a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess. His visage was gaunt, his eyes deep set, exuding an air of transcendence with every gesture. Suddenly, a burly man strode in, clad in dark armor, his rugged features radiating a formidable aura. He was the Xuanwu Star Sovereign of the Celestial Star Sanctuary. Sovereign, Celestial Shuzi is causing a ruckus outside and demands an explanation. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign stated solemnly, presenting a paper crane. The black-cloaked elder accepted the crane, giving it a gentle shake, which ignited it into flames that danced in the air. Once the flames extinguished, lines of text materialized in the AIR.MOU. Su Mayer, Xianingbing, suspected to be unparalleled prodigies. MOU at the 4th level of the nascent soul, Su Mayo at the 7th level of returning void. Capable of defeating 3 integration stage cultivators, Xianingbing, solely through her avatar, can annihilate 3 integration stage cultivators. The black-cloaked elder scrutinized the text, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He then turned his attention to the chessboard, lightly gesturing, causing 3 white pieces to glow. Sovereign, what constitutes an unparalleled prodigy? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as the elder remained silent for an extended period. In the annals of the Tianyuan continent, only Luo Suxin and Bai Shuangying are confirmed to be unparalleled prodigies, the black-cloaked elder replied, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's pupils constricted, his face revealing a look of astonishment. Shall we not keep them? He hesitated before asking. They are of no consequence. The black-cloaked elder shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard. At the center of the board, a single white piece shone most brightly, radiating as if it were a nascent star. The other white piece, though dimmer, still gleamed brightly, impossible to overlook. The 3 newly illuminated white pieces, however, matched the brightness of several others on the board, placing them in the 2nd tier. The black-cloaked elder waved his hand, summoning several black pieces that encircled the 2 most radiant white pieces, as if intent on consuming their brilliance entirely. Just then, the hall shook once more, shattering the existing chess formation. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign frowned. What shall we do about Celestial Shuzi? If we do not provide an explanation, it seems he will not be easily appeased. The black-cloaked elder waved his hand gently, causing the scattered pieces to return to the board, restoring their prior positions. You go negotiate with him. Whatever his demands, acquiesced. In the grand hall of the Celestial Xian Sanctuary, Elder Qingxian wore a grave expression as he bowed respectfully towards Yishime above. Ancestor, this is how the events transpired. Little Yu was bullied while outside. Yishime nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Sipping her tea, she inquired thoughtfully, do you know where the leader of the Xian New Peak has gone? Elder Qingxian was taken aback, evidently not expecting such a question. Ancestor, your disciple was bullied. He reminded her. I am aware. First, tell me where the leader of Xian New Peak has gone. Yushime's tone remained unperturbed. Although Elder Qingxian felt perplexed, he answered truthfully. She mentioned having a bad premonition and went out to avoid trouble. But that is not the priority. Little Yu is still in the starry region and hasn't returned. His anxiety was palpable. Ishime regarded him with a hint of exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. I am merely at the tribulation stage. Seeking my assistance is futile. Oh, you expect me to face the pressure of a multitude of loose immortals to extract Junwuan? Elder Qingxian fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, the ancestors' power was limited, and the sect had long been entrusted to the management of the sect master. Then shall we engage in war with the Celestial Star Sanctuary? He asked hesitantly. You ask me? Inquire with Celestial Shuzi. He is the sect master. As her words faded, Yishime's figure dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Elder Qingxian stood in a daze, staring at the spot where she had vanished. His mind a whirlpool of confusion. We can suppress them for now, but refrain from initiating war. We shall wait for Sushin's return. The final echoes of Yishime's voice lingered in the air. Yes. Qingxian suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly spoke. Within the room of Ling Qingyue atop Suiwei Peak, she inquired, you mentioned that a peculiar woman wishes to take you on as a disciple? Ling Qingyue sat at the table, delicately toying with an exquisite teacup, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Chu Yuli nodded gently. She appears quite formidable, entirely dismissive of the master of Zuan Peak. Ling Qingyue's expression tightened. A woman who disregards the master of Zuan Peak and yet roams freely, it must only be our master. What does she look like? She asked. Chu Yuli recollected the woman's appearance and slowly replied. She wore purple garments, had an impressive figure, and bore an exceedingly serious demeanor. Serious? Then it cannot be. At it is well known that our master is a notorious drunkard, far from being serious. Perhaps she is one of those newly emerged elders from the mountains. Understanding dawned upon Ling Qingyue, and she dismissed the matter. Pay her no mind. Remember, you are one of us from Suiwei Peak, and fear no one. Chu Yuli obediently nodded. At that moment, Ling Qingyue suddenly shifted her tone. In the future, when you wish to pilfer from the herb garden, there is no need to formally accept a task. Simply take what you desire. After all, we all do this, and no one will say a word. Chu Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly, akin to the blooming peach blossoms of March, vibrant and alluring. She had been caught stealing, yet it turned out that they often acted in such a manner that in the chaotic star domain. At the starry sacred ground, Shang Shuzi floated in midair, his spiritual energy surging around him like a battle god, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The starry sacred ground, disregarding the rules set by the 9 great sacred grounds, took action against the younger generation. Today, a price must be paid. His voice was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, resonating through the air. In the next moment, Xuanwu Star Sovereign appeared outside the protective formation of the sect. Confronting Shang Shuzi from a distance, Shang Shuzi, do not overreach. Shang Shuzi retracted his aura and replied coolly, you've emerged, little turtle. I thought you would remain hidden in your shell forever. The lives of 3 individuals cannot be spared. Hearing this, Xuanwu Star Sovereign's expression changed. Shang Shuzi was, of course, referring to Jun Wuhan and the other 2 elders. Jun Sha had already perished at the hands of Xian Yingbing. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders of the fusion stage had returned to the starry sacred ground. Impossible. Xuanwu Star Sovereign resolutely rejected. Are you declaring war against us, the Tianxin sacred ground? If war is what you seek, then so be it. The Tianxin sacred ground fears no one, Shang Shuzi stated indifferently. Xuanwu Star Sovereign felt a heaviness in his heart. He understood that Shang Shuzi was not jesting. Jun Wuhan cannot die. Xuanwu Star Sovereign gritted his teeth. He is one of the 7 stars appointed by the sovereign. If you kill him, the sovereign will not let you off lightly. To oppose the sovereign, Shang Shuzi laughed. He is merely an old relic half buried in the ground. What is there to fear? Very well. In that case, I will take a step back. Jun Wuhan may retain his life, but, Shang Shuzi smiled slightly, I shall sever his heavenly soul embryonic light. What? Xuanwu Star Sovereign was instantly horrified. The heavenly soul embryonic light is the most vital aspect of a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Once severed, it is nearly impossible to restore. Not only would his cultivation suffer immensely, but he would also lose any possibility of further advancement. You go too far, Xuanwu Star Sovereign exclaimed in a fit of rage. His eyes burning with fury. Go too far, Shang Shuzi sneered. Indeed, I have. What will you do about it? As murderous intent surged from him, a terrifying aura enveloped Xuanwu Star Sovereign, leaving him gasping for breath. Very well, very well. Xuanwu Star Sovereign, enraged to the point of laughter, shouted, Shang Shuzi, do you truly believe I fear you? Then let us battle. He roared, his voice echoing like rolling thunder, before the words had even faded. A powerful aura erupted from Xuanwu Star Sovereign, confronting Shang Shuzi head-on. However, with a mere wave of Shang Shuzi's hand, Xuanwu Star Sovereign was sent flying backward. He spat blood, his face as pale as paper. His eyes filled with shock and terror. How could this be? Xuanwu Star Sovereign was filled with horror. How could your strength be so formidable? He could not comprehend why, despite both being at the great ascension stage. He had been defeated in a single move that a frog in a well knows not the vastness of the ocean. Shang Shuzi stood with his hands behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully. You, Xuanwu Star Sovereign attempted to speak further, but was interrupted by a voice. Enough. This voice emanated from deep within the starry sacred ground, authoritative and ethereal, as if descending from the heavens. Shang Shuzi, I accept your terms. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu Star Sovereign, though filled with resentment and anger, had no choice but to lower his head in resignation. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures soared forth from the starry sacred ground, revealing Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders. Jun Wuhan's expression was grim. He had anticipated Shang Shuzi's intentions. The Tianshu lineage is of the demonic path. It is a relationship of use and be used. The notion of being discarded yet still regarded as a sacred child is utterly absurd. Without the protection of the sacred ground, should he encounter Su Meo again, his death would be inevitable. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shang Shuzi instantly reduced the 2 elders to dust, dissipating them into the ether, not allowing even a scream to escape. He then extended a finger and lightly touched Jun Wuhan's forehead. In that moment, Jun Wuhan felt an indescribable terror surge within him. He wished to flee, but found himself unable to move. A piercing scream shattered the heavens. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain. Pain, endless pain. He felt as though his soul were being torn to shreds. His consciousness gradually fading. He yearned to struggle, to resist, but found himself utterly immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as his soul was gradually ripped apart, powerless to intervene. This agony was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than any physical torment. It was as if he had plunged into an infinite abyss, surrounded by darkness, with only unending suffering and despair. Moments later, Shang Shuzi withdrew his finger. Jun Wuhan lay crumpled on the ground, like a dog stripped of its bones. Convulsing, his eyes vacant, akin to a living corpse, Xuanwu Star Sovereign, noticing Jun Wuhan's condition, was consumed with fury, his eyes bulging. Wait, Shang Shuzi, you explicitly stated you would only sever his heavenly soul embryonic light. Why have you also destroyed his earthly soul cleansing spirit? Shang Shuzi replied coolly. You were able to agree to my conditions, which pleased me. However, I did not appreciate your earlier attitude. His voice, though calm, bore an undeniable authority. You, Shang Shuzi, you are untrustworthy, acting in a manner unbecoming of the righteous path. You disgrace the title of the leader of the righteous, Xuanwu Star Sovereign roared. Shang Shuzi regarded him with a tranquil gaze. The righteous path? For you? Do you even deserve it? Xuanwu Star Sovereign's expression darkened to an extreme. Very well, this matter ends here. A calm voice resonated from deep within the starry sacred ground, akin to a divine decree, rendering resistance futile. Xuanwu Star Sovereign, helpless, could only lower his head in acquiescence. Shang Shuzi turned to depart, his figure gradually fading, leaving behind a single sentence that lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. As long as you remain within the rules, feel free to play as you wish, should you dare to transgress. Do not forget, those whom the rules protect are you. With the final word spoken, his figure vanished entirely. Xuanwu Star Sovereign clenched his fists in frustration, yet found himself powerless. He picked up the lifeless Jun Wuhan from the ground, and a voice echoed in his mind. The 7 spirits remain. You know how to utilize them. Inform the others, and reorganize Tianshu. Xuanwu Star Sovereign's heart tightened, yet he still responded, yes, in the Tianshin sacred ground. Beneath the radiant sun, within the courtyard of Mou, lanterns flickered. Inside, steam rose, shrouding the air in a misty haze. Master, I feel a bit nervous. Fear not, Xiaoyi. Relax a little. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. He is merely a loose practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, while you are the saintess of the Taiping sacred land. The chasm between you is as vast as that between cloud and mud. If you remain infatuated with him, it will only cultivate inner demons, detrimental to your cultivation. Moreover, you are a pure, sacred body. Even if you lose your purity, there are still many options available to you. I understand, Master. Ling Qingyue interjected, her cool gaze betraying no emotion. Your teachings, Master, are etched deeply in my heart. Ling Qingyue, observing this, felt a twinge of relief. As long as you understand. She paused, and then inquired, what are your intentions regarding the annulment of the engagement? I have just received news that Shang Shuzi caused quite a stir at the Star Sacred Land. It is said that Su Meyer was attacked by Junwuan in the chaotic star region. And at that time, Tian Xinxingzi was also present. As Ling Qingyue spoke. She scrutinized Ling Qingyue's expression. Ling Qingyue remained calm, listening intently. She seemed unconcerned by these matters. Ling Qingyue continued. Moreover, Su Meyer emerged victorious. You must realize she has only just returned to the Void Realm. To defeat the composite stage Junwuan is quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue maintained her tranquility. Ling Qingyue, finding the conversation dull, decided to be more forthright. I believe Tian Xinxingzi played a significant role in this. His strength, combined with Shang Shuzi's fierce protectiveness, is noteworthy. Ling Qingyue shook her head, her tone laced with resignation, and refrained from elaborating further. Ling Qingyue's lovely eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Such words only reinforced the necessity of the annulment. The Tianxian sacred land is far too formidable to accept a woman who has been sullied. Furthermore, with Shang Shuzi's fierce protectiveness, if we conceal this, discovery would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Ling Qingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems prudent to proceed with the annulment in the courtyard of the Tianxian sacred land. Within Mou's quarters, Murong Yi was engrossed in a special edition of the heaven-defying evil god, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing with the unfolding story. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks jolted her back to reality, nearly causing the book to slip from her grasp. Hastily, she concealed the book behind her, approaching the door with the trepidation of a child caught misbehaving. Little Shishu, upon seeing the figure outside, Murong Yi was taken aback. Ling Wanqing smiled gently, her voice soothing. Xiaoyi, where is your master? Murong Yi glanced back. Mou was still peacefully nestled in bed, lost in dreams. He is still asleep, she whispered, cautious not to disturb him. Ling Wanqing nodded. Ling Qingyue has come to annul the engagement. Go fetch him to this point. She furrowed her brow slightly, glancing into the room. It's nothing. I shall visit the sect's main hall. She understood Mou too well. A mere fatal wound may not seem serious, but he was merely enduring. Once he rests, 3 days. An injury of this nature would take 3 days to awaken from. It affects the spirit. Medicinal pills are of little use. Just as she was about to leave, Murong Yi called out, I want to see. Ling Wanqing looked at her with curiosity, but eventually nodded in acquiescence. In the kitchen, steam wafted through the air. Chiyuli stood before the stove, stirring a pot of soup with a wooden spoon. Upon overhearing the conversation outside, her delicate brows knitted in displeasure. That Ling Qingyue dares to look down upon master and even annul the engagement. What an absurdity. When I cultivate to the great ascension, no, to become an immortal, I shall capture that person and present them as a furnace for master. Chiyuli vowed silently, her stirring growing more vigorous. After contemplating this, she refocused on the soup before her, carefully adding various herbs she had gathered from the medicinal garden. Each herb appeared quite extraordinary. With master returning looking utterly exhausted, she wished to prepare a nourishing soup for him. Surely he would be delighted, she thought with a sweet smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, within Mou's slumber, the system's voice resonated, detecting changes in the world line to re-evaluating opportunities. Evaluation complete. Due to your existence, Chu Yuli willingly destroys her own 4th-grade spiritual herb. Lacking such an opportunity, her foundation building will be exceedingly arduous. The antagonist has successfully countered. Reward. Heavenly Tao Foundation Pill. Heavenly Tao Foundation Pill. Assist Qi refinement practitioners in achieving a perfect foundation in the Heavenly Tao. Also capable of remedying past regrets. In the Grand Hall of the Tianxian Sacred Land, an atmosphere of solemnity permeated the air, laden with tension. Ling Wanqing and Murong Yi entered the hall and found a corner to sit. On either side of the hall, individuals from the Taiping and Tianxian Sacred Land sat facing each other. Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue from the Taiping Sacred Land appeared serene, while the Tianxian side wore expressions of dark discontent. Anger simmering beneath the surface, Elder Qin Xian repeatedly gestured with his hands, his brow furrowed as though engaged in some form of divination. For a long while, silence reigned, unable to contain herself any longer. Murong Yi leaned towards Ling Wanqing and whispered, Little Shishu, what is going on? Ling Wanqing gestured for silence, her fingers deftly weaving a soundproofing formation that enveloped them. Ling Qingyue intends to annul the engagement with your senior brother. Murong Yi turned her gaze towards the expressions of both parties, likely piecing together the situation. This is just a reenactment of the annulment scandal. How outrageous! Anger surged within her as she asked, Does master have feelings for that Ling Qingyue? Ling Qingyue recalled the past. In her previous life, Mou had described Ling Qingyue as a block of ice. To melt her would require tremendous effort. Unless some extraordinary circumstance arose, he and Ling Qingyue had no possibility. He lacked the patience. Ultimately, even after the fall of her senior brother, their relationship remained merely that of friends. There was no chance of them becoming more. Ling Qingyue stated with conviction. I understand now. Morongyi's eyes blazed with anger, her gaze filled with animosity towards Ling Qingyue. This person is truly despicable. How dare she seek to annul Master's engagement? She surged forward, bursting out of the soundproof formation. As she emerged, all eyes turned towards her. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Today, it is not you who annul the engagement, but I who shall call it off on behalf of my master. Before she could finish, Ling Qingyue swiftly intervened, sealing her lips with a surge of spiritual energy. Morongyi struggled desperately, but could not break free. Ling Qingyue offered an apologetic smile to the gathered crowd. My apologies. This is my master's newly accepted disciple, still young and naive. She is quite agitated by the annulment of the engagement, so I ask for your understanding. The elders exchanged glances, their faces etched with exasperation. Shang Shuzi waved his hand dismissively in "Oh, harm done. Children speak without restraint, and we shall not hold their folly against them." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards the typing sacred land. Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue nodded slightly, indicating their indifference. Ling Qingyue quickly pulled Morongyi back into the soundproof formation. Her voice low yet urgent. What are you doing? That's not what I meant. She is annulling the engagement due to her loss of purity, not because she looks down on my senior brother. Morongyi felt her head spinning. Loss of purity? Why didn't she say that sooner? She now desperately wishes to find a crevice to burrow into, for the embarrassment is overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly calms the tumult within her heart. If that is the case, why not withdraw? What purpose does it serve to linger? After all, there are no feelings between her and the senior brother. Ling Qingyue softly said, do not rush. Not only are there no feelings, but in truth, the two are strangers to one another. Even if they were to walk together, they would remain oblivious to the fact that they are betrothed. In a previous life, Mou only discovered years later that he had an affianced bride. Yet, in this life, it has ended before it even began. What could have transpired? The 9 leaves destiny grass brings with it tremendous variables. Elder Qing Xian's furrowed brow relaxed, and the motion of his hands finally ceased. Shang Shuzi hastily inquired, what did you ascertain? Can you determine who was responsible for Qingyue's loss of purity? Elder Qing Xian's face flushed crimson. Were you all waiting for this? What else could it be? Shang Shuzi retorted. What folly is this? How could I possibly divine the fate of a qi refining practitioner? Where would you have me put this old face? Elder Qing Xian declared with righteous indignation. He would certainly not admit to his failure. That individual seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, utterly inscrutable. Surely, there exists a formidable expert skilled in divination protecting him. He believed he had attained a profound mastery of the art of divination. Little did he expect to stumble over a qi refining practitioner. Over the decades, he had employed divination only thrice. Once was to ascertain the identity of Tianya, that is, Mou, and he succeeded. Years later, he stumbled upon a wondrous tome titled Cultivating as an Immortal, which left him in awe, prompting him to seek out the author for further insights. To his surprise, that individual seemed to anticipate his inquiry and employed a secret technique to obstruct his divination. Who could have imagined that just a few years later, he would falter again over a qi refining junior? Shang Shuzi's brow furrowed slightly. Elder Qing Xian's earlier series of actions clearly indicated he was employing divination. However, he chose not to expose it. The fact that even Qin Xian could not locate that person merely suggested that few within the entire Tianshan sacred land possessed the capability to do so. At this moment, Ling Qingyue spoke up. I humbly request that the esteemed elders permit me to withdraw from the engagement. Shang Shuzi nodded slightly. They could not possibly agree to Mou marrying someone who had lost her purity. This betrothal was merely a concession made by Yi Shimei to support the Taiqing sacred land, while preserving Ling Qingyue's face. That it would be ideal if it could be realized, but if not, it mattered little. In truth, he had vehemently opposed the union from the outset. Little Yu would ascend to the higher realms within 500 years, while Ling Qingyue would inherit the position of sect leader, necessitating at least 3,000 years in the lower realms. A separation of 2.5 millennia was far too long for someone so young. Barely under 500 years, Shang Shuzi stated. I consent to the dissolution of the engagement. Is there any dissent? The hall fell into silence. The gaze of the master of the spirit beast peak, Su Qiun, landed on Murong Yi, deep in thought. Just as Shang Shuzi was about to announce the outcome. Wait! Su Qiun suddenly rose, his expression grave, interrupting Shang Shuzi's words that I find this matter to be inappropriate. He paused, then continued, when Yi Xinzi established this engagement. We expended considerable effort and resources for the Taiqing sacred land. Now, to simply withdraw without consequence is quite unreasonable. Ling Qingyue sighed gently at his words. She gracefully adjusted her sleeves, her tone calm yet authoritative. We can return all previous assistance in full. However, Su Qiun waved his hand, looking at Ling Qingyue with a meaningful smile. No, there is no need for that, and I have a better proposal. Ling Qingyue raised an eyebrow with keen interest. Pray tell. Su Qiun cleared his throat and began slowly. Since Qingyue has already declared that this engagement cannot continue, yet this betrothal was personally set by Yi Xinzi, it cannot be easily annulled. He paused, surveying the assembly. Thus, I propose a perfect solution. It would maintain the relationship between our two sacred lands, while also sparing the saint son and saint daughter from difficulty. Shang Shuzi's eyes lit up. Oh, pray tell, what is this perfect solution? Su Qiun smiled slightly, his gaze shifting between Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue, ultimately fixing on Ling Qingyue. How about the Taiqing sect leader marries on behalf of her disciple, becoming a Dao partner to little Yu? How does that sound? The moment these words were uttered, the hall fell into an astonished silence. Everyone was taken aback by this outrageous proposal. Marrying on behalf of someone else? Was this even conceivable? Although all were aware that Ling Qingyue and Ling Qingyue were merely nominal mother and daughter, and that Ling Qingyue was still single, this was utterly absurd. Shang Shuzi's smile froze. How could such a ludicrous individual exist within a sect? Reflecting on Murong Yi's prior proposal to dismiss a disciple's marriage, what would become of the sacred land once he ascended? Murong Yi was stunned. Was the cultivation world really this open-minded? Could it be played in such a manner? Yet, the woman was indeed beautiful. Being a master's wife was not out of the question. Ling Wanqing felt a surge of excitement within. What a windfall! Wasting time on the ice queen Ling Qingyue was far less advantageous than seizing her master. Had she thought of this sooner in her previous life, her senior brother would not have remained single forever. Her senior brother would surely appreciate it. She remembered him saying. He had no particular preferences. He simply liked those who were beautiful. Ling Qingyue, the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan continent in Shang Shuzi's generation, was not inferior to Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianjin sacred land would actually propose such an absurd request. For her master to marry on her behalf, this was more unbearable than death. Ling Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly as she elegantly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip to mask the turmoil within her. When she set the cup down, a playful smile graced her lips. Master of the spirit beast peak, you certainly have a penchant for jest. She languidly reclined against her chair, her voice sultry and enchanting. I wonder if you speak in earnest, or if this is merely to amuse me? Shang Shuzi cleared his throat, his face revealing discomfort. Just as he was about to dismiss this absurd suggestion, Su Qiun interjected, Please, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish it. He looked at Ling Qingyue, his expression earnest. This engagement was originally an agreement between Yi Xinzi and yourself, a testament to the amicable cooperation between our two sacred lands. Now that Qingyue has encountered an unforeseen incident, it is only reasonable for you, as her master, to fulfill the engagement on her behalf. Furthermore, little Yu, as a disciple of the esteemed elder, shares the same generation as us. If he were to marry Qingyue as originally intended, it would be quite improper. Ling Qingyue frowned slightly and countered, Is he not the saint's son? He is destined to succeed the position of sect leader, just as Qingyue is. So what is improper about it? Su Qiun quickly signaled Shang Shuzi with his eyes. Shang Shuzi comprehended and explained, Little Yu has no interest in the position of sect leader. The next sect leader is, his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Murong Yi. Is the most recent disciple of Little Yu. Everyone's eyes turned in unison towards Murong Yi. She was taken aback. How did she suddenly become a candidate for sect leader? However, the assembly did not linger on her for long. She was not the focal point of this discussion. Su Qiun continued to elaborate. See, there is no generational issue. It aligns perfectly. Ling Qingyue, realizing this reasoning was flimsy, pivoted her inquiry. But I am of advanced age. How could I be a Dao partner to the Tianjin saint's son? Su Qiun dismissed her concerns. The Taiqing sect leader jests. You were once the most beautiful woman on the Tianyuan continent. Though Ling Qingyue is no longer youthful, the passage of time has not left many marks upon her. Instead, it has imbued her with an added depth of maturity. Her resplendent countenance is impeccably maintained, with skin as fair as jade, smooth and delicate to the touch, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a captivating allure. Reveal the unique charm of a mature woman. The luxurious white robe she dons perfectly accentuates her curvaceous figure, showcasing her ample bosom, slender waist, and well-rounded hips, creating a breathtaking tableau that stirs the blood. When she stands, she becomes a striking focal point, compelling onlookers to steal glances. Ling Qingyue fell silent, unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent. To have her stand in for another's marriage. Absurd. Yet, the Taijing sacred land undeniably requires the alliance with the Tianxin sacred land. This was precisely how she had persuaded Ling Qingyue to accept the engagement. It would be unreasonable to refuse when faced with her own predicament. What would Qingyue think? If she could forge a partnership with the Tianxin Holy Sun, it would firmly tie the two sacred lands together, a proposition she found impossible to decline. Moreover, the Tianxin Holy Sun was undeniably handsome and gifted. As her thoughts wandered, a ripple of emotion stirred within Ling Qingyue, hinting at a burgeoning inclination. She raised her hand, gently caressing her smooth, flawless cheek, the texture still as firm as ever. She remained a vision of beauty, her grace undiminished. Ling Qingyue had already formulated her plans. She turned to Ling Qingyue and softly inquired, "Qingyue, what are your thoughts?" Ling Qingyue hastily shook her head, speaking urgently. "Master, absolutely not. How can you marry on my behalf? This is utterly unreasonable." Her voice trembled, clearly distressed. This was the first time in her years of cultivation that she had been so agitated. Ling Qingyue shook her head and turned to Sheng Shuzi. "I agree to fulfill the engagement with the Tianxin Holy Sun on behalf of Qingyue." Sheng Shuzi was taken aback. Was it truly possible for someone to consent to such a thing? Could they not find a more rational individual? Nevertheless, he nodded. "Very well. If that is your decision, so be it." Fortunately, Mou was unaware of this engagement. Even if the parties were switched, he would remain oblivious. At that moment, Ling Qingyue's voice rang out. "I do not agree, master. You cannot acquiesce to them." Her tone was not loud but resolutely firm. "You are the head of the Taijing sacred land, my master. How can you?" Ling Qingyue gazed at Ling Qingyue and sighed softly. "Qingyue, I understand your concerns. However, you must realize that some matters are beyond our control. Given our positions, we must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. For the future of our sacred land, there are times when we must make sacrifices." Her words. Ling Qingyue's delicate form shivered slightly, biting her lip. "But there are no buts," Ling Qingyue interrupted. "This matter is settled." "Master," Ling Qingyue wished to protest further, but Ling Qingyue had already turned away, no longer regarding her. "I agree to this marriage. Please inform Shang Xiaoyu. Henceforth, you shall be my fiancé." 3 days later, Mou awoke leisurely. The setting sun cast its golden rays into the room, bathing everything in a warm glow. Detection complete. You have successfully disrupted the engagement between Mou and Ling Qingyue. The antagonist has triumphed. Reward: Purine Shen Ice. Automatically replenished 500 luck points. 500 antagonist points awarded. Mou was momentarily stunned. What was happening? After a brief slumber, his engagement had vanished. Soon, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed Ling Qingyue truly believed he would seek her out one day. How delightful. After all, he was a stranger to the identity of the Tianxin Holy Sun. Her voluntary withdrawal from the engagement indicated that the previous events had impacted her, revealing her desire to not deceive herself in the role of the Tianxin Holy Sun. As for their relationship, he could simply visit the Taijing sacred land to find her when the time came. Mou rose, stretching languidly. Over the years, he had never felt so invigorated. Shui's acupuncture was indeed effective. The mental strain from arranging formations and playing the flute had significantly diminished. Opening the system space, he beheld a pill radiating a gentle light, floating serenely. Perfect heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill. How effortless it was. Rewards seemed to come so easily. As for the medicinal materials ruined by Chu Yuli, Mou was hardly concerned. They were merely fourth-grade spiritual herbs, inconsequential treasures in the vast reserves of the Tianxin sacred land. Mou pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Ling Wanqing stood beneath an ancient tree, gazing quietly into the distance. Upon hearing the noise, she turned, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "Senior brother, you're awake?" Her voice was bright and melodious, akin to a lark's song. "Today, She wore a light green long dress, adorned with delicate orchids, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Mo nodded and inquired, "Where are you and Xiaoyi?" Ling Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yuli is busy cooking in the kitchen, while Xiaoyi was called away by sect leader Su Qingyue. Mo asked, puzzled, "What does he want with Murong-yi? Could it be because I stole his chickens last time, and he sent Xiaoyi to work off the debt?" Su Qingyue, the head of the spirit beast Peak, was notorious for his unscrupulousness and stinginess. Often quibbling over a few chickens, Ling Wanqing nodded. "That's him." He said he wanted to help Xiaoyi select a suitable spirit beast. She recalled the previous events. Originally, she and Murong-yi were preparing to leave when Su Qingyue had called them over. The two had hit it off, chatting amiably. In truth, Su Qingyue had been inspired by Murong-yi's words. If one could replace a master in a marriage, what was stopping one from standing in for a daughter's wedding? Moreover, he was deeply moved by Murong-yi's youthful fervor and ambition, deciding to gift her a spirit beast as a token of appreciation. Mo nodded slightly. It appeared to be a gift for their first meeting. Ling Wanqing continued, "Senior brother, in a month's time, the Sword Sect will hold its sword testing conference. The third senior sister has asked you to attend as well." "Sword testing? All right." Mo readily agreed. Not only that, but the third senior sister also mentioned that you would have a match against the Sword Child, requiring you to defeat him at the sword testing conference 10 years hence. "All right," Mo confidently responded. A mere Yuaning stage Sword Child was hardly a worthy opponent. He could defeat him now, without needing to wait for 10 years. Ling Wanqing nodded seriously. "Your swordsmanship is currently lacking. Senior sister expects you to practice diligently so that you do not lose." Mo furrowed his brow. "Wait, swordsmanship? At the sword testing conference, you want me to duel him?" "Indeed," Ling Wanqing replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Had she lost her mind? He already possessed a sword heart, right? He currently lacked even a trace of sword intent. How could she expect him to compete? Mo couldn't help but voice his frustration. The sword testing conference was an event hosted by the Sword Sect, gathering sword cultivators from all over to spar and exchange skills. During the conference, all participants fought solely with their own cultivation and swords to select the strongest in each realm of swordsmanship. In essence, it was a showcase for the Sword Sect. After all, the Sword Sect excelled in swordsmanship, and even the 9 great sacred lands found it challenging to compete in this domain. That it was only out of sheer boredom that he would pit his unremarkable skills against others' strengths. But there are still 10 years left. Ling Wanqing dismissed his concerns. In your previous life, you defeated the Sword Child 30 years later. This time, you are even stronger, spending 10 years to comprehend sword intent and heart. And then defeating the Sword Child should be a simple task. Mo nodded and understood. Is there anything else? Ling Wanqing blinked her eyes and remarked that she must attend next month's sword testing, as it promises a grand surprise. A surprise? What kind of surprise? If I were to reveal it, it would no longer be a surprise, Ling Wanqing teased, intentionally keeping the secret. She had prepared something special for Ling Qingyue, a creation from her senior brother that he would undoubtedly adore. Mo refrained from pressing further. As Ling Wanqing had stated, knowing the surprise in advance diminishes its charm. "Master, you're awake." A melodious voice interrupted their conversation. Mo turned to see Chu Yuli approaching, carrying a bowl of soup. "Come and taste it. I just made it." Mo's gaze fell upon the bowl, and he was momentarily taken aback. Is this what one would call soup? The bowl contained a verdant liquid that, while visually appealing, emanated a bitter scent reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine from afar. With his extensive knowledge of alchemy and toxins, he discerned that this was a reaction amongst spiritual herbs, resulting in a bitter substance. Even among medicinal pills, such a bitter concoction would be deemed inferior, let alone a soup. "Master, although it may indeed have an unappealing aroma, it is ultimately Yuli's heartfelt intention." Chu Yuli's voice turned somber as she looked at Mo with hopeful eyes. Seeing her pitiful expression melted his heart. With a swift motion, he retreated to his room and firmly secured the door. It was better for his heart to remain intact than to risk his stomach. "Is that even edible?" Chu Yuli thought, feeling helpless. She was aware of its lack of palatability. She turned to Ling Wanqing. "Master, would you like to try some?" Ling Wanqing gazed at the bowl of soup and sighed inwardly. It's merely the loss of a puppet. It's not a significant issue. Before long, she managed to digest the noxious soup using her puppet at that moment. The courtyard door creaked open, and Murong-yi entered, holding 2 vividly feathered chickens, her face beaming with excitement. "Come and see. These chickens were gifted to me by the master of the spirit beast Peak. Ling Qingyue was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the chickens in Murong Yi's hands. These two were actually golden courtier Xianling colorful feather chickens. It is known that for these ornamental spirit beasts to reach the golden core stage is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps these two were even older than Su Qiyun's age. Typically, when they went to procure such things, they only managed to find those at the qi refining stage. Su Qiyun had evidently spared no expense this time. Noticing Ling Qingyue's astonishment, Murong Yi felt a surge of pride. These chickens look absolutely delectable. Let us do them sometime. Outside the courtyard, Su Qiyun, who had just escorted Murong Yi back and was still nearby, stumbled and nearly fell, not from one peak, not entering the door of the peak. Why does everyone behave in such a manner? Xianling colorful feather chickens are ornamental spirit beasts. They are not meant for consumption. As night fell, Yu sat cross-legged in his room, deeply immersed in meditation. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed through the AI, R.Is little master uncle here. The voice was enchanting, laced with anticipation. It was Meng Lanyan. Yu rose to open the door. Meng Lanyan's initially disappointed expression instantly brightened upon seeing him. He come to play the flute. In her delicate hands, a translucent jade flute appeared, as if conjured from thin AI. Yu felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped aside. Please, come in. Before entering, Meng Lanyan, like a cautious little creature, peeked her head outside, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before stepping inside and gently closing the door. Yu welcomed her in. His gaze momentarily lingering on the jade flute in her hands. This flute, resplendent and translucent, emitted a faint spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary item. Meng Lanyan noticed Yu's gaze and smiled charmingly. Presenting the jade flute to him, little master uncle, this flute is called Qingxin, a gift from my master. Its sound is exquisite. Would you like to try it? Yu accepted the flute, feeling its coolness and delicate texture. A fine flute, he remarked in admiration. I'm glad you like it, Meng Lanyan replied happily, moving to sit at the table, bringing the flute to her lips. I shall begin now. Yu nodded and sat beside her, patiently awaiting the melody. Meng Lanyan took a deep breath and began to play. The notes flowed gracefully, like a clear spring cascading through every corner of the room. Yu closed his eyes. Quietly listening, Meng Lanyan's flute playing was indeed masterful. Each note was executed perfectly, captivating his senses. As the performance concluded, Yu opened his eyes and sincerely praised, "You truly excel at playing." Meng Lanyan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Little master uncle, you flatter me." She stood up, moving closer to Yu, and offered him the jade flute. "Would you like to give it a try?" Yu shook his head. "I wouldn't know how." "That's all right. I can teach you," Meng Lanyan said, taking his hand and placing the flute into his grasp. Her soft skin met his warm palm. An unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. She guided his fingers to the flute's holes, gently instructing, "Little master uncle, press here." Following her guidance, Yu attempted to play, but the sounds emerged disjointed, lacking melody, causing Meng Lanyan to giggle lightly. "You truly are clumsy," she teased, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Yu chuckled. "It seems I lack talent in this area." "No worries. Take your time," Meng Lanyan reassured, her hand still holding his as she patiently guided him. The distance between them diminished, and Yu could sense the faint fragrance emanating from Meng Lanyan. Feeling his presence, Meng Lanyan's cheeks grew warmer, her gaze becoming slightly dreamy. "Little master uncle," she called softly. Today, someone confessed their feelings to me," Meng Lanyan suddenly stated, her voice barely audible. Yu was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "I presume you rejected him?" Meng Lanyan nodded gently, pride evident in her voice. "Of course. How could I possibly take a liking to him?" Following this, a comfortable silence enveloped them. Meng Lanyan suddenly pointed outside. "Little master uncle, look, the moonlight is beautiful tonight." Yu followed her gesture, but outside the window lay only thick clouds, devoid of any moonlight. He was about to speak when Meng Lanyan interrupted. "Little master uncle, close your eyes. I have a gift for you." Obeying her request, he shut his eyes. "All right, open them now." Before him was Meng Lanyan's delicate, tightly clenched fist, small and fair. "What is inside?" Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Meng Lanyan slowly opened her hand, revealing a sphere of radiant white light that gently floated in her palm, soft and luminous. "This is a moon I'm gifting to you, little master uncle." Her voice was as gentle as a stream. The white light ascended, coalescing into a hazy round moon within the room, radiating a pure glow that transformed the space into a celestial realm. Mou gazed at the flawless visage of the girl bathed in moonlight, her bright eyes reflecting the lunar glow, seemingly filled with stars. Meng Lanin smiled slightly, revealing two shallow dimples, utterly enchanting. Mou found himself momentarily entranced, his heartbeat quickening. Do you like my gift, little master uncle? She asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Regaining his composure, he nodded, generously praising, I adore it. As long as it's from you, I cherish it. Dream Lanin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. She retrieved an exquisitely crafted small box from her bosom, and upon opening it, revealed several delicate pastries adorned with specks of golden osmanthus, exuding an enticing fragrance. Little master uncle, this is the osmanthus cake I made with my own hands. To give it a taste. Mou gazed at the pieces of osmanthus cake, inhaling the faint scent of osmanthus intermingled with a hint of wine, which was intoxicatingly fragrant. Very well, I shall taste it. Mou replied, picking up a piece of the osmanthus cake and activating the heavenly poison pearl to purify any impurities within. The alcohol content is rather high. It induces a pleasantly tipsy sensation. He placed the osmanthus cake in his mouth, and with a gentle bite, it dissolved, filling his palate with a delightful sweetness and a rich aroma of osmanthus and wine, a truly exquisite flavor. It melts in the mouth, sweet and delectable. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, he praised, clearly sensing the lavish ingredients used, perfectly harmonized with the wine's fragrance, far superior to that Chu Yuli, who merely wastes precious herbs. Dream Lanin watched Mou devour the osmanthus cakes, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. As long as little master uncle enjoys it, I can make it for you every day, she said softly, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. However, as Mou continued to consume one cake after another without any sign of inebriation, Dream Lanin's heart sank with disappointment. She had added immortal drunkenness to the osmanthus cakes. Yet little master uncle seemed unaffected. What a miscalculation, she lamented inwardly. How could she proceed with her next plan if little master uncle remained sober? Little master uncle, could you feed me a piece? Dream Lanin suddenly proposed. It seemed she would have to resort to her backup plan. Liquor-fueled courage to confess her feelings. Mou nodded gently, taking a piece of osmanthus cake to her lips. Dream Lanin opened her mouth and took a delicate bite. As she swallowed the osmanthus cake, her cheeks quickly flushed crimson, and her gaze grew hazy. Mou was taken aback. The wine was surprisingly potent. Little master uncle, Dream Lanin's eyes were glazed, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms in March, radiant and alluring. Mou gazed at the young girl before him. Her usually clear and bright eyes were now shrouded in a thin mist. Filled with temptation, she is truly intoxicated, he mused. Just as he was about to assist Dream Lanin to the bed to rest, she pulled out a wine jug and took a hearty swig. Still drinking? You could sleep for 3 days after this. Mou caught her soft body to prevent her from falling. Suddenly, Dream Lanin turned her head and kissed his lips. A faint fragrance of wine wafted between their lips. Sweet and intoxicating, the sweet liquid flowed from the young girl's cherry lips to his tongue. This is hardly wine. Who would mix such potent herbs into their drink? Mou couldn't help but gaze at the girl before him. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes misty, as if holding a spring's worth of water, her ruby lips slightly parted, exhaling fragrant breaths that were utterly beguiling. Little master uncle, I like you. I truly like you. Dream Lanin murmured, her voice soft and slurred with intoxication. Before she could finish her confession, she tightly embraced Mou, her soft body pressing against his chest. Then, she rose on her tiptoes, her cherry lips brushing against his earlobe. First a gentle peck, followed by a delicate nibble. Caressing him tenderly, Mou felt an electric jolt coursing up his spine. His breath quickened, and his hands instinctively tightened around Dream Lanin's waist. Dream Lanin grew bolder, her hands entwining around Mou's neck, her body leaning forward, nearly dangling from him. Then, tilting her head slightly back, her eyes filled with affectionate longing as she gazed into his. Slowly, she drew closer, their lips trembling as they met, first brushing, then intertwining, and grinding together, soft and warm, exuding the unique sweetness of youth. Alternating between gentle nibbles and tender presses, that a surge of heat began to swell within Mou. This foolish girl, she added such strong concoctions to the drink. Now, she was inebriated, But the effects of the Hehuan poison were hardly enjoyable. Such matters were best undertaken in a lucid state. Activating the heavenly poison pearl, the Hehuan poison within both their bodies was instantly neutralized. As the effects dissipated, Dream Lanin's mind went blank, her thoughts a complete void. What have I just done? I'm so sorry, little master uncle, it wasn't intentional. I was drunk. She hastily extricated herself from Mou's embrace. Her cheeks burning crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. Immediately, she regretted her actions, feeling a pang of frustration. Why did she pull away? Such a splendid opportunity to win over little master uncle. Just then, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, pulling her back into that warm embrace. You can't ignite a fire and then flee. That's not how it works. Dream Lanin looked up, her gaze shy and misty. Little master uncle Mou said nothing further. He simply kissed her lips again, his lips pressed down heavily, swirling and claiming her breath with a possessiveness that was undeniable. Dream Lanin let out a soft moan. Surrendering completely to the fervent kiss, Mou's hands glided along her waist, gently caressing, then applying slight pressure to pull her body firmly against his. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. Dream Lanin was breathless, her eyes dazed, cheeks flushed as if ripe with the sweetness of a peach. Mou's gaze wandered down her blushing face, resting on her gently rising chest. His fingers delicately traced the ties of her garment. Looking at her with a questioning gaze, Dream Lanin's heart raced, and she slightly closed her eyes, giving a faint nod. Mou's lips curled into a smile. With a gentle tug, the ties loosened, and her garments began to slide down, revealing her snow-white skin. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mou lifted Dream Lanin into his arms and carried her toward the bed. The red candle flickered. The curtains hung low, casting a dappled light. The room was filled with an enchanting ambience, a springtime allure that was boundless. Little master uncle, you are so naughty, Dream Lanin teased. Her voice languid and satisfied. Mou quipped. Do you enjoy it? Dream Lanin let out a playful hum. Seemingly dissatisfied yet also coyed out, of course not. You just love to bully me to that moment. She lay on the bed, breathless, her soft body gently rising and falling. After a brief respite, she managed to lift her delicate foot, lightly tapping it against Mou's leg, a hint of provocation in her gesture. Little master uncle, it's still early. Mou felt the heat surging within him. Indeed, the night was still long, and he had much work to do. Meanwhile, Murongi stealthily approached Mou's door, gently pushing against it. The door was tightly locked and unyielding. She felt a pang of regret. Today, she had inadvertently taken her master's book if her master found out. It would be quite troublesome. She glanced at the nearby window. Would it be possible to enter through there? Just then, Mou's voice floated from within the room. Xiaoyi, what are you sneaking around out there? Murongi froze. Wasn't doing anything, master. I left something in your room. May I come in to retrieve it? I saw it. Your needle. As soon as the words left his mouth, a box of silver needles soared out from the room. Landing steadily in Murongi's hands, she received the silver needles with a sense of relief and hastily turned to slip away. Thankfully, the master had not noticed. Yet, the master's voice just now sounded peculiar, almost as if it had been electrified. Inside the room, Mou also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had locked the door in time to that moment. Meng Lanin was kneeling before him, her gaze filled with tenderness and dependence. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow within the room. Mou slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fragrant warmth in his embrace, a soft and delicate touch. He looked down to find Meng Lanin curled up in his arms, her sleeping face serene. A wave of affection surged within him. The nine curves' exquisite body, though yet to awaken, was indeed a labyrinth of grace. She seemed to possess an innate talent for playing the flute, as if it were a gift from the heavens, captivating and unforgettable. Meng Lanin let out a soft murmur, slowly opening her eyes. Upon meeting Mou's deep, gentle gaze, she spoke, her voice hoarse from sleep, yet sweetly melodious. Little master uncle, awake? Mou inquired. Meng Lanin nodded, a blush creeping across her cheeks as memories of last night's fervor flooded her mind, filling her with shyness as she buried her face into Mou's embrace. Unable to meet his eyes, Mou chuckled softly, pulling her closer. What's wrong? Feeling bashful. How naughty. Little master uncle is so bad, Meng Lanin playfully reproached, though her tone was laced with sweetness. She lifted her head once more, her gaze intertwining with Mou's, her eyes sparkling with starlight, radiating affection and longing. If little master uncle finds another woman in the future, will you still care for me? Mou gently stroked her hair. Reassuringly. Of course, you will always hold a special place in my heart. That a wave of sweetness washed over Meng Lanin at his words. She turned slightly, her garments swiftly enveloping her graceful figure. Then I can rest easy, she said with a playful smile. But now I must take my leave. The master has gone out, and I need to assist in managing Xian and Peak. I shall play the flute for you again another day. She mischievously winked. Or perhaps you could come find me. With that, she vanished from the room. Mou gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, a faint smile gracing his lips. That moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Detection complete. You have successfully intercepted the fortune of the destined woman, Meng Lanyan. By utilizing methods such as Immortal's drunkenness and harmonious powder, you have rendered Meng Lanin completely submissive. Reward: Immortal grade melody. Automatic fortune replenishment, 3,000, and an additional 3,000 villain points. Damn it, he used Immortal's drunkenness and harmonious powder. That has absolutely nothing to do with him. Nevertheless, Mou still felt quite satisfied. His villain points had now reached 9,800. And his fortune had climbed to 18700. That he was, indeed, rather affluent. With a thought, he activated the connection with the soul ring. The stunning figure of Yan Shi appeared beside him, bearing a hint of reproach. Xiaoyu, really, you found a new girlfriend and didn't even let your master have a look. Yan Shi, is this something you should be concerned about? Mou replied, feeling somewhat helpless, after some playful banter. Yan Shi ceased her teasing and returned to the soul ring. Mou summoned Chu Yuli and Morong. He produced the yin formula of the chaotic yin-yang technique and handed it to them. I stumbled upon this immortal grade technique in a secret realm. Both women were taken aback. Chu Yuli's eyes widened in disbelief. Think that there exists an authentic immortal grade technique in the entire Tian Xian Holy Land, or even the Tian Yuan continent. Master actually possesses one and has given it to us. A warm current surged through her, overwhelming her with gratitude. She vowed to repay her master handsomely. Morong too, felt a rush of excitement. Her master was indeed the child of destiny, effortlessly discovering such a level of technique in a secret realm. Now, with such a powerful backing, as long as her master did not sacrifice her, she could achieve anything. Daily acupuncture for her master would be no issue at all. The two accepted the chaotic yin-yang technique. Chu Yuli bowed her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Master, you're giving us this technique? ISNT at a dual cultivation technique. Does master truly wish for that? Her heart fluttered with both shyness and a hint of anticipation. Morong Yi's eyes flickered with intrigue. Dual cultivation was not out of the question. Yet, despite these thoughts, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. Mou replied earnestly. Though it is indeed a dual cultivation technique, it can also be cultivated in the conventional manner, and is far superior to the techniques of the Tian Xian Holy Land. That I have no such intentions towards you. There is no need for concern. The current chaotic yin-yang technique has already upgraded to Immortal second rank, allowing for even faster cultivation. Chu Yuli and Morong nodded in understanding, realizing they had misunderstood, and hastily departed. Once they left, Yan Shi reappeared beside him, her eyebrows slightly raised in surprise at Immortal grade technique. Where did you acquire this? Of course, from the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor, Mou replied. Yan Shi was momentarily speechless. It made sense. Since he already possessed an Immortal Emperor-level body refining technique, it was not surprising for him to have another Immortal grade technique as well. Yan Shi, do you remember our previous bet? Mou teased. Yan Shi paused for a moment before realizing. She huffed lightly. Of course I remember. It was about washing feet, right? What I said holds true, but let me see that technique. She extended her hand, palm up, stopping before Mou. She was curious about the technique that could elicit such bashful expressions from two young maidens. Mou, unfazed, handed over the yin formula. Yan Shi took the technique and began to examine it closely. Initially calm, her vibrant red eyes soon betrayed her astonishment as she murmured to herself, is there truly such a peculiar technique in the world? An Immortal second-rank technique can achieve such a speed of cultivation? And this is only half of it. She suddenly looked up at Mou, her voice urgent. Xiaoyu, is there another half? Mou nodded, producing the yang formula and handing it to Yan Shi. As she received the yang formula, the shock on her face deepened. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Xiaoyu, I can assure you that this technique is undoubtedly beyond immortal second rank. It can reach even greater heights. However, she gently shook her head, returning the two techniques to Mou. I do not know the requirements for advancing this technique. With a sigh, she added, if you can discover the method for advancement, this technique will undoubtedly surpass the great burning heaven technique I previously gave you. Mou nodded thoughtfully, and then inquired, Yanxi, do you wish to cultivate this technique? After all, the soul can also be cultivated. Yanxi's delicate form paused, her beautiful eyes sparkling with reproach. You little rascal, are you now plotting for your master's benefit? This is a genuine dual cultivation technique. She raised her slender hand, accepting the Yin formula Mou had offered, her tone teasing. Since you've cultivated the Yang formula, I shall study this technique thoroughly for your benefit, so I may guide your cultivation in the future. Mou smiled faintly. Then thank you. Yanxi.as he watched Mou's smile, and she felt her heart race slightly. Could it be? Was it possible she had developed feelings for Xiaoyu? After all, she had watched him grow up. Yet, such nurturing was not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps one day, she would indeed have to personally engage in dual cultivation instruction. In the following month, Mou's life was filled with both fulfillment and busyness. By day, he practiced swordsmanship with Xia Ningbing. By night, he engaged in playful sparring with Su Meyer, and occasionally discussed the art of flute playing with Meng Lanyan. As time swiftly passed, the eve of the sword sex trial approached. Mou, accompanied by his two disciples and Ling Qingyue, boarded the spirit vessel. Master, there are so many disciples. Are they all participating in the trial? Morong-e blinked her large eyes, curiously inquiring. Mou nodded, explaining that the Trial of Swords, being the grandest swordsmanship competition in the Tianyuan continent, would naturally see disciples from the Tianxian sacred land participating. The group took their seats on the spirit vessel. Mou's gaze settled on Morong-e. This time, you are to participate in the Trial of Swords for the Qi refinement stage. It is a rare opportunity, so make the most of it. After all, masters do not remain in the Qi refinement stage for long. Morong-e nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master, I will surely return with the first prize. That Mou smiled with satisfaction, then turned his attention to the figure at the front of the spirit vessel. This Trial of Swords is led by Xia Ningbing and the master of the Jianfeng from the tribulation stage. Seated at the bow of the boat, Xia Ningbing attracted the gazes of many disciples. After all, they seldom had the chance to see this icy beauty, unparalleled in grace. Xia Ningbing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, immersed in her cultivation at this moment. Only one day remained until the system's 200th comparison. The 100-fold reward was enticing, even for her. This reward was something she intended to secure without fail. After all, from her observations while teaching Mou this month, he certainly lacked the capability to surpass her. He possessed a robust physique and abundant spiritual energy, but lacked offensive techniques to in a true confrontation with skilled opponents. He might not even have the chance to fully utilize his advantages. This was why she had been urging Mou to practice swordsmanship diligently. Only when his offensive capabilities were flawless could he be considered competent, thus allowing him to carve out a place for himself in the world. Mou withdrew his gaze, and at that moment, a snow-white little fox leaped gracefully into his embrace. Is Mayor also going to participate in the Trial of Swords? The little fox gently nodded, her voice sweet and enchanting. You all are going. I can't possibly stay behind alone. However, there is no room for me here, so it seems I must share a bed with my brother tonight. Brother, look over there. Su Mayor pointed her foxtail towards a direction. Mou followed her and saw Meng Lanyin approaching briskly. Behind her was a young man clad in white robes, flanked by several subordinates, exuding an intimidating aura. Your little wife is being harassed. Su Mayor teased. Mou recalled the individual, Zhang Ruifeng, a true disciple of the Jianfeng, now at the first level of the nascent soul stage, sharing the same realm as Meng Lanyin. He remembered that during his golden core period, he had once carried out a mission alongside him. However, it had been too long, leaving little impression. Reflecting on it, he realized he had not roamed the inner sect of the Tianxian sacred land for many years, and likely many people no longer recognized him. Meng Lanyin approached Mou, gently linking her arm with his, glancing back at Zhang Ruifeng. That I already have someone I like. Please do not harass me any further. She then turned to Mou, her voice tinged with grievance. Little master uncle, it is this person who persistently professes his feelings for me, despite my clear rejections. After saying this, she leaned her head against Mo's shoulder, glaring indignantly at Zhang Ruifeng. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze fell upon Mo. Momentarily stunned, Mo wrapped his arm around Meng Lanin's waist, signaling his stance. Wow, someone actually captured the affection of Sister Meng? Who is he? Anyway, I don't know. I've never seen this person before, but he is quite handsome. Shoo, keep your voices down. Can't you see Zhang Shixiang's expression has changed? The disciples behind Zhang Ruifeng began to whisper among themselves. Mo realized that these disciples truly did not recognize him, so he spoke aloud that I am Mo, the holy son of the Tianxian sacred land. I trust you have all heard of me. His gaze swept across the crowd to enter his mind. It would be best for anyone to refrain from having designs on her. As he spoke, he gently pulled Meng Lanin closer to him. Leave now, and I shall overlook what just transpired. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted into murmurs, filled with astonishment and confusion. What? He is the legendary Holy Sun. How could he appear here after everything? I used to admire the Holy Sun so much. It has been 10 years since I last saw him. I thought he had withdrawn from the sect. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes reflecting both shock and regret. Their memories of Mo were still anchored in the past 10 years, when he had lost all his cultivation and had become a mere shell of his former self. Meng Lanin nestled against Mo, listening to the surrounding chatter, feeling a surge of anger rise within her. Mo sensed her tremor and gently pressed down on her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Zhang Ruifeng, recovering from his shock, stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement. Little Master Uncle, it is truly you. Do you remember me? Mo furrowed his brow slightly and nodded that I have some recollection that he knew him. But why was he so agitated? Moreover, why was the script different? Little Master Uncle, you remember me. Do you recall our mission in the Sunset Mountain Range 10 years ago? When we were ambushed by beastly creatures, you were gravely injured while saving us. He turned to Meng Lanin, his eyes filled with expectation. Sister Meng was there too. She must remember. Meng Lanin nodded. Of course. I remember. That time, I witnessed Little Master Uncle fighting fiercely against a formidable beast to protect us, disregarding his own safety. His silhouette left a profound imprint in my heart that it was during that moment that she had developed feelings for him. Mo also recalled the incident. Indeed, there had been such an event that it was his first and last mission after arriving at the Golden Core stage. The beast had been guarding a precious spirit herb that he needed. But not wanting to reveal his trump card, he had let the others escape first. After a considerable struggle, he had finally dealt with the beast, returning with significant injuries. Later, he had his spiritual energy drained by Sister Yanxi, becoming a recluse like Wan Qing. Zhang Ruifeng continued. After that, Little Master Uncle's magnificent figure remained etched in my mind that I had heard that you often risked your life to save fellow disciples. And at the time, I dismissed it as mere hearsay. Only later did I realize how foolish I had been. His tone was filled with admiration and remorse. Meng Lanin smiled blissfully. She had thought the same back then. Now, she was the first to have won Little Master Uncle's affection. However, while everyone admired Little Master Uncle, that was a different matter altogether. She huffed lightly, addressing Zhang Ruifeng. In that case, I belong to Little Master Uncle. Please do not bother me again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruifeng hurriedly waved his hands in apology. I am sorry, Sister Meng. I actually intended to inquire about Little Master Uncle, not to harass you. He paused, continuing to explain. When you first rejected me, I gave up. Later, hearing that you frequently met Little Master Uncle, I hoped you could introduce me. He scratched his head, his face filled with embarrassment and regret. I just didn't expect to be misunderstood. Meng Lanin's eyes widened. She had always thought Zhang Ruifeng was persistently pursuing her. Ever since his first confession, she had found him bothersome, avoiding him whenever possible. Yet, he had actually been trying to find Little Master Uncle. Truly, Little Master Uncle was remarkable, attracting someone to follow him for a decade. Mo was astonished. Previously, Meng Lanin would occasionally playfully complain to him about someone confessing to her. The person pursuing her was not Meng Lanin, but himself. Zhang Ruifeng carefully retrieved a storage ring from his pocket, presenting it to Mo with both hands. Little Master Uncle, this is for you. A token of gratitude for the cultivation you lost while saving us. Over the years, I have diligently combed through ancient texts, and it appears that these spiritual herbs possess varying degrees of efficacy in restoring spiritual roots. I humbly beseech you, dear junior uncle, to accept them. Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words that to save him from his lost cultivation. Indeed, there was a way to do so. However, his cultivation had been siphoned away by Sister Yanqi. He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. What transpired before is of no concern to you. I am now. Junior uncle, please accept them. Zhang Ruifeng interrupted Mou, bowing deeply as his body trembled slightly. He was profoundly moved. His junior uncle was truly considerate. Even at this moment, concerned for his feelings and fearing he might blame himself, Mou, with a hint of resignation, stated, "My cultivation has already been restored." As he spoke, he subtly revealed his aura, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy instantly radiated outward. Fifth layer of the nascent soul. Zhang Ruifeng's head jerked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not only he, but all the disciples around were left in stunned silence. The Holy Son's cultivation has been restored. Not only restored, but he has also reached the nascent soul stage, at just 24 years of age. The Holy Son, even upon entering the nascent soul stage, stands as the foremost figure in the Tianyuan continent. Shock and elation intertwined on the faces of the onlookers. The selfless, extraordinarily gifted Holy Son of the past has returned. And he is even more formidable, having progressed from the first layer of the golden core to the fifth layer of the nascent soul in a mere decade. It is worth noting that even the one acclaimed as the foremost nascent soul cultivator of this generation, Jianzi, only barely reached the first layer of the nascent soul at 24. What a terrifying rate of cultivation the Holy Son possesses. Unprecedented. Zhang Ruifeng, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Mou and choked out, "This is wonderful. Junior uncle, your cultivation has been restored." Mou smiled. "It has been restored for quite some time. There is no need for concern." Zhang Ruifeng nodded in relief, his joy evident in his eyes. Then, as if recalling something, he eagerly inquired, "Junior uncle, I came to participate in the sword trial. Are you here for that as well? Surely, you must aim to defeat Jianzi and claim the title of the foremost nascent soul cultivator of our time." Mou shook his head, directing his gaze behind him to rest upon Morong. "I brought my disciple here. She is the one participating, letting him face Jianzi in the sword trial. What a ridiculous notion. To use brute force to send Jianzi flying? While the rules permit it, such an act would undoubtedly invite criticism. Who knows, the rules might be altered next time due to this incident. Thus, he preferred to simply observe and see if he could fulfill his master's wager. A mid-grade spiritual treasure, combined with system rewards, must yield something remarkable. Morong Yi's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to reality by this unexpected mention of her name. She had just been immersed in the shock of her master having other partners. The elder sister Su Meyer, who sneaks into her master's room every night, and the betrothed Ling Qingyue. Now there was yet another. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze also shifted to Morong Yi, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Truly, the Holy Son's disciple is a paragon of beauty. Not only does she possess stunning looks, but her extraordinary aura suggests she is endowed with the potential of a sword immortal. Morong Yi felt a subtle thrill. Ever since her master saved her, many have praised her beauty. All of this is owed to her master, who rescued her from the abyss. Subsequently, Zhang Ruifeng engaged in light-hearted banter with Mou. He seemed to have an endless stream of words, and he did not cease until Meng Lanin departed at last. After numerous subtle hints from Mou, he reluctantly took his leave. Mou watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. Such infatuated disciples can be quite troublesome. Beside him, Chu Yuli hung her head, her petite frame trembling slightly. She had lost. She had been utterly defeated by Meng Lanin. Her master had publicly acknowledged his relationship with Meng Lanin. Despite being so close, she had failed to seize the opportunity. Surely, they hadn't engaged in such activities yet. They must not have. She still had a chance. She would win. As night descended and stars twinkled, a grand spiritual vessel glided through the sky, emitting a gentle hum. Inside the spacious, brightly lit room of the vessel, Su Meyer teased, "Sister, is this the sleep you spoke of? What else could it be? Your demeanor puts immense pressure on me. Surely, you do not harbor those feelings for your sister, whom you grew up alongside. What a little pervert you are." Su Meyer's voice was playful and alluring. At that moment, she languidly reclined against Mou, her body soft and warm, her long, snow-white legs restlessly caressing him. Mou sighed in exasperation. Sister Meyer is both beautiful and seductive. Any man would feel a stir of emotion. Su Meyer chuckled lightly. "Thank you for the compliment, dear brother, but please refrain from letting your thing touch your sister. Otherwise, I might just strip you bare and toss you into your little disciple's room. You wouldn't want to become a pervert who takes advantage of his disciple, would you? Mou's eyes widened in shock. What a cruel heart. If such a thing were to occur, it would be utterly mortifying. He steadied himself and asked with a serious tone, "What is it this time? What has upset you? What has caused you concern? Or what has frightened you?" Sue Meyer replied plaintively, her voice laced with sorrow. "I have sought you out to play on several occasions, only to see you hanging your 10,000 souls banner at the door. Only now do I realize you were secretly frolicking with your little wife. This behavior saddens your sister greatly." Mou replied earnestly, "Sister Meyer, if your hands are itching and you wish to spar, there is no need for a pretext. If you want to experiment with your charms, as long as it is not too outrageous, I would be quite amenable." Su Meyer's eyes sparkled with allure. "You are such a bore," she playfully scolded, leaning her nose close to Mou's cheek and taking a gentle sniff. "That little girl is no longer a maiden. Yet your body remains unchanged. Do you possess some special constitution?" Mou's heart raced in alarm. "She can discern that," he replied truthfully. "Pure Yang sacred body. I see, dear brother. Our Tianhu clan possesses spells that absorb Yang energy. Since you are so abundant in Yang energy, how about letting sister take a bit?" As she spoke, Sue Meyer extended her delicate tongue to lightly lick her red lips, her pink pupils shimmering with an enticing gleam. "How to absorb it? Are we to engage in such activities?" Mou asked nervously. Su Meyer chuckled and raised an eyebrow. "You have quite the imagination. Of course not. Just a simple absorption from a distance will suffice. The Yang energy will flow out." She slightly parted her cherry lips, mimicking an inhaling motion. She clearly demonstrated a technique even more skilled than Meng Laning. However, Mou shook his head vehemently. "No distance absorption. That's fine, but I refuse to engage in such a disadvantageous act. Come on, please." Sue Meyer began to pout, her voice soft and melodic. "Just let sister take a small sip. At most, I will rest for a day. And then I will make it up to you. I still have to fight Jinzi tomorrow." Just as Mou finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill at his wrist. He was startled to find that Sue Meyer had seized his wrist, her breath sweet and fragrant. "This will be sister's first time, so rest assured, sister will take good care of you when you are weak." Mou attempted to summon the Emperor's banner to resist. He discovered it was unresponsive. His spiritual power felt completely immobilized, as if he could not muster a single drop. Tianhu divine ability, spirit locking, and forbidden yuan. Is there anything that can save me without using spiritual power? Mou's mind raced. The undying golden body could only be used once a month, a significant loss. The heavenly poison pearl, merely a playful notion. Using that would be excessive. The power of the immortal spirit. Perhaps he hastily opened the system store, where the binding immortal rope and the spirit power loan were still available, and even offered at a discount. Consuming 3,600 villain points, a slender golden thread appeared in his hand. With a mere thought, it could transform into a long cord, binding Sue Meyer. The spirit power loan for the binding immortal rope could be used once a day, lasting 10 seconds each time. It could firmly control any enemy below the immortal realm for 10 seconds, at the cost of depleting his remaining spiritual energy. Armed with this trump card, Mou felt an immediate surge of confidence as he gazed into Sue Meyer's alluring eyes. Noticing the change in Mou, Sue Meyer raised an eyebrow with a seductive smile. It seemed her younger brother was ready, so the elder sister would begin. Suddenly, Mou was struck by a thought. "Wait, senior sister, does your absorption of Yang energy count as a form of yin-yang supplementation?" Sue Meyer furrowed her delicate brows and chuckled lightly. At a time like this, her junior brother was still thinking of cultivation. How studious. "Well then, before imparting the techniques, let me explain it to you thoroughly." With that, Sue Meyer began her patient explanation. However, she sat quite close to Mou, her demeanor intimate, making him feel somewhat uneasy. As he listened to her lecture, he found it rather dull and nearly drifted off to sleep. After a stick of incense burned down, she concluded, "So, my technique can also be considered a form of yin-yang reciprocity." At last, Sue Meyer wrapped up her impromptu lecture and refocused her attention on Mou. Observing his drowsy state, she felt a flicker of annoyance. "Honestly, your sister is putting in all this effort to teach you, and you dare to doze off." Mou instantly snapped back to alertness. Secretly regretting his purchase of unnecessary items, the pure young body would not be affected by the yin-yang supplementation technique. Seeing him still lost in thought, Sue Meyer shot him an exasperated glare. "You little rascal, It seems I must teach you a lesson to ensure you remember. Mou regained his composure, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could use the binding immortal rope to discipline Sue Meyer, showing her that he was not to be trifled with. Just as Sue Meyer was about to execute her special technique, a flash of golden light erupted. The binding immortal rope coiled around her limbs like a serpent, binding her tightly. What is this? Panic flashed in Sue Meyer's enchanting eyes. She had never encountered such a bizarre artifact, and her spirit, body, and soul were all under comprehensive suppression, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. Her instincts warned her that this was an immortal artifact. Watching Sue Meyer bound, Mou felt a rush of mischievous delight. Observing her predicament, he couldn't help but reflect, the binding immortal rope is truly delightful. Sister Meyer, are you frightened now? I was merely accommodating you before. Sue Meyer struggled against the bindings, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, the binding immortal rope tightened with every effort, rendering her even more immobile. Let go of me, you little rascal. Mou reveled in her plight, but time was running short. Smack. You little rascal, how dare you strike me? Sue Meyer was a mix of embarrassment and fury. With urgency, Mou swiftly fled the scene, needing to find Xia Ningbing for refuge. As he burst through the door, the golden light of the binding immortal rope retracted and fell away, granting Sue Meyer her freedom. She swiftly transformed into a pink blur, appearing before Mou and blocking his escape route. You little rascal, why have you stopped running? Sue Meyer's eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Mou chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Joking? Sue Meyer approached him step by step, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Sister is quite serious. Mou retreated until his back hit the wall. With nowhere else to escape. Sister, what do you intend to do? Sue Meyer gracefully moved closer, her delicate fingers tilting Mou's chin. What do you think? It's time for you to experience my prowess. Before he could respond, she lifted him and tossed him onto the bed. Sue Meyer elegantly leaped, standing at the bedside and looking down at Mou. You're completely out of spiritual energy. Can that immortal artifact still be used? Mou shook his head, answering earnestly, Sister, if you truly intend to use your technique, you will regret it. Regret? Sue Meyer laughed lightly, her fingers caressing Mou's cheek. You dare to strike me? If I don't teach you a lesson, I would be the one regretting it. She slowly leaned in, preparing to execute her technique. Mou's heart raced, his throat dry. Yet he found himself entirely unable to move. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, but halfway through, it abruptly halted. Sue Meyer's complexion paled, her beautiful eyes widening in fear. A powerful backlash of energy erupted from Mou, seemingly intent on absorbing her power. How is this possible? She struggled to break free, yet her body felt weak. Mou sighed, Sister, I warned you that you would regret this. Sue Meyer trembled slightly, her breath quickening as streams of uncontrollable spiritual energy surged from her towards Mou. No, please stop. She bit her lip, desperately trying to resist the draining of her energy, but ultimately, she could not hold on. With a soft gasp, Sue Meyer's body trembled violently, more of her spiritual energy flowing into Mou. He broke through to the sixth layer of the nascent soul, feeling a rush of anxiety. He thought, this shouldn't cause any problems, right? He quickly relaxed his mind, halting the absorption of her energy. Soon, Sue Meyer wearily sank beside Mou, completely drained. Though her face bore signs of exhaustion, she remained stunningly beautiful. How could you? Sue Meyer asked weakly, her voice trembling. I told you there would be complications. You insisted on trying it. Mou replied. Sue Meyer let out a soft huff, a mixture of embarrassment and surprise in her expression. The divine powers of the Tianhu clan had actually faced backlash. You little rascal, you've truly opened my eyes today. She panted, her gaze complex. Seeing her weakened state, Mou hurriedly infused his remaining energy into her. Having already exhausted his own, he had drawn all of it from Sue Meyer. Feeling Mou's concern, warmth spread through Sue Meyer's heart. She lifted her head, gazing at Mou's handsome face, and suddenly pinched his cheek. I don't think this is the end, Sue Meyer playfully scolded. Once I recover, I will be sure to thank you properly. Mou smiled and nodded. All right, I'll be waiting. But before that, Sister Meyer, you should rest well. For these 2 days of your weakness, I will take good care of you. Sue Meyer leaned against Mou, closing her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied, and a serene expression settled on her face. Mou exhaled softly, What is this reaction? I nearly lost control. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that you have employed a strategy, utilizing your superb acting skills to lure the enemy in, absorbing Su Meyer's energy. Reward. Method of endurance in battle. Method of endurance in battle. Infants and maidens pair with yin and yang. Lead and Mercury coalesce to divide the sun and moon. The dragon and tiger harmonize, while the spiritual tortoise absorbs the blood of the golden crow. Villain points increased by 3,000 at the method of endurance in battle. Mou was taken aback. Isn't this the one where Zhu Beiji single-handedly faced 7 spider spirits, leaving them gasping for breath and utterly exhausted? Immediately, an overwhelming influx of indescribable knowledge flooded into his mind. Even the experienced Mou felt a flush of embarrassment. If his head were to be split open now, it would surely be filled with yellow. This technique could enhance pleasure, bringing joy to Meng Lani. And it also increased combat endurance. This was serious combat. Of course, it could also be rather playful, very useful indeed. At that moment, Yin Qi's astonished voice rang in his mind. Look at you. You actually defeated your senior sister? I've watched you being bullied since childhood. It's rare to see you win once. From now on, I can win against her every day. Mou's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence. Although the Xian binding rope could only be used once a day, it would grant him at least 10 seconds of advantage. Upon hearing this, Yinshi couldn't help but chuckle, utterly unconvinced by Mou's boast. Keep on bragging, she retorted, shaking her head. If she weren't to drain your yang energy, you would undoubtedly be no match for her. However, she paused, her tone turning to one of astonishment. I never imagined your constitution would be a rare mutated type. Indeed, you are a person of great fortune, distinctly different from the average. Mutated constitution? Mou asked, perplexed. Yinshi patiently elaborated. Indeed, your constitution is a variant of the pure yang sacred body, endowing you with the ability to resist energy absorption. A hint of delight tinged her voice. It had been quite some time since Mou had inquired about anything from her. Even in the realm of alchemy, he posed no questions, making her feel almost non-existent. With her daily purpose reduced to mere conversation, Mou nodded thoughtfully. Realizing that Yin she had already filled in the gaps without him needing to explain, he carefully laid Su Meier down and gently covered her with a blanket. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Mou approached the door and opened it, finding Ling Qingyue standing at the threshold. Ling Qingyue wasted no time, stating, Senior Sister Xia asked me to tell you to refrain from sparring with Senior Sister Su over the next few days. She needs to focus on her cultivation and cannot tend to your affairs. If you get into trouble, she won't heal you. And as for Senior Sister Su, if she bullies you again in the coming days, Senior Sister Xia will throw her out. After delivering her message, Ling Qingyue leaned in to peek into the room. Senior Sister, did you hear that? Mou instinctively stepped in front of the door. But it was too late. Ling Qingyue had already caught sight of Su Meier on the bed, her face still flushed, appearing breathless and fatigued. Ling Qingyue blinked her bright eyes, looking at Mou in disbelief. Do you expect me to believe nothing happened between us? Mou sighed helplessly. I believe you. I won't tell anyone. Ling Qingyue replied with a serious nod. It was astonishing that in this lifetime, Senior Brother had actually won over 4th Senior Sister. Senior Brother is truly remarkable. Having grown up together, they finally achieved their goal. It was quite an accomplishment, observing the unbridled joy on her face. Mou knew she did not truly believe him. However, it was of little concern. Qingyue wouldn't spread rumors. Ling Qingyue happily turned to leave, her steps light. Senior Brother has claimed another. The following day, at the sword sect, a colossal stone tablet stood silently, its surface split in two, as smooth as a mirror, as if severed by some supreme force. In the distance, the peak master of Sword Peak, Lu Qianshun, introduced it to the crowd. This is the sword tablet, born of heaven and earth, capable of measuring the level of sword intent. The deeper the sword mark, the stronger the sword intent. He paused, a flicker of reverence crossing his eyes. 50 years ago, your master uncle Bai Shuangying split this tablet in half with a single strike. Since that moment, she has been recognized as the strongest sword cultivator throughout history. Lu Qianshun gently caressed the long sword at his waist, its blade emitting a low hum, resonating with its master's complex emotions. My sword intent can leave a mark of 7 feet and 6 inches upon it. Any disciple with sword intent is welcome to give it a try. Xia Ningbing gazed at the distant stone tablet, the severed tablet still exuding a fierce sword intent. as if recounting the earth-shattering strike of yesteryear. Her expression was calm, yet her violet eyes sparkled with starlight. Generally, sword intent is divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man, but above that, there exists the ultimate sword intent that surpasses the heavenly tier. To cleave this tablet born of heaven and earth, only the ultimate sword intent could accomplish such a feat. Who exactly is Bai Xuanying, a reincarnation of a celestial sword immortal? Her lips curled into a smile. Since Bai Xuanying could achieve it, so could she. With a delicate leap, Xianing being transformed into a streak of violet light, dashing towards the sword tablet. Zhang Ruifeng approached Mou eagerly, exclaiming, "Junior uncle, let us go and give it a try together." Mou shook his head. "I possess no sword intent." Zhang Ruifeng's heart tightened. His junior uncle was incredibly gifted, having already comprehended sword intent himself. How could Mou not have it? Surely it was due to his years of focusing on restoring his cultivation. Neglecting the path of the sword, he solemnly declared, "Junior uncle, I will not forget your kindness. I am going. Mou watched Zhang Ruifeng's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Meng Lanin and other disciples above the nascent soul stage also followed suit. Mou gently stroked the little fox in his arms. "Sister Mayor, do you wish to go? The sword tablet merely tests sword intent and does not require much energy, so it wouldn't burden Sister Mayor." Su Mei replied weakly, "I will not go. At that moment, Moroni approached Mou. "Master, I have now achieved a minor success in my sword momentum." Mou nodded slightly. Achieving minor success in a month is commendable. Each realm of the sword path can be subdivided into 4 smaller realms: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Morong had initially entered at the entry level. Now, achieving minor success within a month is quite impressive throughout the Tianyuan continent. Morong did not linger on this topic, but turned her attention to Su Mayor. "Senior aunt, why do you appear so weak? Would you like me to prepare some medicine for you to help you recover?" Upon hearing this, Su Mei gently nodded, her voice soft and feeble. "All right, then transform into your human form. It will facilitate my examination." Su Mei leaped from Mou's embrace, elegantly transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman. Upon witnessing this, Mou swiftly reached out to support her. Su Mei's complexion was as pale as paper, her body slightly trembling. Weakly leaning against Mou, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Morongi stepped forward, her delicate fingers gently resting on Su Mei's slender wrist, focusing intently as she took her pulse. Moments later, her brows furrowed tightly, her face mirroring shock. "Isn't this a sign of excessive indulgence?" She blurted out. "Indeficiency?" Quickly, she covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. However, the surrounding disciples had already heard. The disciples remaining were mostly at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage, even if they had not received Mou's kindness in the past. They had heard of his great name and held him in high regard. At this moment, their gazes towards Mou brimmed with admiration, the implications unspoken. Just yesterday, he had publicly declared his relationship with the senior sister of Zuan Peak. And today his own senior sister was found to be indeficient. Was this too hasty? The Holy Son is truly formidable. He is our model, the disciples whispered among themselves, the air thick with a peculiar atmosphere. Morong hurriedly clarified, "Dear brothers and sisters, you have misunderstood. Indeficiency does not solely result from excessive indulgence. For instance, staying up late, overexertion, excessive worrying, or even improper diet can all lead to indeficiency. Senior Aunt Su may simply be fatigued from recent cultivation." The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, though they refrained from further discussion, their skepticism evident in their eyes, just as Mou was about to speak. Su Mei leaned her entire delicate form against him. She leaned in close to his ear, her breath fragrant, her voice seductive. "Brother, you wouldn't want to back out now, would you?" On the surface, her voice was soft, seemingly meant only for Mou. Yet everyone present could hear her clearly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment before erupting into a wave of low gasps and murmurs. The Holy Son indeed deserves his title. Such a fortunate fate is beyond our reach. All eyes turned to Mou, filled with admiration and envy. Faced with this sudden situation, Mou remained unfazed. He calmly wrapped an arm around Su Mei's slender waist. Meeting her enchanting gaze with an impish smile, Su Mei trembled slightly, yet did not back down, her alluring eyes fixated on Mou. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. The chorus of sighs arose from the onlookers. The Holy Son is too excessive, flaunting his affection before everyone. Morong observed the scene unfolding before her, and softly suggested, "Since it has come to this, why not simply share a kiss?" Her words seemed to trigger a switch, causing the surrounding disciples to erupt in a chorus of cheers. Yes, a kiss. The voices rose and fell, growing increasingly boisterous. Standing nearby, the leader of Sword Peak, Ling Qingyue, surveyed the crowd, and upon noticing that the trio from Suiwei Peak showed no intent to intervene, he wisely chose to remain silent. Mou, wrapping his arm around Su Meyer, teased her with a whisper. "Sister Meyer, caught in a bind. Have you played with fire and now risk burning yourself?" Su Meyer met his gaze with her alluring eyes, a flicker of warning flashing within their depths as Mou beheld her stunning beauty. A mischievous impulse stirred within him. He slowly lowered his head, leaning toward her luscious, crimson lips. As the distance between them diminished, Su Meyer's breath quickened involuntarily. Initially, she had merely intended to tease Mou. But to her surprise, he dared to kiss her publicly. With their faces drawing closer, Su Meyer could even feel the warmth of his breath against her skin. Instinctively, she yearned to retreat, yet Mou held her firmly around the waist. Rendering her immobile, taking a decisive breath, Su Meyer leaned in, rising onto her toes, her delicate lips gently brushing against Mou's. The soft sensation took him aback momentarily. He had only intended to startle her. How had it turned into an actual kiss? The crowd erupted into cheers, but Mou was too consumed by the moment to pay them any heed. The sensations, moist, tender, and sweet, washed over him. However, before he could savor it fully, a sudden sharp pain shot through his lips, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood. Su Meyer had bitten down fiercely, leaving him reeling. He quickly averted his gaze, channeling his spiritual energy to mend the wound. When he looked back at Su Meyer, her red lips stained with blood, her eyes sparkled with defiance. This was a blatant act of retribution. At that moment, the system chimed in with a notification. Detected that you forced Su Meyer to kiss you in public, resulting in her loss of face. The antagonist counterattack has succeeded. Antagonist points 2,000. Well, at least he had gained something from the encounter. Having kissed her, he had also earned antagonist points. Mou casually used a spell to wipe the blood from Su Meyer's lips and released his hold on her waist. He then turned to the onlookers and declared, "All right, you may disperse now." The disciples, sensing the mood, began to leave. Ling Qingyue stood to the side, a knowing smile gracing her lips, while Ling Qingyue awkwardly turned his head away. Times had changed. The younger generation was far more liberated than they had been in their youth. Meanwhile, Su Meyer, as if nothing had transpired, transformed into a white fox and leaped into Mou's embrace. She looked toward Murongi and inquired, "Is there any medicine that can help with this?" Snapped back to reality, Murongi regarded Mou with utmost seriousness. Equal parts of cornelian cherry, mulberry, dodder seeds, Rehmannia, Schisandra, and epimedium. Alternatively, you may use the corresponding spiritual medicines, ensuring the ranks do not differ too greatly. Grind them into a powder, using a small amount of white wine as a medicinal catalyst, and take it 3 times a day. This will enhance vitality. Mou diligently noted down the prescription. He suddenly realized something. Wait, enhance vitality, isn't that for yang deficiency? This is meant for the master. Murongi wore an expression that suggested she was fully aware of everything. Mou was left speechless. He felt as though he had jumped into the yellow river and couldn't wash himself clean. Beside them, Chu Yuli tightly clenched her hands, her body trembling slightly. This is too much. Another one has appeared, and they even do such things openly. Even yang deficiency, she lamented. Yet, she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all these years, what storms had she not weathered? Even if she couldn't be first, she would strive for second place. She would prevail. Quietly, she committed Murongi's prescription for yang deficiency to memory, knowing there would come a day when it would be of use. The crowd remained silent, awaiting the other disciples to test their sword intent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Mou turned to see a middle-aged man and a young man making their way toward them. Ling Yun's sword master and his disciple, Chu Wangyan. Ling Yun's sword master scanned the gathered crowd before his gaze settled on Ling Qingyue. A smile graced his lips as he said, "Elder Lu, it has been a while. You remain as distinguished as ever." Ling Qingyue nodded slightly, replying, "Ling Yun master, I trust you have been well." The two engaged in pleasantries, while Mou paid little mind to their conversation, choosing instead to focus on Chu Wangyan. This individual was the key to his opportunity. A middle-grade spiritual treasure. It seemed Chu Wangyan noticed Mou's gaze, lifting his head to meet Mou's eyes. "I presume you are the saint's son of Tianxian." Just then, Ling Yun's swordmaster's voice interrupted their exchange. Mou slightly bowed, greeting him. Junior Mou pays his respects to Senior Ling Yun. Years ago, I heard that the saint's son of Tianxian had lost his cultivation, but seeing you now, it is clear that you have surpassed your former self. Ling Yun's swordmaster observed Mou with admiration. At merely 24. You have reached the 6th layer of nascent soul. It would not be an exaggeration to claim you are the fastest cultivator in Tianyuan continent. Mou chuckled modestly. It is merely luck. I have had the fortune of encountering a modicum of opportunity. Chu Wangyan regarded Mou with astonishment. Achieving such a level at his age was indeed remarkable. Ling Yun's swordmaster did not dwell on the matter, gesturing for everyone to follow. Everyone, please come with me. The seats have been prepared. The disciples who left their marks on the sword monument will be guided shortly. The group followed Ling Yun's swordmaster toward the sword testing grounds. As they walked, he suddenly inquired, Elder Liu, I wonder if your sword peak has produced any talented disciples in swordsmanship over the past decade? Liu Qingshue's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing. In the past 10 years, we have not had any standout talents in swordsmanship. Zhang Ruifeng can barely be considered, but he is of the same generation as Chu Wangyan. Presenting him would be somewhat humiliating. Ling Yun's swordmaster, noticing Liu Qingshue's demeanor, wore a smug smile. I will not hide it from Elder Liu. While traveling recently, I stumbled upon a promising talent. After just 3 months of my guidance, he has already achieved minor success in sword intent. Though he may not yet rival my sect's disciple, he is nonetheless a commendable prodigy. Liu Qingshu maintained his silence, his frown deepening. Even in the realm of sword intent, he had no capable talents to present. Mou quietly followed the group. He had accomplished this feat in roughly 10 days. After all, having been pushed by 2 prodigies to practice swordsmanship, one could hardly avoid rapid progress. However, learning various techniques later had slowed him down, and he still had yet to grasp sword intent to that moment. Morong Yi leaned closer to Mou, whispering, Master, that person is quite the actor. It took me only a month to progress from entry to minor success. Although her voice was soft, it was clear to all present. Ling Yun's swordmaster abruptly halted, his body stiffening, the expression on his face freezing. Liu Qingshue's eyes lit up as he realized. How could I forget to introduce her? This is our candidate for the saintess of Tianxian sacred land, one of the future inheritors of our sect, and the current saint's son's disciple, Morong Yi. She is also a swordsmanship talent, under the guidance of our saint's son. She reached minor success in just a month. Ling Yun's swordmaster's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting as if he had swallowed a fly. He could only cough lightly, attempting to change the subject. Since the saint's son's disciple is so accomplished, it must be. His words had yet to be completed when, from afar, a sudden thunderous sound interrupted him. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the source. There, the towering sword monument, already cleaved in twain, now bore a silver diagonal line that began to extend slowly. The upper half of the monument slid along the line and ultimately crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. This scene unfolded with such swiftness, yet it felt as though time had been stretched to eternity. Every individual present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the distant monument, their minds echoing the same question. Who possesses such terrifying power? Mou stood amidst the throng, his expression serene. Who else could it be but Xia Ningbing? Ling Yun's swordmaster stood rooted to the spot, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and turned to instruct Chu Wangyan. Take them to the viewing platform. I shall investigate further. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the sword monument. The members of Tianxian's sacred land began to murmur amongst themselves. Chu Wangyan remained stationary, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the split monument. Initially, shock flickered in his eyes, which soon transformed into admiration, ultimately igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. However, he quickly reined in his emotions and, following Ling Yun's swordmaster's instructions, led Mou and the others towards the trial sword viewing platform. Upon their arrival at the platform, they settled in the designated area of Tianxian's sacred land. At that moment, only a sparse few dozen individuals occupied the platform, as the majority had been drawn to the anomaly of the sword monument. Mou surveyed his surroundings. Present were representatives from the ancient sacred land. Ta Qing sacred land, Yao Qi sacred land, Xing Chen sacred land, and the host, Zhu Tian sacred land. This was the Zhu Tian domain, where the sword sect served as an affiliated power of Zhu Tian's sacred land. At that juncture, Murong Yi's voice chimed in beside him. Master, why are we sitting so far off? And why has our little master uncle set up formations around us? Is there something clandestine afoot? Mou pondered for a moment before crafting a plausible explanation for Ling Qingyue. Your little master uncle is naturally cautious. This way, it is less likely for others to launch a surprise attack, while also allowing us to monitor the movements of others. Murong Yi's eyes brightened with understanding. That I see. Are we preparing to ambush Xingqian's sacred land? Mou shook his head. That I have inquired. The last time we faced them, it was Tian Shu, Tian Ji, and Kai Yang who engaged us. The two who left were Tian Xian and Tian Quan, and they harbor no ill intentions towards us. Yu Heng and Yao Guang did not attend. Their stance remains ambiguous. Currently, those from Xingqian's sacred land appear to be from the Yu Heng lineage. Murong Yi listened attentively and nodded. Understood. Grievances have their sources, and debts have their owners. Before long, Xia Ningbing approached gracefully. Her expression was as calm as a placid lake, betraying none of the earth-shattering sword strike that had just emanated from her. She surveyed her surroundings before taking a seat directly in front of Mou. Once seated, she waved her delicate hand, and several streams of light flitted past, further reinforcing the original formation. Mou immediately grasped her intent. The earlier commotion had been too great, and she sought tranquility. As representatives from other factions began to arrive, the trial sword commenced. However, Ling Qingyue remained conspicuously absent. After all, such an occasion typically garnered the interest of dedicated sword cultivators. Before long, Mou's attention was drawn to a figure, Ling Qingyue. The leader of Ta Qing's sacred land had personally come to this gathering. Mou felt a slight surprise. It was indeed rare for a sect leader to attend such a modest event. Ling Qingyue seemed to sense Mou's gaze and leaned closer, whispering, Senior brother, look, Aunt Shui has also arrived. She looks truly splendid today. Mou's eyes fell upon Ling Qingyue, who wore a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her perfect figure, both modest and alluring. Particularly, her ample bosom created pronounced folds in the fabric, surpassing even Su Meyer's. Mou was momentarily taken aback by Ling Qingyue's striking appearance. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze. After all, Ling Qingyue was not only his master's sister, but had also cradled him as a child, and moreover, she was his mother-in-law. That he dared not harbor any impure thoughts. He replied calmly, Indeed, Aunt Shui looks splendid in whatever she wears. Ling Qingyue smiled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Ling Qingyue's gaze swept across the viewing platform, eventually landing on Mou. The child who once called her Aunt Shui in her arms had now grown into such a handsome young man. She clutched the book in her hands tightly, feeling an immense pressure. This was the strategy guide that Ling Qingyue had provided her. Mou's. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided against approaching him. Perhaps it would be wise to prepare a bit more. Finally, she spotted a solitary foundational disciple from Tianxian's sacred land and cast a spell to inquire. Does your sacred son have any particular preferences? The disciple's eyes glazed over as he rummaged through his thoughts. Recalling recent events, he confidently replied, The sacred son loves beautiful women. Xia Ningbing took note of Ling Qingyue's actions. Though she did not overhear the inquiry, she did not concern herself overly. She was well aware of Ling Qingyue's character and knew she would not engage in any outrageous behavior. The exertion from severing that piece of the sword monument had drained some energy, yet it had also yielded considerable gains. The sword intent left by Shuangying had unexpectedly elevated her own swordsmanship. Who exactly was she? A thought flickered through Xia Ningbing's mind. Had she cultivated the sword path to its zenith in pursuit of the supreme celestial emperor? Each field has its specialization. Even she could not hope to compare with Shuangying on the sword path. No, not just her. Even all the celestial emperors of her era could not rival this second sister. Subsequently, she began to check the cooldown time. Cooldown time, 1 incense stick. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. Loves beautiful women. This did align with Mou's age. She gently waved her hand, dispelling the spell on the disciple. The disciple wore a puzzled expression. Completely oblivious to what had transpired moments earlier, Ling Qingyue glided gracefully to sit beside Mou. He got a whiff of delicate fragrance wafted with her movement. Elegant, yet not overwhelming him. Mou had just seen Murong Yi off to the trial sword when he turned and beheld the dignified figure of Ling Qingyue. He was somewhat taken aback and felt a hint of pressure. After all, She was his mother-in-law. And Shui, what brings you here? He greeted calmly. Is it not permissible for me to come and see you? She replied, her voice soft yet tinged with a touch of nervousness. Mou hastily responded, of course, it is entirely permissible. Ling Qingyue slightly turned her body towards him, casually flipping through the book in her hands. How to quickly win a man's heart. One of the strategies provided by Ling Qingyue. Mou sensed her proximity and caught a hint of that elusive fragrance, subtly shifting to the side. Ling Qingyue remained engrossed in her book. The inquiry had been successfully made. He favored beautiful women. Next, she needed to showcase her own charm. In simpler terms, it was time to seduce. She bit her luscious red lip. Grappling with her inner turmoil, considering their engagement, she steeled herself and cast a spell to extend the slit of her qipao to her waist. Noticing that Mou had not immediately taken notice, she adjusted her posture, leaning back slightly and elegantly crossing her legs. This action finally captured Mou's attention. His gaze instinctively shifted. Her long, graceful legs were fully revealed, clad in sheer black stockings, and the high heels on her delicate feet swayed slightly, radiating the unique allure of a mature woman that he had never seen Ling Qingyue dressed in such a manner. Typically, she donned conservative attire, never revealing much. Yet now, the high slit of her qipao combined with the black stockings and high heels was simply stunning. But why on earth would the cultivation world feature stockings and high heels? He steadied his mind and made a concerted effort to avert his gaze. He must not look. She was Ling Qingyue's adoptive mother, his future mother-in-law, and also the sister of his master. He absolutely must not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Ling Qingyue furrowed her brow slightly. Why wasn't Xiaoyu looking at her? Was her allure insufficient? Resolutely, she decided to cast a spell once more. The originally modest neckline instantly transformed into a deep V shape. Aunt Shui, what are you doing? Mou inquired. Ling Qingyue's cheeks had already turned a vivid crimson. She hadn't anticipated that she would take such a bold action. Hearing Mou's question, she felt even more ashamed, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Stammering, she struggled to find a suitable response, ultimately fabricating a flimsy excuse that it's a bit hot. Upon uttering these words, she could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Even in such a state, could this fool not discern the meaning behind her actions? No wonder Ling Wanqing sought to strategize for her. It seemed he truly was a dense individual. Mou thought, this excuse is worse than not offering one at all. Even a fool could tell it was a lie. However, since he remained silent, he could only assume she was indeed feeling warm. Could it be that this Aunt Shui intended to seduce him? Absolutely not. Ling Qingyue continued to flip through the pages of the book in her hands, contemplating the satisfaction of a man's desire for conquest. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Mou had consistently referred to her as Aunt Shui. Did he perhaps harbor an affinity for this forbidden romance? Truly a peculiar taste, to indulge in such inclinations. The manual Wanqing provided on how to win over senior brothers hadn't mentioned anything of the sort. Moreover, what was up with Wanqing? Who in their right mind would compose a manual dedicated to winning over senior brothers? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Mou was equally fraught with confusion that in the conservative realm of cultivation, who would dress so provocatively. Even the vixen sleeping in his arms wouldn't dare to wear such attire. And where did those thigh-high stockings and heels come from? Suddenly, he recalled having drawn such designs before, with only Ling Wanqing having seen them. Instinctively, Mou glanced at Ling Wanqing, who responded with a smile. In that instant, he understood everything. It must have been Ling Wanqing who turned those sketches into tangible gifts for Ling Qingyue. Just then, Ling Qingyue pretended to move casually. Mou's breath hitched slightly. He admitted to himself that he was indeed captivated. Ling Qingyue's beauty exuded the grace of a mature woman, akin to a fine vintage wine, becoming more enchanting with each taste. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts, reminding himself not to be seduced by mere beauty. As cultivators, one must remain as tranquil as still water, unperturbed by external influences. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he may have been overcorrecting. As cultivators, we should be true to our hearts. To like is to like, to appreciate is to appreciate. Why must we feign ignorance and deceive ourselves? He lifted his gaze, his eyes resting steadily upon Ling Qingyue. But in that moment, he felt a profound elevation in his state of mind. He comprehended that Aunt Shui was the celestial opportunity bestowed upon him concerning his path of the heart. Ling Qingyue felt flustered under his gaze, her cheeks blooming like peach blossoms in early spring. While secretly pleased, she also felt a twinge of hesitation. With Xia Ningbing still present, she could not afford to act too recklessly. Chu Yuli, initially engrossed in watching Murong Yi's battle on the sword-testing platform, suddenly noticed Mou. Her own master was actually gazing at that ant. What was even more outrageous was the size of that ant. She was quite ample indeed. Mou, having stared for a while, suddenly remembered he had a system. He promptly opened Ling Qingyue's profile. Name: Ling Qingyue. Luck: purple affection, 70 complex factors. Description: one of Mou's future harem members, morning dew flower rain physique. Top-tier furnace cauldron. The 4 brief lines conveyed an explosive amount of information. He prioritized the most critical aspects. System: is morning dew flower rain what I think it is? Indeed. Mou steadied himself and inquired again. Complex factors: what exactly does that entail? The factors are overly complex, primarily familial affection, with a touch of romantic love, along with some inexplicable emotions. Mou was taken aback. Romantic love? Thus, the designation of one of the harem could also be clarified. But their relationship, this was a forbidden romance. Did Aunt Shui possess such inclinations? He hadn't expected that at such an age, she would still indulge in such impropriety. However, that was not entirely unacceptable. Wait a moment. Did Ling Qingyue know about this? Mou felt as if his thoughts were in disarray, his mind a whirlwind that he forced himself to calm down, rapidly processing the situation in an attempt to clarify matters. Ling Wanqing was undoubtedly aware of the situation. This so-called surprise was likely orchestrated entirely by her. Those suggestive garments were merely her tools to strategize her own conquest over him. Even the earlier incident with Meng Lanin and the immortal's intoxication was her doing. Adding the tribulation dosage of the Hahuan powder to the immortal's intoxication was something only she could achieve. Mou's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Ling Wanqing. She was intently focused on the sword-testing platform. Her expression serene, showing no signs of guilt. The marriage contract had been rescinded, yet Ling Qingyue still behaved thus. The rationale was evident. She aimed to maintain a connection between the two parties through him. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that he was the true instigator of the dissolution of this betrothal. Xiaoyu. Ling Qingyue's gentle voice suddenly broke through, pulling Mou back to reality. Mou responded. Ling Qingyue offered a slight smile. Aunt Shui has recently been practicing a new leg technique and inadvertently injured her meridians. Xiaoyu, could you help Aunt Shui with a massage? Before her words had fully settled, she had already turned slightly, resting her long, delicate leg upon Mou's thigh. He felt a weight on his legs. His gaze involuntarily fell upon those legs capable of driving anyone wild with desire. Long, straight. What? Unwilling. Ling Qingyue inquired softly. How could that be? If it's Aunt Shui, then certainly. Mou nodded in agreement and began to help her alleviate her meridian blockages. While massaging, he spoke. Aunt Shui, you really don't have to go this far. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt her legs suddenly tense beneath his hands. Yet, he did not cease his actions. Master, didn't he mention that I was betrothed to Qingyue? Aunt Shui, being so intelligent, must surely understand why. Ling Qingyue shuddered slightly upon hearing this, instantly grasping Mou's insinuation. The betrothal was a facade. The true intent was to assist them at the Ta-Ching sacred land. In contrast, she had misunderstood Yishime's true intention. She raised her gaze to meet Mou's. He was focused intently on massaging her, his expression earnest and gentle. For a moment, both fell into silence, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, Mou spoke. Aunt Shui, could you tell me what has transpired in the Ta-Ching domain? Ling Qingyue let out a soft sigh, her voice weary. The demonic realm passage guarded by the Ta-Ching sacred land is on the verge of collapse. In every realm, the passages are nearing their breaking point. She suddenly gasped, her brows knitting together. Be gentler. Mou halted his hands, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, Aunt Shui, I'll be more gentle. Ling Qingyue steadied her breath and continued. We at the Ta-Ching sacred land have lost contact with the ancestors of the immortal realm. Currently, we are left with the last surviving 8 tribulations loose immortal, who is on the brink of passing away. Once he departs, the most powerful among us will only be of 5 tribulations. Perhaps before the demonic realm passage collapses, the Ta-Ching sacred land will be divided among other sacred lands. Even if Yishime is a supreme elder, she will certainly be unable to influence the entire Tianxian sacred land. Thus, I must make some sacrifices. She lifted her gaze to Mou. Her eyes a mixture of complexity and uncertainty. Xiaoyu, do you understand? Mou did not respond immediately, why she may unable to influence the entire Tianxian sacred land. Thus far, he had never seen an elder behave with anything but utmost respect in her presence. Yet the specifics remained unclear to him. That he raised his head, speaking in a gentle tone. It's all right, Aunt Shui. You don't have to put yourself through such difficulty. Once I become stronger in the future, I will certainly assist you all. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's lips curled into a gentle smile. Then I must thank you, Xiaoyu. Even with the assistance of Mou alone, what could possibly change? Nonetheless, this phrase unconsciously heightened her acceptance of Mou considerably. Being together with him no longer felt as resistant as it once did. At that moment, the system's voice resounded in Mou's mind. Current affinity with Ling Qingyue, 80, intimate, automatically replenishing fortune, 800 of villain points plus 800. Please continue to strive. Mou gazed at Ling Qingyue, who had her eyes tightly shut, her originally fair and delicate cheeks now tinted with a blush. Seemingly at ease due to the unblocking of her meridians. Just then, the voice of Yin Shi echoed in his mind. What a pity. While channeling his spiritual energy for a massage, Mou inquired in his heart. Sister Yin Shi, why is it a pity? Yin Shi chuckled lightly. It is simply because of this constitution. You have already formed a bond with that Qingyue girl, thus you can no longer claim her. Mou was taken aback and reflexively countered. Is it really that exaggerated? This morning dew flower rain physique. Yin Shi replied, you, in this small realm, naturally do not understand. Those who possess such a constitution can produce a sort of spiritual liquid, which has numerous applications. To form a partnership with someone of this constitution is a coveted affair, ranked 74th on the list pursued by cultivators in the celestial realm. She paused and recited melodically. It is said, morning dew clings and dries in an instant, the spiritual body like oil, fragrance like orchid. The finest furnace leads to a smooth celestial path. Ranking on the love list brings joy to dreams. After hearing this, Mou was momentarily speechless. You celestial beings truly have an odd way of evaluating things. Is this something to be used for rankings and poetry? Yet indeed, it matches perfectly with what the poem describes. He sighed. So wet, so wet. He then swiftly changed his tone. However, there is one point where Sister Yin Shi is mistaken. Yin Shi raised an eyebrow. Only children make choices. I want them all. This statement momentarily stunned Yin Shi. Before she burst into laughter, is the situation in the Taiqing sacred land that dire? Xia Ningbing pondered as she listened to the conversation behind her. Not informing Xiaoyu about the engagement was indeed Yi Shimei's intention. If he hadn't asked, he might have had to wait several decades to find out. The issues of the Taiqing sacred land were not particularly grave that in due time. She could find an opportunity to destroy those several demon realm passages. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Restate the rules. You will suppress to the same realm to enter the comparison space and engage in combat with the target. The comparison space will replicate all abilities possessed by the target at 100%. Victory will yield rewards. Failure will result in a penalty game. Rewards can also be obtained through the penalty game. You may begin the comparison at any time. Xia Ningbing did not rush, but instead analyzed Mou's strength. After all, this was the first true battle. She possessed the Celestial Emperor-level body refinement techniques, so there was no need for excessive concern. In such combat, formation artifacts and musical artifacts would prove difficult to utilize. After a moment of contemplation, she reached a conclusion. Xiaoyu was by no means her match. She closed her eyes and silently murmured, "Begin." The 200th comparison commenced, entering the comparison space, in an instant. Xia Ningbing's consciousness descended into a pure white space. Not far away, Mou stood silently, resembling a statue with a stern countenance. The battle began as the system's voice faded. Xia Ningbing immediately summoned her flying sword. Intending to finish the fight swiftly, the sword light surged like a rainbow, aiming directly at Mou. However, the void before Mou quivered slightly. An ancient, ornate cauldron suddenly materialized, its surface engraved with intricate and profound runes. Emanating a chilling pressure. A celestial artifact. Xia Ningbing's heart raced. Another celestial artifact. Although it was not a combat-type artifact, its power in a battle at the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly be devastating. The enormous cauldron charged towards her with unparalleled might, shaking the very fabric of space, as terrifying waves swept in all directions. Xia Ningbing, once a dignified celestial emperor, had experienced countless life and death battles, her combat experience profound. She instantly deduced that this strike from Mou had evidently exhausted all his spiritual energy. Given his current cultivation, wielding a celestial artifact was already a strenuous task, let alone delivering a full-powered strike. After this blow, he would undoubtedly fall into a state of weakness, unable to retaliate, truly befitting his usual reckless demeanor. This strike was immensely powerful, one that an ordinary transforming god could not withstand. Alas, it had met her. Xia Ningbing sighed inwardly, yet her movements remained swift. She quickly altered her strategy, shifting from offense to defense. The sword light swirled, transforming into layers of sword barrier shielding against the cauldron. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Golden light flickered as a golden rope darted out like a spiritual serpent, instantly wrapping around her waist. This seemingly simple binding left Xia Ningbing completely stunned. She was horrified to discover that her internal spiritual energy, soul, body, and all her powers had been entirely sealed, rendering her unable to utilize even a fraction. The sword barrier she had just formed dissipated under the bizarre golden rope. Like ice and snow melting in the sun.at this moment, Xia Ningbing felt as powerless as an ordinary person, merely watching as the cauldron descended upon her. Boom! With a resounding crash, the cauldron struck Xia Ningbing with tremendous force. There was no suspense. She was instantly obliterated. Battle failed. Xia Ningbing's consciousness returned to her body, her eyes still reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Defeated? She had actually lost. Moreover, it was such a complete and rapid defeat, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Why did this happen? Xia Ningbing furrowed her brows, her mind swirling with confusion. How could Mou still possess spiritual energy to wield a second celestial artifact? Without celestial spiritual power, one could not truly activate a celestial artifact, let alone simultaneously activate two. However, as a former empress standing at the pinnacle of the celestial path, her mind was resilient and her knowledge vast. After a brief moment of confusion, she grasped the reason. The battleground was a system space, that Mou was a disposable asset, a puppet that could burn everything without hesitation. This combat was entirely different from reality. Mou first exhausted all his spiritual energy, and then directly burned his life force. He spared no expense, solely to defeat her. Yet she continued to apply the combat mindset from reality, attempting to win with minimal losses. How could she not lose under such circumstances? Xia Ningbing sighed softly, her understanding already clear. Next time, she would expend all her efforts to eliminate Mou in the shortest possible time to secure victory. With this thought, the dimness in her eyes reignited with fighting spirit. The world is vast. Who can ever remain undefeated? After failure, seeking the cause and promptly rising again is the true way. Just then, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Penalty game. Kiss Mou on the cheek. With a time limit of 1 month, Xia Ningbing snapped back to reality, her calm demeanor rippling with layers of disturbance. Kiss Xiaoyu's cheek. How could she possibly do such a thing? Completion of the penalty game is required to receive this reward. Failure to complete will result in the system shutting down all functions. As the system's voice faded, a faint shattering sound echoed, akin to porcelain breaking. That a crack appeared in Xia Ningbing's Dao heart. Deep within her, she had already made her choice. She was unwilling to partake in such an act. At least not at this moment. Detection indicates that the Dao heart of the fortune bearer, Xia Ningbing, has developed cracks. A reincarnated celestial emperor. Her fortune, talent, and strength far exceed yours. You have shattered her Dao heart across 3 major realms. The villain's counterattack has succeeded. Reward: invincible sword intent. Mou. System: how can you so unjustly tarnish my reputation? Previously, when Ling Wanqing and Meng Lanin administered the potion, you claimed it was I who had done so. And I endured it. When Su Meyer and Murongi instigated a kiss, you accused me of coercion, and I bore that as well. Now, I have not even come into contact with Xia Ningbing these past few days. In fact, during my recent sword practice, she struck me for an entire month. That on what grounds do you assert that it was I who acted? Ah, be gentle. Ling Qingyue felt an unexpected weight on her leg, and could not help but exclaim in a soft, melodious voice, akin to the song of a golden oriole. That I apologize, Aunt Shui. I shall be gentler. Upon hearing this, Mou quickly calmed his thoughts and moderated his strength, moving with tenderness. The system confirmed, No errors detected. MOU. Everything shall be based on the system's detection results. With a resigned sigh, MOU conceded, very well, that if you say it is so, then it is, for I have nothing to lose. Surely, you cannot claim that just because you say I did it. Xianingbing will come to bite me. He raised his gaze, fixing it upon Xianingbing standing before him. She stood quietly, her silhouette slender and upright, emanating a chilling aura that repelled others, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture. She maintained her usual demeanor, as tranquil as a still pond. However, since the system had spoken, it indicated that her Tao heart might indeed be troubled. Yet, it was certainly not due to my influence. It must have been the sight of Bai Shuangying's sword intent while striking the sword monument that had stimulated her. Although I am unaware of senior sister Bai's exact prowess, she cleaved a sword monument in half. While Xianingbing merely divided a fragment of it, the comparison was stark and evident. Thus, she might feel defeated. An invincible Tao heart would then shatter accordingly. Yes, it must be so. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. MOU did not dwell on the matter further. Whoever caused it should offer comfort. Moreover, for someone like this reincarnated empress, a shattered Tao heart could heal with merely a night of tranquility. Now, having attained sword intent himself, it was only natural for him to participate in the sword trial to obtain the mid-grade spiritual treasure from Chu Wangyan. MOU focused inward, a profound understanding surging within him. Is this the essence of invincible sword intent? With a mere thought, that sword intent flowed from his dantian, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. It felt as though every cell transformed into a razor-sharp sword. Eager to cleave through all obstacles. He was filled with power, not derived from spiritual energy, but from an unwavering belief, an invincible belief. As long as he believed in his invincibility, that sword intent would continually strengthen. His sword intent had reached perfection, requiring no further refinement. He examined the system's introduction. Invincible sword intent. A strong Tao heart begets a strong sword. Belief in invincibility results in true invincibility, with a standard level of ultimate sword intent. With the system's explanation, MOU intuitively grasped what ultimate sword intent entailed. It was a formidable sword intent possessed only by talents from the upper realms. With this, he could be regarded as a genius even in the upper realms. This invincible sword intent suited him remarkably well. He dared to contend with transformation stage cultivators while in the golden core stage, and boasted in the nascent soul stage. One could say he embodied the spirit of invincibility. As for the specific level, he would ascertain it when he struck the sword monument. MOU gently patted Ling Qingyue's thigh. "Aunt Shui, I am about to participate in the sword trial." "Very well. Go ahead," Ling Qingyue replied, her delicate form quivering slightly as she hastily withdrew her long leg and adjusted her attire. She restored the slits in her collar and skirt, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Rendering her even more enchanting, MOU could not help but smile at her demeanor. He handed the little fox in his arms to Ling Wanqing, and in a flash of movement, leaped out of the illusion array. Upon seeing MOU emerge, Chu Yuli's anxious heart finally settled. She had been concerned that MOU might engage in some scandalous behavior with Ling Qingyue within the array, although there were only 3 spectators present. Such conduct was inappropriate. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, how she wished for her master to massage her legs. Yet, that seemed rather presumptuous. Perhaps she could also offer her master a massage. MOU stepped out of the array, directing his gaze toward the sword trial venue. The sword trial was divided into 2 stages. The first stage consisted of a platform competition, selecting the top 100 sword cultivators from 100 platforms. The second stage would then determine their rankings. However, securing a position among the top 100 would grant one the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent left by the ancestors of the sword sect. The battleground was arranged in another space. MOU's spiritual sense swept across the area, capturing the entirety of the scene. 100 platforms were arranged from highest to lowest, with the participant strengths distributed accordingly. Only the first platform was somewhat peculiar. Logically, this should have been Chu Wangyan's position, yet he was not present, and another cultivator occupied the platform. MOU paid little heed to it, his figure moving as he entered the platform space. Appearing atop the first platform, opposite him sat a Taoist clad in gray robes. The Taoist was seated in a meditative posture, his aura repressed, resembling an immovable boulder. Upon sensing MOU's arrival, the gray-robed Taoist opened his eyes and slowly rose. I did not expect a fellow Taoist to dare contest for the first position with the sword child. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, an intense sword intent erupting from within. swirling around him incessantly. In the spectator stands, Ling Qingyue gazed at the gray-robed Taoist, murmuring softly, "I did not anticipate it to be high-grade sword intent of the heavenly tier. Furthermore, it has already reached the perfection stage." Mere steps away from the sword heart. Initially, she thought he had chosen that position due to no one daring to challenge the sword child, but now it appeared he possessed some capabilities. Yet, why did he seem somewhat familiar? Chu Yuli inquired. "Master Uncle, what is heavenly tier sword intent?" Ling Qingyue explained. Sword intent is categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Chu Yuli tilted her head in confusion. Since it is already categorized into heaven, earth, and man, why further divide into upper, middle, and lower grades? Why not start with 9 grades? Ling Qingyue paused briefly, then smiled. Regardless of anything, there are distinctions among them. Initially, only heaven, earth, and man were classified. Later, those of the same tier discovered disparities among themselves, leading to further subdivisions if one were to delve deeper. There are even finer classifications, and some have even created a sword intent ranking list to assign specific ranks to all sword intents. However, such rankings are unreliable. It ultimately depends on the wielder. Even the most ordinary sword intent can unleash terrifying power in the hands of a senior brother. Chu Yuli nodded in understanding. "I see. Master is truly remarkable. Mou, sensing the formidable sword intent emanating from the gray-robed Taoist, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "Chu Wangyan has held the title of the foremost in the nascent soul stage for long enough. It is now my turn to take a shot at it." The gray-robed Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Excellent. Quite impressive. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" "Heavenly Xian Holy Land." Mou responded nonchalantly, simultaneously releasing his sword intent without reservation. The moment this sword intent emerged, it seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Carrying an air of supremacy, the gray-robed Taoist was momentarily stunned. Unsure whether it was due to Mou's name or his unique sword intent that he silently retrieved a flask of wine, tilting his head to drink, the liquid trickling down his chin, enhancing his untamed demeanor. "Do you know who I am?" Mou summoned his flying sword, declaring candidly, "I do not." "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, I never expected you to be unaware of my name." The gray-robed Taoist laughed boisterously. "Are you quite famous?" Mou inquired, puzzled. The gray-robed Taoist slowly turned around, facing away from Mou, and sighed. "Ah, this is splendid." With that, he soared into the air on his sword, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. How fortunate not to be recognized. Mou thought, "I shall take my leave." Mou, could you not portray cowardice in such an exquisitely refreshing manner? Subsequently, he took a seat in the arena. Awaiting the next challenger. In the stands, Ling Qingyue watched as the gray-robed Taoist fled, her eyes sparkling with realization. Was it that the Frost Sword Master? His escape was strikingly similar to how he had fled in the past. In a previous life, after her senior defeated the sword child, the Frost Sword Master had boasted that her senior was nothing remarkable and had audaciously declared his intention to challenge him. Yet, upon encountering her senior several times thereafter, he had been soundly beaten each time. But why had he become so cowardly in this life? After the Frost Sword Master fled, he sighed in relief upon noticing that Mou did not pursue him. In the future he envisioned, he had merely spoken a few disparaging words about Mou before being hunted down and attacked. Although it was termed an encounter, no matter where he fled, he would invariably coincidentally run into Mou. 10 times. 10 times he had been thoroughly thrashed by Mou. It was best to avoid provoking such a vengeful individual. Yet, unease lingered in his heart. After much contemplation, he made a decision. The Frost Sword Master was dead. From now on, he would be known as the Qifeng Sword Master. Suddenly, he recalled that a secret realm would soon open in the ancient wilderness domain. Over 30 years later, Mou would venture there. He resolved to arrive early and see if he could seize Mou's opportunities and settle the scores of his past life. Mou sat quietly on the arena, eyes closed in meditation. The stands were bustling with spectators, their discussions rising and falling, and eventually, many gazes fell upon Mou. Look, someone dares to challenge the sword child on the sword trial platform at the nascent soul stage. It turned out to be the saint son of the Tianxian sacred land, which made it somewhat understandable. However, it was a pity. He was far too young, and the sword child had trained for almost twice as long. In the stands, Chu Wangyan regarded Mou, his own fighting spirit igniting. He dismissed the spectators' remarks, Based solely on Ma Yu's current prowess, he undoubtedly possessed the strength to battle in in fact. He had a vague sense that the sword intent emanating from Ma Yu was even stronger than his own. Had he not reached the sword heart realm, he might not have been able to contend with Ma Yu. Nevertheless, he did not rush to challenge him. It had become an unspoken rule to reserve critical battles for the second stage. With a swift motion, Chu Wangyan transformed into a streak of light, soaring to the second arena. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the former champion of the second arena, Chun Jianfeng, fell heavily to the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment, the noise growing louder. The sword child had stepped into the second arena, which could only imply that he believed the saint's son of Tianxian possessed the capability to fight him. How old was the saint's son? Only 24. The sword child was already over 40. Chun Jianfeng had only recently grasped the sword heart, yet he had been defeated in mere moments. The sword child was far stronger than he had been a decade ago. Ma Yu remained composed, ignoring the surrounding chatter. At that moment, a figure landed before him. Chun Jianfeng, who had just been defeated by Chu Wangyan in 3 breaths, now glared at Ma Yu with indignation. He was seething with anger. Seeking an outlet, if he could not defeat the sword child, could he not overpower this seemingly insignificant youth, a mere 20-something, achieving a top 100 ranking solely by virtue of his status? Who among those capable of maintaining a position in the top 10 wasn't a seasoned expert at the 9th level of nascent soul? What merit did Ma Yu possess? The more Chun Jianfeng pondered, the angrier he became, scoffing. A mere nascent soul 6th layer dares to occupy this position. I wonder who gave you. Before he could finish, he felt a chill grip his throat. A wave of icy dread coursed through him. Looking down, he saw a sword pressed against his throat, gleaming with a frigid light, as if it could take his life at any moment. Moreover, the sword exuded a terrifying sword intent that sent shivers down his spine. Chun Jianfeng's body froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could even feel the sharp sting emanating from the sword's tip. Shall I descend, or shall you? Ma Yu had appeared before him without his notice, retracting his sword with a calm demeanor. Chun Jianfeng felt as if he had received a pardon, hastily retreating several steps. I beg you, senior, show mercy. He turned and fled, his previous arrogance vanishing, leaving behind a pitiful figure. How terrifying. No wonder even the sword child acknowledged his strength. The audience was left in stunned silence, murmuring among themselves. Such formidable and terrifying sword intent. Chun Jianfeng had been defeated in a single move. Who would prevail between him and the sword child? Ling Qingyue was also taken aback. Had her senior truly reached such a level so swiftly? It seemed there was a 98% chance he could triumph over the sword child. Yet, she wondered if her senior could sever the sword steel now. However, she quickly deemed it improbable. The time was simply too short. Even in his previous life, her senior had only comprehended his ultimate sword intent after witnessing the sword intents of many predecessors. In this life, aside from 2 senior sisters, he had not encountered many powerful sword intents. How could he possibly grasp the ultimate sword intent? For her senior to sever the sword steel, even accounting for a breakthrough in the heat of battle, the probability was merely 80%. An 80% chance of severing the sword steel was hardly different from self-humiliation. Xiaoningbing quietly observed Ma Yu's figure. Her gaze, once clear, now bore a hint of murkiness. She could discern that the technique Ma Yu had just employed was indeed a mid-grade ultimate sword intent. Although his invincible sword intent was not yet stable, it was beginning to take shape. Even in the immortal realm, this was considered an extraordinarily powerful sword intent. Its advantage lay in its lofty ceiling. But it demanded an immensely strong heart from its wielder. Ma Yu was fine for now, but she found herself in dire straits. Lacking a system, she felt no confidence in breaking through to that legendary realm. The heavenly Tao was flawed, and the path to ascendancy had been severed. The legendary route to the highest peak had been completely cut off when she had promised the system to adhere to the game rules. The system had also pledged to find that route for her in this life. Even if she were to rebuild her cultivation, it would merely be retracing old steps. The more she pondered, the more lost she became. And her self-doubt deepened. The issue of her fractured Tao heart was becoming increasingly severe. She had already begun to spiral into irrational thoughts. If she did not resolve this swiftly, it would only lead to trouble. Xiaoningbing closed her eyes, circulating her technique, striving to calm her emotions. Wonking, she gently called. Ling Qingyue snapped back to attention. Yes, there's something you need, senior sister. Help me find where the Tao heart fruit might appear. All right, senior sister. I will check and inform you immediately upon finding it. Ling Qingyue responded. Although she was unsure of why the third senior sister needed the Dao Heart Fruit, she remembered that soon. A secret realm would emerge in the ancient wilderness domain to in her previous life. Her senior had obtained a Dao Heart Fruit there. While it might be a bit early now, there should still be some. Xia Ningbing's taut nerves began to relax slightly. Since Ling Qingyue had agreed, it indicated there was a possibility. After all, having consumed the 9-leaf fate pathgrass, she had glimpsed the future. She would bring Moyu along when the time came. Bringing the local child of destiny would significantly increase the chances of success. If all else failed, a punitive game was also an option. Once again, her thoughts began to spiral. Ever since defeating Qin Jianfeng, no one had dared to challenge Moyu. Reluctantly, Moyu turned his gaze toward the second arena. There were no stipulations preventing the champion of the first arena from challenging the second. In a flash, he appeared before Chu Wangyan. Chu Wangyan slowly opened his eyes, his fighting spirit ablaze. Since you can't wait any longer, let us begin now. But he summoned his flying sword, and a fierce sword intent erupted around him, as if it aimed to tear apart everything in its vicinity. Chu Wangyan, nascent soul 9th layer, top-tier celestial stage, breaking illusion sword intent, minor attainment in sword heart. I seek your guidance. Moyu smiled faintly. Do not rush. He tossed out the challenge letter. Do you remember the wager placed with my master? A mid-grade spirit treasure. Chu Wangyan effortlessly caught the challenge letter with one hand, barely glancing at it. Naturally, he remembered what his master had decreed. Provided that he could best me first. In the stands, Ling Yun's sword sovereign drew forth a cerulean flying sword. The sword shimmered with radiant light, exuding an oppressive chill. This sword, known as Hanming, is a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Birthed in the ancient, frigid lands of the far north, nurtured by the essence of cold, the chilling aura it emanated was immensely powerful, beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to resist. As he spoke, he reached for the sword's body. An astonishing scene unfolded. Ice crystals materialized on the tips of Ling Yun's sword sovereign's fingers, spreading along his arm. Liu Qianxin cast a sidelong glance, his eyes betraying surprise. It was well known that Ling Yun's sword sovereign was at the late stage of the tribulation transcendence, nearing the great ascendance. The fact that this sword could influence him merely by its presence spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. Ling Yun's sword sovereign retracted his hand and continued his introduction. Aside from its chilling aura, this sword possessed the ability to temper the body and nurture the soul, as long as one bore it. Both spirit and physique would gradually strengthen, particularly effective for those suffering from soul injuries. Elder Yi from your esteemed sect had immediately recognized its value, claiming it was perfectly suited for his little disciple. We have thus decided to wager this sword. If the holy son of Tianxian can defeat our sect's sword child within a century, the sword will belong to her. Otherwise, she must provide our sword sect with a top-grade spiritual treasure. You shall not lose. Liu Qianxin merely observed the sword-testing platform quietly, his tone unwavering and resolute. Yet, he recalled that Mo favored fire, and this sword appeared ill-suited for him. Ling Yun's sword sovereign raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. Elder Liu truly has confidence in his holy son. He shifted the topic, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. However, I too have great faith in my disciple. He has already achieved a small level of mastery in his sword heart. To attain such talent at the age of over 40, in the nascent soul realm, speaks for itself. Liu Qianxin nodded slightly. Chu Wangyan's aptitude in the sword path was indeed remarkable. The only ones who could surpass him were Beishuanging and Xianingbing. Nevertheless, he still did not believe Mo would be defeated. He had witnessed Mo during his tribulation, and the terrifying heavenly calamity had left him unscathed. His strength was evident. However, he could not ascertain whether Mo could defeat Chu Wangyan. Defense was one thing. Offense was another entirely. At that moment, an elderly man in a white robe spoke up. Why don't we all take a guess as to who will emerge victorious? Bai Su, an elder from the celestial star sacred lands Yuheng lineage, was notorious for his avarice. Here in the realm of the 9 great sacred lands, none present were anything less than wealthy and powerful. Among them were Elder Xiaodian from the Casting Heaven sacred land, Fairy Yinha from the Yaoqi sacred land, Elder Manfeng from the ancient wilderness sacred land, and Sword Sovereign Qianxin from the Tianxian sacred land. Elder Xiaodian scoffed dismissively. Is there really any suspense? Could the holy son of Tianxian possibly triumph over our sword child? Fairy Yinha nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the holy son of Tianxian was indeed talented, defeating the sword child at this juncture seemed implausible. Elder Manfeng then let out a hearty laugh. Since you all favor the sword child, I shall place my bet on the holy son of Tianqian. 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Elder Baisu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he immediately followed suit. Then I shall bet on the sword child. 100,000. Others were rendered speechless. Did anyone mention betting spiritual stones? Are you two out of your minds? Attending a once-in-a-decade youth competition, and you must pay 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Ling Yun's sword sovereign interjected. There's no need for that. But before he could finish, Elder Xiaodian jumped in. Very well. If that is the case, I shall wager 200,000 on the victory of the young man Wang Yan. The attendees were all top figures from various factions. At such a moment, maintaining face was paramount. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's sword sovereign had no choice but to swallow his words. Since his superior had already spoken, it was not his money at stake. Fairy Yinha also chimed in. Sword child. 100,000. Lu Qinshan's gaze swept across the crowd, a cold smile curling on his lips. Wasn't this merely a pitfall? Logically speaking, how could Mou, with merely 20 years of cultivation, possibly defeat Chu Wanyan, who had trained for over 40? Yet, they were destined to miscalculate. Mou was not someone who could be measured by common reasoning, just based on the terrifying heavenly tribulation he had witnessed. Mou could not possibly lose. What was 300,000 to him? I shall join in, Lu Qinshan said nonchalantly. If even Manfeng dared to wager 100,000 in support of Mou, what was there for him to fear? At that moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. What is the point of betting such a meager sum of spiritual stones, since everyone wishes to wager? Why not raise the stakes? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes lighting up with admiration. A graceful woman approached, her demeanor exuding nobility, every movement showcasing her extraordinary elegance. Fairy Taiching. The crowd rose respectfully, bowing with a tone of reverence. The newcomer was none other than Ling Qingyue, who, at this moment, had shed her earlier shyness, embodying her former regality. Her enchanting gaze swept over the assembly. I bet on the holy son of Tianqian. 1 million. This proclamation. The expressions of the crowd abruptly shifted. 1 million top-grade spiritual stones was no trifling sum, even though they were all elders from various sacred lands. Such a colossal wager could not be casually presented. Elder Xiaodian chuckled awkwardly. Fairy Taiching, you jest. This is merely a light-hearted wager for amusement. Anything more would be excessive and might disturb our harmony. Elder Baisu quickly concurred. Indeed, it is merely a game. Fairy Taiching need not take it so seriously. Are you all afraid? Ling Qingyue teased with a smile. Or perhaps you secretly believe the holy son can win. Meanwhile, the battle on the sword testing platform had reached a fever pitch. Sword energy surged, and spiritual light blazed. Mou discovered that he was entirely capable of easily winning this contest. Perhaps it was due to his innate heavenly nascent spirit. Or perhaps his unparalleled sword intent. He realized that with just a slight increase in his power, he could best Chu Wangyan. Yet, he refrained from doing so. If he were to swiftly vanquish Chu Wangyan, would that not rob the onlookers of their enjoyment? He was keen on witnessing the spectacle unfold. Thus, he opted to utilize slightly less power than Chu Wangyan, simultaneously using this contest as a sharpening stone for his own sword intent. Chu Wangyan, emboldened by the thrill of battle, sensed that Mou's strength far surpassed any opponent he had previously encountered. Igniting a fervent excitement within him, he vaguely perceived that he was on the verge of breaking through his own limitations. Yes, indeed, I am afraid, Elder Xiaodian admitted candidly. Although their casting heaven sacred land was robust, far surpassing the Taiching sacred land, he was merely a humble elder at the tribulation period. How could he dare provoke Ling Qingyue, the sect leader? Despite her beauty, one must not forget that those who reach such heights are often ruthless demons. And you? Ling Qingyue's gaze shifted to Elder Baisu. Elder Baisu watched the unfolding battle with trepidation. From the current situation, it appeared that Mou had no chance of victory, with Chu Wangyan clearly holding the upper hand. Yet, therein lay his fear. Ling Qingyue was no fool. Although the celestial star's sacred land was not weak, it was undoubtedly the poorest among them. 1 million was not a sum to be easily wagered. If he lost, he might even end up losing his own capital, just as he was about to refuse. An unexpected change occurred. The atmosphere on the sword testing platform abruptly shifted. Chu Wangyan's already formidable presence surged once more. Sword energy roared, and spiritual light radiated. The entire arena was engulfed in a vast ocean of sword intent. Ling Yun's sword sovereign gasped in astonishment. Wang Yin has actually broken through. Lu Qinshan furrowed his brows tightly. Wang Yin had comprehended a deeper level of swordsmanship during the battle, achieving a profound mastery of the sword's essence. Such innate talent, when not compared to certain monsters, could be deemed extraordinarily terrifying among the typical cultivators of Tianyuan continent. Now, the situation for Mou had become even more perilous. The words of refusal that had been on by Su's lips were instantly swallowed back. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "I'll join. 1,000,000. The Taqing fairy surely won't go back on her word, right?" The Taqing sacred land had long since lost its former glory. And with his backing from the Xingqian sacred land, what was there to fear? This was 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. If he missed this opportunity, it might never come again. Naturally, there will be no retraction. Ling Qingyue's voice remained cold, yet her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Mou, revealing a hint of concern in her beautiful eyes that 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones were indeed insignificant to her. What she truly worried about was whether Mou would be harmed as a result. Although she had not explicitly stated it, she had already tacitly acknowledged Mou as her fiancé. In the distance, Xia Ningbing was also watching the battle on the stage, her expression calm. Although Wang Yin had broken through in the heat of the moment, Mou had not exerted his full strength from the beginning. An invincible sword intent, coupled with a heart of invincibility, allowed one to grow stronger in the face of adversity. The gap between ultimate sword intent and heavenly-level sword intent was akin to a chasm, one that could not be bridged by a mere minor realm. Moreover, Mou possessed an emperor-level body refinement technique. Chu Yuli's gaze was fixed tightly on the battlefield, her delicate face filled with tension. "Master, do you think the master can win?" 10 out of 10, Ling once said lightly. Indeed, after Wang Yin's breakthrough, Mou's chances of victory had actually increased. She understood her senior brother all too well. Whenever Mou displayed that seemingly burdened expression during a battle, it indicated that he had not exerted his full strength. Chu Yuli was slightly astonished. 10 out of 10 chances? I never realized Master was so much stronger than I had imagined. Her understanding of Master was, in fact, quite shallow at this critical moment. She had even doubted her Master's abilities. She must find an opportunity to delve deeper into understanding her Master on the sword testing stage. Sword shadows intertwined, and spiritual energies surged. Mou moved gracefully, wielding his long sword with ease, akin to a soaring dragon. Wang Yin's breakthrough merely added a touch of interest for him. The invincible sword intent was unmatched, rendering the breaking void sword intent before it as harmless as a child swinging a sword. With the power of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, Wang Yin had no chance of winning. Mou continued to refine his sword intent using Wang Yin as a sharpening stone. Wang Yin, however, grew bolder with each battle, his sword momentum becoming increasingly fierce. After achieving the great mastery of sword heart, his sword intent became purer. The two exchanged blows, engaged in a fierce contest, with each clash igniting waves of spiritual energy. Eventually, Wang Yin gradually realized that Mou had not been exerting his full strength. As if he were toying with him at this rate, he would inevitably lose, and quite embarrassingly at that. Wang Yin decisively retreated, creating distance between himself and Mou. Taking a deep breath, he activated his spiritual energy furiously, and his long sword emitted a series of low hums. One sword to break the void. As he spoke, he transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling towards Mou. This was the strongest strike he could currently muster. Mou watched as Wang Yin approached. With his current agility, it seemed impossible to evade this strike. If that were the case, then he would meet force with force. The battle intent ignited in Mou's eyes, and the invincible sword intent instantly enveloped the arena. That he swung his long sword to meet Wang Yin's sword light. The two beams of sword light collided in midair, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The entire sword testing stage trembled in response. As the light dissipated, the figures of the two appeared. Mou's long sword was pressed against Wang Yin's forehead, requiring only a gentle push to take his life. Wang Yin's longsword, however, had only grazed Mou's arm, ripping through his clothing but leaving him unscathed. The victor had been determined. How could this be possible? Elder Baisu exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Yin had actually lost. After a breakthrough, he still lost? 110,000. To him, this was no trivial sum. It was as if it had taken his life. The sword master Ling Yun's face was filled with incredulity. How could a perfected sword heart lose to a complete sword intent? This was utterly illogical. Moreover, the terrifying sword intent that erupted in the final moments had even subtly suppressed him, causing his spirit to tremble. This sensation was something he had only experienced once, when encountering the sword intents left by Bei Shuangying and Xia Ningbing on the sword monument. Thus, it could only be said that Wang Yin's defeat was not unjust. The Tianxian sacred land had indeed produced 3 such formidable sword cultivators in succession, which was truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianchen was equally astonished, but soon revealed a gratifying smile. He had worried unnecessarily. Mou sword intent had already evoked the same feeling that Bei Shuangying had once inspired in him. A faint smile also appeared on Ling Qingyue's exquisite face. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget your previous wager. The foremost individual in the nascent soul stage, this fiancé of mine, is quite commendable. Elder Xiaodian furrowed his brows slightly, responding in a solemn tone, "Of course, I shall not forget that." As he spoke, he cast an intentional glance at Bai Su. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively to continue wagering. Otherwise, he would have been left lamenting. One must also reflect carefully. How could the insights of others from the Ta Ching fairy compare to that of a mere elder from a small sacred land? Elder Manfeng suddenly erupted in laughter. Haha, I could tell this young man was extraordinary at first glance, and now it proves to be true. Fairy Inha pouted, somewhat displeased as she murmured, "What is this? You Tianxian sacred land have actually kept such a genius hidden for so long. It is truly uninteresting." Chu Yuli began to cheer with excitement. Master has won. Now Master is the foremost individual in the nascent soul stage of the Tianyuan continent. Her small face radiated pride and joy, as if she herself were the victor. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. She was not the least bit surprised that Mou had won. Rather, it would have been strange had he lost. You possess such strength. I do not begrudge my defeat. Chu Wangyan gazed at the marks left by the sword on Mou's arm, sincerely expressing his admiration. Those were the traces of his full-strength strike. Having been significantly reduced in power, yet they had merely grazed Mou's clothing, leaving not a single drop of blood. The disparity between them was simply too vast. However, even if Mou's physique were not so robust, he understood that he would still not be his opponent. That invincible sword intent was simply too terrifying. Even with his breakthrough to the great mastery of sword heart, he would struggle to compete. Mou retracted his long sword and spoke indifferently. While honing my sword, I also refined my body. Chu Wangyan bowed deeply to Mou, sincerely stating, "Thank you for your guidance. I have gained immensely from this battle with you and made significant progress." Initially, he did not understand why Mou had chosen to conceal his strength and engage in an extended duel with him. It was only after the battle concluded that he suddenly realized. Mou had already seen that he was on the verge of breaking through his bottleneck, which was why he had deliberately suppressed his strength to engage in combat, thereby providing him with an opportunity for enlightenment to help him break through to the sword heart realm. This kindness he would forever remember. Guidance? Mou was puzzled that it is your own comprehension that is commendable. He had never intended to guide Chu Wangyan. He merely sought to sharpen his own sword intent. Comprehension alone is but a part. Your guidance is the key. Chu Wangyan's expression was earnest, his tone filled with gratitude. Seeing his stubbornness, Mou chose not to speak further and turned to descend from the stage. Chu Wangyan gazed at Mou's upright figure, filled with admiration that in just 20 short years of cultivation, he had reached such a realm that to be born in the same era as such a prodigy was indeed a great fortune. He tightened his grip on his longsword, his battle intent blazing fiercely within him. He would not be disheartened by defeat. Instead, he would strive even harder to cultivate, aiming to surpass Mou and become a true master of swordsmanship. The audience remained abuzz with excitement that a sword master breaking through to the great mastery of sword heart had still been defeated. That sword intent was truly terrifying. Just now, when I attempted to draw my sword to feel it, my sword refused to come out. Do you not desire it? Or perhaps you are merely afraid. The intent of that sword is truly terrifying, exuding an air of supremacy that almost compelled me to prostrate myself in reverence. Tell me, do you think the Saint of Tianxian could sever the sword monument? Surely not. He is still leagues away from the white sword immortal, and has not someone already accomplished that feat today? How can such formidable individuals appear in a single day? I do believe he possesses a glimmer of hope. Perhaps with further cultivation, he may indeed achieve it. Mou returned to the edge of the viewing platform. Suddenly, a beautiful maiden adorned in the attire of the Yaoqi sacred land appeared before him, her beauty surpassing that of most female cultivators from Tianxian sacred land. Yet, even she could not compare to the exquisite dream Lanine. Young master, would you be interested in joining us at the Yaoqi sacred land? The voice of Fairy Yin He was sultry, her gaze sparkling with allured, "At our Yaoqi sacred land. All the sisters are breathtakingly beautiful." She intentionally elongated her words, her tone laden with flirtation. Upon hearing this, Mo's eyes brightened. The Yaoqi sacred land is a place all male cultivators dream of, for it admits no male disciples. Being an all-female sanctuary filled with enchanting maidens, their Yaoqi secret arts are the pinnacle of cultivation techniques pursued by female cultivators across the continent. Even more enticing is the special ritual known as the Yaoqi baptism. It is said that bathing in the Yaoqi can cleanse both body and mind, enhancing one's cultivation. If given the chance, he would love to share a bath with Dream Lanine. What do you say? Should you come to our Yaoqi sacred land? You would be the only saint's son. Seeing that Mou seemed somewhat tempted, Fairy Yin He continued to entice him. Mou shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed senior. The Tianxian sacred land has treated me well. How could I betray my sect? The Tianxian sacred land has indeed provided him with much. Not only was he recognized as a saint's son upon entry, but even after his cultivation was crippled, he was allowed to maintain the privileges of that title. He held a status akin to that of the peak masters, free to act as he pleased. Such outrageous treatment is hard to find elsewhere. Take Junwuhan, for instance. Having lost 2 souls, he was discarded despite not having fully lost his cultivation. He might have been refined into a magical artifact or a puppet. Fairy Yin He, seeing Mou unmoved, felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she bore no anger. Should the saint's son change his mind, the Yaoqi sacred land will always welcome you. She had merely been testing the waters. Without harboring high hopes, just then, a chill enveloped the area. Ling Qingyue had appeared before Mou, blocking his line of sight. Her cold gaze now bore a hint of annoyance as she fixed her stare upon Fairy Yin He. What is the meaning of this from your Yaoqi sacred land? I have only been gone for a moment, and already someone attempts to lure him away. If Mou truly were to be swayed and taken to your Yaoqi sacred land by this temptress, what would become of it? The thought filled Ling Qingyue with an inexplicable irritation. Fairy Yin He blinked at the two at Senior Taiqing. What are you saying? The saint's son is not a disciple of Taiqing's sacred land. Why the urgency? Ling Qingyue's heart jolted, yet her expression remained composed. I am a close friend of his master. Is there a problem with that? Fairy Yin He smiled sweetly, her gaze drifting past Ling Qingyue to settle on Mou. Remember my words, the Yaoqi sacred land will always welcome you. With that, Fairy Yin He gracefully departed, leaving Ling Qingyue and Mou alone. Ling Qingyue turned to Mou, her tone grave. Little you, in the future, avoid associating with those from the Yaoqi sacred land. They are not to be trusted. Mou sensed a personal sentiment underlying her words. Ling Qingyue waved her delicate hand, and a finely crafted storage ring materialized, hovering between them. This is the 1 million top-grade spirit stones I just won from a wager with them. They now belong to you. Mou was taken aback. This was no trifling sum. To put it in perspective, the combined assets of 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Xingqian sacred land amounted to merely 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. He quickly waved his hands. Snow Ant, how could I accept this? Ling Qingyue smiled gently, placing the storage ring into Mou's hands. Take it. What the Tianxian sacred land has given me is far more than this. As soon as the ring touched his hand, the system's voice echoed in his mind. You have successfully intercepted Mou's fortune. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Reward, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Automatic replenishment of luck, 200 villain points added. Mou was startled. There's a reward for this. 10 million. He had never seen so much wealth in his life. The system is truly remarkable. Looking at Ling Qingyue's concerned eyes, he hesitated but ultimately accepted the storage ring. After all, this was a token of Snow Ant's goodwill. He could repay her kindness in the future. Seeing Mou accept it, Ling Qingyue's lips curled into a subtle smile of satisfaction. The two returned to the central area of the viewing platform. Jianzun Ling Yun observed Mou with a complex expression, admiration, reflection, and an indescribable emotion intertwined in his gaze. He spoke slowly. The saint's son is extraordinarily gifted, unparalleled in this era. To say he is the foremost youth of the Tianyuan continent would be no exaggeration. He produced the Hanming sword, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. This is the wager made between your master and me long ago. The Hanming sword. Mou's gaze fell upon the Hanming sword. A chilling aura enveloping him, invigorating his spirit. The sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, adorned with an icy blue pattern along the spine, resembling a slumbering ice dragon. The sword's simplicity belied the overwhelming chill it emanated. A magnificent sword. Just then, Yanxi's voice resonated in Mou's mind, brimming with barely contained excitement. This sword is extraordinary. It will greatly benefit both you and me. Mou's heart surged with curiosity. Sister Yanxi, does this sword possess any unique qualities? This sword is born of the purest and most pristine cold energy in the world. Such cold energy has astonishing effects on repairing soul injuries. Does that mean, with this, Sister Yanxi's soul could recover swiftly? Not only that, but we can also trace its origin, where the legendary Hanming celestial fire surely resides. Hanming celestial fire, Mou gasped. Yanxi explained. Indeed, it is the coldest and purest ice attribute celestial fire in the world. Not only is its power unfathomable, but it also possesses remarkable effects for tempering the body and nourishing the soul. For you, it is an invaluable treasure. Mou's heart ignited with fervor. He extended his hand to accept the Hanming sword, respectfully stating, "Thank you, esteemed Jinzun, for your generous gift." The moment his fingers brushed the hilt, an icy chill penetrated his core, invigorating his spirit, urging him to claim the sword. However, the Hanming sword remained unmoved, as Jinzun Lingyun tightly gripped the hilt, clearly reluctant to part with it. "Esteemed senior," Mou gently reminded. Only then did Jinzun Lingyun reluctantly release his hold. "This sword, I hope you will wield it wisely." Mou gracefully accepted the Hanming sword into his hands. "It was detected that you have successfully seized the opportunity from Mou. Having lost the Hanming sword, he not only forfeited a formidable means of offense but also became unable to acquire the Hanming immortal fire, rendering him incapable of restoring the soul of Yanxi. The antagonist's counterattack was triumphant, yielding the reward, a celestial artifact, the Frost Eo sword. The Frost Eo sword, imbued with the essence of the utmost ice. Capable of freezing time and space, it possesses immense restraining power against filth and depravity. It automatically replenishes fortune, granting 1,000 villain points, and an additional 1000. Mou hastily checked the system space. There, atop a mountain of spiritual stones, a long sword, resplendently crystalline, floated silently. The blade emanated a soft, lunar glow, both cool and sacred, yet tinged with a disquieting chill. This sword, more pure and frigid than the Hanming sword, seemed to possess the power to freeze a soul with just a glance. The blade sparkled with starlight, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, mysterious and profound. The Frosty Eo sword appeared to sense Mou's gaze, gently quivering and emitting a clear, melodious chime, as if answering his call. This sword possesses a spirit. Mou's heart surged with elation. The might of the Frost Eo sword undoubtedly surpassed that of the Hanming sword. As he reveled in his excitement, the reminder from Lingyun's sword master brought him back to reality. "Do not forget to venture to the sword tomb to comprehend the Tao of the sword when the time comes." Lingyun's sword master gazed at Mou, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was a treasured sword he had cherished for many years, and relinquishing it was not without pain. Yet, as the leader of a sect, he understood the weight of his words. Having lost the wager, he must honor the terms. "Thank you, senior. This sword is truly remarkable." Mou responded quickly, his voice betraying his exhilaration. The Frost Eo sword was indeed extraordinary. Inside, Lingyun's sword master felt a pang of heartache. "Must you bring up such painful matters?" Mou stored the Hanming sword in his storage ring. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Raising his gaze, he saw Ling Wanqing supporting Murong Yi as they approached. Murong Yi's complexion was pale, blood at the corners of her mouth, clearly having sustained serious injuries, her breath weak. "Master," Murong Yi called weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Mou's heart ached as he hurried forward, concern etched on his face. "How badly are you hurt? How could your strength be bested by a chi refinement cultivator?" As the words escaped him, Mou felt that there was nothing strange about it. Competitions. Injuries were inevitable. The child of fortune had yet to mature, encountering top disciples from other powerful factions. Victory was not guaranteed. Ling Wanqing handed Murong Yi into Mou's care. She herself seemed unharmed, yet her brow was furrowed, and she refrained from elaborating. Mou instinctively supported his disciple, about to inquire further when suddenly a furious shout pierced the air. What a vicious heart this girl possesses. How dare she openly slay one of my starry sacred land's disciples on the arena? Baisu strode forward, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Murong-yi as if the flames of wrath would consume her. Ling Qingyue shielded Mou and the others behind her, her expression displeased. What do you mean, Baisu? Ling Yun's sword master frowned, stepping forward with a grave tone. Elder Baisu, please be cautious with your words. Do not rashly draw conclusions. This arena was left by our sect's founder, allowing cultivators on the brink of death to be transported out to preserve their lives. In all these years, there has never been an instance of anyone perishing on this stage. At that moment, Lu Qianchen also arrived, positioning himself protectively behind Mou and the others. Baisu waved his hand, and a disciple appeared before the crowd, emanating an eerie green glow. Mou instantly recognized his condition. The poison had seeped deeply, leading to cardiac failure, beyond even the intervention of deities. While he could neutralize the heart-corroding poison, he was powerless to amend the damage it had inflicted upon the heart. It was akin to a person poisoned with glyphosate. While the poison could be cleared, the resulting pulmonary fibrosis was irreversible. Silence enveloped the crowd. Although he had not perished, his state was akin to death. Such injuries could only be healed by an expert in the medical arts. Yet, this was a gathering of sword cultivators. Where could one find a healer among them? Baisu's roar shattered the silence. This is one of our starry sacred land's Yuheng lineage disciples, Zhou Tong. While sparring on the arena, he was secretly harmed by her poison, now surely doomed to perish. The rules of sword testing dictate that only cultivation and swordsmanship may be employed in combat. This young girl must face severe punishment for her actions. Murong-yi bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Baisu. It was clearly he who used a hidden weapon first. Impossible. He could never have resorted to such tactics. I forbade the use of hidden weapons before we set out. He would never act in such a manner, Elder Baisu roared, allowing no room for Murong-yi to defend herself. Our Yuheng lineage may utilize hidden weapons, but we do so openly and honorably. We would never engage in such despicable and shameless acts. At that moment, Mou caught the faint sounds of discussion around him. I saw it. It was indeed that girl who used poison. She looks quite lovely, yet harbors such malice that I nearly thought it was the starry sacred land targeting her. Initially, no one understood what had transpired, as few were interested in the battle of chi refiners. Yet, as voices supporting the starry sacred land began to rise, the clamor grew, swiftly snowballing in intensity. Ultimately, the voices backing Murong-yi were completely drowned out from the hushed whispers. Mou gleamed that Zhou Tong was Baisu's illegitimate son, shedding light on his overzealous defense. Murong-yi cast a cold glance at those disparaging her, her eyes brimming with fury. Finally, she turned to Baisu, poised to speak. Mou interrupted her. My disciple would never use poison without cause. Baisu's expression darkened as he pointed at Zhou Tong on the ground. Your disciple would never use poison. How do you explain Zhou Tong's situation? The one lying dead is his beloved son. This matter will not resolve easily. Mou remained undeterred. What explanation is needed? He is dead. So be it. You have no evidence to prove it was not your disciple who employed a hidden weapon first. Baisu trembled with rage, about to retort. Suddenly, Lu Qianchen's aura erupted, pressing down on Baisu, forcing the words back down his throat. The chaos escalated. Ling Yun's sword master raised his hand, silencing the dispute. Enough. Our sword sect possesses a retrospective array. The truth shall be revealed. He gestured, and a luminous screen appeared before the onlookers, beginning to replay the battle of Murong-yi. All present ceased their confrontations, directing their attention to the shimmering screen. Within the projection, on Arena 1, Murong-yi stood proudly, facing Zhou Tong, who was hailed as one of the finest disciples in the chi refinement stage of the starry sacred land. Baisu's voice resonated. He has even defeated Foundation establishment cultivators during his chi refinement period. As he spoke, he shot a venomous glare at Murong-yi, sheltered behind Mou, peered out, returning a similarly fierce gaze. The scene unfolded, showcasing the fierce exchange between Murong-yi and Zhou Tong, their figures intertwining, sword lights flashing as they fought a fierce yet indecisive battle. Suddenly, Zhou Tong altered his stance, releasing his sword to target Murong-yi's face. Murong-yi's pupils constricted as she leaned back, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, in that instant, an unforeseen event transpired. The flying sword unexpectedly erupted in midair, transforming into countless tiny fragments. These shards descended upon Murong-Yi like a torrential downpour from behind. Clearly, this was a peculiar magical artifact. Murong-Yi sidestepped to evade, yet numerous fragments still pierced her body. Zhou Tong seized the opportunity to advance, brandishing a short blade that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Aiming directly for Murong-Yi's chest, despite her best efforts to dodge, the blade nonetheless found its mark in her abdomen at that critical juncture between life and death. A brilliant green light emanated from Murong-Yi, unleashing a formidable force that sent Zhou Tong flying. Ultimately, both individuals collapsed simultaneously, teleported out of the arena. As the playback concluded, the truth became evident. How could this be possible? Elder Baisu's face turned ashen. Staring incredulously at the light screen, he could never have anticipated that his son, whom he had held in such high hopes, would commit such an act. Elder Baisu gazed at the barely conscious Zhou Tong, crying out in despair, "Foolishness! Tonger, why are you so foolish?" Fairy Ini chuckled lightly. "Oh dear Elder Baisu, your unwavering trust in your son truly reflects a deep father-son bond." Man Feng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. "This little girl, though appearing delicate, is quite formidable when she takes action. To turn the tide in such a dire situation is rather interesting." The surrounding disciples began to murmur. "I remember Zhou Tong being quite decent. I never expected he would act this way. It seems he deserves this fate. Self-inflicted misery." Sword Master Ling Yun turned his gaze towards Elder Baisu, his eyes piercing. "Now, do you still have anything to say?" Elder Baisu was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single coherent word, eventually bowing his head in defeat. Tong, he may have simply acted out of momentary confusion. Enough? Lu Qianchen suddenly stood up, a surge of imposing energy radiating from him. At this juncture, shouldn't you provide an explanation? Elder Baisu's face turned crimson, his lips moving but failing to form a complete sentence, just as the atmosphere grew tense. Ling Wanqing gracefully approached Zhou Tong, scrutinizing him closely. She called out, "Senior brother, you stepped closer at her call. What is it?" "He has been controlled by the heart-controlling goo," Ling Wanqing said, her expression grave. This revelation instantly captivated everyone's attention. "What? You mean someone used dark arts to control my son?" Elder Baisu gasped, disbelief etched across his face. Ling Wanqing nodded gently. "I have some knowledge of goo techniques. I would not mistake it. This is indeed the heart-controlling Gu." Mou regarded her with surprise. Even though Zhou Tong is merely a puppet at present, her keen observational skills are remarkable. No wonder she is a natural-born talent. Lu Qianchen furrowed his brow, pondering. So, someone secretly planted a goo poison in Zhou Tong, manipulating him to assassinate Murong-Yi, intending to instigate a conflict between the Tianqian sacred ground and the Yuheng lineage? Elder Baisu's expression darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly. He had already formed some suspicions. Not long ago, someone from the Starry Sky sacred ground did approach, seeking to enlist the Yuheng lineage against the Tianqian sacred ground. However, they had declined. Who would have thought they would resort to such despicable means to drag them into this? Once he returned to the sect, he would thoroughly investigate the matter, rooting out the mastermind and ensuring they pay a heavy price. Fairy Een he sauntered over to Mou's side, her breath fragrant like orchids. It appears that there are indeed many who covet your Tianqian sacred ground. Little brother, have you considered switching to a safer sect? Perhaps our Yaoqi sacred ground? Mou smiled lightly. Fairy, you jest. Ling Qingyue shot a fierce glare at Fairy Een. Yet, Fairy Een remained unperturbed, her smile as radiant as a flower. Lu Qianchen, however, paid no heed to Fairy En's remarks. Mou would never be swayed by the Yaoqi sacred ground. After all, the senior sisters on the mountain, whether in beauty or poise, far surpass the women of the Yaoqi sacred ground. As for other matters, the Yaoqi sacred ground could never compare to the Tianqian sacred ground. He turned his attention back to Ling Wanqing. Can you discern which sect the goo originated from? The Tianyuan continent is vast, with sects employing goo techniques as numerous as the stars in the sky, making it nearly impossible to count. Regardless of the motives behind this scheme, those who dare to plot against them must pay a painful price. Ling Wanqing paused for a moment, then shook her head gently. I do not know. A shadow of gloom enveloped Lu Qianchen's brow. With the enemy hidden and them exposed, this situation has become precarious. Ling Wanqing lowered her gaze, staring intently at Zhou Tong's lifeless body. Her expression grave. In truth, she had discerned certain things. However, Revealing such secrets would inevitably raise suspicions among others and could even expose her own secrets. This Gu technique originates from the Slaughter Demon sect. The leader of the Slaughter Demon sect, the Slaughter Demon ancestor, is one of the most powerful beings on the Tianyuan continent, a figure standing atop the pinnacle of existence, a true powerhouse. Far exceeding the current eldest senior sister, in 8 tribulation loose immortal, mere hundreds of years away from transcending the final tribulation of a loose immortal and ascending to the immortal realm. Yet, according to her recollection, the Slaughter Demon sect would not appear on the Tianyuan continent until 200 years later, upon senior sister Beishuang's ascension. Why have they emerged now? Ling Qingyue gently shook her head. Casting aside her chaotic thoughts, the immediate priority is to resolve the present dilemma that if she could bring him back to life, perhaps he could provide some clues regarding the person who planted the goo. She also did not know the whereabouts of the Slaughter Demon sect, and could only seek answers from this individual that in her previous life, when she encountered such high-level matters, the Slaughter Demon sect had already been annihilated by her third senior sister. She continued, the detoxification and treatment are straightforward. The most challenging aspect is removing the goo. The heart-controlling goo is exceedingly malevolent. To eliminate it, one must employ spells with a strong restraining ability against impurities. Fairy Een, he snorted softly. It's easy to say. But do you possess such spells? Let alone removing the goo. We don't have anyone here capable of detoxification or treatment. Mou's eyes lit up slightly. Restraining impurities? Isn't that precisely what the Frost Ebon Sword does? However, he lacked medical knowledge. Zhou Tong might as well wait for death. The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere sinking into silence. Those present were all sword practitioners. Who among them would possess the skills to save a life? At that moment, Xia Ningbing emerged from the formation, cradling a still sleeping little fox, accompanied by Chu Yuli. She had overheard the previous conversation. Someone intends to target the Tianxin sacred ground and to uncover the mastermind. This person must be saved. She possessed a spell to expel impurities, but she too was powerless when it came to detoxification and treatment. The heart-corroding poison is a particularly fearsome toxin even in the immortal realm. Without having prepared antidotes in advance, one would likely be left to die. You noticed Xia Ningbing as he turned his head, his gaze falling upon her somewhat pale face. Senior sister, you appear somewhat unwell. Are you all right? Xia Ningbing silently shook her head, her purple eyes still cold, but with a hint of warmth. As long as you're fine. You felt a slight sense of relief. If it were truly his actions that caused her to suffer a shattered Dao heart, she would certainly not be so calm. That he thought to himself. How could it possibly be him who caused his senior sister's Dao heart to fracture? Reflecting on the care she had bestowed upon him over the years, not only guiding his cultivation, but also healing him every time he was injured during sparring with Mayer. Once this matter concludes, he must assist his senior sister in seeking opportunities to restore her Dao heart. At that moment, a voice rang out. Master, the returning spring real person has arrived. Chu Wangyan led an elderly man with a head of white hair and an ethereal presence towards them. Sword Master Ling Yun's eyes lit up with joy. This esteemed individual is a guest elder of our sword sect, a harmonization period cultivator, well-versed in the arts of medicine, alchemy, and poison, renowned as a master of healing. The returning spring real person wasted no time with pleasantries, directly approaching Zhou Tong and placing his fingers upon his wrist. His brow furrowed as he sensed the faint life force within Zhou Tong. Physician, what is the prognosis? Can he be saved? Elder Bai Su, in a state of agitation, implored. Master Hui Chun let out a deep sigh. Alas, I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness this legendary heart-corroding poison. This venom is insidious and tyrannical, exceedingly malevolent. According to ancient texts, even in the realm of immortals, it is a poison that instills terror. Its most formidable aspect lies in the irreversibility of the damage it inflicts. There is no hope. He is deeply poisoned, and his heart has already sustained severe corrosion. If he were a gold core practitioner, such a degree of erosion might be bearable. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai Su felt as if struck by lightning and rushed forward, seizing Master Hui Chun's sleeve. Physician, please take another look. Surely, he still has a chance. This is merely a poison from the Qi refinement stage. There must be a way to save him. If you can bring him back to life, I shall bestow upon you a low-grade spiritual treasure. Master Hui Chun, initially inclined to anger. After all, he was a distinguished 7th-grade physician. Not accustomed to such disrespect, found his fury dissipate upon hearing the mention of a low-grade spiritual treasure. He understood that even with his status, he possessed but a single low-grade spiritual treasure. Who, then, was this individual who could so casually offer such an item? He turned to the revered Ling Yun sword master, seeking clarification. The sword master slightly nodded, explaining, "This is Elder Bai Su of the Starry Sky Sacred Land." Master Hui Chun, upon hearing this, felt a chill in his heart and immediately tempered his demeanor. This was someone he could not afford to offend. He patiently elaborated, "Elder Bai Su, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, I am powerless to do so. The poison has penetrated deeply. While detoxification is not beyond my capabilities, the heart-corroding poison has inflicted damage upon the heart that I cannot remedy. Not only I, but few across the entire Tianyuan continent could treat such affliction. Moreover, this young man exudes a faint aura of malevolence, which exacerbates the effects of the heart-corroding poison." Shaking his head once more, Master Hui Chun spoke with resignation. "It is difficult, exceedingly so. I can." Murong suddenly interjected, her voice somewhat frail yet resolute. "I can not only resolve the poison afflicting him, but also heal his wounds." The crowd gazed at Murong in astonishment. Could this young girl truly accomplish what even a 7th-grade physician could not? Hope rekindled in Elder Bai Su's eyes as he swiftly approached Murong. "Is it true? Can you truly save my son? If you can indeed heal him, I possess a treasured set of low-grade spiritual needles that I have cherished for many years, which I shall give to you." "Deal." Murong's eyes sparkled, her previously weak body suddenly brimming with vitality. This was a low-grade spiritual treasure. Even her master had only recently acquired a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Master Hui Chun furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glance at Murong. It would be better if this little girl refrained from. He had intended to scorn her, for in his view, how could a mere child, still reeking of infancy, possibly cure the heart-corroding poison that left him at a loss? However, as he probed Murong's condition, the words he had intended to utter caught in his throat, replaced by a visage of sheer astonishment. You are actually a body attuned to the heart-corroding poison. Did you inflict this poison upon him?" Murong held her head high, responding with pride. "And what of it?" Master Hui Chun's eyes gleamed with admiration. "Little girl, I am a 7th-grade poison master. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" The declaration sent the entire assembly into an uproar. How audacious to attempt to snatch away the disciple of the heavenly Xian, Holy Sun, right before his eyes. Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Master Hui Chun queried, "Is there a problem? Training in swordplay would only squander her talents. It would be far better for her to learn the art of poison with me. This is the path she ought to pursue." Unbeknownst to him, those present in the sword-testing arena were all brutish sword practitioners. Mou, standing to the side, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. What on earth is happening? Is there a competition for disciples now? Murong turned to Mou and playfully winked. "Master, I'm going to help him. Please do not let anyone take away your precious disciple." With that, she made her way towards Zhou Tong. Only then did Master Hui Chun notice the previously silent Mou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Young friend, you are merely at the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage. At most a 4th-grade poison master. On the other hand, am not only a 7th-grade poison master, but also a 7th-grade alchemist and physician. This girl's future is far brighter with me. I hope you will consider parting with her." He meant no offense, merely stating the facts as he saw them, believing that such truths would prompt Mou to recognize their disparity and relinquish the poison body. Mou felt a wave of annoyance. I decline. Although his healing skills did not match Master Hui Chun's, he was still a system-certified immortal-grade poison master and alchemist. This polite. It was only due to Master Hui Chun's relatively acceptable demeanor that he refrained from cursing. Ling Yun sword master hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Do not take offense, holy son of Tian Xian. This old man simply has a tendency to speak bluntly, as he is overly passionate about his craft." Only then did Master Hui Chun realize who stood before him, yet he remained steadfast. "Even if you were the holy son of the sacred land, you are ultimately not well versed in the path of poison. I have dedicated thousands of years to the study of poisons, and I dare assert that even within your Tian Xian sacred land, there is no one who can rival me in this regard." Lu Qianchen, overhearing this, could not help but cough lightly. It is inconsequential whether there are individuals in our Tian Xian sacred land. Since she is already my disciple, there is no reason for her to seek another master. In truth, their Tian Xian sacred land indeed lacked dedicated poison practitioners. While there might be some in their affiliated forces, he was not familiar with them. Master Huichun inwardly rejoiced at this response. Such a statement is misguided. The myriad paths in the world are countless. While she may join your Tianxian sacred land, that does not preclude her from learning the art of poison from me. He turned to Mou, speaking earnestly. What say you, holy son? Consider it. Liu Qianxian ceased his argument. Master Huichun's words did hold some truth. This is a consensus in the realm of cultivation. If two distinct paths diverge, it is indeed possible to study under different masters. Hearing this, Ling Yun's sword master's expression suddenly darkened. No, absolutely not. If Morongi were to become Master Huichun's disciple, given that old man's character, she would undoubtedly join the Tianxian sacred land. Unless he possessed the ability to convince Morongi to join the sword sect instead. But what level was their sword sect compared to the Tianxian sacred land? Could he possibly win? No, he lacked that capability, did he not? Master Huichun fixed his gaze on Mou. The thoughts of others were inconsequential. The one who truly held the decision-making power was this holy son. Mou sighed in resignation. It seemed that unless he revealed some genuine prowess, this old man would not easily relent. He slowly approached Morongi, who was intently focused on diagnosing Zhou Tong's condition. Upon sensing her master's proximity, she flashed a mischievous smile. Master, do not worry. How could I betray you? With her own expertise in both medicine and poison, she could easily surpass that old man. Why would she need to become his disciple? Mou nodded slightly. I trust you. His gaze fell upon Zhou Tong, whose complexion was a ghastly shade of green and purple, lips blackened, and breath faint. The heart-corroding poison is indeed tyrannical, eroding not only the heart, but also the soul. You have yet to fully master your poison body. How will you detoxify him? Morongi smiled confidently. The 9 needles of purification can unravel this poison. This technique employs qi to manipulate the needles, targeting specific acupoints. The 9 needles interlink to cleanse the heart's meridians. The first needle breaks the barrier, piercing the danzhong to eliminate the outer toxins. The second needle guides the flow, penetrating the juke to direct the toxins. The third needle clarifies the source. She elaborated on each acupoint and the intricacies of the needle techniques. Mou nodded gently. Though he did not fully comprehend, it seemed as though she had a solution. The medical legacy she had obtained was indeed extraordinary. Nonsense! Master Huichun suddenly exclaimed sharply. How could such a method of detoxification possibly work? I have immersed myself in the arts of medicine and poison for many years, and have never encountered such an approach. One should utilize detoxification pills as a guide, combined with the Huichun technique, to direct the toxins through the meridians, ultimately converging in the heart's meridian, and then shatter the toxins with spiritual energy. Little girl, you are still young. Allow me to handle the matter of detoxification, and you may take over the subsequent treatment, if you please. Morongi shook her head. Your method is insufficient. His body cannot endure such delays. That my approach can completely detoxify him within 1 hour, while yours would require at least 3 by that time. Although the poison may be purged, the damage would be too severe. Even I would be unable to pull him back from the gates of death. Subsequently, a box of needles appeared in Morongi's hand, and she earnestly addressed Mou. Master, during the detoxification process, I may faint due to the depletion of my spiritual energy. If that occurs, please administer me a pill so that I may quickly recover and continue the treatment. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly perish. Mou was taken aback by her words and quickly grasped her slender wrist. In that case, let me handle the detoxification. I possess a modicum of knowledge in toxicology. This declaration left the entire assembly in astonishment. The heavenly profound Saint Sun, it turned out, had knowledge of poisons. Man Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, while Fairy Yin, his gaze sparkled with intrigue. At just over 20 years old, at the 6th level of Yuan Ying, with perfect sword intent and proficient in poison arts, if you were to come to our Yaoqi holy land, the Yaoqi fairy might even be willing to become your bride. If you dare utter another word, I shall tear your mouth asunder. Ling Qingyue interjected sharply, her brows furrowed in ire. Predecessor Taiching, how can such an extraordinary young master not serve as the leader of the heavenly profound holy land, while also being the Yaoqi fairy's consort? Fairy Yin, he refrained from continuing, sensing a chill of murderous intent. If she persisted, her very flesh might be torn apart. However, not everyone was convinced of Mou's capabilities. The returning spring real man was one such skeptic. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke earnestly. Saint Sun, I recognize your exceptional talent. Yet the realm of poison is vast and profound, not something one can master in a mere day. You are still young. Do not allow arrogance to cloud your judgment and jeopardize another's life. This poison should be left to me. Morong Yi gazed at Mou with a hint of confusion, obediently yielding her position. If Master says it is permissible, then it is. Elder Bai Su observed Mou with a tense expression, his eyes filled with doubt and concern. Mou placed his hand steadily upon Zhou Tong's wrist. His tone calm. The realm of poison is as boundless as the ocean. What you perceive is but a mere grain of sand. What level are you at to educate me? Upon uttering these words, he activated the heavenly poison pearl, initiating its purifying capabilities. Arrogant child. The returning spring real man was about to chastise Mou for his hubris when he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhou Tong, who had been enveloped in a green glow and on the brink of death, was visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. The pallor on his face faded rapidly, and his darkened lips gradually regained their color. The poison was undone. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the returning spring real man and Morong Yi had confidently declared how insurmountable this heart-eating poison was, detailing the intricate steps required for its remedy. One claimed it would take an hour. The other, 3 yet now. Mou had merely placed his hand on Zhou Tong's wrist to resolve this exceedingly troublesome poison. It was nothing short of miraculous. Manfeng couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Well done, truly impressive, as expected of the heavenly profound Saint Sun. Fairy En's eyes sparkled with fascination. She intended to voice her thoughts, but was suddenly struck by a wave of chilling, murderous intent, forcing her to swallow her words. Ling Qingyue felt a pang of helplessness in her heart. Her fiancé was indeed remarkable. Would this not attract a host of admirers? However, the mastery of poison made her ponder her own condition. Morong Yi was filled with astonishment. Her master was indeed proficient in such profound toxic arts. This technique was beyond her comprehension. Having studied medicine in 2 lifetimes and seamlessly integrated the medical knowledge of both worlds, she found herself outclassed in detoxification by her indigenous master. Chu Wangyan, standing nearby, gazed at Mou with a mixture of shock and respect. Not only did he find time to cultivate his body, but he also managed to hone his skills in toxicology. A master of time management. Lu Qianxinhua please smile. As expected of our Saint Sun. Elder Xiaotian appeared incredulous. How could a practitioner so young possibly excel in both swordsmanship and toxicology? Sword Master Ling Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. The returning spring real man was outmatched. It seemed he had worried needlessly. Xiaoning Bing lowered her head in contemplation. She had an inkling of how Mou had achieved this feat. It was the combination of a powerful magical artifact and profound mastery of toxic arts that allowed for such instantaneous detoxification. Without sufficient skill in toxicology, mere possession of a magical artifact would deplete vast amounts of spiritual energy and effort. Conversely, lacking a magical artifact while possessing adequate toxicology knowledge would consume an inordinate amount of time. Yet, Mou was only 24. Time-space magical artifacts. It seemed that only this explanation could continuously account for his multitude of abilities, each of which was so deeply refined. The returning spring real man felt a burning shame on his face, akin to being slapped vigorously. Had he truly been bested? Soon, however, this embarrassment was eclipsed by astonishment. Achieving such a feat indicated that Mou's mastery of toxic arts far surpassed his own. No, from what he understood, even the foremost expert in toxicology in the Tianyuan continent could not reach such heights. This was undoubtedly the work of an immortal. Either he had a formidable mentor guiding him from behind the scenes, or he was a powerful being undergoing a reincarnation. The returning spring real man's gaze shifted, and a plan began to form in his mind. Without hesitation, he knelt before Mou, exclaiming loudly, "Predecessor, your mastery of toxic arts is divine. I am in awe." Just moments ago, he had been haughty, yet now he was kneeling in submission. This sudden reversal left everyone astounded. Mou was somewhat taken aback. The returning spring real man was indeed capable of humility. For the pursuit of toxic arts, he was willing to go to such lengths. "I do not take disciples," Mou replied coolly. The returning spring real man quickly interjected, "That is of no consequence. I can be a nominal disciple. No. I can serve as a medicinal assistant as long as the master can spare a moment each year to guide me. I would be thoroughly satisfied. Moreover, I am a 7th grade alchemist and can concoct pills for you." The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had previously been uncertain of the extent of Mou's proficiency in toxic arts. But now it was evident To coaxed the proud returning spring real man into offering himself as a medicinal assistant. Mou's mastery was undoubtedly formidable. Seeing Mou remain unmoved, the returning spring real man turned to Murong, his face alight with a sycophantic smile. Please, assist me in persuading the master. I promise to prepare pills for you daily without complaint, Murong. The world was indeed mad. She turned her head away. Resuming treatment for Zhou Tong. Such matters were best left for her master to decide. Sword Master Ling Yun looked on at the returning spring real man's antics, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This old fellow would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Was it truly necessary to join the heavenly profound Holy Land? Mou pondered. It might not be a bad idea. After all, the returning spring real man was a 7th-grade alchemist. If he could be utilized, it would indeed be advantageous. The heavenly profound Holy Land only had 8th-grade alchemists, and named 7th-grade pills were not easily attainable. Even for him, the saint's son. Seeing Mou hesitate, the returning spring real man grew anxious. He glanced at Murong, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have made a resolution. Master, do you only accept female disciples? I can. Stop. Mou interrupted him instantly if he allowed him to continue. Who knew what lewd words might escape his lips? He spoke slowly. I can guide you in toxic arts. But I have my conditions. Every year, you shall compile the questions you encounter in the realm of toxicology and present them to me collectively, refraining from disturbing me otherwise, should I require your assistance. I will seek you out for alchemical guidance. How does that sound? Rest assured, I shall not exploit your efforts. Upon hearing this, the revered Huichun was filled with joy, immediately kneeling and bowing profusely. Excellent. Thank you. Master. Subsequently, Mou and Huichun stood aside, quietly observing Murong as she treated Zhou Tong. While administering acupuncture, Murong elucidated. This needle technique is known as the 9 Revolutions soul-returning needle, a treasure I acquired from a certain relic. It comprises 9 revolutions, with a total of 81 silver needles, corresponding to the 81 major acupoints of the human body. When applied in unison, they interlock seamlessly, generating a continuous flow of vitality that maximally stimulates the body's latent potential, nourishes the spirit, and heals wounds. Huichun repeatedly expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. This technique is simply unheard of. Today, I am truly enlightened." Had this been in the past, Huichun would have scoffed at Murong's needlework, perhaps even ridiculing her. Having immersed himself in the medical arts for many years, he prided himself on his exceptional skills. How could he easily place his faith in a mere young girl? Yet now, the situation was entirely different. Mou's profound mastery of toxicology had utterly overturned his perceptions. With such an extraordinary master, how could the disciple be anything less than exceptional? Thus, he concluded that the technique Murong was employing must be an ancient, long-lost secret art of unparalleled mastery, far beyond his comprehension. Mou also nodded appreciatively, but was suddenly struck by a thought, prompting him to inquire, is it possible to perform acupuncture without disrobing? Murong's movements hesitated slightly, and the formerly pallid complexion of her delicate face now bore a faint blush. Master, previously my cultivation was insufficient, which necessitated disrobing. Nearby, Chu Yuli was utterly astounded upon hearing this exchange. Sister actually removed the master's clothing. This is simply the 4th one already. Sob. In the distance, Ling Yun sword master gazed at Huichun, his face etched with sorrow. Painful, so painfully. Our sect's 7th-grade physician has been lost just like that. The artifact is gone, and so is the person. Elder Xiaodian, sensing Ling Yun's distress, approached and gently patted his shoulder, speaking with earnest concern. Little Ling, take it easy. We cannot hinder others in their pursuit of the grand path. Can we? If you all had something of such caliber, he would not have departed. Ultimately, it is your sword sect's lack of competitiveness and insufficient depth that has led to the loss of talent. Thus, the sword sect should reflect and strive to enhance its strength and competitiveness. That is the true path. Ling Yun sword master's expression grew increasingly bitter. Yes, elder, your words are wise, though he spoke thus. Inwardly he cursed. What madness! Is this level of toxicology something a normal person can achieve? Just then, the previously silent Chu Wangyan approached Ling Yun sword master respectfully, saying, Master, after careful consideration, I have decided to pursue body refinement techniques. What? Body refinement? Ling Yun was taken aback. Although their sword sect possessed body refinement methods, they were not considered top tier. Hearing this, Xiaodian smiled warmly. In that case, come to the holy land of casting heaven with your talent. You should have come long ago. Chu Wangyin turned to Ling Yun's sword master, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Ling Yun, looking at his promising disciple, felt tears welling up. Go ahead, my child. He suppressed his reluctance, his voice trembling. That place is more suited for your development, that I will fully support you and absolutely do not wish to hinder you. As the sword sect was an affiliated force of the holy land of casting heaven, they had no authority to refuse such matters. Now he was losing even his disciple. Ling Yun's sword master felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting on the spot. What sin have I committed? Why are there so many calamities this year? The sword monument has shattered, the artifacts have been lost, the physician has been poached, and now even my disciple is leaving me. The sword sect is doomed. Mou did not continue to watch Morong perform acupuncture, as he was not a physician and could not comprehend the intricacies of acupuncture. Instead, he wandered about the viewing platform, contemplating his future plans. Once Zhou Tong was healed and the heart-controlling poison eliminated, he would be able to uncover the mastermind behind it all. How audacious to plot against two major holy lands. They must possess some strength. Then, he would strike the sword monument to ascertain the extent of his sword intent. Tomorrow, he would also seek to comprehend the sword intent left by the founding ancestors of the sword sect. Thus, his journey to the sword sect would be complete. While lost in thought, an elegant and dignified figure caught his eye. He smiled and called out, "Aunt Shui." Ling Qingyue approached briskly, her exquisite visage adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture. "Xiao Yu, do you still study toxicology?" Mou smiled and explained, "Previously, I received a legacy of toxicology from a powerful being." Ling Qingyue's eyes, resembling autumn waters, brightened slightly. "And how proficient are you in toxicology?" Mou pondered for a moment before candidly responding, "On the Tianyuan continent, I could barely claim the top position." Ling Qingyue could not help but stifle a laugh. "You child?" She shook her head, her smile deepening in an instant. Her expression turned serious. "When I was young, I encountered some issues while cultivating the Ta Ching formula, resulting in the accumulation of some cold poison within me. Do you have any solutions?" Mou frowned slightly. "This indeed poses a significant challenge. The primary issue is that my cultivation is too low. I may not even be able to locate the source of the poison. The capacity for concealment is also a criterion for assessing the potency of a toxin." Seeing Mou's silence, Ling Qingyue's gaze dimmed. If she could eliminate this cold poison, her cultivation would undoubtedly advance, and the predicament of the Ta Ching Holy Land would improve. However, eradicating this cold poison was no easy feat. Over the years, she had sought the help of numerous physicians, all of whom were powerless to assist. "Forget it. This cold poison has troubled me for many years. Aunt Shui, I can give it a try." Mou interrupted her. "However, my medical skills are limited. I need to conduct a thorough examination to reach a conclusion." "Let's do it tonight. I will help Aunt Shui take a good look." If it were a medical master, they could likely discern Ling Qingyue's condition with a mere glance. Yet he could only probe little by little with spiritual energy to potentially identify the issue. Ling Qingyue's eyes regained their sparkle. "Then I will trouble you. And Shui, why must we be so polite between us? You are right. By the way, and Shui, I suspect that besides Zhou Tong, other disciples from various sects have also fallen victim to the heart-controlling poison." Mou suddenly recalled this matter and hastily spoke up. Ling Qingyue nodded slightly. "You need not worry about that. The sword sect possesses enough discernment and has already sealed it off. They will soon uncover the truth." Mou gently nodded. "Indeed, if I can detect it, how could those prominent sect leaders and elders present remain oblivious?" After Ling Qingyue departed, Chu Wangyan approached once more, respectfully stating, "Brother Mou, I have something to inquire." "Ask away." Mou held a favorable impression of him. A cultivation enthusiast, easy to engage with, devoid of ulterior motives. "Brother Mou, how have you managed to achieve such accomplishments in so many fields?" Upon his inquiry, the surroundings fell into a sudden hush, and curious glances were cast in their direction. "Good question." Mou casually picked up a piece of burlap, employing a spell to moisten it. "Do you see this? It is a piece of cloth, and it contains water inside." He gently squeezed, and most of the water was expelled. Now, the water has been mostly squeezed out. Afterward, Mou exerted more force, and a few more drops seeped out. He repeated this process multiple times, extracting a bit of water each time. "Do you understand?" Chu Wangyan nodded thoughtfully. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, evaporating the moisture from the cloth entirely. It dawned on him that both the force exerted by Mo Xiong and my flames serve as the driving forces behind the progression of events that in essence, without pushing oneself, one can never truly fathom the depths of their potential. Mo, you couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chu Wangen's comprehension was indeed unique, yet there seemed to be some truth in his words. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, that's how it is. Enlightenment, truly deserving of being the holy son of Tianxian, his teachings are immensely enlightening. No wonder I have been unable to break through my bottleneck. It turns out I lack the determination to compel myself. I shall vow to establish my resolve and must break through to the golden core this year. I can't help but feel that the holy sun implies that time flows like water. As long as one is willing to squeeze, there will always be some left. What do you know? What the sword master said is the true answer. We cultivate for 12 hours a day. Where is there any time left to squeeze? What you say is indeed correct. Mou paid no heed to their discussions. He cared not for how these disciples interpreted the words that it was a good thing for the disciples of various sects to strive diligently in their cultivation. After all, in a few hundred years, a great calamity would befall the world, and the strength of these individuals would be necessary. Mou's gaze shifted towards the spot where Murong-yi was, only to find that Master Hui-chun had vanished without a trace. Just as he was pondering this, a voice rang in his ears. Master, these are some spiritual herbs I have treasured over the years. I hope you will take a look. Master Hui-chun had appeared beside Mou at some point, holding a storage ring and gazing at him with eager anticipation. Mou initially wished to refuse, but then reconsidered. It was time to prepare the elixirs needed for Sister Yanqi's resurrection. Thus, he accepted the ring, casually scanning it with his spiritual sense, and was taken aback. This old man has quite the fortune, even possessing such items. Ethereal jade marrow liquid, one of the optional auxiliary materials for Sister Yanqi's rebirth, that a 7th grade spiritual herb, exceedingly precious that I never expected to encounter it here, saving me the trouble of searching. This is the advantage of being a child of destiny. Whatever one desires, the heavens will always find a way to deliver it. Although there may be even better items within, he had no need for them. After securing the ethereal jade marrow liquid, Mou tossed the storage ring back to Master Hui-chun. This will suffice. I shall seek you out if I require anything further. Now, speak. What troubles you? Hearing this, Master Hui-chun was overjoyed. He quickly stowed away the storage ring, rubbing his hands together as he posed several inquiries regarding poisonous techniques. To him, these questions seemed profoundly intricate, yet in Mou's eyes, they were merely rudimentary. Mou patiently answered each one. Master Hui-chun listened with rapt attention, feeling as though he had unlocked a door to a new world, experiencing a qualitative leap in his understanding of poison techniques. The knowledge gained that day surpassed his thousands of years of diligent research. This young alchemist is truly worth his weight in gold. Master Hui-chun was filled with emotion, his admiration for Mou flowing endlessly like a river. Once Mou had finished answering, he turned to return to Murong-yi's side. Murong-yi completed her final needle insertion, and all the silver needles flew back into their case. She exhaled deeply, yet her body swayed slightly, toppling backward. Mou, quick as a flash, caught her delicate waist, gently supporting her. Thank you, master. Her complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her voice weak. Mou's heart ached. He quickly retrieved an elixir and placed it in Murong-yi's mouth. The elixir dissolved upon entry, restoring a hint of color to her pallid face. Master, I wish to sleep for a while, she murmured softly, drifting into slumber in Mou's embrace, the silver lotus fairy. Witnessing this, playfully pouted Do, how I wish to sleep in the young master's arms as well. Ling Qingyue shot her a glare. What nonsense! Do you not know what you are saying? You are trying to seduce her, man. Mou gently held Murong-yi, her soft form exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. That moment, Elder Baisu approached Mou slowly, presenting a finely crafted wooden box with both hands. Thank you both for your assistance. This is the promised reward. Mou accepted the wooden box, which felt heavy in his hands, its surface intricately carved and radiating a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Upon opening it, he found a set of silver needles, each slender as a hair, shimmering with a cold, icy light. They appeared rather extraordinary and would serve as a fitting treasure for Shao-yi. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. You have seized an opportunity from Murong-yi. Low-grade spiritual treasure, Xian Envy Needle. Reward, premium spiritual treasure, Blood Fiend Divine Flame Needle. Villain points 500. MOU was momentarily taken aback. There are rewards for this. Instantly, a torrent of information regarding the blood fiend divine flame needle flooded his mind. With this needle, a healer can cure myriad ailments and bring the dead back to life, while an assassin can kill invisibly, extinguishing souls and seizing essences. It is indeed a rare and invaluable treasure. Moreover, it can be fully activated without the use of celestial spiritual power. Although MOU was not skilled in medicine, he had a slight understanding of concealed weapons that in his hands. The blood fiend divine flame needle could unleash tremendous power. Holy Sun, might there be a method to remove the curse? Elder Bai Su, noticing MOU's silence, could not help but inquired. I shall remove the curse. That moment, Xia Ningbing approached, her voice clear and crisp. Like water striking stone. It's her, the fairy who severed the sword monument with a single strike. My heavens, she is stunning. That aura is simply extraordinary. I would willingly trade my junior brother's 1,000-year lifespan for a partner like her. What nonsense are you thinking? Have you looked in the mirror? Among the crowd, some recognized Xia Ningbing, and exclamations of awe filled the air. Xia Ningbing paid no mind to the surrounding murmurs and walked directly to Zhou Tong. Just as she was about to cast her spell, she suddenly coughed lightly, her previously frosty countenance now tinged with paleness. The impact of her shattered Dao heart was more severe than she had anticipated. At that moment, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Just then, MOU acted before her, his thoughts stirring, and the Shuangyi sword silently activated. A small black insect was expelled from Zhou Tong's brow by the invisible sword energy. Its appearance was grotesque, and upon emergence, it emitted a piercing scream. Attempting to flee, it was locked in place by the Shuangyi sword's energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Ningbing's mind as her beautiful eyes lingered on MOU for a moment. Then, with a graceful flick of her slender fingers, she instantly bound the black insect. Utilizing her magic, she marked all those around who had been tainted by the curse. Faint purple halos appeared around those controlled disciples. Quick! Senior sister has already marked those controlled by the heart-controlling curse, Ling Wanqing exclaimed. Hearing this, Ling Qingyue issued a stern command. Act now. The disciples of the sword sect swiftly sprang into action, capturing all those marked. The marked disciples exhibited a faint darkness in their eyes, having fallen victim to the heart-controlling curse. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing all issues had been resolved, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, followed by several frenzied howls from the crowd. Long live the god of slaughter! The god of slaughter lives on forever. Several cultivators unleashed a terrifying aura, seemingly poised to self-destruct. Not good. Quickly stop them. The crowd's expressions drastically changed. Ling Qingyue's gaze sharpened. Her delicate hand waved lightly. The disciples on the verge of self-destruction were instantly restrained. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The disciples' eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson hue, and dark red liquid began to seep from their 7 orifices. A thick, rancid stench permeated the air, causing those present to cover their noses and retreat. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into pools of blood. A gruesome sight indeed. Ling Qingyue's expression shifted. What a sinister tactic! Who on earth is this god of slaughter? The expressions of the others were equally grim, their hearts laden with trepidation and unease. The individuals who had self-destructed were not disciples from their respective sects. Rather, they had infiltrated under the guise of rogue cultivators. Could there truly exist such a terrifying force in the world? MOU's gaze fixated upon the glaring blood pooling on the ground, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. Had the malevolent cultivators become this rampant, they dared to appear at the sword sect's trial. Ling Wanqing's countenance grew serious. Indeed, it was the slaughter demon cult. How could they have emerged? Why? Who had stirred them? Moreover, their strategy of not annihilating cities but sowing discord between the 2 sacred lands was entirely uncharacteristic of them. What sinister plot lay hidden beneath this? Xia Ningbing, however, paid little heed to these matters. To her, they were merely inconsequential minor forces from the lower realms. Hardly worth mentioning. It was MOU's recent display of skill that had truly astonished her. At that moment, Ling Yun's sword sovereign broke the silence. Fairy Xia, all the controlled disciples are present. I ask for your assistance. Xia Ningbing shook her head, her voice frigid. My junior brother can also perform this. Let him handle it. Upon hearing Xia Ningbing's words, everyone was taken aback. The holy son of Tianxin not only possessed extraordinary poison techniques but also knew how to dispel evil. Was he even human? MOU did not decline. and with a thought, he subtly manipulated the frost-eager sword, a flash of blue light illuminating the scene. From the foreheads of the controlled disciples, small black insects emerged, emitting piercing shrieks. As soon as these insects appeared, they scurried away at incredible speed. Yet under the brilliance of the blue light, there was no escape for them. Struggling and writhing, they ultimately dissolved into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. The entire process transpired in the span of mere breaths. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, those who had been under the mind-controlling curse had already returned to normal. They looked around in bewilderment, clearly unaware of what had transpired. This resolved. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The Holy Son of Tianxian is remarkable. I must learn from him and push myself. In an instant, praises abounded, everyone captivated by Mou's astonishing prowess. Ahem. At that moment, Zhou Tong suddenly coughed a couple of times, gradually regaining consciousness. Elder Bai, upon seeing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, rushing forward to tightly grasp Zhou Tong's hand. His voice trembling uncontrollably. Tong, you have finally awakened. Zhou Tong weakly gazed at his father, confusion evident in his eyes. Father, what happened to me? You were ensnared by a mind-controlling curse, and it was the people of the Holy Land of Tianxian who saved you. Elder Bai exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards Mou and Mu Rongyi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong recalled his previous actions, a look of guilt crossing his face. He mustered his frail body and bowed deeply to Mou and Mu Rongyi. Thank you both for your timely rescue. Tio have ambushed individuals from the Holy Land of Tianxian, only to be saved by them. What irony! Mou waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Do you recall who placed the curse upon you? Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The person wore a black robe, obscuring their face, and I couldn't discern their voice. Suddenly, a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. Wait, that person gave me a sword. A sword? Ling Yun's sword. Sovereign interjected. Was it the explosive flying sword? Yes, that's the one. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously. That sword was indeed bestowed upon him. They instructed me to use that sword to kill the highest-ranked disciple of the Holy Land of Tianxian. Ling Yun's sword. Sovereign's gaze sharpened, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Nonsense. Retrieve the fragments of that sword. Understood. Chu Wangyan responded, vanishing from sight in an instant. Elder Xiao Tian chuckled as he explained, Our Holy Land of Refining Heaven excels in weapon forging. Give me a day, and I shall deduce the forging techniques from which that sword originated. Mou nodded slightly. This capability was indeed a hallmark of the Holy Land of Refining Heaven. Every weapon craftsman possesses a unique style and technique, akin to an artist's brushstroke or a calligrapher's handwriting, singular and difficult to replicate. His gaze shifted back to Zhou Tong and the other disciples who had been controlled. Do you know anything else? Everyone looked at one another, shaking their heads in confusion. Suddenly, one disciple spoke up. That I remember, that person exuded a strong smell of blood. Another disciple chimed in. That person was entirely shrouded in a black robe and only used their left hand. I suspect they are left-handed. Mou took note of this information for future reference. Subsequently, he chose not to delve further into these matters. Professional issues should be left to professionals. The sword sect had a specialized investigative team. Mou held Mu Rongyi close, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the sword trial. His strength had garnered everyone's acknowledgement, rendering further participation unnecessary. At this moment, Elder Bai approached Mou, performing a deep bow. Holy Son, thanks to your intervention, this immense favor shall never be forgotten. Mou waved his hand modestly. It was merely a trivial act. Holy Son, I have some news that may be of use to you. Elder Bai gestured to set up a shielding array, isolating them from external prying. The upper echelons of the Starry Sky Holy Land, along with the Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang factions, have allied with several forces to encircle Fairy Luo. Elder Bai lowered his voice, speaking slowly. Mou raised an eyebrow. Why? Fairy Luo is on the verge of ascending. Have they lost their minds to seek out trouble? Elder Bai shook his head. I am unsure. Their reason was that Fairy Luo possesses a celestial artifact capable of weakening heavenly tribulations. The Holy Son should know that this item holds fatal allure for those undergoing tribulation, achieving great ascension, or even scattered immortals. It is said that possessing this item can aid an 8 tribulation scattered immortal in stabilizing their passage through the final thunder tribulation and ascend to the celestial realm. Mou's heart sank. The celestial artifact that could effortlessly obliterate the most formidable heavenly tribulations Such a thing would indeed be immensely attractive to those ancient beings in A Wonder Junwuhan, and others were unafraid of the eldest sister. They had evidently prepared to take action against her. Elder Bai continued, Our Yu-Hang faction declined their invitation, so I am unaware of their specific plans. Mou nodded lightly. That suffices. Thank you. There was little he could do in this situation. Merely returning to inform his eldest sister to prepare in advance. He could only wonder how many forces were involved. Even the starry sky Holy Land alone had no shortage of scattered immortals. His eldest sister was likely in for a challenge. Holy son, you jest. You saved my son. This is what I ought to do. I hope you will not attribute this to me. Of course, I understand this principle. Night descended. The sword trial concluded, with both Mou and Mu Rong ranking first. Securing the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent of the sword sect's ancestors, an Mou carried Mu Rong back to her room. Gently laying her upon the bed, the door creaked softly as Ling Qingyue entered, her footsteps nearly soundless. Senior brother, is there something you need? There is a matter of great importance. Mou turned to respond. Ling Qingyue understood immediately, swiftly forming seals to set up a soundproof barrier, enveloping the two within. The starry sky Holy Land intends to take action against the eldest sister, Mou said solemnly. Ling Qingyue gasped, How dare they? Mou recounted everything Elder Bai had shared with him. Ling Qingyue nodded thoughtfully. I will seek an opportunity to inform the eldest sister, after bidding farewell to Mou. Ling Qingyue walked along the moonlit corridor, her mind racing with thoughts. Did such an event occur in her past life? Suddenly, it dawned upon her that in her previous life, the senior sister had indeed mentioned something akin to this. At that time, while she was exterminating demonic cultivators, she discovered that they were conspiring against her. However, that was a matter of several decades later. By then, the senior sister had grown exceedingly formidable, rendering them utterly incapable of posing a threat. Consequently, she could handle it all on her own. No. Wait. Ling Qingyue abruptly halted, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. This situation is entirely different. The senior brother had already come into conflict with them ahead of time, inevitably causing their scheme to be expedited. Given the current strength of the senior sister, she is not yet their match. She exhaled softly. I was careless. I nearly made a grave mistake. Upon returning, I must inform the senior sister to take precautions. I am immensely grateful for the senior brother's timely warning. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mou returned to his bedside and sat down. He silently recited and checked his villain points. 13,700 points. Sufficient to purchase the creation Jade Lotus. It is time to prepare for Sister Yinqi's body reconstruction as well. I ought to investigate which secret realms have recently opened. Mou had never been picky about secret realms. As long as he ventured there, he would invariably find what he needed. Such is the fate of the Child of Fortune. There are numerous combinations for body reconstruction, and the ethereal jade essence is one of the fundamental materials. The better the materials, the more exceptional the physique. If conditions permit, he still hoped for Sister Yinqi to possess the best physique. That if not, it must at least be one that allows for growth. He then took out the gathering soul jade box. It felt warm and smooth, the jade quality exquisite, faintly emanating a ghostly glow. The first pill had already been condensed. It was once again the exhilarating moment to roll the dice. A pill-producing celestial artifact. Where did you pick that up, and which celestial inheritance? Yinqi's astonished voice echoed in his mind. Indeed, I found it in the last celestial emperor's inheritance, Mou replied. Yinqi did not inquire further and urged him to open it and see what had been produced. Following her suggestion, Mou opened the jade box. A pill lay quietly within, entirely snow-white, emanating a soft luster. Hard Enlightenment Pill, Yinqi exclaimed in astonishment. It's actually the Hard Enlightenment Pill. Is it really that impressive? Mou inquired, curious. Naturally, this pill is refined from enlightenment tea leaves. Upon consumption, one's comprehension greatly increases within 3 days. Even in the celestial realm, only core disciples of major sects are privileged to enjoy such a treasure. Your luck is truly terrifying. Although the grade of this pill is not high, it is exceptionally rare. I envy you, Yinqi remarked. Mou chuckled. In that case, does it not mean that Sister Yinqi is also fortunate to have encountered me? That is indeed the case, Yinqi replied with a charming smile. Mou's gaze returned to the pill, his eyes aflame with fervor. Tomorrow, he would venture to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword intent. This heart enlightenment pill had arrived at the perfect moment. Morongyi should also be waking soon. Once she does, he can swiftly enhance his medical skills to treat Anshui. Next, he would go and test the sword intent.at the sword sect in the Grandmaster's Hall. Wang Yan, upon your journey to forge the sacred land of heaven, be sure to practice diligently and do not disappoint the expectations of your master, the sword master Ling Yun admonished. Rest assured. Master, I shall devote myself fully and will not let you down, Chu Wang Yin replied resolutely. Upon completing the comprehension of sword intent tomorrow, Chu Wang Yin would set off for the sacred land of heaven to pursue cultivation. Master, you should drink less and gamble less in the future, Chu Wang Yin remarked. I know. Why are you more nagging than your master? Ling Yun feigned impatience while his voice carried a hint of reluctance. The two exchanged glances, falling into a prolonged silence, the air thick with the melancholy of parting. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very ground. Boom! The sound was deep and resonant, akin to the roar of an ancient behemoth. Causing their eardrums to reverberate and hearts to tremble, their expression shifted dramatically as they turned abruptly to look in the distance, towards the sword steel. A massive fissure stretched from east to west. Cleaving the towering steel in two at the sword steel, it has shattered again, Ling Yun exclaimed. One must understand that this sword steel symbolizes the sword sect, standing firm for thousands of years. Even a full-force strike from a great ascension expert would scarcely budge it. Yet now, it has been severed consecutively. This is simply astonishing. Within a single day, two sword path prodigies capable of severing the sword steel have emerged. Let us go and investigate. Ling Yun, without a moment's hesitation, seized Chu Wang Yin and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the sword steel. However, by the time they arrived at the scene, it was already deserted, leaving behind the steel, now in 4 segments. Standing desolately on the latest cut surface lingered an overwhelmingly dominant sword intent, seemingly narrating the breathtaking sword strike that had just transpired. Gone. Ling Yun furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings, but not a single figure was in sight. This sword intent. Chu Wang Yin stared at the fractured sword steel, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. This sword intent feels oddly familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Countless images flashed through his mind. Attempting to capture that familiar sensation, suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's Brother Mo. This is Brother Mo's sword intent. What? You mean this was the doing of the son of Heaven Xian? Ling Yun was taken aback. Indeed, Chu Wang Yin affirmed with certainty. The sharpness and dominance contained within this sword intent are unmistakably akin to Brother Mos. Ling Yun drew a sharp breath, his mind buzzing. Mou. Once again. It is Mou. What on earth is he up to this time? The thought sent a wave of unease coursing through Ling Yun's mind. At that moment, Lu Qianchen also arrived on his sword. Landing gracefully, observing the broken sword steel, he displayed a look of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. Broken again? Twice in a day? Is your sword steel becoming decrepit? Lu Qianchen teased. Ling Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and voiced their speculations. Was it done by little you? If that's the case, the sword steel is fine. Lu Qianchen laughed heartily, his tone brimming with pride. Ling Yun. He fell silent for a moment, gazing at the 4 fractured segments of the sword steel with a complicated expression, his voice low and resigned. You 3 from the sacred land of heaven managed to cleave our sword sect's ancestral steel, which has withstood the test of time, into 4 pieces. Lu Qianchen's lips curled upward slightly. Your sword sect is lacking in talent. If you had geniuses of your own, wouldn't you be able to shatter the sword steel yourselves? Enough with the jesting. Ling Yun waved his hand, interrupting Lu Qianchen's banter, his expression turning serious. You should still remember the standards for measuring sword intent on this steel, right? Lu Qianchen nodded. Years ago, your sword sect's founding ancestor discovered this mysterious stone tablet underground. Different intensities of sword intent can leave varying depths of marks upon it, and a mark less than 3 feet 3 inches is considered human level. Greater than 3 feet 3 inches is earth level. Greater than 6 feet 6 inches is heaven level, and the longest can reach 9 feet 9 inches. Ling Yun nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the fractured sword steel. Indeed, back then, your sect's by Jianxian broke this rule, severing the steel with a single strike. At that time, countless sword cultivators believed the steel had malfunctioned and flocked to test it, only to find that their sword marks had not changed in depth at all. Ultimately, they concluded it was due to the sword techniques of the celestial realm, Lu Qianchen explained. They believed by Shuang Ying had achieved this feat during her tribulation, hence the celestial-grade sword techniques allowed her to sever the sword steel. But little Yu is merely at the nascent soul stage. Indeed, above the heaven level, there exists an even more formidable sword intent. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled, revealing his excitement. Ling Qingyue pondered for a moment before speaking. But what does that have to do with us? Such geniuses have only appeared thrice in history. They are not matters for ordinary folk like us to consider. Ling Yun shook his head. Of course it matters. A great era is upon us, and our Tianyuan continent is about to welcome its most glorious golden age. Lu Qianchen lowered his head, contemplating his words. Chu Wanyan's gaze was piercing and resolute. He too was determined to seize this opportunity, to grasp the golden age before him. Before they could utter a word, Ling Yun's sword master suddenly spoke. I must report to Elder Xiaodian. We shall meet again tomorrow. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Yun's sword master, accompanied by Chu Wanyan, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Upon returning to his chamber, Yu felt a profound sense of ennui. The sword steel was indeed designed to test the intensity of sword intent. With a gentle stroke of his own sword intent, the steel shattered into two halves. He could now ascertain that his sword intent was of the utmost caliber. However, the specific level remained uncertain. In simpler terms, he had obliterated the testing apparatus. Regardless of the degree, in this lower realm, it was more than sufficient. After all, throughout history, only 3 individuals had attained such a level. Master, just as Mou's thoughts were adrift, a soft voice drew him back to reality. Morongi had awakened, rubbing her drowsy eyes and murmuring. Mou promptly gathered his focus and sat at the edge of her bed. You reawake. How do you feel? I'm fine, just a bit weary, Morongi replied, her voice sweet and languid. Here, this is the reward from by Su. Mou produced the Xian new needle and handed it to her. Morongi opened the wooden box, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the shimmering silver needle. What a fine needle, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, master. This is what you earned yourself, Mou smiled. By the way, could you teach me some medical skills? Certainly, I would love to teach you. Morongi's enthusiasm surged as she sat up in bed, producing a thick stack of medical texts. These are my compiled insights on medicine. Take a look. Master. Mou accepted the medical books, perusing their contents, while Morongi patiently elucidated the principles within. She explained how to observe, listen, inquire, and examine. The use of medicinal herbs, acupuncture techniques, and moxibustion methods, aside from the pharmacology, which he grasped readily. The other aspects felt somewhat daunting. Mastering these intricate medical techniques within a short span was indeed a formidable task. After all, in his past life, medicine was regarded as one of the most arduous disciplines. Contemplating this, he retrieved a wuxin pill from his storage ring and consumed it. With a duration of effectiveness lasting 3 days, it would serve him well for both medical and swordsmanship pursuits. The pill dissolved upon entry, and a refreshing energy coursed through his entire being. Mou felt his thoughts crystallize with unprecedented clarity, allowing him to comprehend Morongi's teachings with greater depth. After half an hour, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation, achieving a new pinnacle in his understanding of medicine. He could now be considered a third-tier physician. Such astonishing learning speed, if known to those seasoned physicians who had dedicated years to their craft, would surely leave them agape, even questioning their own lives. After all, it typically took ordinary physicians years, or even decades, of relentless effort to reach the third-tier level. Yet Mou had accomplished this in merely half an hour. With a foundational knowledge established, Mou began to pose questions. Where does cold poison commonly reside? And how can one utilize spiritual energy to conduct a thorough examination of the human body? Through Morongi's explanations, he uncovered a monumental issue. The cold poison in medicine and the cold poison in toxicology were, indeed, 2 distinct entities. Damn it, he thought. I have no idea which cold poison Aunt Shui possesses. Morongi seemed to perceive Mou's underlying concern. She flipped to a particular page in the medical book, her slender finger pointing at it. Master, look at this. The spirit flame purifying cold needle. As long as we locate the source of the cold energy and apply this technique, we can resolve it. Mou's eyes gleamed with excitement. He favored such straightforward and decisive methods. It is well known that amputation can remedy all ailments of the corresponding body parts. This needle technique possessed a similarly wild and beautiful elegance. Thus, even if Ling Qingyue's cold poison were a medical cold energy, he need not worry. Morongi continued. This technique requires considerable cultivation and is dependent on the intensity of the flames. Therefore, I cannot assist with the cold poison afflicting you. You must handle it yourself. However, in the future, Master, there is no need for embarrassment. Simply tell me. She winked playfully at it's merely cold energy entering the body due to a deficiency in kidney yang. As a professional physician, I would never ridicule you. Mo was left speechless. He felt as though he could not clear his name even by jumping into the yellow river. Oh well, he thought. Let her think what she wants. Eventually, she will come to understand that her master possesses boundless yang energy. Subsequently, Mo attentively examined the detailed illustrations in the medical book while earnestly listening to Murong Yi's explanations. Unbeknownst to him, her voice gradually dwindled until it fell completely silent. It was only then that he realized this girl had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, he had already mastered the needle technique, gazing at her serene sleeping face. A smile crept across Mo's lips. He gently adjusted Murong Yi, laying her flat and covering her with a blanket, his movements tender and cautious, fearing to awaken her at that moment. A voice resonated in his mind. That needle technique is no simple matter. By taking on this disciple, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Oh, is there something special about it? Mo promptly picked up the medical book, scrutinizing the content regarding the acupuncture method he had just learned. Perhaps due to a lack of exposure, he had not